Chapter 81. He is really that kind. The kind that is rarely seen. Huh? Vivian was confused by the red-haired girl's question. She thought Sinyan was talking to her. Why should I be afraid of you? The little girl had a big yellow question mark on her head. No. 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 Oh. I'm not referring to you. I'm talking about the monster in your arms. That little wolf cub. Sinyan spoke quickly, stamped his feet, and sounded anxious. But this made Vivian even more confused. The little girl first looked down at Xiaohei in her arms, and then looked at the red-haired girl, who suddenly became very strange since Xiaohei appeared. Vivian instantly became alert. Xiaohei. What's wrong with Xiaohei? He's not the one who's wrong. Seeing that Vivian didn't understand what he meant, Xianyan raised her voice several notches, and almost shouted, "It's not Xiaofengwang's fault." She was really too excited. Why? Because this was the first time she had seen so many monsters since she was a child. The first time a monster looked at her and dared to be mean to her after facing her head-on. This feeling was so wonderful. Xianyan was so excited that she almost cried. Even more excited than when she had eaten such delicious food before. It's not a matter of what happened to him. He is really that kind. A rare one. Xianyan waved her hands in front of her chest, trying to express her meaning. But she couldn't continue speaking halfway, because she didn't know what to say. She couldn't expose her identity as a forbidden monster. After all, Aunt Alice, the goddess of fire, had specifically told her. But if she didn't say it, how could she express to the little girl opposite that the monster cub in the other's arms could actually face a forbidden existence standing at the top of the flame domain monsters? A true phoenix of Xinhua, and not lose the upper hand. And there was not even a sign of bloodline being suppressed. The more anxious she is, the less she can speak. Xianyan was tongue-tied for a long time. But she finally gave up and asked Vivian to let her hold the little wolf cub, as long as she could hold him and touch him a few times. After close contact, Xianyan would definitely be able to figure out what was going on with this little wolf cub. But it was a pity when Xianyan asked to hold Xiaohei, and her eyes were so hot that she almost wrote the words "let me touch it" on her face. Vivian's eyes changed immediately. She knew it. This red-haired girl must have taken a fancy to Xiaohei. This is already the end of the plan. Who knows if the other party is also a summoner? That won't work. Xiaohei belongs to her, and will always be hers. No one can take advantage of Xiaohei. As the saying goes, things change. Just now, the little wolf cub showed an expression to Xianyan that said, "Don't get too close to my Vivian." But it was not long after that. It was Vivian's turn. She immediately turned sideways, holding the little wolf cub deeper in her arms, and then showed an expression to Xianyan that said, "Don't think about taking advantage of Xiaohei. Forget it. Xiaohei is shy, and I think he seems very unhappy now. I'm afraid he will hurt you." Vivian found a reason to refuse without hesitation. But who knew that Xianyan on the opposite side became even more anxious after hearing this? She waved her hands and said, "It's okay. I'm not afraid that he will hurt me. I'm actually quite popular with monsters. Just let me hug you for a while." Just for a while. Sinyan showed the same expression as before when she wanted to eat the meat soup. And then she used her slender fingers to make a classic one in front of the little girl. Once? Again? I don't believe you're once. Vivian glanced at the meat soup next to her, who had agreed to eat only one bite, but now almost finished the whole pot, and shook her head firmly. No. The little girl was very decisive. She even showed an angry expression at the same time, saying, "If you mention it again, I will be angry." Well, I still have to prepare the meal next. If you have nothing to do. Vivian felt that just refusing was not enough. The little girl turned sideways and ordered the red-haired girl in front of her to leave. Ah. Well, then okay. Sinyan suppressed her curiosity. She secretly warned herself not to rush, because the other party couldn't run away anyway, and there would always be a chance. So, she turned around helplessly and started to walk out. But after just a few steps, Sinyan suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around again. "By the way, my name is Sinyan. What's yours?" They haven't told each other their names yet. "My name is Vivian. Nice to meet you." After a slight pause, the little girl still added this sentence at the end. This was a polite expression used by city dwellers that she had learned from Demir. But it was not the same in Sinyan's ears. "I am glad to meet you." 2. Vivian. Sun Yan was warmed by the little girl's words. After all, from childhood to adulthood. Why is it always from childhood to adulthood? But it is true that Sun Yan has not heard anyone talk to her like this for a long time. Sure enough, it was right to come to Qian town. Sun Yan was so happy that she even jumped and walked and continued to turn around and head out. But what happened again? Vivian held her forehead and looked at the red-haired girl, who turned around again after walking a few steps. That what? Xian blushed. A little shy. But eventually a certain idea prevailed. She mustered up her courage and shamelessly pointed at the pot of meat soup that she had not finished yet and still had some left. Can I take that away? Vivian. Finally, the red-haired girl left the kitchen completely. At this time, Liao Zixuan used telepathy to ask Vivian about what happened before. What happened? What the poisonous meat soup was? And how the little girl learned the skill immortality. It was not until Vivian told her the whole story of her brief encounter with the red-haired girl that the little wolf cub finally understood it completely. Then, Liao Zixuan. Oh no! Xian Zelia looked at Vivian as if she were a monster. Good guy. Really good guy. So your summoning has a delay. Vivian didn't know that Sun Yan thought he had perfectly hidden his identity. But who was Liao Zixuan? With his sharp eyes, he recognized the red-haired girl instantly when he saw her for the first time. Not to mention that the other party didn't even change her name. That Yanyu was as famous as himself. The only two forbidden monsters. Xinhua Phoenix. Sun Yan. But what made Liao Zixuan speechless and magical was that Vivian could learn the absolute magic skills that all players had dreamed of in the previous life. Immortality. Players in the previous life once summarized the most awesome and amazing skills that everyone could learn in the 9 major countries in Falling God. And it is precisely from this little phoenix that immortality can definitely be ranked in the top 5 in the Flame Domain version. But at that time, Liao Zixuan clearly remembered that it was necessary to complete a series of complex and tedious task chains before players could finally learn this magical skill. And there was also a quota limit. In addition, the probability of receiving this task itself is very low. After all, the probability of finding an ultra-rare NPC like the little phoenix is too low. You can only rely on a lucky encounter. No, just an encounter is not enough. It depends on whether the little phoenix is willing to give you the skill task at that time. But now, Liao Zixuan never expected that even the players in the previous life had never discovered that it only required providing cursed food to Sun Yan to let Sun Yan trigger the passive immortality by itself. And then players could use this to steal and learn. Wait! So that's the case. Suddenly, a bold idea gradually snowballed in the little wolf cub's mind. Chapter 82: The Second Personality, and the Little Phoenix that was played badly. Vivian. Next. Can you let another you come out? Liao Zixuan asked the little girl. Another me? Vivian was stunned for a moment. And the girl was very surprised. Yes. There are some very important things later. And I need her help. The little wolf nodded and said seriously. Oh. Okay. Well, I'll try it. Seeing that Xiao Hei was so persistent, Vivian didn't ask too much. The little girl closed her eyes, obviously going to the spiritual space to communicate with her second personality. But after a while, Vivian opened her eyes, looking a little embarrassed. And it was obvious that the progress was not very smooth. The other one didn't like to take over the body very much. And it seemed that she entered at a very inappropriate time. The little girl happened to bump into the other one, who was sleeping on the bed. As a result, she was now angry because her indecent sleeping posture was seen by her. After sending a look to Xiao Hei to wait, the girl closed her eyes again. This time it took a little longer. After a few minutes, Vivian showed a smug smile on her face. And then she quickly gestured to Liao Zixuan with her eyes still closed. It seemed to mean, I called a person for you. And then, I will hand her over to you. So soon. When the girl opened her eyes for the second time, the gentle and comfortable temperament of the little girl completely disappeared, and was replaced by a domineering, dark, cold and sharp blade, which made people subconsciously afraid and wanted to stay away. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? The second personality was not friendly to Liao Zixuan. It can be said that she was like this to everyone. Oh! Except for Vivian. When Liao Zixuan saw the real owner coming, he didn't say much nonsense. There were some things he couldn't tell Vivian, but he could tell the second personality. The reason for this was that Vivian was not very proficient in telepathy. resulting in poor communication efficiency. But the second personality was able to master all skills, and telepathy was one of them. As for the second personality is purer than the little girl. The purity here means that all her actions and purposes will never be affected or interfered by the outside world. And she will always put Vivian first. This is what Liao Zixuan wants. Soon, the little wolf cub directly told the second personality about the current situation in Qian town and the portal plan from Huidian City, which is very likely to have big problems. At first, the second personality was still impatient, but as Liao Zixuan continued to talk, the second personality's face became more and more solemn. If you ask me, why bother with Qian town? Isn't it better to hide in Huidian City directly? I'm full. And before leaving, I'll beat up that stinky boy named Demir so that he can't activate the portal. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? The second personality was rubbing her hands, eager to try, with red light in her eyes. In fact, the last sentence was the key point. She had long been unhappy with this young wizard, who had ill intentions towards Vivian. However, the second personality soon became discouraged because she knew that if she really did this and abandoned Qian town, this would never be allowed by the main personality Vivian. So, what do you want me to do? The second personality became more and more annoyed the more she thought about it. So she simply stopped thinking about it and asked Liao Zixuan directly. Cooking. The little wolf cub pointed to the pot in the kitchen with his little paws to the second personality. There was no way. It seemed that the second personality had really been sleeping before. So Liao Zixuan had to tell her about Xinyan again. By the way, there is also a plan on how to use this little phoenix to attract strangers. However, the second personality's answer was unexpected. What? You want those strangers to learn the same skills as Vivian? The girl was furious. She shook her head and refused directly. Impossible. Such a powerful skill can be mastered by only Vivian. How can those strangers be as good as Vivian? The second personality had an expression that said all the good things must be enjoyed by Vivian alone. Good guy. Liao Zixuan still underestimated the degree of the second personality's yanderness towards Vivian. Looking at the gnashing of teeth, he was completely unwilling to let the little girl suffer the slightest loss. Then what do you say we should do? The little wolf cub helplessly spread out his cute little paws. The girl opposite pondered for a moment. Then, seeing Vivian in the second personality, the girl's eyes began to show a different kind of excitement. As if she had thought of a great idea. You just need to attract more foreigners from other places to serve Vivian. Right? After the second personality asked again as if to confirm. The little wolf cub nodded. After getting the accurate answer, the girl subconsciously licked her lips. In this case, there is no need to really teach them skills. Or let me train the little phoenix properly. What? Liao Zixuan was confused by the girl's words. But the second personality didn't explain to him. Just told him to come to the kitchen in a while, and he would know. With a trusting attitude, the little wolf cub handed this place to the girl, and then took advantage of this time to go to the forest of terror claws to purify a large number of new souls. And by the way, check the progress of Demir's portal activation and construction. Estimating that the time was almost up, Liao Zixuan began to rush back, and was about to go to the kitchen to see what the second personality was selling. Before the little wolf cub pushed the door in, he heard a loud slap from the kitchen. It was as if a slap was made on a certain part of the body. This made the little wolf cub's eyelids jump. What's going on? A fight? Liao Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. Because this is really possible. The second personality itself is the kind of violent temper that gets irritated at the slightest touch. And according to the impression of the previous life, the little phoenix is also very arrogant and very difficult to mess with. What if a man and a phoenix disagree with each other for a few words? Before Liao Zixuan could finish his thoughts, he heard another pop sound. And this time, the applause was even louder than before. Without hesitation, Liao Zixuan rushed in through the door. However, the scene that appeared in front of the little wolf cub next seemed to be different from the fight he imagined. The first thing that came into view was Vivian under the control of the second personality. The girl sat on the kitchen counter with her legs crossed, looking cold and arrogant. Not far from the girl was Xian, who looked like she was in military training, with her body stretched straight, her face full of nervousness and blushing, and a hint of pleasure in her deeper body. Come again! A delicate voice rang out. The second personality noticed Liao Zixuan's return, but she only glanced at him and stopped paying attention, continuing to focus all her attention on Xian opposite. On the other side, after receiving Vivian's order, Xi and Yin couldn't wait to start enjoying the various cursed foods cooked by the second personality. The effect was immediate. In Liao Zixuan's vision, when Xi and Yin ate the cursed food, his health bar dropped wildly, and various negative states followed one after another. But the next moment, they were all cleared and his health was full. The passive skill immortality was activated. And the reason why Sun Yan was so keen on these cursed foods was because of the cleverness here. It was like humans would always use various tricks to deceive the body, so as to make the body release dopamine and become excited and stimulated. For the little phoenix, nothing was more enjoyable than a nirvana. Every time she ate cursed food, her body was damaged and then quickly repaired. This back and forth feeling was like a constant nirvana rebirth, which was so stimulating that Sun Yan couldn't stop. But just when Sun Yan was enjoying it a little too much, there was another snap sound. The second personality, sitting high on the kitchen counter with her legs crossed, had a cold face. She mercilessly used magic to form a virtual palm and slapped Sun Yan's body. How many times have I told you to control your power? Otherwise, do you want outsiders to steal your ability? Let me tell you, those foreigners have very strong learning abilities. If you reveal a little more, they will be able to master it immediately. And then, your identity that you want to hide will be lost. Again, it was the countless times that Vivian slapped him hard on the opposite side. Sun Yan rubbed his buttocks that felt hot and painful. The little phoenix in human form had tears of humiliation in her eyes. In fact, Sun Yan still couldn't figure it out. It was the first time that she had human food she liked. And it was the first time that she had a human friend. It was obviously two happy things superimposed on each other. But why did it become like this now? At first, when Vivian took the initiative to find her, and said that she had specially prepared the kind of food she liked for her, the little phoenix was so happy. As a result, when she was tricked into the kitchen by her second personality, Xi and Yin finally knew what a demon was. Xiao Fengwang felt that the girl opposite her had become a different person. The other party first tricked her with food, and then when she was enjoying it, Vivian suddenly revealed her true identity as a forbidden monster. This shocked Xi and Yin, and she was completely at a loss. Afterwards, Vivian told her why she was exposed, which turned out to be the healing power that emanated uncontrollably from her body when she ate. Then, Vivian did not give Xi and Yin time to react or think. The girl took advantage of Xiao Fengwang's panic because of her identity being exposed and said that she would not only keep it a secret for her, but also help her solve this problem. The newly minted little phoenix, who had just stepped into the world, was no match for the old, scheming second personality. During the back and forth struggle, Xi and Yin was already grateful just to hear that Vivian was willing to keep the secret of the forbidden monster for her. Not to mention, the other party also said that she would help her solve the problem of her identity being easily exposed. And Xi and Yin directly obeyed the second personality. The result was that it turned out to be what it is now. Snap! Whenever Xi and Yin did not actively control the passive power of immortality after eating, a slap from the second personality would soon hit her, forcing Xi and Yin to restrain and improve. Snap! 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 How to describe this feeling? It was like when you were practicing standing posture during military training. You relaxed a little, and soon a whip would come over. It's just that the ruthless instructor now is Vivian in the second personality, and the trembling training object is the poor little phoenix. In short, the little wolf cubs on the side were stunned. But it's true. It can be seen that under the unremitting efforts of Sun Yan and the second personality, the little phoenix has actually been trained to suppress its own immortality passive power to the minimum. Even on Liao Zixuan's system panel, the skill immortality that can be learned from Sun Yan is directly gone, and it has been replaced by a low-quality version of Tough Recovery. Tough Recovery is automatically triggered when the health is less than 20%, immediately recovering 20% of your maximum health, and subsequently increasing your recovery ability by 100% for 5 seconds. Compared with the original immortality, it has 30% less life recovery, and the most important function of clearing all negative states is missing. It can be said that the current Tough Recovery is still a super skill for players to start a new game, but compared with the original immortality skill that Vivian first learned from the little phoenix, it is far behind. Vivian, I succeeded. I can successfully control my own power. Sun Yan obviously noticed this. The little phoenix finally stopped crying and was extremely excited. Sun Yan didn't expect that he could actually achieve such a huge result in such a short time. You should know that this is also very important for the little phoenix. But in Liao Zixuan's eyes, it is not as simple as just changing immortality to tough recovery. Sun Yan can clearly feel that through this skill training, her ability to control her own blood power has increased a lot. Before, she could only exert 60% of her strength at most. But now it has directly jumped to 70%. Or even 80%. It's just that the process is a little painful and humiliating. But how to say it? Humiliation is humiliation. But Sun Yan feels that the pain doesn't seem to be so painful. And there is even a vague enjoyment. This is both the joy from the growth of strength and the awakening of some indescribable strange XP. But Sun Yan has not discovered it yet. In short, it was painful and happy. So, do we still want to continue? Although Xiao Fenghuang's face was flushed when she spoke, her expression was eager to try. And there was a hint of expectation in the depths of her eyes. It can even be said that even her body subconsciously turned towards Vivian, who was sitting on the stage with her legs crossed, and turned into a posture ready to be beaten. Across from her, the little wolf cub witnessed half of the whole process. Liao Zixuan looked at Xiao Fenghuang, who looked like she had been played to pieces by the whip of the second personality. And suddenly, there was a moment of silence and sigh in his heart. Is this the legendary? If you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. And the sadist is paired with the sadist. So you are such a little phoenix. But no matter what, the first of the two things that I need my second personality to do has been completed smoothly, even in excess. Then the second thing will follow. The little wolf looked out the kitchen window at the portal that was almost half completed with the efforts of Demir and a group of players hired by the NPC. Chapter 83 Cannon Fodder. NPCs won't issue villain missions. Here it comes. Vivian's special food is finally here again. Fuck. Is this true? I knew there would be more. I've saved so many raw stones and have been holding back, waiting for this. Oh no. I have to hurry up and line up for a spot. Otherwise it will be gone soon. When Vivian came out of the kitchen with the prepared food, a sharp-eyed player saw it and reacted immediately, causing quite a stir in Qian town. Because now everyone knows that as long as the food is made by Vivian, it will have a passive extra lucky attribute that will be temporarily improved. This is commonly known as the Euro Emperor Qi. So this has led to a habit among the players in Qian town. Just like when fighting, you have to stack buffs first. And when you want to draw cards or do anything else that requires luck, you have to bow to Vivian 3 times first. And treat her like a living Buddha. As soon as Vivian arrived at the position where the meat soup was distributed, the players had already lined up in a long queue. And they were all looking forward to it. Among them, there are not only summoner players, who have bought and hoarded raw stones, and are waiting to open blind boxes, but also players of other unrelated professions, who want to come and share a piece of the pie to change their luck. Entrance to Qian town. After receiving the news from the younger brother in the town, the big dog hurried over. But he was still a step too late. It was just the beginning. And the queue was already a huge crowd. If you really queue from the end, it would be a problem whether there were any left when it was your turn. De Tugo discovered this problem. And so did the other players who rushed over. However, at this time, several servants came out of the kitchen with several large pots, and then opened another queue channel under Vivian's instructions. This immediately made many latecomers overjoyed and rushed forward. De Tugo was no exception. And he even ran to the first place. However, when he opened the lid of the pot and looked at the food inside, De Tugo was dumbfounded. This is different from the lucky meat soup of the other team. This pot is exactly the cursed food that sent him away when he wanted to steal food in the kitchen. Damn! The face of the big dog changed in an instant. He had a deep shadow on this pot of dark food. Without thinking, he immediately ran away. The player behind the big dog was confused. He found that the amount of meat soup was very small. And the most special thing was that it was not given away for free, but required experience points to buy. In addition, he used the system's detection to explore like the big dog did at the beginning, and found that it was still rare quality, which made him even more excited. Even though the value of just one bowl was sold for 3,000 experience points, which was 6 times the original stone, he still gritted his teeth and bought 2 bowls directly. In this regard, the experienced De Tugo looked at the players who bought the rare meat soup with a fool's eye. And he was also wicked and did not intend to warn them. wanting these people to experience the same misery he had experienced in the past. Humph. He knew that Vivian would never be so kind and give them meat soup for free. So, this is the trick. Since he experienced the equipment rental incident, Datugo thought he had seen Vivian's true face. On the surface, she looked kind and gentle. But in fact, who knew how dark her heart was? At first, Datugo was ready to watch the show and was still very happy. The first batch of players who bought the rare meat soup made by the second personality fell to the ground within 3 seconds after drinking it, and turned into white light. This scared the players, and they all retreated like big dogs. But not long after, there were always thoughtful players who began to think and study it. After all, this was too weird. They couldn't really let them pay for it. Right? At first, the players were still studying whether this new meat soup had any special eating skills. But until someone found out, there was always a red-haired aboriginal NPC who always wandered around this new meat soup, looking like he wanted it very much, but had no money to buy it. So a wealthy player couldn't stand it anymore, and kindly found out that although Sinyan's clothes were simple, the little phoenix's appearance was there. When you see a beautiful girl greedily looking at a certain food, 3 words will pop up in the minds of most normal men: buy her. Alas, this abominable world of appearance. As for what happened next, it was out of control, and everything started to develop according to the script of the little wolf cub. Players finally discovered that the use of this newly launched cursed meat soup was to match this new red-haired NPC who came out of nowhere. Every time they handed over a portion of meat soup to the little phoenix, they would gain a certain amount of learning progress for the skill tough recovery. When the first player who successfully learned strong recovery proudly posted the introduction of this skill on the forum, it soon set off another wave of topic craze. Those who had previously given up on Vivian and chose the Fire God cult because of Biwei Rongrong's strategy post all cried out in regret and rushed to Qian Town. Even Biwei Rongrong himself quickly modified the previous strategy post, directly raising Vivian to the top of the list of the most worthy NPCs to join at this stage, and immediately gave up the Fire God cult and prepared to leave. After all, just one strong recovery skill is enough to crush all the basic skills that players can learn at this stage. Being able to bring this abnormal pioneering skill from internal testing to public testing can definitely be said to have one far ahead of the starting line. Liao Zixuan, who was secretly observing, couldn't help but shake his head and sigh when he saw these scenes. If the players knew that their current tough recovery was still a castrated version, I wonder what they would think. Thanks to the portal plan, the Fire God cult built a simple teleportation array from Whitian City to Qian Town. Although it is only one way, players can still use it to reach Qian Town at the speed of light in just a few seconds. Under the stimulation of tough recovery, the number of players in Qian Town has once again ushered in a surge. And at the same time, the experience points entering the wolf cub's pocket have also surged. A portion of cursed meat soup costs 3,000 experience points, and 10 portions are needed to completely master the tough recovery skill from the little phoenix. This means that every player who learns tough recovery can provide Liao Zixuan with 30,000 experience points, as long as there are 100 players. No, if the experience points accumulated from selling the original stones are added. The only thing the little wolf cub needs to do is to give the players enough time to buy. It is estimated that after delaying until noon today, Liao Zixuan can collect the 3.5 million experience points he needs to enter the growth period from the players. To be honest, this is definitely a big bargain for the players. They can learn this kind of pioneering skill with only 30,000 experience points. But do you think Liao Zixuan lost money? Of course not. He looked at his rapidly growing experience pool, and his mouth was almost smiling. After all, the little wolf cub and Vivian were almost free from the beginning to the end. The meat soup was made by the second personality, and the skills were borrowed from Sinyan. Even the ingredients and kitchen utensils were taken from the mayor's house. But do you think the second personality lost? Although the girl still had a disdainful face, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the second personality was very proud of the fact that his food was so popular. Although this popularity was very subtle. As for the little phoenix Sinyan, she was so happy now. She felt more and more that compared with Whitian City, Qian Town was simply too good. The people here speak nicely, and are very enthusiastic about giving her food. They are all kind people. She likes this place very much. Later, Sinyan even felt that it was not good to always accept gifts from others. So she went to the forest of terror claws to kill monsters herself. Although Xia Fengwang only used 10% or 20% of her strength, The players were still shocked by Xinyan's terrifying power. So they became more enthusiastic about Xinyan and called her big sister. After all, who doesn't like a beautiful girl NPC to be their leader? So, only the world where the system was injured and lost was achieved. Oh! No. No! At least there is another sad person. The big dog wanted to slap himself now. He had the chance to steal a big pot of cursed meat soup for free. But now, he was screwed. Because he died too many times. The big dog didn't have enough experience points to buy it. So he could only stare blankly. However, just when he was in despair and felt that the entire internal test was a complete failure, he walked to a corner alone and wanted to cry silently. TSK. You look like you are in a miserable situation? A sudden familiar voice suddenly sounded behind the big dog. Who? Do you know that I am in a bad mood now? The big dog turned back irritably. Anyone who is at a low point. Hearing others talk to him like this is simply exposing the scars. And anger will rise in his heart. But the big dog stopped talking halfway. Because he stared with his eyes wide open. The big dog would never have thought that the person in front of him would be Vivian. At this moment, Vivian wore a gray hood to hide most of her face. But the big dog could still recognize her at this distance. No! Is this really Vivian? Although now, whether it is the voice or the appearance, even after the system detection, the other party's name is Vivian. But the current Vivian is far different from the one that the big dog usually remembers. The girl in front of him, with her face covered by the hood, exudes a cold aura. Vivian smiled at him with an indescribable smile. It seemed like a mockery, or pity for a little bug, which made people angry and unwilling. But soon, this anger was turned into fear by the extremely dangerous and unpredictable aura emanating from the girl. It was as if he was an ant being stepped on by the girl, and it was natural for the girl to show any expression to him. You. The big dog had never felt such a sense of oppression. And he couldn't speak clearly, facing Vivian in her second personality. He even forgot for a moment that this was just a game for him. Don't be nervous. The girl saw the frightened look of the stranger opposite her, and laughed softly like a silver bell. Then, she stopped joking and her second personality restrained her oppressive aura. She recalled the second task that Liao Zixuan had given her, and then stared at the big dog and asked seductively, Do you crave power? The big dog, who had finally been able to breathe because Vivian had taken back her breath, was stunned again after hearing the words of the girl opposite. What the hell? Vivian asked me if I crave power? The big dog wanted to say what's the price? To the girl. But he held back because his mind had finally turned around. Although I don't know why. But, right now, I am clearly here with Vivian, triggering the hidden plot. If he loses such a great opportunity by talking too much, the big dog will definitely want to die. So, there is no need to hesitate. The big dog nodded fiercely. I want it. Vivian. The guy is so smart that he even added the suffix of sir. On the other hand, the girl was very satisfied with the big dog's obedient attitude and his respectful address to her. After Vivian, who was under the control of the second personality, nodded, she spoke again. Very good. Since you want it, there is a secret mission for you now. Secret mission. The big dog's eyes suddenly lit up, and his heart became more and more excited. He felt excited and trembling all over. If he was also an NPC, then the big dog's favorability towards Vivian would definitely rise at this moment. This is not just because Vivian assigned him a task. Okay, there is indeed this element in it. But Vivian's image change also accounts for a large part in it. So sometimes people are really strange. If you talk nicely to him, he will think you are easy to bully. But if you put pressure on him and play with him, showing his dark side, he will not forget you. The big dog now feels quite this way. Moreover, he had a hunch that, combined with Vivian's current abnormality, this secret mission might unfold a new top-secret plot. It is even more likely that it is not a positive plot. And then, as expected, Vivian's next words caught the big dog off guard even though he was mentally prepared. I need you to do your best to delay the completion of the portal that Demir and his team are building in Qian Town as much as possible. What? The big dog was so shocked that he almost screamed. But when he noticed that Vivian frowned on the opposite side, he quickly covered his mouth. Lord Vivian, do you want me to stop the portal from being built? If you can do it, that would be even better. The girl nodded. But in fact, with the current strength of the stranger, it would be good to delay time. let alone stop it. This is the portal. Not for. Big Dog was a little confused for a moment. Which side is Vivian on? The players all know about the portal plan of Whityan City. Such a critical portal. But Vivian wants her to destroy it? Are you willing or not? Seeing that Big Dog wanted to ask more questions, the second personality was a little impatient. Liao Zixuan gave him a list of special players. Big Dog was just the first one, and there were many more waiting for her to find. Yes. Of course I am willing. I am willing to serve Lady Vivian. No matter what I do. On the other side, the Big Dog agreed without hesitation. When he said this, Vivian didn't waste any time and disappeared from his sight in an instant, leaving only the ding sound of the system prompt. You have accepted the new task. Stop the portal. Stop the portal. Task description: Vivian, who was supposed to be the main force of Qian Town against the Fallen Abyss, suddenly asked you to block the establishment of the portal. You can do everything you can, such as ignite the materials needed to build the portal, or block the transportation of materials. Of course, if you are strong enough and have the courage, you can even choose to attack Demir, the key person who activates the portal. Task goal: at least before 12 noon. Prevent the completion of the portal. Task reward: 50,000 experience points. Chapter 84: The Last Calm Before the Storm. Similar to Detugu, there are more than 10 players who received classic villain missions from Vivian. These people were not randomly selected. Liao Zixuan specifically selected those players who were unwilling to pay for the little favorability of renting equipment because of greed. These players have several things in common. For example, they value their own interests the most, and don't care much about the direction of the plot in the game. And because they were taught a lesson by the little wolf cub and died several times, they are not doing well now. Good people have their own uses, and bad guys have their own roles. Most of the mainstream players, especially the summoner professionals, developed a clear hatred for the Fallen Abyss after Liao Zixuan used the origin of the original stone to guide them, and stood on the opposite side of it. At this time, if the same villain mission is thrown to them, it will only backfire. Not only will it shake the morale of the troops, but it is not certain whether the players will buy it. After all, although Liao Zixuan has always regarded the players as tools, they also have feelings. They have protected Qian Town for so long and fought with the Fallen Abyss to death. In the end, at the last moment, you told me to block the portal and delay everyone's retreat. Isn't this equivalent to helping the Fallen Abyss? Even if the facts are actually the opposite. But the bad guys don't have this concern. It can also be said that people are all bad guys when they are in trouble. What is the Abyss? What is the portal? What is the retreat plan of Qian Town? Just like the Big Dog, they are now so far behind the mainstream army. The first thing they think about is how to catch up quickly. As for whether it is a villain mission or whether it will have any adverse effects on the plot, who cares? Liao Zixuan and the second personality took advantage of the psychology of this part of the players, so they easily achieved their goals. I saw that the originally orderly portal construction work gradually began to become strange. Demir and his team needed a lot of materials to build the portal, and this part of the work could not be done entirely by their own people. So they also issued a lot of tasks to collect materials to the players. But soon, Demir found that the speed at which these foreigners submitted materials was getting slower and slower. What was even more annoying was that some foreigners disappeared directly after receiving the tasks, which greatly slowed down the overall progress. This was not the end. A series of things that followed made Demir even more furious. For example, a fire suddenly broke out inexplicably, and all the wood that was collected with great difficulty was burned. For example, the carts used to transport materials frequently broke down for unknown reasons. What made the little wolf cub laugh the most was that there were actually bold players who were willing to risk their lives to provoke Demir, who was in a rage. As a result, they were not killed but were beaten half-crippled. But anyway, is this what you want? On a hillside where you can overlook most of Qian Town, the night is gradually thinning, and a few faint lights are lit from the distant horizon. Although the earth is still shrouded in darkness, the slowly rising sun still brings some light. They are scattered around the little wolf cub, revealing a vague outline of the girl who has quietly returned to Liao Zixuan's side and lives in the shadows. Behind him, the voice of Vivian in the second personality sounded, and the little wolf cub nodded. The portal that was originally planned to be completed at dawn was still a long way behind due to the delay of the players. Although I don't understand why you are doing this. You know that it is impossible to stop the portal with these strangers alone. The portals of Qian Town and Huidian City are already a foregone conclusion. You are doing this except for slightly delaying the time of the disaster. It is useless. The girl looked down at the chaotic Qian Town below. And the little wolf cub did not continue the second personality's words. After all, a slight delay is enough. Liao Zixuan looked at the total amount in the experience pool that had risen to 2.7 million. And he was only 80 million away from entering the growth stage. And at this rate, maybe he won't even have to wait until noon to break through the 20th level and completely get rid of the childhood stage. Seeing that Liao Zixuan didn't answer her doubts, the second personality was not angry. She just said again, however, I don't care what you want to do. But since I have completed the task for you according to your request, I hope you don't forget the agreement we made. After the second personality finished speaking coldly, footsteps sounded. She walked from the back to the front, then squatted down, lifted the hood on her head, and stared at the wolf cub beside her legs with eyes that belonged to both Vivian and her. The girl said word by word in a threatening tone, I don't care what you want to do, but you must protect yourself. At the very least, don't let yourself fall into any dangerous and desperate situation. Do you understand? I know. I know. Liao Zixuan impatiently waved his little paws in front of the girl symbolically. After getting Liao Zixuan's reply, the second personality stood up again. After that, she seemed to be afraid that Liao Zixuan would misunderstand something, and quickly added, Don't think that I am concerned about you. I just don't want Vivian to be involved. Because you must know that once something happens to you, with Vivian's personality, no matter how big the risk is, she will save you even if she risks her life. So, I'm not negotiating with you. I won't allow you to get into trouble. After the girl finished speaking, her face turned grim, and she pretended to cross her arms. Liao Zixuan felt that it would be even better if he could give his second personality a pair of high heels at this moment. By the way, when you go back later, don't rush to sleep. When the portal is built at noon, tell Vivian to let her go in first. Then, don't worry about anything else. And do everything you can to get into the Fire Classic City. I will help you buy some time here. As long as you get into the Fire Classic City, even if the God of Fire has another seizure, you will definitely be safe. For the sake of safety, the little wolf cub specifically reminded. After all, with the God of Fire at this point in time, you, the Abyss, can at most take advantage of him by surprise and secretly do some small actions, such as tampering with the portal this time to teleport all the Abyss creatures in the Claw Forest to the Fire Classic City. Although it sounds scary, Liao Zixuan knows that compared with the terrible disasters in the future, this can only be regarded as a drizzle at best. Just a simple test. After all, although there are many, their strength is not very strong. The only one that can be seen is the 40-level bone dragon at the source of the Abyss this time, which is a supernatural level or pseudo-supernatural level that was forcibly catalyzed. Oh, of course. The strength is not very strong here is from Liao Zixuan's point of view from the perspective of the God of Fire and himself. If it is for most natives and players, it is also a hopeless level. By the way, when the little wolf cub enters the growth period, or the silly and happy little phoenix now, these two forbidden monsters can also be counted as desperate level. So from this, we can vaguely see that in the world of Fallen God, the strength of the top power still determines the outcome of a battle. The 40-level pseudo-transcendent bone dragon is really not good enough. At least it has to go up a level, to the 50-level or even 60-level Fallen Abyss Lord. But if that's the case, once the God of Fire gets serious and is completely enraged and awakened, even Fallen Abyss will be in trouble. Never doubt the strength of the 9 gods. Before the frog is completely boiled in warm water, and the God of Fire is completely degraded and controlled, Fallen Abyss dare not really move the Fire Classic City. On the other side, after the wolf cub spoke, the girl nodded. The second personality also knew that at this time, she had to accompany Vivian all the time. After basically explaining everything that should be explained, Liao Zixuan whistled and called Shirley. The black and white giant wolf appeared in response. Shirley lowered her head, carefully picked up the wolf cub, and gently placed it on her back. Then we will see you at Huidian City after the portal. After a brief farewell, Liao Zixuan let Shirley jump down from the high hillside. The two wolves, one big and one small, soon disappeared in the haze of the early morning. As he said before, he wanted to do good for Vivian. Liao Zixuan admitted that he was kind-hearted. He wanted to delay the retreat of the entire Qian town. When the portal is built, the monsters of the abyss in the Claw Forest will inevitably riot and launch a crazy attack. But this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that the bone dragon in the deep nest will also attack. The players and indigenous guards of Qian town may be able to resist the tide of the abyss and leave time for teleportation. But once the bone dragon arrives, the current strength of Qian town will surely be crushed. What Liao Zixuan has to do now is to stop the bone dragon. It takes about an hour for the residents of the entire Qian town to complete the transfer using the portal. During this hour, the little wolf cub on Shirley's back licked his lips. His piercing eyes, as dark as ink, were filled with eager anticipation. Let's take this level 40 pseudo-transcendent bone dragon as an appetizer. Let's test what he can do if he goes all out after entering the growth period. On the other side, looking at the forest of terror claws, where the little wolf cub and Shirley disappeared, Vivian, who had switched back to the main personality, pursed her lips. The little girl clenched her hands, as if she had a lot to say. But in the end, she just murmured to the place where Liao Zixuan left, Xiaohe. Come on. Okay. You asked me to tell you what the little wolf said. And I've told him everything. So don't worry. What's more, compared to your overly shrewd little wolf, Vivian, you should take care of yourself first. Oh, really? You haven't settled down yet. And you're already worrying about others. I really can't stand you. The second personality returned to the spiritual space and kept complaining to the little girl. But Vivian was not impatient. On the contrary, she was very grateful and whispered to herself, "Thank you, my other self, for doing so much." The little girl also listened to the previous conversation between the second personality and the little wolf cub in the spiritual space. So, Vivian hesitated for a moment. And then she said again, with a little expectation and request, "But? Stop. I know what you want to say. Humph. I tell you, if your little wolf still wants to die despite my warning, I won't help you even if he is in danger. Just once." Vivian put her hands together, and the little girl looked pitiful. Just once. The little girl twisted her body, and her watery eyes blinked. However, facing Vivian's cute pleading, the second personality in the mental space did not give in at all, and was unshakable. There was no way. The little girl could only use her trump card when she saw this. The other me. You know, if Xiaohe really gets into trouble, then I can't live anymore. Vivian stamped her feet without caring. She even squeezed out a few tears from her eyes realistically, which glowed faintly in the air, as if she really imagined the miserable scene of the human and the wolf being separated. You piss me off. It was just once. If there is a second time, no matter how much you beg me to take over your body, it will be useless. When the second personality in her mind finished speaking with an angry tone of disappointment but helplessness, Vivian wiped the tears from her eyes. The little girl's face, which had been full of grief before, instantly bloomed into a smile. Another me. You are here. It's great. Really. Vivian seemed to like repeating it with emphasis at the end. Humph. I don't know if it was because she was too shy or because she was angry. But after throwing such a heavy nasal sound, the second personality stopped talking. Vivian stopped chatting, and she quickly returned to Qian town and found her brother and father. It is worth mentioning that the original residents of Qian town were divided into 3 groups as the portal was completed. After all, teleportation also has to be divided into priorities, and it is impossible for everyone to rush in at once. The first wave is also the closest to the portal, and the most prioritized ones are the powerful people in Qian town, while the second wave is in the middle, and the original residents of Qian town, and the outermost ones are the villagers who fled from the surrounding villages. Even Harvey and Demir had no objection to this distribution, as it was a rule that everyone accepted. What Harvey and Mayor Thorin could do was to arrange themselves and all the guards in Qian town to the very end, as the fourth wave, just in case. No matter which world, heroic commanders and soldiers, no matter how the people were divided into different classes, in the face of retreat under disasters, soldiers always lined up behind the people and were the most solid cover. Vivian was initially in the third wave, the outermost refugee area of the portal, looking for her family, wanting to move forward with her brother and father. But after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find any trace. Just when she was getting anxious, she heard the voice of her brother Andy from the inner area near the portal. Sister! Here! Here! Andy, who was only a few years old, jumped up and waved his little hands in the direction of Vivian. The little girl immediately looked in the direction of the voice. And then she was surprised to find that there were two other strangers beside her brother and father, one of whom was wearing a noble butler's uniform, and the other was following like a guard. Chapter 85 Cannon Fodder NPCs will not be favored by nobles. According to the distance from the portal, the first, second, and third level areas are divided. The further inland, the more guards there are. Not everyone can walk around casually. However, when the guards saw Vivian, they did not question her and let her go directly. Obviously, the little girl has some reputation in Qian town. Sister! In the innermost first-class area, when Andy saw Vivian approaching, he jumped into the arms of the little girl with joy. However, Vivian focused her attention on these two strangers next to her family. Feeling the girl's gaze, Butler Robert smiled slightly. Without waiting for the little girl to ask, he took the initiative to speak first. Hello, Miss Vivian. My name is Robert. We just met not long ago. Miss Vivian, have you forgotten that I went to your house as a guest and praised your sewing skills? Ah? A guest? Vivian didn't react at first, and was still confused, until her father next to her kept winking at her and mouthed the word maid. The little girl finally remembered. You are the one who made a deal with my father. It's not Vivian's fault that she reacted slowly. After all, it's not as nice as Robert said. What's a guest? It's just going to their house to test Vivian and see if she is worth buying as a maid. However, when the girl was about to say that she was traded and sold as a servant, Robert, the butler, interrupted her first. He was deliberately avoiding it, and even wanted Vivian to forget about it. Robert cleverly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, Miss Vivian, please allow me to apologize to you. I took your father and brother here without permission, but I think it's better to be closer to the portal at this time. After all, it can be the fastest and safest to evacuate back to Huidian City. Now I don't know how many civilians in Qian Town are trying their best to get forward, just to be able to transfer as soon as possible. Some merchants and shop owners even spend a lot of money just to buy a place in the first-class area. So there is no doubt that the housekeeper is showing goodwill in a very tactful way to win over Vivian. It is not just a matter of words. Robert is very smart. He has been patient and did not take the initiative to disturb Vivian, but started from the little girl's family. As for the effect, it was also very impressive. No. I have to thank Mr. Luo. Robert, I was planning to do that too. Vivian hurriedly thanked him. However, the girl was even more surprised. Miss Vivian, according to the information I received, even if we were teleported to the city of Huidian, they would not open the city gates to let us in. As one of the ancient nobles, the Sissel family was naturally very well informed. Huidian City had long been closed and locked. Not to mention that there were such a large number of refugees this time. No matter how much the major forces in the city usually fought overtly and covertly, they were surprisingly united in the face of this incident, and unanimously put pressure on the city guards, demanding that these people transferred from Qian Town must not be allowed to enter the city. But now, since the noble butler has taken the initiative to mention this matter, it means that he must have already found a solution. Sure enough, he changed his tone. However, my Earl has contacted the city guards and can ask them to provide us with a special passage into the city. I just don't know. Miss Vivian, are you willing to go with us and go directly into the city after the teleportation? Robert smiled and invited. As the chief butler of a huge noble family, he is certainly good at winning people's hearts. Really? Vivian was surprised again. Then the little girl reacted quickly, bowed deeply, and thanked him. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Robert. I really don't know how to thank you for such a great kindness. Vivian's words were true. If it weren't for Robert's help, it would be easy for the little girl to go into the city alone. After all, she only needed to switch to the second personality. But if she wanted to bring her brother and father, it would be much more difficult. Haha. Miss Vivian, you are so polite. A powerful spellcaster like you can come to our Cecil family as a guest after this crisis, which is already the greatest reward for us. Ah. This is not good. For someone like me. When Vivian heard that she was invited to the noble mansion, she immediately backed off. In her bones, the little girl still had the mentality of being born inferior to others. After all, She had been a village girl for many years, and had only gained power for a few days. Therefore, when facing a big man of a much higher social class than herself, the girl would always subconsciously feel inferior. On the other hand, seeing Vivian's panic, Lake, the guest mage sent by the family and responsible for guarding Robert, flashed a few scornful eyes. In his opinion, a person's identity at birth determines everything. He was originally a lowly countryman. Even if he gained power, he was still inferior to city people like them. Look, just an invitation. This Vivian was so flattered. But Robert, who was beside Lake, was just the opposite. This noble old butler did not look down on Vivian at all. On the contrary, he admired her more, and was determined to win over the girl. Mage Lake only saw the humble attitude of the little girl, but Butler Robert saw Vivian's extremely pure heart. For such a person with unlimited potential and a clean mind, as long as they can establish and cultivate good feelings in the early stage, then in the future, the other party will be able to work hard for the family without hesitation. So this may be why Lake has only been a guest official for his whole life. But Robert can be the chief butler. But of course, no matter how smart and calculating this noble butler is, he can't predict that Vivian's heart is pure. But the problem is that the little girl is not alone. To be precise, behind Vivian, there is a little wolf cub whose heart is darker than carbon. Therefore, Robert's plan to bring Vivian into the family, or even turn the girl into a member of the family, is doomed to fail. But of course, he doesn't know this at the moment. This noble butler is still full of enthusiasm for Vivian. What are you talking about, Miss Vivian? I heard that even Demir, the famous genius wizard in the Fire Code City, is full of praise and admiration for you. Besides, my Earl's daughter is also going to the Noble Academy to study the profession of spellcaster this year. She is about the same age as you. If she can get your guidance and become friends with you, I think even the Earl will be very happy. So, Miss Vivian, please don't refuse the invitation to visit our Cecil family. Okay. After this crisis is over. I'm sorry to bother you. Robert said this. In addition, Vivian's father, Andrew, was madly winking at his daughter, and even kept pulling the corner of the little girl's clothes, almost tearing the clothes. In short, no matter what, Vivian had no reason to refuse, and the girl stammered and agreed. In fact, Vivian still felt a little confused. The girl had never thought that one day she would be able to enter the Fire Code City, enter the mansion of a noble earl, and even, possibly, talk to the other's daughter and become friends. Vivian was nervous, worried, and secretly looking forward to it, while the Mage Lake, who had been listening silently on the side, secretly gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Before, even if Vivian was invited to the Earl's house, he didn't care. But when Robert mentioned it, and asked Vivian to meet the Earl's daughter, and even to guide her, Lake couldn't sit still. Everyone knows that Count Cecil has only one daughter, and he loves her very much. He can be said to treat her as the apple of his eye. This daughter will definitely inherit her father in the future, and become the female countess of the Cecil family. When a man is in a high position, there will be women to cling to him. This is also completely true for gender swapping. There are countless young people who want to get in touch with this daughter of the Earl and build a relationship with her. After all, if there is any result, it will definitely be a leap forward and become a winner in life in one step. Lake is naturally one of them, and he has planned it all. He will take advantage of the time when the daughter of the Earl is going to learn magic, and use his profession as a mage to apply to be the other party's mentor. Wouldn't this bring him closer to the daughter? But who would have thought that? Lake had done all the homework and preparation for this. But at this critical moment, he was snatched away by this little girl who came from nowhere in a remote village. However, Lake soon had no time to resent Vivian in his heart, because as a mage, he was the first to notice the huge magical fluctuations that were rapidly emanating from the location of the portal. Soon, even if you are not a spellcaster, as long as you are not blind, you can see the dazzling blue halo, which finally spreads from the long silent portal. Butler Robert, who had been talking to Vivian and improving their relationship, also shut up and turned his head to look. It can be said that at this moment, all the people in Chien town looked towards the blue light portal at the core of the town. Although the players delayed a lot of time due to the task of the little wolf cub. But finally at noon, this portal, which carries the hope of all the refugees in Chien town and symbolizes that they can escape from danger and stay away from those unknown terrifying monsters, was finally completed. Chapter 86. The portal opens. The abyss riots and enters the growth period. Sister. The younger brother hugged Vivian tightly. Andy tilted his neck and raised his little head, looking at the huge and mysterious portal very close to them. His heart was filled with fear and panic of the unknown. There are many people like Andy, especially the ordinary residents in Qian Town and the villagers who fled from the countryside. They have little experience. Just the momentum of the high-level magic makes them instinctively fear and panic. The guards were also mobilized at this time to maintain order in the crowd at all times. As for the little girl, Vivian also gently stroked her brother's head. It's okay, Andy. We will be fine. And everyone will be fine. After all, there are so many people who are silently protecting us. Although the girl's hands were shaking, she said this with a very firm tone. Vivian's eyes swept over the soldiers of Qian Town who were doing their duty under the command of Mayor Thorin, and swept over Demir and Harvey who were at the side of the portal and making final preparations for activation. Finally, the girl's sight looked even further away. Even though they were several miles apart, they were in tune with each other. Vivian could still feel that Xiao He must be doing something for them silently in his own way. Demir, are you ready? Commander Harvey, who was wearing a knight's mail armor, asked the young man beside him seriously at the foot of the portal. You only have one chance. This is related to the lives of tens of thousands of people in Qian Town. You must successfully activate it and connect the portal with Maggie and Huidian City. Next to Harvey, the young mage took a deep breath and nodded. The commander said no more after seeing this. He made room for Demir and did not disturb him. He just patted his shoulder and said solemnly in his ear, Please, come on. Close your eyes. Demir gathered all the magic power in his body, and when he opened his eyes again, countless blue magic lights burst out instantly. A series of obscure spell syllables were quickly recited from the mouth of the young wizard. At the same time, as Demir activated the spell, the teleportation stone at the core of the portal began to shine. On the other side, at the top of the Fire God Tower in the distant Fire Code City, beside Archbishop Maggie, who was unconscious and lying on the ground, the teleportation array she had drawn also lit up with the same light after Demir's guidance and began to respond. However, the only abnormal point was that the teleportation array was completely lit at first. But soon, with the interference of some strange patterns, a small part of the nodes in the array gradually lost their light and dimmed. However, this did not affect the communication between the two sides. After receiving the response from the Fire Classic City, the portal in Qian Town began to replicate and form a similar magic circle. Under the effect of Demir's spell, the complex and cumbersome magic runes quickly climbed up the portal and were imprinted on it. When the magic runes became more and more and finally filled the entire portal. Open! Demir shouted. In an instant, the powerful magic airflow was like a gust of wind, making everyone put their hands on their chests. At the same time, a blue light column shot straight into the sky from the top of the portal. Soon, the portal, which was empty before, produced more and more ripples in the center, and almost in the blink of an eye, it was like a mirror, or a lake, reflecting the scene behind the door. It was a tall and majestic city. Indistinctly, the statue of the god of fire could be seen standing in the center of the city. In the Yenyu, there was only one city of this size. Huidian City. Success? Success? It's Huidian City. I saw Huidian City across the way. God of fire. We are saved. After the first person cheered, a large number of cheers emerged like a tide, and the joy and excitement quickly filled the faces of everyone in Qian Town. Damn good job. Harvey, who had been on edge, jumped up when he saw the reflection of Huidian City in the portal. He rushed over excitedly, not caring that he was wearing mail armor, and gave Demir a big bear hug. Mayor Thorin, whose face had turned red due to holding his breath nervously, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lake and Robert also let go of their worries and relaxed completely. Miss Vivian, let's go! There was not much time to marvel. In the first-class area closest to the portal, the dignitaries of Qian Town immediately entered the portal one after another and began to teleport. Vivian nodded. She held her brother Andy's hand tightly, and the little girl and her group, along with Robert and Lake, soon entered the portal. Before leaving, Vivian took a last deep look in the direction of the Claw Forest, and their figures finally disappeared in Qian Town. So far, everything has been going well, but the good times did not last long. In fact, It can be said that it was very short. So much so that even before all the dignitaries in the first-class area entered the portal, a burst of hurried footsteps rang in Harvey's ears. Looking at the terrified expression on the face of the sentinel, and even the people in Qian town, who were all focused on the portal and anxiously waiting for the teleportation, they also noticed something unusual, because it was the ground under their feet that was shaking slightly. It was slight at first, but after a few breaths, the vibration from the ground became stronger and stronger. A strong sense of foreboding rose in everyone's heart. Harvey and Mayor Thorin looked at each other. Their faces, which were excited and happy because of the success of the portal a second ago, returned to the previous one. No, even more solemn and terrifying than before. There was still a little bit of luck in their hearts. Unfortunately, Lord Haha, it's bad. It's bad. Those corrupted monsters are rushing towards Qian town like crazy. Sentinel, calm down, Commander Harvey shouted loudly, hoping to make the sentinel not so frightened. Harvey had anticipated and guarded against this situation. But the sentinel's words afterwards made even the supreme commander of the Fire Code City Knights change color. Tell me clearly how many enemies there are. No. 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 Lord Harvey is not talking about how many there are. The sentinel shook his head frantically. There was a deep fear in his eyes. When he recalled the scene he saw, the sentinel trembled all over and just wanted to run away. Finally, his throat trembled, and he swallowed hard to suppress the trembling. And then he said to Harvey, Mayor Thorin, and Demir, yes. Yes. All the monsters in the entire Terror Claw forest. All of them. They all ran out of the forest. It was so dark that I couldn't see the bottom. I couldn't see the bottom. The forest of Terror Claws. Dust flew. Trees fell. And the forest was destroyed. The demonic tide was raging. When the blue beam of light that represented the opening of the portal shot up into the sky, it was as if it had received a signal. Countless monsters from the abyss came out in a blink of an eye. At the same time, a deafening roar of a giant dragon that seemed to have been suppressed for a long time also broke out from the deepest part of the forest of Terror Claws. A pair of bone wings that covered the sky, which were dozens of meters long, stretched upward from the horizon of the forest and flapped. A hideous and terrifying bone dragon, exuding an absolutely dangerous and deadly aura, finally left its nest and began to show its true form to the world. Of course, at this moment, it was also not far away from it. Two wolves, one big and one small, looked up at the fallen abyss bone dragon that was about to fly into the sky and headed straight for the direction of Qian town. Surely, take care of yourself. Liao Zixuan jumped off the back of the black and white giant wolf, and the little wolf cub pretended to stretch his waist and stretch his muscles, as if he was doing warm-up exercises. Shirley's wolf head rubbed over at this time, with worry in her eyes. Don't worry, if you don't believe it. Look! Liao Zixuan stroked Shirley's head with his wolf claws, and after he finished speaking, he put all the experience points that had already reached 3.5 million, and even overflowed a lot, into himself. Ding! Your summon beast Xiaohei has been upgraded. Ding! Your summon beast Xiaohei has reached level 20. Ding! Your summoned beast meets the level requirements and has successfully evolved from infant to growth stage. Ding! After entering the growth stage, your summoned beast automatically upgrades to level 30, and all its expertise and talents are upgraded. And based on its bloodline, it has comprehended new talents. Ding! Your summoned beast Xiaohei has realized the new talent Transfiguration. Ding! Your summoned beast Xiaohei has realized the new talent Black Flame Body. Ding! Just like that, when Shirley was about to be suffocated and paralyzed by the strong aura, the surging power of the little wolf cub, like a tide, finally stopped and stopped rising. Then, something happened that shocked Shirley for 500 years. In front of her, there was still a little wolf cub in the previous second. But in the next second, the little wolf cub disappeared, replaced by a black-haired boy in human form. Liao Zixuan let out a comfortable moan. This time it was no longer a wolf howl, but a real human voice. Shirley, wait for me. After talking to Shirley in a long-lost human voice, the black-haired boy raised his head and tilted his neck, looking at the huge bone dragon that had already flown into the sky, as if to cover the sky and the sun. Alas, it seems that I am not very skilled in my first transformation. My neck starts to hurt as soon as I tilt it up. Oh no! I don't think I have cervical spondylosis at such a young age. Forget it. Never mind. Anyway, for the sake of our health, we really can't always tilt our heads up. I'm sorry, Brother Bone Dragon. I can only pull you down first. Chapter 87 Despair and Hope. Calm down. Everyone calm down. Don't rush forward. Enter in batches. Enter in batches. Commander Harvey shouted at the chaotic portal. But no matter how loud Harvey shouted, the situation did not improve at all. Whether it was the news from the sentinels on the front line, or the increasingly obvious vibrations on the ground, fear had spread rapidly among the tens of thousands of refugees in Qian Town. The crowd that had been following orders and queuing in an orderly manner before was now terrified and in chaos. They all knew that the terrifying monsters from the Forest of Terror Claws were rushing towards their Qian Town at a very fast speed. Under the threat of death, everyone wanted to quickly pass through the portal to the safe Fire City. So for a while, everyone tried their best to squeeze into the portal in the center. But this led to Mom. Woohoo! Mom! Where are you? Stop! Let me stand up. You stopped stepping on me. Ah! People are dying. Get out of the way. The portal is only so big, and tens of thousands of people squeezed in at the same time, which naturally made the transmission efficiency worse. And countless people died in the stampede before the monsters of the fallen abyss attacked. What is far more terrifying than the terrifying monsters is fear itself. Damn it! Why were these monsters fine before? But at this moment, Harvey punched the tree next to him fiercely. His sharp intuition had allowed Harvey to detect some abnormalities behind the scenes. But now, Harvey had no time to think about it. He had to stop the chaos in Qian Town first. Damir! Harvey tried to use a roar to wake up Damir, who was completely frightened beside him. Damir! It's a pity that the young wizard was still absent-minded. As if he didn't hear it at all. In fact, it can't be blamed on Damir. When tens of thousands of panic, fear, and crazy faces surround you and rush to you, not everyone has the same determination and calmness as Harvey. Of course, the solution to this situation is also very simple. Pa! Harvey slapped the young wizard in the face with force, almost knocking his fragile body off. However, the burning pain finally brought Damir back to reality. Use your magic to think of a solution. Oh! Yes! Yes! Damir came back to his senses and reacted. He racked his brains and quickly searched for magic that could be used at the moment. Fortunately, the wizard here is Damir, who has a huge reserve of magic. If it were any other Vulcan spellcaster, they would have no idea what to do in such a short time. After all, the fire god is not good at soothing the soul. That is the domain of the water god and the rock god. A series of spell syllables were recited quickly from Damir's mouth, and the magic power combined with the spells eventually formed the corresponding magic. Mind Scream. The most rare second-level spiritual magic. The main function is to shock the opponent in battle, so as to make the opponent temporarily slow down. So it is worthy of being the son of the future version. The first genius mage of the Fire Classic City. Damir relied on his erudition to successfully calm the situation temporarily. I saw that an invisible soul sound wave was centered on the young mage, forming a spreading ripple, and suddenly radiated to the chaotic crowd around all the portals. In an instant, all the crowding and trampling stopped abruptly, and the panic expressions on the faces of the refugees disappeared, replaced by confusion. Soldiers, assemble. Maintain order. There was no time to praise Damir's performance. Harvey took advantage of the refugees' temporary calm and quickly organized the guards of Qian Town to restore order and rescue those injured in the previous chaos. Seeing that the situation had finally improved a little, although there were still one or two local riots, it was generally stable. After the refugees experienced the first time, no matter how scared they were, they would no longer crowd as crazy as at the beginning, because they also knew that if they continued like this, everyone would be doomed. Under the command of Harvey and Mayor Thorin, the teleportation team slowly began to move in an orderly manner. It seemed that everything was developing in a good direction again. But, at this moment, the change suddenly occurred again. A deafening roar of a giant dragon resounded in the sky. Even though it was far away, it still seemed to be right next to the ear, intimidating the hearts of everyone in Qian Town. Damir, Harvey, Thorin, hundreds of internal test players, and tens of thousands of refugees waiting in line to teleport and escape. All subconsciously looked towards the source of the dragon's roar. That is, the location of the Claw Forest. Then it was like just lighting a match in the cold night. But the next moment, it was ruthlessly blown out by the howling cold wind. When the fallen abyss bone dragon flew out of its nest and stretched out its wings to cover the sky, it appeared, even though only a vague outline could be seen from a distance. It did not hinder the despair it brought to everyone in Qian Town. It was a kind of disaster and destruction that made people feel no resistance at all. They were like ants in front of the opponent, without any room for struggle. Even Harvey, who had remained calm before, subconsciously thought of running away when he saw the fallen abyss bone dragon floating in the air. Of course, the second thought was to close the portal. The portal must be closed immediately. If Harvey had originally planned to take a gamble, he could have stopped the monsters pouring out of the forest and bought time for the refugees to teleport and retreat. But when the skull dragon appeared, the supreme commander of the knights, even if Harvey's emotions were frantically trying to stop it, his reason still told him that he had failed. The portal plan had failed, because the skull dragon's target was obviously Qian Town. And even more so, combined with the monsters that suddenly rioted as soon as the portal was opened, Harvey immediately guessed the terrible truth. Could it be that these corrupted monsters were waiting for this moment? Their target was not Qian Town at all, but the portal in Qian Town. They want to use this portal to go to Fire City. Harvey and Mayor Thorin's eyes met in the air. They realized this at the same time, and they saw determination in each other's eyes. This skull dragon must not be allowed to descend on Fire City, even if it means sacrificing one's own life and the lives of tens of thousands of refugees in Fire City. The portal must be closed to close their last hope of escape and retreat. Demir. Close. Harvey clenched his fists and squeezed out a sound with gritted teeth. But a complete close was not uttered yet. As a result, he could not make a sound again in the next moment, because the scene that shocked everyone in Qian Town and stunned every beta player happened again. It was this bone dragon that just appeared and took off, hovering in the air, like the incarnation of disaster. But when people blinked again, they were shocked to find that this bone dragon seemed to be firmly grasped by something at the tail. Then, every beta player's mind simultaneously emerged with a classic scene of the Hulk throwing people. Because it can't be said to be completely similar, but it is exactly the same. This bone dragon just showed off its majesty for only a few seconds, and then it let out another scream of pain. Then a huge force came from the dragon's tail, which directly turned the skull dragon in a circle in the air, drew a semi-arc, and finally threw it back to the forest on the ground. Boom! Accompanied by the heavy sound of thunder hitting the ground, followed by a large amount of flying dust, which instantly covered the deep forest in the distance. The movement was so loud that it even covered the trembling of the ground caused by the running of the monsters in the abyss. It may be that all the monsters in the abyss stopped moving at this moment and turned back to look at the source of their fall in the deep forest. Why are you still standing there stupidly? Commander Harvey was the first to wake up from the shock. He roared, waking up many dazed refugees and guards. Quick! Quick! Now! Everyone! Get into the portal! Harvey cursed without any scruples. Or rather, this was the time when scruples were needed. The bone dragon disappeared, so the portal naturally didn't need to be closed anymore. Harvey looked at the entire red flame town that was pulled back from the edge of the cliff. The highest commander of the knights finally looked deeply in the direction of the forest of Terror Claws, where the terrifying bone dragon had never flown since it was pulled from the air to the ground. No matter who you are, Harvey muttered to himself, but soon changed his words and added, or something else. But I, Harvey, have remembered this favor, and the entire Qian Town and Huidian City have also remembered it. Thank you. You didn't make us sinners. Harvey is now afraid when he thinks about it, because it was just a little bit, really just a little bit, and they would have asked Demir to close the portal to prevent the bone dragon and shut down everyone's hope, because if they really did that, even if Huidian City was temporarily safe, they would definitely become the target of resentment of tens of thousands of refugees in Qian Town for making this sacrifice. However, what Harvey didn't know was that this little bit of his was actually not luck at all. It was destined. Beads of sweat appeared on Demir's forehead. His lips trembled, and he looked at the backs of Harvey and Mayor Thorin, who were anxiously directing, wanting to say something but not daring to. Because even though Harvey didn't say the complete words to close the portal, Demir still understood and was ready to release the closing magic. And the reason why he showed such an unprecedented horrified expression at this moment came from this. Others didn't know, but Demir found out. He didn't know why, but it seemed that his closing magic didn't work on the portal. Chapter 88. I don't want to be a human anymore. How should I put it? It seems that I have been pretending a little too much. In human form. Liao Zixuan turned his dislocated wrist distressfully, and then pressed hard to reset it. Although he looked very handsome when he threw the dragon just now, the price was not small. Even though he attacked by surprise, and let the Abyss Bone Dragon be hit without any defense. Even so, the reaction force of the Bone Dragon's struggle alone had broken Liao Zixuan's arm. It must be said that compared with his true monster body, Liao Zixuan only felt how fragile the human body was in comparison after he transformed into a human form. So, why did I transform into a human? Well, this is a good question. Forget it. It's not easy to be a human once. So don't be so anxious to return to the wolf body. Seeing that Liao Zixuan seemed to be still immersed in the wonderful aftertaste of his new body and ignored him, the fallen Abyss Bone Dragon on the opposite side became even more angry. It opened its mouth and blew a corrosive dragon breath at the human on the opposite side. Oh! Sorry. Liao Zixuan was startled, and after quickly dodging, he hurriedly apologized. Hey, I was fooled again. Didn't we say that when the protagonist is mentally active, the enemies will stop in time? He was muttering in a low voice. Oh, the protagonist is not me, but Vivian. That's fine. Finally, after dodging the corrosive dragon breath in a slightly embarrassed manner, he looked at the place where he stood before. A large piece of rock had been instantly evaporated by the dragon breath, and the ground was sunken inward into a deep pit. Liao Zixuan shrank his neck. Then he raised his head and looked at the opposite side with sincere eyes. The dragon that was dragged back to the Terrorclaw's nest from the air was extremely angry at him at the moment, staring at him fiercely with scarlet eyes that could drip blood. Brother Long, how about we discuss it? Let's not fight anymore. Let's play landlord together in your old nest. Wait until the gang in Qian Town is transferred away. Then we will go to the portal together. You fight your Vulcan, and I will find my Vivian. What do you think? Liao Zixuan asked tentatively. In the end, he was answered by another fierce corrosive breath of the Bone Dragon. Fuck. It seems that this guy knows that landlord can't be played by two people. Brother Long, calm down. If it doesn't work, I'll call Shirley over. We can get 3 people together. Listening to the tiny human opposite constantly saying something it couldn't understand, and kept yelling. If this Abyss Bone Dragon had a rage value, it would definitely be rising at this moment. It no longer exhales remotely, but vibrates its wings, and the huge dragon body moves, directly using the absolute suppression of strength and size to collide with Liao Zixuan. Don Long. Bang! Liao Zixuan was surprised to dodge. But then he realized the real purpose of this Abyss Bone Dragon. The entire Devil's Claw nest was hit by the full force of the fallen Abyss Bone Dragon. The rock wall of the nest could not withstand such a terrifying force, and collapsed in an instant. Then, like dominoes, more and more collapses broke out in various places in the nest. Just this attack of the fallen Abyss Bone Dragon had destroyed this underground nest. As the cave collapsed, countless sand and gravel fell down like a rainstorm. The fallen Abyss Bone Dragon didn't care. It was covered with bone spurs that were sharper than metal. This level could not hurt it at all. What's more, it gained a larger space for activities. It didn't need to be bound by the space of the underground nest, and broke out of the nest directly. But Liao Zixuan was different. In human form, he had to dodge falling rocks. And Liao Zixuan saw that this Abyss Bone Dragon was just trying to bury him alive. Cough, cough, cough. Smoke and dust flew. And after coming out of the deep pit of the nest, Liao Zixuan kept waving his hands to drive away the dust in the air. Although he was not buried and successfully came out, he looked very embarrassed at the moment, with a dusty face and coughing constantly because of the dust. Of course, the more pessimistic point is that the terrain of the underground nest was narrow before, which was very beneficial to Liao Zixuan in human form. But now, when the battlefield changed and the Abyss Bone Dragon returned to the vast ground of the forest, it could completely let go of its hands and feet, and its sharp bone tail whipped directly at Liao Zixuan like a whip. Just dodged in front. But before he could catch his breath, the Bone Dragon's terrifying claws flew over and hit Liao Zixuan's head again. Although the level 40 Bone Dragon under the catalysis of the Abyss did not really buy a 4th level extraordinary, even if it was a pseudo-extraordinary, it was enough to give Liao Zixuan, who had just entered the growth period and reached level 30, a pot of water. In addition, there was no terrain advantage. and the whole battle began to show a one-sided form. And the Abyss Bone Dragon was completely suppressing Liao Zixuan. However, although Liao Zixuan's side fled and dodged in a panic, the Abyss Bone Dragon on the opposite side was not feeling well, because it also found that the human on the opposite side was thrilling every time it dodged its attack. It really couldn't hit the other party once. What made the fallen Abyss Bone Dragon even more angry was that it was anxious to reach the portal in Qian Town. Several times, it was unwilling to waste time with Liao Zixuan and wanted to fly away. But every time it spread its wings and prepared to fly into the air, the human on the opposite side would always suddenly turn defense into offense and attack it, forcing it to land on the ground again and unable to fly. After a few rounds, the two sides really came to a stalemate. Although Liao Zixuan could not win the fight, he could still delay the opponent, and this was his original purpose. Originally, the script in front of him was still developing according to Liao Zixuan's mind, but until a voice suddenly sounded in his heart, the situation changed. Hey, you are the little wolf cub next to Vivian? Is this fallen Abyss Bone Dragon talking to me? No, it's not a bone dragon. But are you the residual soul of Bishop Eugenia? Liao Zixuan almost blurted out the real name of the witch Bella. Hasn't she been digested by the fallen abyss yet? Hiss. Wait a minute. Liao Zixuan suddenly remembered that it seemed that when he went to purify the Silver Wolf clan before, he interfered with the absorption of this fallen Abyss Bone Dragon. Could it be that Bella still retained a trace of consciousness through this opportunity? She is really worthy of being a witch. You should know that the soul of Bella absorbed by this fallen Abyss Bone Dragon is only one of Bella's several clones. This shows how strong the true body of the thousand-faced witch Bella is. On the other side, seeing that she was recognized by Liao Zixuan, witch Bella immediately confirmed Liao Zi's identity. Then, the witch suddenly made a surprised sound. I remember that you were still in the infancy a few days ago. But now you can actually transform into a human? Even if it is a cub of an extraordinary monster. It must reach a mature stage before it can do it? Witch Bella was shocked by Liao Zixuan's growth rate. But now was obviously not the time to chat and ask questions. Forget it. I remember Vivian called you Xiaohei. Right? Bella's seductive voice sounded the next second. Xiaohei, are you willing to make a deal with me? Your sister? You agree to one condition from me. Your sister. And then I will help you temporarily restrict this skull dragon so that you can leave safely. How about it? Hee. Every old player who has played Falling God knows that you must never make a deal with a witch. Liao Zixuan despised him in his heart. Then, tell me what conditions you want. Liao Zixuan promised that he was just asking. Not going in. Not seriously. How about you kick that little bitch and follow me? Don't think that I look miserable now. But if the real me comes, I can tear apart this little bone dragon and use it as a hair bun even if there are 100 of them. Goodbye. Liao Zixuan narrowly avoided the attack of the bone dragon again. After seeing that the conditions that Guoren hoped for the most were unsuccessful, Bella told her real conditions. Then, I will change another one for you. And then I will detonate this soul clone to help you stun this little bone dragon. And then before you get away, you can take the remaining witch seed after detonating my soul and give it to your little village girl. That is, Vivian. How about it? Witch seed. Liao Zixuan was shocked when he heard this name, because this is the only way to obtain the extremely precious witch profession, which can only be obtained in the late stage of the game. Even in Liao Zixuan's previous life, there were no more than a single digit of players in the world who could have the witch profession. It is said that there is not only an extremely difficult and long task chain, but also that the player must be female. It seems that this requirement is not excessive. But in short, Liao Zixuan admitted that he suddenly felt a little moved. But of course he would not agree immediately, but pretended to ask, which seed? What is that? What do you want to do to Vivian? Which seed is the origin of our witches? Yes, that's right. Sister, I am the legendary witch. And what do I want to do to Vivian? Don't worry. I won't hurt her. Just like I told you at the beginning. I want to take her as my apprentice. Let her become my witch's successor. Damn it! Persuading someone to become a witch and saying that he won't hurt her. Liao Zixuan completely forgot that someone else seemed to be the same. However, whether he takes the witch's seed or not is another matter. But at the moment, the words of witch Bella made Liao Zixuan have a bold idea again. I promise you. But I have to change my conditions. Change what? You have to explode harder and try to paralyze this bone dragon for a few more seconds. Because I have decided that after playing with it for so long, I am almost there, and I want to get familiar with the human body. As Liao Zixuan spoke, he no longer avoided the bone dragon's attack. When the overwhelming huge dragon body of the fallen abyss bone dragon rushed towards him again, Liao Zixuan finally smiled at Bella and said, "So next, I will not be a human anymore." Chapter 89 Fallen Abyss Bone Dragon. Destroyed. Heat Wave. Rolling Heat Wave. The fallen abyss bone dragon only felt that a fierce and hot airflow suddenly burst out from the human opposite, which should have been tiny, and pushed it outward. Then, the overwhelming white mist gushed out and enveloped the human opposite in an instant. From the perspective of the fallen abyss bone dragon, the heat energy displayed by this human was rising at a terrifying speed that was absolutely not human. When Liao Zixuan gave up his human body under the transformation and turned to show his true body as a monster, it was just the slightly overflowing heat at the beginning of the transformation. Under the extremely high temperature, the moisture in the air of the surrounding forest evaporated in an instant, forming a surging, explosive white mist steam. The human skin, flesh and blood all dissolved and disappeared under the heat wave. Only the bones began to expand and deform wildly. And with each change in the morphological structure, new monster flesh and blood, interlaced spirals, followed by the subsequent reorganization. Any muscle tissue among them must contain several times more power than the previous human form. It was as if Liao Zixuan, who had transformed into a human, was like a compressed package that was compressed to the limit. And what he was doing now was to unpack and decompress this compressed package intact. Although the whole process seems complicated and tedious, in fact, it only takes a few breaths. In a moment, a huge black shadow that is no less than that of the fallen abyss bone dragon, which is several stories high, appeared in the center of the forest white fog. Roar subconsciously distanced himself from the huge black shadow that appeared in the white fog. For the first time, the fallen abyss bone dragon lowered its mouth and let out a low roar of danger and alertness. It came from instinctive intuition and the judgment of the fallen abyss will, which was driving the skull dragon to leave quickly, and not to fight with the unknown black shadow on the opposite side. Although he was unwilling. After all, even if it was the fallen abyss bone dragon, it was still a dragon, with the pride of a dragon. How could it be scared away before even seeing the true appearance of the other party? However, the will of the fallen abyss was above all else. After struggling a little, the bone dragon still fluttered its wings obediently, ready to run away. But it was this hesitation that made it lose its last chance. Liao Zixuan, who had already made up his mind to work with Belle to eat the fallen abyss bone dragon, would never let it go. Boom! The first thing that stepped out of the white mist was a huge black claw. Just by stepping forward, the tyrannical force it carried had already caused the ground of the forest to sink downward, making a muffled sound under the heavy load. Then, a black wolf head, which was larger than an ordinary country house, poked out of the white mist, and the dark golden wolf pupils were locked on the bone dragon that was about to take off. Swoosh! The sound of breaking through the air was heard. The black giant wolf moved at a swift speed that should not belong to its huge size. It rushed towards the abyss bone dragon. Before, the most frequent thing this abyss bone dragon did was to use its size advantage to overwhelm Liao Zixuan in waves. And now Liao Zixuan, who was under the real body of the dark flame wolf, also made the same move. Don't you like to collide? Then come on. Now we are all giant beasts. Let's collide together. Bang! The sound of the collision resounded like an explosion throughout the forest of terror claws. After the pitch-black giant wolf accelerated to the extreme, it jumped directly from the ground. Liao Zixuan pressed his entire wolf body on the bone dragon that had just taken off the ground. How could the small body of the fallen abyss bone dragon withstand it? That's right. In Liao Zixuan's eyes, this bone dragon is already small. After all, it is just an empty skeleton without flesh and blood. And there is no point to unload the force. How can it withstand the full force of this giant wolf, which weighs at least 1,000 tons? Boom! The two behemoths fell back to the ground from midair, and the whole forest seemed to have caused a strong earthquake. Liao Zixuan didn't feel anything. After all, he was the one who led the attack. When falling back to the ground, he pressed the bone dragon under him all the time and used it as a cushion. On the other hand, the fallen abyss bone dragon was much more miserable. First, he was hit by the black wolf. And then, what was even more fatal was the subsequent fall. The potential energy of the two monsters, which weighed nearly tens of thousands of tons, almost broke the bone dragon apart. Liao Zixuan also understood the principle of taking advantage of the dragon's illness to kill it, although this abyss bone dragon seemed to be suppressed by him all the time. If the opponent really recovered from the stiff state and seriously resisted, Liao Zixuan would not be able to bear it. The best proof is that he is now somewhat unable to suppress the bone dragon under him. Although Liao Zixuan used his strong front paws to hold down the sides of the bone dragon, there were still several holes and blood holes pierced by bone spurs on the fur of his front paws. Similarly, Liao Zixuan tried to bite the bone dragon's neck directly. You know, his bite force at full strength is very terrifying. But the result was still in vain. He couldn't bite it at all. Instead, the opponent's hedgehog-like bone spurs almost made Liao Zixuan's mouth bleed heavily. The level difference of 10 levels still brought an unignorable gap in attributes, seeing that the bone dragon was about to turn over. Finally, at this time, Bella, who had agreed with Liao Zixuan, took action. Don't forget our deal. After taking a deep look at this black wolf, which was probably only in its growth stage, but was already so terrifying, Bella left this sentence in Liao Zixuan's heart, and directly detonated her residual soul in the fallen abyss bone dragon. Boom! This time it was a silent sound. The bone dragon, which was struggling more and more violently just now, was suddenly hit by a club, and all its strength was drained away. The mind of the skull dragon was blank because of Bella's soul explosion. At least for a few seconds, it completely lost control of its body. The current abyss bone dragon was like a boss whose network cable was pulled out and completely disconnected. Liao Zixuan was waiting for this moment. The pitch-black giant wolf changed his action. His claws no longer pressed on the sides of the bone dragon, but stretched forward. Liao Zixuan directly used his powerful claws to forcibly pry open the jaws of the bone dragon, exposing the fragile inside of the bone dragon. Then, in an instant, the heat of the whole body was mobilized, and the whole wolf body was like a boiling furnace at this moment. Then, this high-temperature heat energy that could melt everything was gathered in the mouth of the black wolf. Liao Zixuan pointed his wolf head at the jaws of the bone dragon that he had opened. The threat of death accelerated the awakening of the fallen abyss bone dragon. It even woke up from Bella's soul explosion in advance and regained control of its body. However, it was too late, because the signature power of the dark flame wolf, which is also one of the reasons why it is called taboo, the dark flame ray that burns everything, has already spewed out from the mouth of the black wolf. The scorching black flames flowed down the mouth, throat, and abdomen of the fallen abyss bone dragon, which was forcibly opened, until it completely penetrated the entire body of the bone dragon and shattered its connection structure from the inside. It could not roar at all. Only the sound of wailing was left, and the sound became smaller and weaker, as the dark flames were directly penetrated into the body. The whole body was filled with dark flames. Even the power of the fallen abyss could no longer save the life of this bone dragon. Crack, 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 crack. Finally, the scarlet eyes of the fallen abyss bone dragon were completely dim, and the bones all over its body collapsed and disintegrated one after another, turning into dust and dissipating into the air. Ding! Your summoned beast Xiao He has killed the LV-40 fallen abyss bone dragon. Ding! You have gained 21 W experience points. Ding! You have obtained the fallen abyss core item, and the current remaining time before disappearance is 5 minutes. Ding! Chapter 90: The Core of the Fallen Abyss and the Witch Seed. Killing the boss above its level brought rich experience points, and a series of system prompts sounded in Liao Zixuan's mind. After changing back to the less consuming human form, Liao Zixuan sat down on the ground panting and breathing heavily. Although this battle seemed very short and not difficult, Liao Zixuan knew that if Bella hadn't controlled the self-destruction, giving him enough time to output, it could even be said that he was almost close to the output. Otherwise, even if he fought with his true body, he would definitely not be able to kill this fallen abyss bone dragon. However, no one cares about the process. The result is the most important. Liao Zixuan's face showed excitement. Now, it's time to count the spoils. In addition to the massive experience awarded by the system, Liao Zixuan is more interested in the two things at the moment. One of them is the fallen abyss core item that has been prompted by the system. That is, a dark crystal material that is slightly spiraling and emitting an extremely evil and weird aura from the center of the long disintegrated body of the bone dragon, the core of the fallen abyss. Only when the fallen abyss descends, as the source of this demon tide, can it be dropped from the fallen abyss lord. And the probability is very low. Liao Zixuan didn't expect that a mere level 40 fallen abyss bone dragon could also make him explode. If I don't really tell you the use of this fallen abyss core, even though he has rich gaming experience, he is not very clear about it. Because firstly, its explosion rate is really low and extremely rare. After all, the prerequisite for its appearance is the arrival of the fallen abyss. And every time the fallen abyss arrives, it is equivalent to a huge disaster like an earthquake or tsunami. As for the second, as described in the system introduction, it has a time limit. After the host dies, it will exist for a maximum of 5 minutes before it completely dissipates in the air. Forget it. It's better not to touch this unlucky thing. Liao Zixuan wanted to try several times, and tried to let himself touch the dark crystal that was gradually shrinking on the opposite side. But in the end, he still withdrew his hand. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. He put aside the unknown core of the fallen abyss for the time being, and then looked at the second trophy. Well, although it is a trophy, it should be called a gift from the witch. That is, as Bella said before, after she detonated her soul, the remaining witch seed. Although it is called a witch seed, its appearance is not really a seed. It is a box with a strange purple light. When Liao Zixuan walked in and took the box in his hand, the system prompt sounded immediately. You have obtained the witch seed job transfer item. Do you want to use it immediately? Witch seed. Quality, epic. Description. Legend has it that every witch in the world will breed a power that belongs to the witch lineage in her body. They are not within the 9 element systems, and are mysterious and strange. Some people have captured, imprisoned, studied how to control, and even mass-produced witches. But all ended in failure. Even the witch herself can only choose an heir, plant the seed, and give help. However, no matter what, only after the heir awakens himself can he become a real witch. Effect, after use. The witch career task chain is opened. Usage restrictions, female. Witch seed. Even Liao Zixuan had never seen this. Legend has it that it is listed as one of the top 10 mysterious items in Fallen God. After all, it is limited to female players. Even if he wanted to experience it in his previous life, he couldn't, although he could no longer rely on the experience in his mind to help him. Liao Zixuan didn't care. He quickly read the system description and summarized 2 key points. First, only after the heir awakens himself can he become a witch. This should be the most critical part. I'm afraid it's not just about completing the task chain. If he really wants Vivian to change her job to a witch, the girl's own wishes are also very important. Second, someone has tried to study the witch lineage and wanted to mass-produce witches. This is definitely something that many players will overlook. After all, most people treat the system introduction as nonsense. But Liao Zixuan knows very well that many hidden information and hints are right here. Interesting. You know, this information is a point that even he doesn't know. In the previous game plot, the players were only shown the horror and terror of witches. But it was never mentioned that in Fallen God, there are other organizations that are secretly hunting and studying witches? Does this mean that if Vivian really changes her job to become a witch, then the girl will face the threat of this kind of mysterious organization that may exist? Liao Zixuan frowned. Because even the witches who were so strong that they were abnormal could be captured and even imprisoned. It is conceivable that the power background of the organization could probably compete with the 9 gods. Indeed, the witch profession is definitely a hidden profession among hidden professions, and it belongs to the category of extraordinary professions. What is an extraordinary profession? Take Vivian's current summoner profession as an example. Summoners are ordinary professions, and they have a professional upper limit level, which is capped at level 30 at most. If the character wants to upgrade further, that is, the so-called step into the extraordinary, he must have an extraordinary profession. Otherwise, he will be stuck for life. For example, the extraordinary branch of the summoner profession. Liao Zixuan knows that there is the shaman profession that summons the power of elements, or the druid profession that borrows the power of nature. And of course, there are some more unconventional ones, such as the disaster prophet profession that enslaves the power of demons. Each extraordinary profession has its own growth limit. For example, the highest level of a shaman seems to be 50, while a druid can reach 55. Although you can change your profession in the middle, or it is very troublesome to evolve the extraordinary profession again. The cost is very high. Therefore, when entering the extraordinary, you must not only find a way to obtain the extraordinary profession, but also be careful and choose a path with the greatest potential. By the way, according to Liao Zixuan's understanding, the highest female player who obtained the witch profession at that time seemed to have exceeded level 60. This means that the level cap of the witch profession is at least level 60. Or even higher. Without a doubt. If Liao Zixuan had to choose, letting Vivian enter the extraordinary as a witch profession would definitely be the best choice. But now, after knowing that becoming a witch actually hides such a huge risk, Liao Zixuan hesitated a little. Oh, forget it. Never mind. Let that silly girl decide for herself. Vivian has the player's game system. Liao Zixuan is not afraid that the little girl will be affected by the witch seed. After putting the witch seed in the game backpack, Liao Zixuan looked at the position of the core of the abyss. He just pondered for so long. And it is estimated that the core should have been almost. Shit! Liao Zixuan's eyes widened immediately, and his heart began to beat wildly. Because, as he expected, the core of the fallen abyss had indeed disappeared. However, the way it disappeared was completely beyond Liao Zixuan's imagination. You can't eat that. Surely, you are a heartless and stupid wolf girl. Spit it out. Spit it out. Chapter 91. She understands too well. Can you spit out what you have eaten? Of course not. It was too late when Liao Zixuan shouted. All that was left for him was Shirley's big eyes blinking with doubt and innocent expression. It looked like she was saying, "So this can't be eaten? But it tastes really good?" Shirley licked her lips as if she was savoring it, showing a humane expression of enjoyment, as if she not only thought it was delicious, but also didn't eat enough and wanted more. On the other hand, seeing Shirley's performance, Liao Zixuan's original nervousness and worry gradually disappeared. Instead, he was replaced by a strong sense of curiosity. Is this true? You have to know that the fallen abyss core is something that not every creature can touch. It does contain terrifying power. But as a price, the dragon that was originally a devil tyrannosaurus turned into a bone dragon with its flesh and blood squeezed out. This is the best example. Only the fallen abyss can use the power of the fallen abyss. But speaking of this, it seems that the remnants of the fallen abyss also coexist in Shirley's body. Could it be that? With a strong sense of expectation, I want to check Shirley's body to see if there are any new changes, and what new abilities she has gained. However, it seems that she noticed Liao Zixuan's change in attitude. When he just approached, Shirley suddenly changed her expression. The original comfortable and enjoyable look disappeared completely. Just like eating blindly, the side effects from the fallen abyss core finally erupted in the body at this time. In just a few seconds, Shirley's expression took a sharp turn for the worse and began to become extremely painful. Then, before Liao Zixuan could react to this sudden change, the black and white silver wolf lay on the ground and began to twitch all over, rolling and twisting constantly. Even later, as if enduring some great torture, Shirley's wolf claws grasped the ground tightly, and more deep claw marks appeared on the left and right. This scared Liao Zixuan. He immediately threw away all the curiosity in his mind. Whether Shirley had absorbed the power of the abyss, whether she had gained new abilities, etc. He was only thinking about one thing now. Shirley's safety. Liao Zixuan's figure swayed, and the next moment he came to Shirley, who was lying on the ground at the fastest speed. Then, he anxiously put his hand on Shirley, and through touch contact, he immediately used the system panel to check Shirley's physical condition. Then, well, how to say it? Liao Zixuan's expression changed rapidly. At first, it was a confused frown. And then, as if he finally realized something, it became a subtle twitch of the corners of his mouth. Until finally, Liao Zixuan was completely expressionless. All the previous nervousness, anxiety, and even the emotion of saving Shirley at all costs disappeared. Good guy. Really good guy. If it weren't for the system panel, he would have been almost fooled by this little wolf, who was almost a spirit. However, Shirley didn't know that she had been exposed. When Shirley felt Liao Zixuan's hand on her, she quickly let her breath weaken a little. Moreover, it seemed that she also discovered Liao Zixuan's attitude towards her, which seemed to be not so obvious all of a sudden. And Shirley immediately started a new round of acting. She trembled, as if she was trying her best, and stretched out her wolf claws to Liao Zixuan. as if she wanted to hold Liao Zixuan's hand before leaving this world. Shirley closed her eyes directly, as if she was dying of illness, and let out a weak and sad cry like a parting of life and death to Liao Zixuan. Woo! 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 Shirley cried for a long time, but she still couldn't get the response from Liao Zixuan as she imagined. So she was puzzled. And when she quietly opened her eyes again and took a sneak peek, the sobbing sound even changed its tone. Woo! 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 There was no trace of Liao Zixuan beside her. Liao Zixuan threw her away directly, turned around and left without any hesitation, and saw that he was getting farther and farther away, and was about to disappear. Shirley finally couldn't pretend anymore. Just now, they were twitching, rolling on the ground, and claws grabbing the ground frantically. All of them disappeared in less than a second. Shirley seemed to know that she had been exposed. She had gone too far, and made Liao Zixuan angry and unhappy. This little female wolf successfully absorbed the power of the fallen abyss core. Although the race did not evolve again, the level had made a huge leap, and it had entered the mature stage from the growth stage. In a hurry, Shirley actually began to shrink and deform her wolf body. After just a few blinks of an eye, there was no black and white silver wolf in the original place. There was only a delicate girl with white hair and black eyes, a slender figure, but full of power, and a wild beauty. Cook! Cookrin! Cookrin! This was Shirley's first transformation, and also her first time using her throat to try to make human syllables. Although she was still very unfamiliar and seemed to be stumbling, Shirley still shouted anxiously to Liao Zixuan's back as he walked away in anger. On the other side, Liao Zixuan also heard Shirley's voice, which sounded like a child's voice just beginning to learn to speak. What? You think you are so great just because you have learned to transform? It's really amazing. Don't look at Liao Zixuan and the little phoenix, and the newly added Shirley. They are monsters. But it seems that it is very easy for them to transform into humans. But in fact, the first two perverts are forbidden monsters, which is not within the scope of consideration. As for Shirley, if she is her original monster race, that is, the Earth Silver Wolf, then even if Shirley grows up for a lifetime, it is impossible for her to transform. In addition to bloodline and its abnormality, only monsters that have entered the extraordinary realm have the possibility of transformation. However, just like the upper limit of human occupations, the same is true for the races of monsters. Many monsters cannot reach the upper limit of the extraordinary realm in their entire lives. It can be said that Shirley's future is limitless just because she can transform into a human being and has the ability to learn endless human knowledge. If we judge by the game standards of Fallen God, Shirley now has at least the prototype of becoming an epic boss. However, so what? Do you really think that I can forgive your previous deception just by calling a few nice words? Impossible. Liao Zixuan has made a ruthless decision. Seeing that with Shirley's step-by-step leap in strength, the little wolf has more and more small thoughts. If she is not treated properly, then she will turn the world upside down in the future? Don't pay attention to her. Leave her aside, and let her reflect on herself. Originally, Liao Zixuan thought so. But, until he couldn't help it, he turned his head, and wanted to see what Shirley would look like after she turned into a human. Then, there was a gulp. It should be the sound of someone swallowing saliva subconsciously. Transparent milky white skin. Smooth and delicate, without any roughness. Straight nose bridge. Shiny and tender cherry lips. And under the long eyelashes, Shirley's big eyes that retained their original watery look. Not to mention that at this moment, there was a look of grievance and a plea for forgiveness in her eyes. Of course, not to mention the straight and slender thighs. The irresistible snow-white hair. No, I can't read any further, or I'll be blocked. You are doing this in broad daylight. How disgraceful. How disgraceful. Where are your clothes? Liao Zixuan was furious. He pointed his finger at Shirley, who was naked and kneeling on the spot, and trembled with anger. He never expected that Shirley would have such a trick up her sleeve. Despicable. Too despicable. Liao Zixuan felt that the idea that he had agreed not to forgive Shirley so easily, and to use a cold attitude to scare and punish her, was melting like snowflakes in the scorching sun. It's not that Liao Zixuan is not determined. It's Shirley. She understands too well. Chapter 92 Cannon Fodder monsters will not control the power of the abyss. No matter which man is in this picture, His psychological defense will be vulnerable. But fortunately, Liao Zixuan hurriedly recited Vivian's name in his heart. Don't get me wrong. He was imagining the little girl's shriveled figure. And some of the flames in his heart that were agitated by Shirley were finally suppressed a little. At present, it is probably impossible to expect Shirley to transform herself into a human clothing. After all, Shirley's understanding of humans is only superficial. And she even stutters when she speaks. Obviously, she didn't know to transform herself into a piece of clothing to wrap her body outside. Liao Zixuan did a good job in this regard. He coquettishly prepared himself a handsome casual suit. Although it was only a transformation, not a physical body, he still had to go to the tailor shop in Huidian City to make a set. The topic went off the track. Liao Zixuan now felt that he was too foresight. Fortunately, he had already bought a few clothes from the grocery store in Qian Town and stored them in Vivian's backpack space. Although these clothes were originally prepared for the little girl in case of emergency, now that Vivian has never worn them once, they have to be taken out and put on Shirley first. Hiss. Why does it seem to be getting weirder and weirder? No matter what, Liao Zixuan believes that Vivian will definitely not care. But when the clothes were taken out, Liao Zixuan found another fatal problem. Shirley tilted her head and looked at the clothes Liao Zixuan handed to her with a confused look. She pulled them back and forth, looking at the several holes in the clothes with curiosity. Okay, she can't wear them at all. However, the imagined scene of Liao Zixuan putting them on Shirley one by one did not happen. Being a human, oh no! Being a wolf still has to have a bottom line. He put them on himself first, demonstrated to Shirley, and then turned his back and urged Shirley to imitate quickly. But what Liao Zixuan didn't know was that when he turned his back and his eyes left Shirley, Shirley's previous confusion was swept away, and she turned to show her unhappiness as if her plan had failed. But when Liao Zixuan seemed to think of something, he pretended to cough a few times, and then said, "Oh, by the way, because these are Vivian's clothes, the size may be that, how should I put it? A little small for you. Just bear with it for now." Liao Zixuan tried his best to erase the snow-white peaks that subconsciously appeared in his mind. On the contrary, Shirley was surprised when she heard that these clothes were actually Vivian's. And then the sullen look just now disappeared instantly, and a few smiles, like victory, appeared at the corners of her mouth. Finally, after a rustling sound of putting on clothes, Shirley's voice sounded from behind. "Zixuan, get dressed." Liao Zixuan turned around and saw that although his prediction was correct, Shirley's explosive figure made Vivian, who had specially bought clothes one size larger, still a bit overwhelmed and full. But at least they could look at each other normally. "Well, don't call me master in the future." The first thing Liao Zixuan did was to correct Shirley's address to him. As an excellent successor who traveled from Blue Star and was influenced by socialism, Liao Zixuan couldn't stand the address of master. After thinking about it, it seemed that the only name he had in this world was Xiaohei, which Vivian gave him. But he couldn't let Shirley call him Xiaohei too. As for the real name, forget it. I'll be more obedient. Just call me Mr. Hay. In the end, Liao Zixuan chose a name that the players had called him, Mr. Haihei. Shirley tried hard to learn Liao Zixuan's pronunciation and read it out carefully. She seemed very happy, because in Shirley's opinion, this name had never been called by others, which gave Shirley a feeling that Liao Zixuan belonged to her alone. "Okay, let's talk about business. How do you feel now? After absorbing the core of the fallen abyss, do you feel any discomfort or abnormality?" Although Liao Zixuan had already known all of Shirley's information through the system panel, he still wanted to ask Shirley in person. On the one hand, it is caring, of course. On the other hand, it is also a test. "No, I feel better than ever before. I feel like my whole body is full of strength." "Mr. Hay." Shirley shook her head and then looked down at her hands. "Oh, strength. Then have you gained any new abilities?" Liao Zixuan asked casually, pretending to just answer the question. But in fact, he wanted to see if Shirley would hide anything from him. Because if Liao Zixuan was not mistaken, in Shirley's panel information skill column, there was a skill that could be said to be unprecedented and extremely dangerous and terrifying. If Shirley could tell him this ability completely without reservation, then Liao Zixuan would dispel the last trace of his concerns about Shirley. "I seem to be able to control the abyss. It seems that I can make all the creatures in the abyss obey my orders within my influence range." Shirley paused halfway through her words. The pause here did not mean that she was hesitating whether to tell Liao Zixuan, but that she herself felt mixed emotions about the ability she was about to reveal. It felt like she had finally become the person she hated. Shirley didn't even know if Liao Zixuan would be disgusted by this, or even kill her directly if she really said this. After all, this ability should be absolutely forbidden. It was extremely evil, and should never appear in this world. The entire Claw Forest, her tribe, her family, and even herself suffered because of it. But after taking a deep breath, Shirley closed her eyes and opened them again, full of determination. Liao Zixuan saved her from the abyss, and saved and freed her tribe, allowing her to evolve all the way to what she is now. Shirley had long been ready to dedicate everything to Liao Zixuan. She wanted to tell him everything about herself. Shirley knew, or it could be said, that it was the instinct of the wolf tribe engraved in her blood. Only strong and useful wolves were qualified to follow the king, while weak, sick and disabled wolves were only waiting for the fate of being abandoned. Therefore, she wanted to prove her strength and power to Liao Zixuan, even though this power is loathed and hated by her. So, I think I can still degenerate life, just like the abyss bone dragon that was killed by Lord He before. I can transform all life weaker than me into abyss monsters. Shirley raised her head. Her eyes met Liao Zixuan's, and she said seriously word by word, transform into my minions. Chapter 93 Shirley's terrifying ability. Just saying it may not be vivid enough. Shirley stepped back a few steps, then looked around, as if looking for a target. Coincidentally, at this time, a corrupted mole happened to break out of the ground because it sensed the breath of living creatures above the ground, and was about to show its teeth. But when it poked its head out and saw the real situation on the ground, the corrupted mole regretted it. However, before it hurriedly drilled back, Shirley had already raised her hand to it, and the black pupils in her eyes emitted a strange and evil light. In an instant, the dark hand that symbolized the classic of the abyss shot out from Shirley's palm like a venomous snake. They caught the corrupted mole, which had already been infected by the abyss, and eroded it again, and transformed it, causing the mole's body to twitch wildly. It was as if the original will of the abyss was wiped out and replaced with Shirley's own will. In a few blinks of an eye, the corrupted mole, which was originally only the size of a palm, began to expand rapidly and become huge. At the same time, the level in Liao Zixuan's detection panel also showed a rocket-like surge. The final size of this corrupted mole remained at a terrifying appearance like a small mound, and its level reached level 30, becoming a third-level monster second only to the fourth-level extraordinary. However, although its strength had increased several times, the aggressiveness of this corrupted mole, no, it should be called the corrupted rat king now, had completely disappeared. In fact, it moved its fat body and took the initiative to run in front of Shirley. Then it lowered its head deeply, trembling, and knelt down at Shirley's white bare feet. It looked as if it was kneeling down to worship their new queen of the fallen abyss. Liao Zixuan, who witnessed the whole process, had to admit that the new power displayed by Shirley was much more outrageous than he had expected. Originally, Shirley could only use the remaining residue of the fallen abyss in her body to camouflage and cover up the breath of living things on her body, so that the fallen abyss creatures would not target her. But now, not only can she directly seize the dominance of the monster from the will of the fallen abyss, but looking at this posture, it seems that she also has the most terrifying catalytic enhancement ability of the fallen abyss. If the fallen abyss is compared to a sophisticated computer, then Shirley now gives Liao Zixuan the feeling of a virus born out of a bug. She has her own independent system and is not connected to the overall fallen abyss network. But at the same time, she can enjoy the right to use the fallen abyss, a big computer, and borrow the other party's computing power and running memory. How many times can you use an ability like this? Liao Zixuan pointed at the fallen abyss monster that was lying at Shirley's feet and turned from a mole into a rat king. Unlimited times, but within my consciousness, there can only be one level 3 fallen abyss creature at most, which is my limit. Lord He. Liao Zixuan nodded after Shirley answered. It seems that there is still a gap. In theory, the upper limit of the catalysis of low-level fallen abyss seeds should be the pseudo-transcendent level, which is the level 40 bone dragon before. Although Shirley has absorbed the core of the fallen abyss, her ability is still not comparable to the real fallen abyss will, but it is already quite abnormal. being able to instantly transform any creature at hand into a level 3 fallen abyss monster at any time and place. Although only one can exist at the same time. It is extremely terrifying to think about it. Wait, what are you going to do? Shirley? Seeing that Shirley was about to reach out and kill the Abyss Rat King that she had just catalyzed, so as to recover the power given to her, Liao Zixuan hurriedly stopped her. Don't worry. Let's kill the Skull Dragon, and the vacant main course position will be filled with this Rat King. As Liao Zixuan spoke, he looked at the giant Abyss Rat King as if examining him, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, the strength is just right. If it is only level 30, then with Vivian's upgraded power, it should be able to kill it just right. Perfect. Liao Zixuan clapped his hands. Wait a moment. Mr. He, I don't understand. Shirley, who was getting more and more confused, finally couldn't help but speak. From what Lord He said, don't you want to rely on my power to stop those abyss monsters from attacking human territory? Shirley didn't understand. It's not that she stood on the side of humans and wanted to help them, but based on Shirley's observation of Liao Zixuan, at least she felt that Lord He was friendly to humans. But now, the source of the disaster has been solved. With her current ability, although she can't control the abyss monsters in the entire Claw Forest. After all, there are too many, and the range is too wide. But Shirley can do it, guarding the portal of Qian Town for humans. As long as all the abyss monsters approaching the portal are turned into her own claws and sent back. This is equivalent to protecting Huidian City from the disaster of the abyss. Shirley originally thought so, and planned to do so, even though it would be a great burden for her. But it seemed that she had guessed Mr. He's thoughts wrong? Stop? Why stop? Liao Zixuan on the other side shook his head after hearing Shirley's words. The trouble caused by the fallen abyss, and the fire god was also an accomplice. Why should they go to the trouble of cleaning up the mess in the end? Being able to stop this fallen abyss bone dragon, and even killing it in excess, greatly alleviated the extent of the disaster in Fire Classic City this time. Liao Zixuan thought that he had been good enough to Fire Classic City, and a large part of this was for Vivian's sake. What's more, even if they wanted to clean up the mess, they had to have the strength to do so. Indeed, Shirley can prevent these abyss monsters from approaching Fire Code City by guarding the portal. But then what? What should we do with these abyss monsters? Tell them that you have worked hard. Disband on the spot, and let them return to the Forest of Terror Claws? In the final analysis, it is still up to the people of Fire Code City to wake up their own fire god, and then borrow the power of the fire god to perform a super-level magic to completely wipe out all the abyss monsters. This is considered to be a complete solution to this disaster. So, we should not only not stop them. Surely, you have to continue to urge these abyss monsters to attack Fire Code City, because only in this way can we force the fire god to take action and completely clean up the abyss. Otherwise, if we let these monsters continue to stay here, not only humans, but also the monsters in this entire area, other life races, and the ecological environment of all creatures will be destroyed. After hearing what Liao Zixuan said, Shirley finally realized that she was too short-sighted, only caring about the present, but not thinking about the future. She couldn't help but admire and love Mr. He more. Ahem. And respect him. But because of this, the other name in Liao Zixuan's words just now was even more irritating to Shirley. Chapter 94 Number 93 Accept Your Punishment. Shirley, I understand. Mr. He, however, you mentioned Vivian just now. Shirley was obviously hesitant to speak. Liao Zixuan, on his side, thought he had guessed what Shirley wanted to ask, and he smiled and explained. We have delayed Huidian City for so long and helped so much. It's not too much to charge some interest. Right? I was just worrying about how Vivian would gain a foothold in Huidian City in the future. Now, isn't the opportunity and stage here? If you can kill the leader of the monsters in the abyss with your own strength and successfully delay the entry of the God of Fire, then you will definitely become a hero and star figure in the entire Huidian City afterwards. Right? This is simply free prestige and honor. So, in a way, I really have to thank Duyuan. Just when Liao Zixuan was still fantasizing that the little girl would be sought after by thousands of people and truly gain a foothold in Falling God. However, what Shirley said next made the smile on Liao Zixuan's face gradually disappear. No, Mr. He. I mean, Shirley pursed her lips. She quietly clenched her fingers behind her back and rubbed the clothes she was wearing. which were very ill-fitting, and were originally spare clothes Liao Zixuan gave to Vivian. In the end, with jealousy flashing in her eyes, Shirley mustered up the courage to speak out. Are you overestimating Vivian? What if she is frightened and dares not go out of the city to meet the enemy? Moreover, in my opinion, Vivian herself has no obligation or responsibility to go out of the city to help the city guards fight against the monsters of the fallen abyss. If I were her, I would definitely choose the safest place in the city to hide until this disaster is over. What will you do then? Lord Hay? Will you send this rat king to Vivian hiding in the city? Shirley spoke faster and faster, as if she felt that what she said was right. And she didn't even notice Liao Zixuan's changing expression. Until, in my opinion, you have spent too much on a human. Shirley's voice stopped here. She couldn't finish the rest of her words, because at some point, Liao Zixuan was already standing less than a fist away from her. Shirley's heart immediately began to pound. If it were any other time, the pounding here would definitely be the heartbeat of some kind of emotion. But now, fear, panic, fear, regret. Liao Zixuan gently pinched Shirley's smooth and white chin, then lifted it up and helped Shirley close her mouth. Although Liao Zixuan didn't show any obvious anger at this moment, but Shirley was still on pins and needles. She read from Liao Zixuan's eyes the dissatisfaction with what she had just said. Moreover, from the suffocating sense of oppression around her at this moment, she clearly realized that she had said something in front of Liao Zixuan that was absolutely not appropriate for her status. After releasing Shirley's chin, Liao Zixuan smacked his lips a few times. No wonder I felt a little awkward since just now. You always call me Vivian. But call me Mr. Hay. Why don't we unify it and call me Hay? Or Xiao Hay? Liao Zixuan suggested to Shirley with a smile. But this made Shirley kneel down on the spot with a thump. With Shirley's intelligence, how could she not hear the hidden meaning of Liao Zixuan's words? I'm sorry, Lord Hay. It's Shirley who shouldn't have made random assumptions about Lady Vivian. I was wrong. Shirley was wrong. Please ask Lord Hay to punish Shirley for talking nonsense. Shirley's delicate body was trembling as she knelt on the ground. She lowered her head deeply, although her long white hair on both sides covered Shirley's cheeks. The expression on her face at this moment must be extremely terrified. For Shirley, whose family had been broken up, Liao Zixuan was her only spiritual support. Shirley had imagined that it would be great if she could have him all to herself. That's why she was hostile to Vivian. But if this hostility would lead to Liao Zixuan hating, alienating, or even abandoning her, then Shirley would rather put aside all her prejudices against Vivian. Even if Liao Zixuan wanted, she could obey Vivian. Even if she was asked to serve Vivian, she would never hesitate. Okay, get up. I know you still look down on Vivian. In fact, it's not just you. Many other people are the same. But I believe it won't take long. Liao Zixuan looked in the direction of Huidian City. Then he said to Shirley confidently, as if talking to himself, Vivian herself will prove it to you. He let out a long breath. Liao Zixuan actually had a headache now. He never thought that one day he would be troubled by two women. It seems that he really shouldn't be too promiscuous. He can't stand it with just two of them. If there are more in the future, he will collapse. The palms and backs of his hands are all flesh. And it's not good to lean to either side. However, the punishment should be given. Otherwise, with Shirley's temper, she won't be at ease if he doesn't punish her severely. But there is indeed something that Shirley needs to do. About the punishment. Ahem. Shirley, you asked for it yourself. I didn't force you to do it. Let me make it clear first. Liao Zixuan made it clear in advance. Shirley nodded eagerly. She really needed this punishment to make her feel at ease. Seeing Shirley like this, Liao Zixuan finally showed a big bad wolf-like, malicious smile. Then I'll punish you. Go play the role of a villain boss behind the scenes. When Liao Zixuan thought of what he would let Shirley do later, his eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands excitedly. He quickly reached out to greet Shirley, who was confused and questioning, and then began to mutter in Shirley's ear. First do this, then do this, and finally do this and this. Do you understand? I think you understand? Shirley nodded as if she understood. But Liao Zixuan didn't care so much. After all, if it dragged on, Qian Town would be really finished. At this time, Demir must have discovered the abnormality that the portal could not be closed. So even if all the refugees were transferred away, they would not retreat. With the temperament of Harvey and others, they must hold the defense line to buy time for Demir to repair the portal. But in fact, as long as the god of fire is not awake, how can the portal be repaired well? The only correct solution is to return to the Fire City and go to the God of Fire Tower to find the abnormal Archbishop Maggie. But Liao Zixuan knew all these. But Demir and Harvey and his group were still in the dark. After all, even if they were dreaming, they would never have thought that the one who harmed them would be their most trusted protector. Therefore, at this time, someone needs to wake them up. If you directly say that the God of Fire has rebelled and there is a problem, most people will most likely be executed for treason. Even if they are not executed, they will be regarded as crazy and no one will believe it. So, the method that will not cause trouble and can make them believe it immediately without saying it, but at least plant the seeds of the truth, is actually very simple. That is, as an enemy. And this enemy must have an identity, be powerful, have aura, and have a style. In this way, the best effect can be achieved. Liao Zixuan simply fiddled with Shirley and made a shape that satisfied him. He was eager to try and waved his hand. Now that we understand, let's prepare for the next scene. Let's start. Chapter 95. Despair appears. After escorting the last refugee family into the portal, when the other party's figure disappeared, the whole family of 5 looked at him with tears of gratitude, especially the little girl who was a few years old, who held his hand tightly until the last second before leaving, and said to him, "Come on, big brother," and kissed him hard on the cheek, which made the player feel proud. This feeling was very strange, because for a moment, the player really thought that he was not in a game composed of virtual data, but in a real world. With their hard work and perseverance, tens of thousands of refugees in Qian town were able to escape from the claws of the monsters and move to a safe place. However, this feeling of being touched did not last long, because the next moment, he was too immersed in his emotions and did not pay attention to the battlefield. He was caught off guard by the monster in the abyss and fell to the ground. Fortunately, a sharp sword arrived in time and pierced through the monster, saving him. "Don't be distracted, rookie!" Harvey threw the body of the monster on the sword to the side, and then pulled up the fallen player. Just as the player's feelings about this world are changing, the attitudes of the natives, like Harvey towards the players, have also changed a lot. If he had previously thought that Mayor Thorin's letter mentioned the various wonders of the strangers, he might have exaggerated. Now, Harvey felt that Thorin was too conservative, as if they had unlimited energy, no fear of fatigue, and no fear of death. They held the portal for nearly an hour. The main force in the first half hour was the elite soldiers in Qian town. But as time went on, the soldiers' physical strength gradually failed to keep up. Instead, it was the strangers who became more and more courageous that were able to hold on for the second half hour and successfully complete the retreat plan. Damn it! It seems that these strangers must be included in the knight's recruitment list in the future, and they must be the focus of recruitment. By the way, let Demir ask Vivian how the little girl has such a high reputation among strangers. We have to grab people before the fire god cult and the nobles react. The most difficult period has passed, and Harvey's mind can't help but drift away, and he began to think about the future. After all, the refugees have all been transferred away, and the next group of them, who are responsible for the rear guard, will enter the portal to retreat, and finally close the portal, and it will be a complete success. Everyone pay attention. Shrink the defense line. We don't have to accompany these ugly monsters anymore. Prepare to retreat. Return to Fire City. Under Harvey's loud command, the soldiers and players breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the dawn of victory, everyone worked hard and burst out all their strength, forcing back the monsters of the abyss while moving towards the portal. Demir, have you set the time for the portal to close? Harvey asked just in case. He believed that Demir would not neglect such an important matter. However, Harvey did not get the response he imagined. When he took a break from the battle and cast a surprised look at Demir, Harvey's heart suddenly skipped a beat when he saw the young mage sweating and trembling lips. Demir, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the portal? He asked anxiously. But Demir still looked confused. This made Harvey grab the mage's collar and yell in his ear, "Speak! Demir, what's wrong? The portal can't be closed." The young wizard sat down on the ground with a thud. "I don't know. I don't know if something went wrong when I activated it. But why? Why didn't the closing command my teacher taught me respond at all?" Demir had tried various methods an hour ago, but they didn't work at all. It seemed that there was no option to close the portal from the source of magic. On the other side, Harvey took a step back after hearing Damir's words, his face full of horror. Do you know what you are talking about? Harvey, who was out of control, lifted Damir from the ground and pointed to the already panicked Damir at the vast number of fallen creatures that surrounded Qian Town and were so dense that there was no end in sight. Take a good look at these monsters all over the mountains. If you don't close the portal, do you want them to follow us to visit Huidian City? Then what were all our efforts for? And why did those dead soldiers sacrifice their lives? You? Liao Zixuan was right to insist that Vivian not touch the portal. Even with Damir and Harvey's deep hypocrisy, Harvey almost drew his sword to kill Damir after such a big mistake, although the source was not on their side at all. Fortunately, a stream of clear water flowed out of the necklace on Harvey's chest at this time, instantly suppressing his anger and allowing Harvey to quickly calm down and regain his sanity. This is one of the two pseudo-supernatural props that Maggie had given him, the concentration necklace. Knowing that it was useless to blame Damir, he had to think of a solution now. The necklace on his chest not only awakened Harvey, but also gave Harvey a hint. Listen, kid, you are here right now. Right now. Go to the Vulcan Tower through the portal and find your mentor Maggie. Even if you cause problems with the portal, I believe Maggie will have a way to solve it and close the portal. Yes. I can go directly to the teacher. Damir seemed to be awakened. He really thought that he had made a mistake with unimaginable consequences before, and was scared. However, just as he stepped into the portal, he seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. I'm leaving. Harvey. Uncle Harvey. What about you guys? Get lost. Harvey didn't bother to talk nonsense, and kicked Damir into the portal. It was exactly the same as Liao Zixuan expected. Harvey, and even many soldiers, after knowing that the portal could not be closed, all gave up the opportunity to retreat safely within reach, and chose to continue to hold on silently. They were buying time for Damir, until Damir found Archbishop Maggie and could close the portal. Before that, unless the monsters of the abyss stepped on their bodies, they would never let any monster enter the portal. Harvey didn't say anything touching or hypocritical about the soldiers who were determined to fight side by side with their superiors and advance and retreat together, because anyone who wasn't a fool could see that, after an hour of fighting, everyone was already exhausted. Now they were using their lives and flesh to block the monsters. It was no longer a matter of life or death, but a matter of life and death. If we can still return to Huidian City alive after today, everyone go to the damn Yimei to spend a night. I'll treat you. By the way, Yimei is the most luxurious and attractive bar in Huidian City. It is said that most men who go in have to hold on to the wall to come out the next day. As soon as he and Shirley arrived at Qian Town, they heard Harvey's arrogant words, and the little wolf cub was happy. Oh, as for why it was a little wolf cub again, of course, only in this form can he enjoy the feeling of being held by others. Well, actually it's because the human form is to be kept for later to go into Huidian City to cause trouble. It's not appropriate to expose it now. But anyway, go. Shirley, don't forget what I taught you. And the most critical movements. You must remember those movements. This is very important. The little wolf cub jumped down from Shirley's chest. He looked at Shirley, who was pinched by him, with a cold, indifferent face, and an expression of disgust and disdain for the human race, which was simply a standard supervillain face, and waved his claws with great satisfaction. Still want to invite the survivors to go to Yimei Xiao Sa. You old pervert. Today, we will make you bankrupt in a minute. When Damir finds Maggie, he has to find a way to wake Maggie up from the hands of the fallen abyss. By then, the bodies of Harvey and his group will probably be cold. So the guards of Qian Town, who were kept in the dark at this moment, although their spirits are admirable, are just doing useless work, and they are all meaningless sacrifices. Therefore, what Liao Zixuan is doing now is to use greater despair. Despair that can make them lose their will to fight, so that they give up the portal, which indirectly saves their lives. As for what despair is, the crisp footsteps of tap, tap, tap sounded in the ears of everyone in Qian Town out of thin air. This is not to say that the footsteps are loud, but at this moment, all the noises disappeared, leaving only the footsteps, which was so clear and so strange. You know, there are hundreds of abyss monsters surrounding the portal, and there are many more that can't squeeze in and wander around frantically behind. But at a certain moment, as if someone pressed the freeze button, they all stopped in place, without roaring, and even the breathing was reduced to the minimum. What's going on? I don't know. What are these monsters doing? Don't let your guard down. Be careful. Harvey and other guards of the portal took the opportunity to gather together and reorganize their formation. They were grateful for the opportunity to take a breath and rest. But they were extremely nervous. Because everyone knows that saying. There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Did you hear any footsteps? Did you hear any footsteps? Damn. I thought I was hallucinating. Now that you mention it, I seem to have heard it too. Wait. Look at the sky. The players were the first to discover the source of the strange footsteps. At first, it was a black spot in the sky. But as it slowly got closer, everyone was surprised to find that it was a figure, walking slowly towards them from high in the sky. If such a scene only made everyone in Qian Town suspicious, then the scene that appeared in the next moment made Harvey and others' pupils shrink, and they almost couldn't even hold the hilt of the sword. Roar! The monsters of the abyss that surrounded Qian Town. The soldiers and the players rioted again, and were even more ferocious than the first time, and the ground under their feet was shaking. However, the target of this riot was not the portal guarded by Harvey and the players behind them. It was the figure walking down from the sky. The creatures of the abyss began to crowd each other like crazy, even to the point of not caring about anything. Even if it caused a large number of people to be trampled to death, they would move and run towards the direction of the figure walking down from the sky. At first, no one understood what these monsters of the abyss were doing. But it didn't take long. Just a few breaths later, as more and more corpses of the fallen abyss monsters piled up due to being squeezed and buried deep, and the monsters were still rushing in to fill the gaps. Finally, a term emerged in everyone's mind. Stairs. These fallen abyss monsters, who were supposed to have no intelligence and only knew how to destroy and symbolize chaos, were now working together to build stairs for the mysterious figure that walked down from the sky with their own flesh and blood. Harvey guaranteed that he had never seen such a crazy, bloody, and terrifying scene in his life. Countless fallen abyss monsters, in less than half a minute, used corpses, limbs, and everything they had to pile up the meat mountain higher and higher. During the whole process, the mysterious woman in the air, who was shrouded in black fog and whose face could not be seen clearly, could only be judged by her vague figure. She should be a woman. She just watched quietly without any mercy or sympathy. She just waited quietly. And the creatures of the fallen abyss served and dedicated themselves to her, as if this was their destiny. Finally, a blood and flesh ladder was formed in front of the mysterious woman. When she stepped on it, all the crazy behaviors of the creatures of the fallen abyss below the ground finally stopped and returned to the beginning, as if they were frozen. Step by step, the crisp footsteps once again resounded in the ears of everyone in Qian Town. But this time, it seemed to step on everyone's heart, combined with the bloody and crazy scenes of the creatures of the fallen abyss that just happened in front of them. The oppressive feeling brought by the mysterious woman every step down the stairs and approaching the ground was suffocating and difficult to breathe. Step. After the final landing sound, Shirley, who had completed her appearance, stood in front of the guards and players of Qian Town. She hid the black fog and shot countless black hands that symbolized the fallen abyss from behind her. They intertwined, deformed and reorganized, and turned into Shirley's wings and claws. Under the tall figure, there was a corrupt black wing with a strange aura on the back, and it was only on one side. Similarly, it was also put on the outside of the palm and used as a weapon. It was an evil giant claw that kept wriggling as if it had life. Shirley's face was sharp, aggressive and wild, and with the aura of the abyss at the moment, it gave people a suffocating beauty of despair. It seemed that just one look at her made people lose the desire to resist, and they just wanted to wait quietly to be dominated by the other party, or to be given death by the other party. Her eyes were as calm as a deep pool, looking at the players and Harvey's soldiers, who were guarding the portal tightly behind them. Shirley recalled the lines that Liao Zixuan taught her and spoke. Human, give up the meaningless resistance. After all, even your gods have abandoned you. Chapter 96 Queen Snap. When Shirley said this, she looked at Harvey, the commander of the knights, who also had an inexplicable deep relationship with Archbishop Maggie. It can be seen that Harvey's eyes were unshakable at the beginning, and the soldiers of the Red Flame Town around him did not believe Shirley's nonsense at all. But then Shirley continued to speak in a flat and indifferent voice. Don't you understand yet? This portal was not opened by the god of fire for you, but for us. For us to fall into the abyss and descend to the Fire Classic City. Before we arrive at the Fire Classic City, no matter how hard you try, the portal will not close. So, like your gods, throwing yourself into the arms of our fallen abyss is your only way out. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. As soon as Shirley's voice fell, it attracted a violent response. Bah! You fart. You are not allowed to slander our god of fire. Everyone, don't be bewitched by this witch. They are the best at bewitching people. Yes. Who would believe the nonsense of a witch like you? Dare to slander Lord God of Fire. Fight her. The tide of curses came from the soldiers at the bottom. They were the most loyal to the God of Fire. So much so that you could humiliate them or even kill them. But you could never discredit their beliefs. This may be why these soldiers were willing to sacrifice their lives and defend the portal under the demonic tide of the fallen abyss despite knowing the huge disparity in the strength of the enemy. Of course, this may also be why the fallen abyss was able to occupy the flame territory so easily later, with almost no resistance. After all, at the end, the lower-class people of the flame territory still trusted their fire god until the fire god, who had long been polluted and corrupted, turned them into ugly creatures of the fallen abyss. Seeing that his soldiers were about to fight Shirley desperately, Harvey, the only calm person on the scene, immediately roared and stopped them all. Come back here. All of you. Are you all idiots? Just a few words from others made you abandon your positions, abandon the portal behind you, and rush into the enemy to die. After Harvey stopped everyone, he took a deep breath, looking at Shirley, who was surrounded by countless fallen creatures like stars surrounding the moon. Harvey knew that after the appearance of this mysterious woman who was evil and powerful, and even very likely to be the real culprit behind the disaster, it was impossible for them to defend the portal with their limited strength. In addition, Harvey was different from the soldiers at the bottom. Although he was also loyal to the God of Fire, he also had his own independent judgment. From the moment the abyss appeared until the birth of the portal plan, the whole process revealed a sense of weirdness, as if there were too many coincidences. With Harvey's ability, he had actually noticed something in his subconscious mind, and Shirley's words only helped him to break the window paper that he had never dared to break, and was unwilling to break. But, even so, Harvey clenched his fingers, and he forced himself to give up thinking. He put his attention back to the present, thinking only about how to face the unfathomable Shirley in this desperate situation, and try to struggle tenaciously again, even if it was just to delay Demir and Maggie for a few more minutes. Yes, he still trusted Maggie. This is the sad part of Yinyu. Even if others tell you the truth, if you don't want to wake up, no one can wake you up. This is why Liao Zixuan insisted not to let Shirley stop him. And even on the contrary, he assisted the attack of the fallen abyss, creating such an evil and powerful villain. Can't wake you up? Right? Then I will wake you up hard. Once is not enough. Twice is not enough. 3 times. Clang. With the sound of the sword being unsheathed, Harvey, the supreme commander of the Fire Code Knights, lowered his eyes, rubbed the sword gently with his fingers, and his eyes showed a distant memory. Then, a magical scene appeared, as Harvey's fingers passed over. This iron sword, which looked ordinary and at most a little sharp, actually showed complex and ancient patterns on the blade. Then, when the patterns covered the entire blade, it was as if a seal had been unlocked. In an instant, a red light as dazzling as the sun burst out from the sword in Harvey's hand. Maggie, I believe that you, who gave me this flare sword, would never betray us. Right? The fiery red light of the sword was reflected in the uncle's vicissitudes of life. Harvey muttered to himself in a whisper that only he could hear. As mentioned before, Archbishop Maggie, the incarnation of the god of fire on earth, gave Harvey 2 pseudo-transcendent items. One is the concentration necklace hanging on his chest, and the second, which is much more powerful, is the epic weapon in Harvey's hand, the flare sword. Of course, it will reach the epic level in the future, but it has not grown to this level yet. Puff! With the tip of the sword facing down, Harvey directly inserted the sword shining with the light of the scorching sun into the ground in front of him. Even though Harvey's strength skyrocketed with this pseudo-transcendent flare sword, he was not so stupid and arrogant that he really thought he could fight the mysterious woman on the opposite side. even though Shirley had never made a move. Just the appearance designed by Liao Zixuan had already made Shirley's strength rise to the same level as Archbishop Maggie and Harvey's heart. That was an existence that mortals could not match at all. Therefore, Harvey chose the most sensible and optimal solution at the moment. Buzz! The flare sword that Harvey had inserted into the ground in front of him made a strong roar. And the magic that had been designed on the sword was instantly activated. At this moment, with the flare sword as the center and the center of the formation, with the help of the power of the pseudo-supernatural weapon, an extremely strong magic barrier began to expand rapidly until it enveloped the entire portal, as well as all the soldiers and players around it. Here it comes! The wolf cub, who was secretly observing the melon seeds, had excitement and deep memories in his eyes. One of Harvey's signature skills. Flare Wall. Liao Zixuan has a very deep impression of this skill, because at the end of the 1.0 version of Fallen God, the ending plot is the destruction of the Flame Domain and the fall of the Fire Classic City. Harvey used the last remaining will of the Fire God and burned his own life as the price to use this Flare Wall. With his own strength, he blocked the pursuit of millions of fallen monsters, and successfully let the players and the surviving people of the fallen country in the Flame Domain escape abroad, thus opening the prelude to the next version. This final CG moved many players at the time. Everyone shed tears for this commander, who was full of tragedy, and whose country and family were destroyed. Liao Zixuan was no exception. So when he saw the red barrier rising in front of him, which was as dazzling as the scorching sun, he was still filled with emotion, even though the scale was much smaller. But of course, emotion is emotion. Although I feel sorry for Harvey. After all, what is going to happen next will probably leave a deep shadow on this commander. It will make all the soldiers completely despair. And it will also make every player present at the moment deeply imprinted in their hearts. Chapter 97. Is that so? Is that your answer? Human? Shirley quietly looked at the flare wall that firmly blocked her and all the abyss monsters. Many abyss monsters roared and began to charge at the flare wall. However, these monsters, whose potential was maximized by the abyss, were defeated one by one, no matter where they attacked from the flare wall. No matter how many abyss monsters collided together, they could not shake this thick and tough defense barrier like a mountain. In fact, after each collision, the red flare wall did not dim, but seemed to absorb the impact force and became more solid and dazzling. The soldiers cheered when they saw the helpless look of the abyss monsters, and the players were amazed and relieved when they saw that Harvey, the NPC, was indeed not simple and had such a powerful cheat. As for Harvey himself, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The flare sword was his last trump card, and it was also the reason why he chose to stay at the portal with the soldiers and strangers. Although the vitality in his body was fading and his internal organs and bones were already feeling a dull pain, if nothing unexpected happened, as long as these abyss monsters continued to hit the flare wall irrationally and madly to replenish its energy, the flare wall would never cease to exist, and the price was only his own life and potential. But the premise is still the same. If nothing unexpected happens, Harvey's eyes are fixed on Shirley's face. This woman is the most evil woman he has ever seen, second only to Maggie's stunning appearance, and second only to Maggie, the Archbishop's strength. The commander's mind can't help but become more and more uneasy and nervous, even though the situation at the moment seems to be in their favor. The reason is also very simple. Harvey still didn't see any fluctuations in Shirley's expression on her face. Even if he summoned the indestructible, pseudo-supernatural flare wall, the other party's bland and terrifying eyes were still like Yutan. No! Finally, there is a change. It was like a stone falling into the lake, causing ripples. Shirley sighed, as if she had lost her patience. With this sigh, all the creatures of the fallen abyss that were frantically attacking the flare wall stopped. It should have been a good thing. But Harvey's face suddenly changed and became a little paler. It was not that Harvey could not control his facial expression, but without the impact of the monsters of the fallen abyss, his vitality consumption to maintain the flare wall increased by several levels. Was he seen through? The secret of the flare wall is, not only was he seen through, but even his underwear was gone. As a person who has experienced this, Liao Zixuan is more familiar with Harvey's skills than Harvey himself. Never underestimate the research ability of tens of millions of forum players in the previous life, especially as a popular character, let alone the current skill of flare wall. Even Harvey and Archbishop Maggie, as well as his other romantic past, have long been exposed by the fourth calamity. Not only do they talk about it with relish, but some are even shameless enough to write it into a novel. A very indecent one. I think I've gone off topic. Anyway, the wolf cub had already told Shirley about everything that might happen, and had prepared a plan for every possible scenario in advance. Why was Liao Zixuan so excited when he saw the flare wall before? Nostalgia was only one aspect. The more superficial reason was that only when Harvey released this skill could Shirley cooperate with him to perform the classic move that Liao Zixuan had been looking forward to for a long time. Yes, it was the move that the wolf cub had been talking to Shirley about before the start. The most core and soulful one. Liao Zixuan was eager to try it. But Harvey was the complete opposite. His heart skipped a beat. And in Harvey's heart, that bad premonition became stronger and stronger. Finally, Harvey's pupils contracted because Shirley finally made a move. Shirley first swung her hands outward, and the giant claws on her hands disappeared into the air. Then, under the tense gaze of Harvey and others, she slowly raised her left arm. What is she going to do? At this moment, the soldiers held their breath, and the players opened their eyes one by one, fearing that they would miss something. As for Harvey, believe in Maggie, she said that even in a one-on-one situation, even if she wanted to break this flare wall, it would not be so easy to do. Harvey's self-consoling words had not yet been finished, and his voice was drowned out. To be precise, it was changed by a snap of fingers. What? Not only Harvey was shocked, but even the soldiers and players were stunned, and their minds went blank for a moment, because Shirley stretched out her slender left arm and pointed it at them. She didn't cast any imagined evil magic, but just made a very simple move. She turned her round wrist. Next, the 5 fingers of her slender white fingers were raised, and she gently put her thumb and middle finger together. And then ding! The crisp and pleasant sound of the snap of fingers resounded in everyone's ears and echoed in Qian town. The method to crack the flare wall is very simple. You only need to do 2 things. First, you must never use continuous attacks to charge it. Second, after charging in advance, concentrate all your strength on one point to explode. Some villains die because they talk too much, but some villains wait for the charging status bar to be full while talking. Shirley is obviously the latter. The power of the abyss, which has been accumulated long ago and has been continuously compressed and condensed to the point that it has only become a black light on the fingertips, bursts out in an instant. Of course, there are many ways to burst out instantly, but Liao Zixuan chose to let Shirley perform the most handsome one out of sentiment. When Shirley crushed the concentrated power of the abyss on her fingertips with a snap of her fingers, she also carried an unparalleled terrifying force along with the sound waves of the snap of her fingers. However, these hidden little operations are invisible to outsiders. What the soldiers, players, and even Harvey saw was that Shirley on the opposite side just snapped her fingers. Click, 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 click. The absolute defense of the pseudo-supernatural level that was once thought to be indestructible. Even Archbishop Maggie herself said it was fine. Maggie here definitely tricked Harvey, so I won't mention it. In short, the flare wall, which symbolized the last hope, was completely shattered with a snap of the fingers. Then after hope, there was a flood of despair. Harvey had thought of countless ways that the flare wall was broken, but he had never thought that it would be broken in such a ridiculous and absurd way. How strong is she? I'm sorry, Maggie. I tried my best. Plop! Harvey knelt on the ground, holding his hands on the ground, and lost all thoughts of resistance. Shirley's snap of fingers not only broke the flare wall, but also shattered Harvey's heart. Even the commander had given up under Shirley's despair, not to mention his soldiers and a group of players who were already slacking off. Retreat! Return to Fire City, Harvey shouted with tears in his most humiliating voice, which also meant that they completely gave up guarding the portal and opened the portal that could directly reach the bottom of Fire City to the endless tide of the fallen abyss. When Harvey and his men ran into the portal one by one, Qian Town finally lost all its guarding power. What remained was the violent and terrifying monsters of the abyss that filled the surroundings. The little wolf cub walked out of the shadows. He saw Shirley's eyes asking him whether to proceed to the next step, and nodded. So, Shirley, who got the confirmation, raised her arm again, pointed at the deepest portal from a distance. Roar! The earth shook violently, and countless monsters of the abyss that were originally blocked by the flare wall seemed to have no restraints anymore, and roared loudly. They all sprinted towards the portal, bringing up billowing smoke and dust, and finally disappeared their hideous and ugly bodies in Chien Town in the smoke-filled portal. Chapter 98 Treasure-Stealing Group and Business Opportunities. 1 hour ago. Fire Code City. Underground Black Market. Headquarters of the Treasure-Stealing Group. In the cold and dark conference room, there is a chair on each side of the square table. Behind each chair, there is a flag that seems to have some kind of animal painted on it. The thin man sitting on the chair with a crow-patterned flag behind him spoke first. Now the portal has been opened. Soon, the villagers of Chien Town and the surrounding areas of the Claw Forest will be temporarily transferred to the Fire Code City. What do you think? Humph. I'm not interested in these country bumpkins. Dead crows. I want you to find out what happened in the Claw Forest. What kind of disaster made the fire god cult do such a big thing? Even Archbishop Maggie, who has not appeared in the past few years, was forced to take action. And when will this incident be resolved? And when will Maggie continue her retreat? Because she, the Archbishop, was alarmed and came out of retreat. The high-ranking members of the Vulcan Church were all frightened. And they all told me that they would temporarily stop cooperating. What a bunch of cowards. Isn't it just an old woman? Look how scared they are. They are almost like turtles. The giant man, with a tiger behind him, snorted coldly. The other party's body in the shadows slightly bent forward towards the table due to his emotions when he spoke, revealing a strong and powerful body. However, knowing that the giant was angry, a charming and sarcastic voice still rang out from under the flag with the fox pattern. TSK. Isn't she just an old woman? If Archbishop Maggie hadn't been in seclusion for the past few years, and didn't care about worldly affairs, how could the Vulcan Church be corrupted so quickly? And even colluded with your tiger tribe to collect protection fees together. Bang! He slammed the table. Mehu. What do you mean by that? Without our tiger tribe helping you to watch the scene and eliminate opponents in the past few years, do you really think you can do those human trafficking activities so smoothly? Besides, your brothels and bars make so much money every month. What's wrong with collecting some protection fees from you? The giant man glared at the woman under the fox. But the other party was not afraid at all. Make so much money? Come on. Everyone knows that since the closure of Woodyan City, my supply of goods has been reduced by 70% to 80%. I have told those customers to be a little gentle during this period. But they are good. They don't know how to be gentle. And they consume faster. If I didn't have some supply from the city, I would almost be unable to do business. So, I have to thank Maggie for opening the portal. Thanks to her opening this door, such a large number of tens of thousands of goods were sent here. Black Tiger. You should know that those poor country bumpkins you mentioned are all cheap and affordable money-making machines in my eyes. After confronting the giant named Black Tiger, the fox turned his head to the skinny man codenamed Dead Crow at the beginning. Dead Crow. I heard that this year, other nobles did not go to the surrounding towns and villages to buy servants due to the city lockdown order. But the Cecil family is the only one that is still the same, combined with the fact that their servants are consumed the fastest every year. I suspect that the Cecil family is also doing that kind of business. In the past, I couldn't and didn't dare to compete with the Cecil family for the source of goods. But now? Hee. Dead Crow. I need your intelligence department of the Crow department to help me get the purchase list selected by the Cecil family this year. It is said that just in time for the coming-of-age ceremony of the daughter of Earl Cecil. The girls they want to buy from the countryside this year are all carefully selected and high-quality goods. I will take advantage of this chaos and intercept all of this batch of goods in advance. After the fox said this, the Dead Crow nodded, and the thin man finally looked at the person who had not spoken among the four people, who was sitting under the last snake-patterned flag. Venomous Snake. What about you? Like Black Tiger, I am most concerned about the information about what happened in the Forest of Terror Claws. I can't contact Bishop Eugenia now. The first thing our snake department has to do now is to get back the amethyst grass that we spent a lot of money and energy to cultivate. The value of amethyst grass in Fire Classic City now. I don't need to say more. Right? Dead Crow. I need you to send someone to track down Bishop Eugenia's whereabouts. Any clues about her will do. Our snake department will also send people to see if we can get any useful information from these refugees outside the city. Okay. After everyone had said it, Dead Crow stood up. Then let me summarize. Let's put aside Black Tiger's matter about Archbishop Maggie. This is beyond the ability of the Crow Department. But the next two things. One is the list of reserve servants selected by the Cecil family. And the second is about the whereabouts of Bishop Eugenia and the purple crystal grass. Once I have news, I will reply to you as soon as possible. That's it. Let's adjourn. After Dead Crow spoke, the leaders of the three branches of the treasure-stealing group were also ready to leave through the secret passage. But at the end, Dead Crow seemed to have suddenly thought of something and mentioned it again. Oh, right. Regarding the matter of strangers, I asked the people of the rat department to start contacting them. If there are people who meet the requirements of our treasure-stealing group, I will let the small leaders of the rat department absorb them themselves and try to serve as our peripheral members first. Let them do whatever they want to the rat tribe. A bunch of outsiders who came out of nowhere are indeed a good match for the rat tribe. After a sneer from Black Tiger, the giant disappeared into the secret passage. The leaders of the other two tribes were not interested in this either. They left without saying anything. In the end, only the thin man named Dead Crow was left, alone in the empty and cold secret meeting room. Trash? He muttered and shook his head. Soon, Dead Crow turned into black crow feathers like a magic trick and disappeared on the spot. What happened? What is this portal outside the city? I heard from my brothers in the city defense army that a disaster happened in the forest in the north. And Archbishop Maggie used magic to transfer all the refugees here. Ah! Archbishop Maggie is still so kind. Compared to this, I am more worried about the refugees outside the city. Don't let these refugees come into the city. Look at how ragged they are. They are so dirty. Don't bring us any more plagues. That's right. If you ask me, Archbishop Maggie is still too soft-hearted. Why does he care about the lives of these country people? Now there are so many people crowded outside the city, and so many guards are assigned to look after them. What about the security in our Fire Classic city? Alas, first the city was closed, and now there is such a mess. This year is really unlucky. God of Fire, please don't let any more trouble happen. There was such a big scene outside Huidian City. On the one hand, there was a huge portal not far from the city, and a large number of refugees from Qian Town kept escaping from the portal. The residents in the city, as long as they were not blind or deaf, began to talk more or less, and most of them had worried and unhappy faces. Of course, there were also a small number of people who were excited and happy. Xli and his group of brothers squatted in an alley in the city. He listened to Xiaoqi, who was panting and had just come back from outside the city to get information, and was telling him about the situation outside with a beaming face. Boss, we've made a fortune. With so many people coming from outside the city, we can make a lot of money just by selling fake entry permits. The younger brother named Xiaoqi was shaking with excitement. His voice was trembling, and his eyes seemed to be shining, all with the silver glitter of silver coins. But just a second later, his dream was shattered. Are you stupid? The city guards have strictly stated that no refugees are allowed to enter the city, and even the city gates are completely closed, let alone our fake entry permits. Even if they are real, they are useless. Who would buy them? Chris slapped Xiaoqi's wooden head in frustration. Then, boss, are we just going to watch so many fat sheep outside the city? If it doesn't work, why don't we use our secret passages and do the smuggling business? Boom! Xiaoqi was hit hard on the head again. What the hell? Are you crazy about money? We dug out that secret passage with great difficulty, and we must not let outsiders know about it. Moreover, I think the city guards are serious this time. If we are caught, we will lose our heads. I just want to make more money and prepare some gifts for Nana. Boss, you know that Nana and I have been together for so long. Her family finally agreed to our relationship with great difficulty. I thought that I should do my best and not embarrass Nana. Seeing that Xiaoqi's face was full of happiness when Nana was mentioned, Chris and the group of younger brothers behind him immediately looked contemptuous, showing an expression that they were tired of hearing it again. However, when they heard that they had to prepare gifts this time, there was a bit of sourness in the air. Get lost. I'm so tired of hearing about your little shit. Nana must be blind to like you. Chris kicked Xiaoqi, and Xiaoqi just giggled, as if immersed in the beautiful fantasy of the future again. Okay, fake entry permits will definitely not work, and smuggling is even more dangerous. After listening to the final decision of their boss, the younger brothers all showed bitter faces, especially Xiaoqi, who was more eager to make money. But Chris changed his tone and showed a smug look on his face. In our business, we have to be flexible. Before, because the city was partially closed, the entry permit was the most sought after. But now it is completely closed. So what is the most sought after thing? Chris also tried to teach his brothers. But seeing his brother's big eyes full of confusion, Chris gave up. Stupid. Of course, it's basic supplies. There are so many of them. Tens of thousands of refugees are blocked outside the city and are not allowed to come in. What do they eat? Drink? Wear? And sleep? Aren't these all business opportunities? After Chris said this, his brothers were not really stupid, and they all reacted immediately. Yes. Let's buy a batch of supplies in the city, then transport them outside the city, and then sell them to those refugees at a high price. This way, we will make a fortune. Fuck. The boss is too smart. Nonsense. Otherwise, how can the boss be the boss? With the boss's brain, we are not far from getting out of the outer rat department. As long as we follow the boss, we will definitely become a formal member of the treasure-stealing group. Chapter 99 Boss. After this job is done, I will go home and marry a wife. After the surprise and joy of finding another way to make a fortune, it soon became a flattering session. Ahem. Okay. Chris deliberately waited for a while, and enjoyed the admiration of his younger brothers. Especially the last one mentioned that he could become a formal member of the treasure-stealing group. This was his goal all along. In fact, not only him, but all the gangsters in Huidian City were proud to join the legendary treasure-stealing group. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. While the shops in the city haven't reacted yet, rush to buy basic supplies. Oh, yes. Remember not to buy crazily in one store. Spread out, and then keep a low profile. Try not to let other colleagues notice. After we buy everything, let's gather at the secret passage and transport the supplies outside. Do you understand? Understood. Boss. After Chris gave the order, the brothers immediately took action according to the plan and divided into several waves to go to the grocery stores. They are the biggest local snakes in this area. They remember the location of each store clearly and are familiar with buying supplies. It took less than 10 minutes. Chris, who was waiting at the entrance of the secret passage, was surrounded by all the brothers who had returned from buying supplies. He saw that everyone else was carrying large and small bags, but only Xiaoqi, who was the most ruthless, had found a small cart and bought a whole cart. Seeing the boss twitching his mouth towards him, Xiaoqi smiled. Sell more and make a lot of money. Can't you run a few more times? Chris kicked again in anger. After unlocking the hidden mechanism and passing through the secret passage, Chris and his party came to an inconspicuous corner outside the city with various supplies. Taking a deep breath, Chris was also very excited at first, because this is a big business. If it can be done well, the money earned can be enough for him to buy the official membership of the treasure-stealing group and get rid of the peripheral rat members. Even Chris has planned that after officially joining the treasure-stealing group, he will choose to join the most mysterious crow department in the rumor and become a member of the Dead Crow. However, as Chris looked at the refugees under the huge portal opposite, the expectation on his face began to gradually disappear, and his brows slightly frowned. Because what Chris saw was a group of people in tattered clothes with bitter faces. Many refugees fled in a hurry, resulting in nothing with them, and only a thin piece of clothing on their bodies. However, it was not warm outside the Fire Code City, and there was a cold wind from time to time. The adults were fine, but the children were all shivering with cold. As for hunger, let alone, Chris saw with his own eyes a mother crying because her young child was so hungry that he kept pulling his mother and shouting, and kept begging and kneeling among the refugees. There are countless miserable scenes like this, and with the refugees constantly transferred from the portal, the supplies provided by the official Huidian City are simply not enough. Xiaoqi, what price did we say at the beginning? 3 times. Boss. Xiaoqi rubbed his hands excitedly. Cut it in half. 1.5 times. And then tell the brothers that the missing part of the money can be deducted from my share. Chris said this almost with gritted teeth. Boss. This. Xiaoqi didn't understand at first, but when he followed the boss's gaze and saw the true appearance of the refugees, he stopped talking immediately. Hey! What's going on? The boss is so stupid for not seizing such a good opportunity to make a lot of money. Xiaoqi muttered in a depressed tone. However, when he went to inform the remaining brothers, Chris was surprised. The boss said that we are all suffering people. So don't make it too difficult for others. We gangsters must have a bottom line. All materials will only be sold at 1.3 times the price. The part of the money that everyone earns less will be deducted from the boss, and my share. Xiaoqi. You? Chris was a little speechless. Although Xiaoqi felt heartbroken and almost cried, he still shook his hands casually. Look at your virtue. Chris smiled and kicked again out of habit. But at this moment, a group of 5 people suddenly broke away from the refugee group and walked towards Huidian City. Not only were they not stopped by the city guards, but they even had a special team of people to escort them. Before Chris's brothers could sigh that there were big shots among the refugees, they found that their boss seemed a little abnormal. Among these so-called big shots among the refugees, Chris, with his sharp eyes, saw a familiar girl figure that impressed him very much. This made him stare at the girl until she disappeared into the entrance of Huidian City. Xiaoqi. You guys sell things outside the city first. I have to go back. Recalling the encounter with the girl and the incredible things that happened afterwards, Chris's heart was like a fire, and his strong curiosity made him eager to follow and take a look. Okay, boss. Leave the outside of the city to me. I promise to sell the most goods. And then, after this is over, when we make enough money, we will go home and marry Nana. Although Xiaoqi didn't know what his boss was going to do, he still patted his chest and promised. Of course, as usual, he kept talking about his Nana. But this time, for some reason, Chris suddenly felt flustered even though he should have been used to it. What's wrong? Boss? Don't you have something to do? Go back to the city. Xiaoqi asked Chris, who was still not leaving. You said? Is there any danger? Chris asked suddenly, but he didn't know what he was asking. It was just a subconscious intuition. Boss, what are you thinking about? Are you stupid? This is Huidian City. Right under Huidian City. What danger can there be? Okay. Boss, go quickly. Don't delay us from making money. I'm anxious to earn a gift for Nana. Then I'll go first. After Xiaoqi's words, Chris felt that it was true. He really couldn't think of any danger under Huidian City. And they were not doing anything bad. They were selling supplies. The city guards would not care about such a small matter. And they should even be happy to see it. I guess I'm just overthinking. Right? However, before leaving through the secret passage to return to Huidian City, his strong sense of panic still made Chris say more and give his younger brothers a few words. What if there is any danger? Don't worry about the goods. Don't think about the money. Run back to the city from the secret passage. Do you understand? Xiaoqi. Especially you. Think about it. Is the betrothal gift more important? Or let your Nana be a widow? Chris especially glared at Xiaoqi, who was the most eager and impatient. Boss, don't be such a pessimist. That's right. Let's go. Leave the boss alone. Shaking his head, even Chris felt a little strange. What happened? Without thinking any more, he entered the secret passage. After coming out from the other end of the Fire Classic City, he quickly ran to the main road at the city gate. After looking around for a few times, his eyes lit up. He followed the backs of Vivian and her group quietly. Chapter 100. What is sunk cost? Is this Miss Vivian's first time in Huidian City? Butler Robert chatted with the girl beside him. Laughing. The girl hesitated at first, but soon nodded. After all, the time she went into the city alone to report the news should not be counted. Right? On the other hand, since leaving the refugee camp outside the city, under the escort of the city guards, the moment he stepped into the main road in Huidian City, Robert felt like he was back home, removing the last bit of tension in his body and completely relaxing. It can even be said that even though the disaster has not ended yet, he has already begun to have leisure, acting as a tour guide to introduce Huidian City to Vivian, because they had called in earlier. The noble carriage of the Cecil family arrived quickly. After several people got on the carriage, Robert lifted the curtain of the carriage and pointed out the building outside to the little girl. Miss Vivian, you see, we are now in the outer city area. There are the most shops and vendors here. It will be cheaper to buy daily necessities here on weekdays. Oh, but relatively speaking, the security in the outer city area is not so good. I heard that there are still many gangsters. Then a few streets further in, there are mostly some taverns and entertainment venues. The tallest building in the distance is the Fire God Tower, which is the center of the Fire God cult, the largest sect in Fire Classic City. There is also the Royal Law School next to it, which trains a large number of excellent mages for Fire Classic City every year, and the Fire Classic Library, which must be mentioned, the most famous statue of the God of Fire. Vivian was a little confused and disoriented by Robert's enthusiastic introduction, but her younger brother Andy, who was holding her hand, was extremely excited. He leaned against the window on the other side of the carriage, full of novelty about the big city. As for Vivian's father, Andy, he never dreamed that one day he would be able to sit in a carriage like the master and drive on the avenue of Whittian City. Mage Lake, who was also sitting in the carriage, saw the performance of this country bumpkin family. Although he did not show anything on the surface, his contempt in his heart was a little heavier. However, this state did not last too long. After a while, the carriage gradually slowed down and finally stopped at the door of a luxurious manor in the inner city. Inside the manor, there is an extremely magnificent castle mansion. One of the ancient nobles of Whittian City, the Cecil family, has arrived. Lord Robert, you have worked hard all the way. The maids who had been waiting at the door for a long time bowed and greeted the butler who got off the carriage. Robert ordered a few maids to send Vivian's father and brother away and settle them somewhere else. Then, together with the Mage Lake, he led Vivian to officially enter the mansion. At the same time, secretly, Chris, who followed all the way to the gate of the manor, frowned when he saw the girl disappear at the entrance of the castle. Shouldn't she be a little village girl from a country village? How could she be related to a great noble like Cecil? Wait, could it be that? Chris suddenly thought of some great nobles who had the habit of buying servants from the countryside. And the Cecil family was one of the nobles who were most enthusiastic about this. Although Vivian was skinny, she still looked good, and it seemed normal for her to be bought as a maid. However, Chris muttered the three words Cecil in a low voice, and in his mind, he recalled the rumors he had heard in the treasure-stealing group. There were rumors that the servants of the Cecil family would always disappear inexplicably and strangely every year, and evaporate from the face of the earth. And it was precisely because of this that they bought more servants from outside every year than other families. It was even said that the city was half closed some time ago, and other nobles gave up buying servants this year. But the Cecil family was willing to spend a lot of money to buy relationships and still recruit servants. Hey! Damn it! Why is this silly girl so annoying wherever she goes? Chris cursed. The last time the two met, it was the same. Not long after Vivian entered the checkpoint, something incredible seemed to have happened inside. Although Chris did not dare to go in, he saw the guards being beaten out with his own eyes. Later, when Christie asked people, he learned that it was said that a very powerful mage was destroying the place of the Fire God cult. In the end, even Demir, the legendary first genius mage in the Fire Classic City, was alarmed and rushed to support. And this was the end. But after everything was over, Chris wanted to find out how Vivian was doing and whether she was affected by the incident. But the little girl seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth and lost all contact. So, this is why Chris was so surprised and curious when he saw Vivian again today. He couldn't help but put down the big business outside the city and wanted to come and see. As a result, curiosity really killed people. It didn't matter if he saw it. But now Chris was extremely entangled again. Because, no matter whether the rumor is true or not, Chris thinks it is better to believe it than not. If there is really something wrong with the Cecil family, the girl at the moment is simply a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. After struggling for several times, Chris wanted to turn around and leave. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and stayed. This is for the travel expenses I gave to that silly girl, so that the bag of money would not be wasted. If she really has an accident, wouldn't it be like my money wasted? Chris has sunk costs. After forcibly finding a reason to convince himself, since he has made up his mind to sneak into Cecil's house and remind Vivian who knows nothing, Chris's momentum changes instantly. The original appearance of a gangster disappeared, and instead, he slightly bent his body. After a deep breath, a magical scene appeared. Chris's figure gradually blurred, and finally, it even merged with the surrounding environment. If you don't look carefully, you can't find that there is still a person here. Stealth is the signature skill of the second-level thief profession. Chris can become the local boss in this neighborhood, so he must have real skills. With the help of stealth, He bypassed the guards and easily sneaked into the manor of the Cecil family. After observing for a while, Chris cursed in his heart, because in the entire huge manor house, especially the servants who could enter and leave the castle, there are not many male servants. They are all maids. There is no way. Sneaking into the manor is fine. But if you really enter the castle, a noble like the Cecil family must have defenses that can detect thieves sneaking. So Chris has no choice but to give up halfway. I must blackmail that little village girl when I get back. Otherwise it would be a shame for his sacrifice today. Chris was extremely reluctant. So he secretly knocked out a maid in the castle, dragged her to a deserted corner, quickly exchanged his clothes with the maid, and humiliated her for the first time in her life by wearing a skirt, and finally used the thief's skills to change her face and figure at the same time. Just like that, when she came out again, the brand new cross maid, after sensing Vivian's breath, quickly moved around the castle. Chapter 101 Earl's Daughter. Miss Vivian. We are going to meet our Earl's daughter, Miss Liz. As he walked up the stairs, Butler Robert looked at Vivian, who had become nervous since entering the castle, and smiled soothingly. To be honest, our eldest daughter is just like you, Miss Vivian. She is very kind and friendly, and she doesn't have much of a young lady's airs at all. Believe me, you will know once you meet her. Miss Liz is very easy to get along with. Plus, you are of similar age and both are spellcasters, so you will definitely become friends soon. Really? Is that so? That's great. I was afraid that I didn't know the etiquette and would upset the young lady. After hearing what Butler Robert said, Vivian breathed a sigh of relief, and her hands hidden on both sides of her sleeves were not so clenched. But the mage like next to her twitched his mouth. As for the reason, Vivian soon knew it. Snap! Snap! A loud sound of a vase falling to the ground came from upstairs, followed by a sound of pain as if it was injured, followed by exclamations and panicked apologies. Butler Robert, who had been smiling and talking to Vivian just now, seemed very kind and easy to talk to. But his face immediately darkened after hearing the movement from the staircase corridor above. Miss Vivian. I'm sorry. I'll go take care of something first. Butler Robert frowned and said this. Then he quickened his pace and ran upstairs. The people in the corridor upstairs seemed to have heard the hurried footsteps coming from below. After a glance from a distance, they found that they had just bumped into Butler Robert coming back. What a waste! You can't even wipe a vase properly. What's the point of our Cecil family hiring a clumsy maid like you? Get out of here quickly, and take your things with you. I don't want to see you in the castle tomorrow. Do you understand? A beautiful girl with fair skin, wearing a classic Gothic knee-length skirt of the nobility. The calf part below the knee is wrapped in stockings, slender and graceful, and finely matched with small and exquisite brown leather shoes. The whole person is like a doll-like girl. But at this moment, she made a move that is a bit inconsistent with her image. The beautiful girl, who was full of aristocratic temperament, now showed a disgusted expression, and scolded a maid who was kneeling in front of her. The reason was self-evident. The broken vase on the ground next to the maid was the cause of the incident. Miss Liz. After Butler Robert approached, he bowed to the scolding girl first. However, Liz did not pay attention to the butler first, but instead scolded the maid who was trembling with fear and kept kneeling to apologize in front of her again. Are you deaf? Can't you hear what I said just now? Get out of here. Seeing that the maid seemed to be frightened and still not leaving, Liz, who was angry and anxious, even kicked the maid without caring about her image. The maid finally came back to her senses, quickly cleaned up the broken pieces of the vase, and left quickly. During this period, Butler Robert's face was as gloomy as a dark cloud. He was the steward of all servants, and the reason why he could be the steward was one aspect, but also one aspect was strict discipline and severe punishment. In Robert's view, breaking the vase that belonged to the property of the Cecil family, regardless of whether it was expensive or not, was already a big mistake. Then, what made Robert speak several times and wanted to stop the offending maid was because he noticed that there were some reddish scratches on Miss Liz's legs, which should be scratches with broken skin and bleeding. It is a taboo for a servant to hurt his master, and it is absolutely unforgivable, even if it is unintentional. Miss, next time this happens, don't bother you to do it yourself. Just hand over the servant who made the mistake to us for handling, and I promise to give you a satisfactory answer. Butler Robert bowed slightly and said, and Liz first pulled down the hem of her skirt intentionally, or unintentionally, to cover the scratches on her legs caused by the glass shards of the vase, and then raised her white chin proudly, with an expression of dissatisfaction. Why, Robert, are you dissatisfied with my handling? Absolutely not. Everything is done according to Mrs. wishes. But I think your punishment is still too. Before Robert could even finish the word light, Liz on the other side waved her hand impatiently to interrupt him. After that, the Earl's daughter looked at the two people rushing behind Robert. Lake, I haven't heard of you. Do you have any cousins from the countryside? Liz looked at Vivian. Although Vivian had changed her previous tattered clothes at the coercive request of the little wolf cub in Sheehan Town. Even so, compared with other people in the ancient noble mansion of Cecil, the little girl's clothes still looked out of place. And it was obvious that she came from a small family. In addition, Vivian had just regained some confidence. But after seeing Liz scolding the servants, she became more reserved. This made Liz's initial impression of Vivian not very good. On the other hand, the Mage Lake almost laughed out loud in his heart. One of the reasons was that Liz took the initiative to talk to him. Although it was because of Vivian, Lake was still too excited. You know, how many outstanding young people in Huidian City wanted to talk to Liz? But few succeeded. Not to mention that Liz spoke up herself. As for the second reason, of course, Lake saw Liz and described Vivian like this, and he almost laughed to death. However, although she was happy in her heart, she still had to pretend on the surface. Miss Liz, Miss Vivian is not my cousin. But Mr. Robert found you a teacher and friend? What? As expected, the Earl's daughter widened her eyes after Lake's words, and her voice was several decibels too high, causing Vivian next to her to shrink her neck subconsciously. Liz immediately turned her head and looked at Robert again. And then she saw Robert smiling and nodding at her. Miss, this time Lake and I were able to return safely from the disaster in the northern forest. Miss Vivian helped a lot. She is not only a powerful summoner, but even Lord Demir praised Miss Vivian's magic level. Robert briefly introduced Vivian to Liz. At first, Liz frowned. But then, when the three words Demir popped out, the Earl's daughter seemed to suddenly come to life. What did you say? Liz exclaimed again, even louder than before. Her breathing became a little faster, as if the name alone could make her heart beat faster. Liz looked anxious and said quickly, Wait, Demir? Is that Demir from the Vulcan Law School? Tell me in detail. Chapter 102 Who can resist a beautiful girl's touch? Faced with Liz's questioning, Vivian saw how excited the Earl's daughter was, and quickly waved her hands. No. Mr. Robert is exaggerating. I'm not that good. I've only been in contact with magic for a short time. Maybe I just have a little bit of talent. I can't compare with a real magic genius like Demir. The little girl was afraid that Liz would misunderstand her, so she gestured and stretched out her hand in a very vivid way, using her thumb and index finger to slightly open a pitiful distance in the air to illustrate her talent. Opposite. You? Seeing Vivian's appearance, she had completely stolen her lines. And even more than that, Liz had choked back all the words she had prepared. Humph. In Fire Code City. Of course no one can compare to Demir in terms of magic. The young lady could only agree stiffly in the end. It is not difficult to see that the Earl's daughter in front of her is not interested in Demir. But she must at least admire him in her heart. This is not surprising, although Demir seemed to be very weak in front of Vivian before. In fact, the image of this boy in the hearts of outsiders, especially among noble ladies, is definitely a hot commodity. Young and powerful, with Archbishop Maggie as her mentor. Even Liz, the daughter of an earl, may not be able to compare with her in terms of identity and background. Robert just said that you are a summoner. Liz secretly glanced at Vivian. Although she gave a low evaluation of the girl's appearance, she was also reluctant and even resisted Robert's introduction of Vivian to her. However, Vivian's profession still aroused Liz's curiosity. After all, summoners are a very niche lineage among spellcasters and are extremely rare, at least in the Fire Code City. So, after the little girl nodded in acknowledgement, Liz immediately asked impatiently, Where is your summoned beast? Let me check it out. Although her tone was a bit condescending, this was a habit that Liz had been trained in since she was a child, and it was also a common problem for most nobles. But what Liz didn't expect was that after she said this, the little girl from the countryside, who was about the same age as her, suddenly looked much darker, as if she had touched a sore spot. Vivian's eyes drooped, staring at her toes, and her lips pursed slightly. Although the girl never told Liao Zixuan openly, She just followed Liao Zixuan's plan silently, because Vivian knew that this must be the best solution. But in fact, Vivian really hopes that no matter what Xiaohei does, no matter how difficult the difficulties are, she can accompany Xiaohei, and they can overcome them together, instead of Xiaohei just leaving her alone in a safe place like now. However, although she is not very old, Vivian, who has already shouldered the burden of life, is obviously not a willful little girl. She knows that these little emotions of hers are not worth mentioning in the face of the big picture, and are just redundant. Besides, if the roles are reversed, and it is her and her younger brother Andy, Vivian is sure that she will definitely do something similar to Xiaohei, taking on all the difficulties by herself and protecting the important people behind her. So, what right does she have to blame Xiaohei? The only feeling of loneliness in Vivian's heart now comes from her own weak strength. If she could be stronger, Xiaohei would not feel that she was holding him back. And she would also have to consider her safety. If she was strong enough, she could also help Xiaohei. Then, she could openly and confidently ask Xiaohei to stay with her no matter what happened. As her thoughts drifted further and further away, the little girl's hands, which had been tucked into her sleeves, tightened a little, opened again, and tightened again, until, well, forget it if you don't want to. Although she still spoke in that tone of a young lady, she could clearly hear a hint of panic hidden in it. When Liz saw Vivian, she seemed to be in a bad state because of her last sentence. She kept her head down and didn't speak. The Earl's daughter was also a little panicked. Liz subconsciously wanted to take a step forward, raised her hand slightly, and made some soothing movements. But soon, she realized that this was inconsistent with her identity, and there were many other people at the scene. So she took it back and covered it up with a dry cough. Xiaohei. He is still in Qian town. He should have something to do. Sorry. I was a little distracted just now. I shouldn't be able to summon him back now. Sorry. Vivian was pulled back by Liz's voice in her ear. The little girl realized her loss of composure and kept apologizing while re-explaining her answer. But Liz frowned again. The young lady turned her face and said in a disgusting tone, "That's why I hate people like you. Humph. Always saying sorry. What's there to be sorry about? It's not your fault." Ah? Vivian was a little confused. She didn't expect Liz's focus to be here. But what surprised the little girl even more was the words of the Earl's daughter. Also, I actually raised a dog. Although I know that it must be different from your summoner. Anyway, it does like to run around sometimes. And I don't know where it runs away when I'm not paying attention. I can't call it back. When I was a child, I was often anxious because of this. But Liz changed her tone and became more serious. No matter how crazy it is, every night when I am about to go to bed, it will always jump out from nowhere and come back to my side. Without exception. At the end, Liz's face was full of memories, as if she was reliving that good time. But soon she seemed to react. She said this specifically to the little girl opposite. So she quickly tightened her face and returned to the image of the Earl's daughter. Ahem. Habitually using dry coughs to cover up embarrassment. Liz put on her arrogant tone again. Do you understand? Yeah. On the other side, Vivian nodded heavily to Liz. Then, she didn't wait for Liz to speak again. And not only did she take the initiative to speak, but also took a step forward, and took her hand before Liz could react. Mr. Robert is right. Miss Liz, you are really a very kind person. Vivian smiled happily at the Earl's daughter opposite. This was the first time the little girl smiled without restraint after entering the Earl's castle. Chapter 103. The Earl's daughter won't have a devil father. She was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds. Not only Liz, but also Lake, who was standing next to her, and was planning to watch a scene where a villainous daughter ridiculed a country bumpkin wizard. At this moment, the guest wizard of the Cecil family looked at the Earl's daughter, Miss Liz, whom he dreamed about every night, and her hand, which was held by Vivian, seemed to be petrified. On the other side, finally, the blankness in her brain gradually disappeared, and she felt the delicate touch and temperature from her palm, which she had not felt for a long time. Only then did Liz come back to her senses and realized what had happened. Then, what are you doing? The Earl's daughter blushed in an instant. Liz was shy, but also had a deeper fear of something. The girl quickly pulled her hand back from Vivian's small palm. Oh, yes. Sorry. I was a little too happy. Sorry. It seemed that she had come to her senses and realized what she had done subconsciously. Vivian immediately turned into a ruthless apology machine again. You? This time, Liz did not blame Vivian for always saying sorry. She was so angry that she didn't even know what to say. A small part of her anger was towards Vivian, but more of it was towards herself. At this time, Robert, the butler, pretended to be blind and looked kind. He knew that for some reason his young lady actually lacked company. Oh, of course, if Vivian was a man, it would not be kind, but cruel. Robert dared to guarantee that Vivian would not be able to walk out of the castle alive today. Fortunately, in such an embarrassing situation, a bright voice from the top of the castle broke the embarrassment. Huh? Robert, I was wondering why it was so lively downstairs. It turned out to be you. Haha. What a coincidence. I was thinking about estimating the time. You should be here too. I was just about to go downstairs to greet you. A handsome tall man in a black tuxedo came down from the stairs. After seeing this man, Butler Robert and the wizard lake beside him immediately bowed respectfully and greeted. My Lord Earl. Vivian also reacted at this time and quickly followed suit. Hey! I've said it so many times. In our own home, we don't have to follow the pedantic set of other nobles. Earl Cecil waved his hand. His face seemed full of helplessness. Compared with the other three, Liz, as a biological daughter, was much more open. Father! The girl happily went directly to Earl Cecil's arms. The Earl also picked up his daughter with a smile on his face and put her down after spinning in the air. Then he stroked Liz's beautiful blonde hair and joked with emotion, Our Liz has really grown up. And your father can hardly hold you. No. I have been losing weight recently. The young lady had just finished speaking when she saw the Earl smirk. She immediately reacted and blushed again. Humph. I'm ignoring you. Ha ha. Earl Cecil was still immersed in the interaction with his daughter. But suddenly, his straight nose moved slightly, which was hardly noticed by others. In an instant, a strange look flashed across the Earl's eyes. And then the Earl immediately set his eyes on a certain part of Liz's leg. Are you injured? Count Cecil half squatted down, moved the edge of Liz's skirt that deliberately covered the wound, and pretended to find it accidentally. Ah, it's just that I accidentally scratched it, and it just broke a little skin. It's okay. Father. Liz obviously didn't expect that her father could find such a small wound. She was a little panicked and wanted to cover the wound again. But is that so? Count Cecil nodded and didn't say anything more, but he held down Liz's twisting body. And then the Earl quickly took out a white handkerchief from his arms, and then gently wiped his daughter's wound. The small amount of blood that was not cleaned up on the wound was wiped onto the handkerchief, and the originally white handkerchief suddenly had a few bright red spots in the center. Well, that's good. I don't want my baby daughter to have a scar. Earl Cecil stood up with a smile on his face again, and when Butler Robert wanted to speak and throw away the blood-stained and dirty handkerchief, he took it away without leaving a trace and took it back into his arms. Father, you are really... I am not a child anymore. Liz quickly adjusted her skirt with a sense of relief, and kept complaining, as if she felt that there were so many outsiders watching her, and her father was too doting on her. Robert. See, I'm being despised. Oh, when Liz was little, Father! Seeing that Count Cecil was about to say something more shameful, Liz stomped her feet in anger. Ha. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Ah, it's really rude. Liz blames you. I almost forgot that we have a distinguished guest here. The tall and upright Count finally set his eyes on the little girl at this time. Miss Vivian. Right? Robert asked Lake to send me a message about you using magic messages. On behalf of the Cecil family, I am honored that you can come to our castle as a guest. Count Cecil spoke with sincerity, and at the same time, he made a standard noble salute and extended his hand to Vivian in a friendly manner. No. I should be very grateful to Mr. Robert for inviting me. Vivian kept shaking her head, and shook hands with the Count as if she was flattered. Time did not leave too much wear and tear on Count Cecil, but instead added a lot of maturity. In addition, from his every move just now, he showed a cheerful and easygoing personality, which made it difficult not to have a good impression on him. At least for Vivian. It completely changed the image of the noble men in the big city that the little girl had imagined in her mind. Well, let's not stand in the corridor. Robert, take them to my study first. I've asked the servants to prepare tea and snacks in advance. Watching Vivian and her group follow Robert up the stairs and disappear behind the backs upstairs under his orders. The rich expression on Count Cecil's face before quickly disappeared. He put his hand on his chest, and his palms seemed to tremble uncontrollably. In the end, it seemed as if he could no longer bear it. After the Count's figure flashed into the bathroom in the nearby corridor, he staggered into the door and locked it with his backhand. Next, the Count carefully took out the blood-stained handkerchief in his arms with his excited and trembling hands as if he were looking at a treasure. Ah, Lise. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I can feel it. In the forest to the north, our real gods have already taken action and sent messengers to this land. They are moving. Moving. I have a feeling that I will soon, right now, meet my compatriots. They are coming to the Fire Code City. Originally, I thought I would have to wait a few more months. But if I can take this opportunity to contact the messenger and, with the help of the messenger, improve and refine my divinity, then, Lise, my dear daughter, you're half of your mother's flesh and blood. Your mother's talents, your abilities, will all be mine. All mine. Ha ha ha. Woo woo woo. Sitting on the toilet, Count Cecil covered his madly twisted face with a handkerchief. He blocked the blood of Liz in the center of his nose and kept taking deep breaths. At the same time, behind the Count, countless dark hands that symbolized the abyss seemed to unfold, and they also twisted and swayed weirdly with the Count's body. However, this state came to an abrupt end the next moment, because suddenly, all the dark hands behind the Count seemed to have noticed something, and they all stopped all activities strangely in an instant, and pointed to another bathroom cubicle on the left. Immediately afterwards, a creepy and terrifying breath burst out from Count Cecil's body in vain. Who? He did not choose to rush out, but violently broke the interlayer between the two cubicles. But looking at the other cubicle, the entire bathroom was empty except for him, as if there was no one else. For the first time, Count Cecil's face was so terribly gloomy. Chapter 104 Citywide Projection. Hold your breath. Don't dare to move. Chris pressed his back against the wall of the bathroom cubicle, and under the full support of the thief's stealth, he completely blended into the surrounding environment. But even so, Chris still didn't dare to raise his head, and only dared to lower his eyes to the ground, and even closed his eyes in the end, because he had a very strong premonition. If he turned his eyes slightly and set his sights on Count Cecil, who was right in front of him, or if he couldn't help but take a breath, the other party would be able to instantly detect his presence. The whole process lasted for more than a minute. During this minute, Count Cecil stood there like a wooden man. Although Chris closed his eyes, he could feel that the other party's sight had swept over his position several times. Fortunately, it just swept over and did not stop. Obviously, he could not find him. Just when Chris's face was almost purple, and he could not hold on any longer, the terrifying and weird silence in the bathroom was finally broken. The sound of footsteps going out sounded, and Count Cecil seemed to give up before him, and finally left the bathroom. But even so, even though he was the only one left in the empty bathroom, Chris's intuition did not make him run away in a hurry. But he continued to stay where he was, close to the wall, maintaining stealth, and motionless. Of course, except for a few secret breaths. This continued for a while, and Chris knew that his intuition had saved his life again. Because Master Earl? The maid's voice came from outside the bathroom. It was not difficult to hear that in addition to respect, there was also a bit of strangeness in the voice. They didn't know why the master would stand quietly at the door of the bathroom without saying a word. Ah, you came at the right time. The wall of the partition in this bathroom is broken. I'll trouble you later. Remember to find someone to fix it. Oh, this house and castle are just like people. When they get old, everything will go wrong. The familiar and cheerful voice of Count Cecil came from the bathroom door. It's not hard. It's our honor to serve you, and you will live a long and healthy life, the maid said in unison, some of them blushing. And it was not difficult to hear that it was not a false perfunctory, but a sincere one. Indeed, it is rare to find a noble master like Count Cecil, who is kind and friendly to others, and has an easygoing temperament. And the Countess is said to have died of dystocia when she gave birth to Miss Liz. And the Count has never married a new wife. Ha ha. I hope so. Then I will go upstairs to entertain the guests. and I will leave it to you here. Count Cecil seemed to be amused by the maids. After laughing a few times, he finally walked upstairs. It was not until here that Chris's sense of crisis completely disappeared. But he was still not careless. With the noise of the maids entering the bathroom, Chris dared to move. His figure flashed, and at the fastest speed, he finally left this place that absolutely filled him with horror. Then, he did not stop, because the Earl had just broken the wall of the bathroom cubicle, causing dust to stain his clothes. He must have changed his clothes now. Taking advantage of this gap, Chris came to the highest point upstairs, the Earl's study where Vivian and her group were. Finally, I met this country girl again, and the innocent and kind look on her face that still showed ignorance and no vigilance. Chris was anxious. If he was still hesitating before, was it really right for him to do this? After all, the dream of many country girls is to come to the big city and be a maid for noble men. But now, taking a deep breath, Chris, who disguised himself as a maid, held the teapot and tea sets, and pretended to serve tea to the people in the study. When Chris finally got to Vivian's side, "Huh?" I don't know if it was Chris's illusion, but he seemed to hear a slight surprise from the little girl's mouth. Then, before he could do anything, Vivian cast a curious and somewhat indescribable look at him, who was disguised as a maid. But Chris didn't think much about it, and he didn't have the time to think about it. He was now focused on leaving the castle after delivering the message to Vivian. As for whether Vivian believed his words or not, why would Chris consider this? To put it bluntly, he and Vivian actually had nothing to do with each other. Even to be able to do this for each other, Chris felt that something must be wrong with his nerves. What? You said you like her? This must be the funniest joke Chris has ever heard in his life. A skinny person with a humble background, whose only advantage is good looks, but whose personality is, to put it nicely, naive and kind. To put it bluntly, silly, without a bit of scheming. He wouldn't even want a girl like this even if she was given to him for free. Like her? He'll never like her in this life. Chris's ambition is not to be a daughter of an earl like Miss Liz. But at least, she should be a plump lady from a wealthy family. Right? What was he thinking about? He quickly threw away all the messy thoughts in his mind. And then, under Vivian's unnatural and strange eyes, the maid Chris handed a cup of hot tea to the little girl. Thank you. Thank you? Just when Vivian was reluctantly trying to thank the maid next to her, who was actually a man dressed as a woman under the reminder of her second personality, the little girl suddenly froze, because there was a ripple on the tea surface that the other party handed to her, and then a line of small words appeared on it. Don't get in touch with the Cecil family. The Earl has a problem. Just find an excuse and leave here. What is this? When Vivian came back to her senses and moved her eyes away from the teacup, the maid dressed as a man had disappeared and had retreated from the study. Instead, what's wrong? Miss Vivian, are you not used to drinking our tea? The vigorous voice of Earl Cecil came from outside the study. The Earl, who had changed his clothes, came back. No, of course not. While Vivian was dealing with it, she pretended to be casual and shook the teacup in her hand to hide the words on the tea. Ha. That's good. That's good. Oh, by the way, you can bring that in. After clapping his hands, Count Cecil asked the servants to bring a large mirror under the curious gaze of everyone. Father, what is this? Liz turned around in front of the mirror and asked curiously. This is a magic projection mirror that I invited the Vulcan mage to make at a high price. It can reflect the scene outside the fire code city in this mirror. Count Cecil held his daughter on his lap and caressed Liz's golden long hair. My Lord Earl, you want to? Butler Robert was the first to react. That's right. Not only here. I also set up magic projections in the center of Whittian City, the largest Vulcan square. After Earl Cecil nodded, his expression gradually became serious. I have always felt that as an ancient noble of Whittian City, we are worthy of the title of nobles, and do something for Whittian City. At present, there are so many refugees who are homeless due to the disaster, but the people in the city are indifferent to it, as if it has nothing to do with them. When did the atmosphere of our Whittian City become like this? Earl Cecil became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he was trying his best to suppress the trembling of his whole body. So, even if I have to use the assets of the Cecil family, I will also show the scene outside the city. Let everyone in the Fire Code City see it. When Earl Cecil said the last words, there seemed to be a sense of mission in his voice. Only when the people in the Fire Code City see the appearance of our compatriots and the coming of the Lord of God can everyone wake up. Only then can we truly awaken. Be redeemed? Master Butler Robert sighed lightly, with some helplessness and pride on his face. When other nobles were thinking about how to drive away these refugees, only the master of his family was willing to spend a lot of money to build a magic image to speak for these refugees, and truly treat the refugees as human beings and as his compatriots. What's more, the Earl obviously thought further. Even the messenger of God. Should it be Archbishop Maggie? It is obvious that the master wants to show Archbishop Maggie's disaster-resistant figure to the people of Woodyan City to cheer everyone up. Robert felt extremely honored and honored to serve under the family of such an adult. On the other side, father. Liz's eyes also flashed with admiration. She felt happy for having such a father. Okay. Calculate the time. It should be about the same. Take a deep breath. As if he also realized that he had lost his composure just now. Earl Cecil returned to his normal state. After he waved his hand, the magic projection on the mirror in their study was activated immediately. From outside the castle, there was a commotion in the Fire Code City. Obviously, everyone also noticed the magic projection rising on the Fire God Square. At this moment, the scene outside the Fire Code City, the refugee camps that were established one by one, the city guards responsible for maintaining order, and the huge portal not far away, which seemed to be about to end successfully, with only a small number of refugees coming out of it. Everyone in the city could see it clearly. Now, let us witness the arrival of change together. The Earl's muttering echoed in the study. Chapter 105. HU took off the maid outfit and changed back to her original clothes. After finally coming out of the Cecil's castle, she found an empty alley corner and lifted the stealth Chris, breathing heavily. Logically, it should have been just a simple action. But, recalling the experience in the bathroom just now, even now, Chris's palms are still shaking and cold sweat is constantly pouring out of his forehead. It seems that he has accidentally discovered some shocking secret. Chris was originally going to sort out his maid's luggage in the bathroom. But the sudden intrusion of Count Cecil, coupled with his own curiosity, eventually led to everything that happened afterwards. So that was the true side of Count Cecil? Chris couldn't help but recall what he had overheard. What on earth is the Count going to do to Liz? From the tone, it seems like he is going to use his own daughter to perform some evil ritual? No. No! Who has time to care about these now? Chris shook his head quickly. The secret about Liz was only a small part. What shocked him the most was another thing mentioned by the Count. What is the real God? Does the Count still believe in gods other than the god of fire? And the Count mentioned the forest in the north. If I remember correctly, the tens of thousands of refugees outside the city this time were also the cause of the construction of the portal. Is it the disaster from the forest in the north? But the Earl also said they were moving? Who are they? What are our compatriots that the Earl mentioned? And what else? What do you mean? They are about to arrive at Woodyan City. Chris frowned more and more. Why was everything fine, but was suddenly almost discovered by Earl Cecil? In fact, it was because of this sentence that Chris couldn't help but his breath was a little disordered. After all, the refugees have obviously arrived at Woodyan City through the portal, which obviously does not match the compatriots that the Earl mentioned. Then, in addition to the refugees, will there be anything else coming out of the portal? Just as Chris felt that he was about to catch something with his in-depth thinking and analysis. Suddenly, the commotion from the alley interrupted Chris. What happened? Chris immediately became alert. At this critical moment, every abnormal phenomenon made him nervous. When he ran out of the alley quickly, Chris found that many people on the street stopped and pointed at the sky in the direction of Vulcan Square, as if they were discussing something. When Chris also followed the crowd's line of sight, raised his head, and looked at the sky above Vulcan Square, he couldn't help but let out a surprised sound. What is this? Magic projection? Hiss. Which force is this big move? Why do they do this? But soon, when he heard the discussions of the residents in the surrounding streets, Chris gradually understood a little. These refugees are so pitiful. Mom, why are they all sleeping on the ground? Look over there. Several people have fainted from hunger. Ah! Damn it! Even if they are not residents of our Fire Code City, they are all people under our flame domain, protected by the god of fire. What are the city guards doing? Where are the rescue supplies? I heard that it was because the disaster came too suddenly, and no one was prepared. Forget it. Forget it. I just happened to have some spare money recently. I'll donate it to help them. Oh, I'm too soft-hearted. I can't bear to see others suffer. Add me in. And me. At first, there were only 1 or 2 voices, but people's emotions can resonate. More and more people joined the donation team, and they walked together towards the Vulcan Square, which was the direction of the magic projection. It is said that there is a donation office specially set up by the initiator of this magic projection. Chris touched his trouser pockets on the left and right, and finally collected more than a dozen silver coins. Damn. I lost money. I really lost a lot this time. While cursing, Chris followed the donation crowd and went to the Vulcan Square together. He knew that once the official received a large amount of donated funds and was able to buy supplies for disaster relief outside the city, the idea of making money that he had come up with before, which was to let Shiochi and others sell supplies in advance, would definitely be ruined. Although he was about to cry, Chris still felt a warm current flowing through his body when he saw everyone around him. Even some beggars joined the donation team. He seemed to recall the appearance of Huidian City when he was a child more than 10 years ago. This is the real Huidian City. This is what the people of Yinyu should look like. At this moment, Chris took the money bag not only to donate to the refugees outside the city, but also to see for himself which force could not only come up with an excellent way to make up for the loss at such a critical moment, but also use this as an opportunity to revitalize and unite the atmosphere of the entire Huidian City. Finally, arriving at the Vulcan Square, as expected, there was a long queue at the donation location. If it had been in the past, Chris would never have believed that people from the Fire City could actually queue up to give money to others. Fortunately, the people responsible for collecting donations looked very experienced and efficient. It was obvious that they must have been trained by some powerful force. After a while, it was Chris' turn. He reluctantly took out his money bag, opened it, and poured it into the donation box with silver coins written on it. Chris instinctively glanced into the box, and was surprised to find that it had only been a short time, and the whole box was almost full. Thank you for your kindness. We will definitely exchange all donations for equivalent supplies. And then the city defense forces will hand them over to the refugees outside the city. The reception maid said the same words to everyone who donated, showing the same smile. Chris nodded. He was not worried at all whether his donation would be misappropriated. After all, he didn't believe that someone would make such a big fuss just to make a profit and cheat them out of their money. Secondly, there were magic projections here, and everyone could see at a glance whether everyone's money had been transformed into supplies and sent over. What a wonderful plan. The more Chris thought about it, the more he couldn't help slapping his thigh, eager to know who was the author of Huidian City. By the way, why does the maid's clothes look a little familiar? Wait. It was like a thunderbolt roaring in his mind. Chris was stunned. Can I ask? Who is the master of your family? Count Cecil. Sir. Chapter 106 Cannon Fodder NPC will not be regarded as a goddess. Sir. Sir? The maid was about to wave in front of the dumbfounded Chris. But then she suddenly lowered her head and looked at the ground under her feet. Buzz. Buzz. A faint vibration sound came from below. Then, the maid panicked and subconsciously grabbed the railing beside her, because she noticed that a few gravel next to her leather shoes began to roll uncontrollably, and the rolling amplitude became more and more violent. There is no doubt that the ground is shaking. Soon, not only the maid, but many residents of Huidian City gathered in the Fire God Square also discovered the abnormality. What? What happened? Is it an earthquake? This is the first time I've encountered an earthquake in Huidian City since I was a child. No. This is not an earthquake. Look at the magic projection outside the city. Look at the direction of the portal. What? What is that? It could be the increasingly strong vibration of the ground, or the chaotic and noisy voices of the residents of Huidian City in the surrounding squares. Chris suddenly woke up. He raised his head and looked at the magic projection like everyone else. Then Chris did the same thing as everyone else. Tap, tap, tap. He took a few steps back almost instinctively, making a sound of fear. What is that? Yes. What is that? Because the portal is still some distance away from the city. The magic projection cannot capture all of it. They can only see that after the last batch of black dots representing the soldiers responsible for the rear guard ran out of the portal, the huge portal that should have been closed was still open. No. It should not be said to be open. It should be still working. Because it was only a few breaths apart. The portal flashed the light of transportation again. And this time, the movement was unprecedented. Even far exceeding the peak period of refugee transportation. 1 black dot. 2 black dots. Although the distance is too far, the image is a bit blurry. But there is no doubt that these black dots coming out of the portal are definitely not the refugees from Qian Town before. And even more so, they are definitely not human. Tens, hundreds, thousands of unknown figures were spewed out by the portal in a flash, and landed outside Huidian City. After a short pause, they immediately rushed towards Huidian City like a black tide, towards the refugee camp that had just been built under the city and had not yet settled. Like locusts. Surge, as the distance was rapidly shortened. Screams of terror were heard again from many Huidian City residents in the square, because they could see the true appearance of these black spots running out of the portal. They had the appearance of monsters, but their flesh and blood were rotten and festering. They didn't look alive at all, but they were different from pure undead creatures. In their scarlet eyes, they could only see brutality. Just like zombies. Crazy corpses that could move. When this group of monsters boarded the refugee camp and fought with the city guards, they seemed to have no sense of pain and no weaknesses. There was a scene where the soldiers had clearly pierced their abdomens with swords and ripped open the other side's stomach. But the corrupted monsters continued to bite as if nothing had happened, and threw the unresponsive soldiers to the ground and gnawed them beyond recognition. As for the most terrifying thing, it was still to come. When the corrupted monster left the soldier and attacked the next target. Who could have expected that the soldier whose throat had just been bitten and whose face was bloody would stand up again, infected and transformed into the same corrupted monster, and pounced on his companions, the city guards, who were originally few and very weak outside the city, collapsed in such a scene. Many soldiers threw down their weapons and just wanted to run to Huidian City. And losing the resistance was equivalent to exposing the entire refugee camp to the claws of the corrupted monsters. Shao-Chi! Chris screamed at this scene. And he immediately thought of the brothers, who were still in the refugee camp outside the city. Damn it! I should have noticed it earlier. Why didn't I notice it earlier? Chris ran wildly towards the secret passage outside the city. At this moment, his heart was full of regret and self-blame. He had a bad feeling at first, but he didn't care. He overheard what Count Cecil said, which was also an opportunity. But he still didn't grasp it. It was not until now that he understood it. Bastard. Why? Why did you do such a thing? Nervous, anxious, angry, with all kinds of emotions, Chris finally ran to the entrance of the secret passage. However, when he wanted to reach out to open the entrance to the secret passage outside the city, Chris found that his hands were shaking, although he was reluctant to admit it. But that was fear. After running all the way, Chris regained some rationality from the impulse of saving people. But it was this damn rationality that made his hand, which should have opened the secret passage without hesitation, hover in the air. What are you still hesitating about? Open it quickly. Then go to the refugee camp outside the city and save your brothers from the monsters. Although Chris was shouting in his heart, his mind couldn't help but keep flashing the appearance of those horrible corrupted monsters in the magic projection on the Vulcan square before. And even more, the soldier who was infected and mutated after being eaten by the corrupted monster. In an instant, it seemed as if Chris appeared in front of him. He was also festering. His muscles were atrophied. His stomach was ripped open. And he stood up staggeringly, turning into a disgusting and ugly monster. No! 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 Chris retreated several steps in a row, and finally fell to the ground with a plop. Just like Demir. Chris at this time was far from the Chris who would later overthrow the treasure-stealing group and become the underground emperor of the entire Fire Classic city. Now Chris was just an unknown gangster. At best a small local snake. On one side was the Brotherhood, and on the other was his own safety. Chris chose the latter. He didn't have the courage to open the door of the secret passage, because he was afraid that he would be overwhelmed by the corrupt monsters as soon as he went out. So, Chris fled. He always thought that he was a man who valued friendship and would sacrifice his life for his brothers. But when the reality was in front of him, Chris found out that he was wrong. He was a scumbag. A coward. He was not qualified at all, and was not worthy of being someone else's boss. Woo. Woo 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 hiding himself in a familiar dark alley. Chris's face was covered with tears. Damn it! Damn it! Chris! You coward! You are a coward! Why did you run away? Why didn't you save them? The young man cried bitterly, clenched his fists, and hit the wall hard. Carlomon has a paralyzed mother to take care of at home. Dash's sister's tuition is still waiting for him to pay. Lugo can obviously get enough money for the magic awakening potion soon. And there is Shuchi. Shuchi Nana. He is still waiting for Shiachi to go back and marry her. They have been waiting for this moment for 5 years. 5 years. Chris. You bastard. Bastard. They all trust and follow you as their boss. But at this time, when they need you the most, you didn't save them. You just stay here and talk useless nonsense here. It's all gone. All gone. Whoa. In the end, Chris seemed to have been drained of his strength. His back slid down to the ground against the wall of the alley. He curled up in a corner, buried his head in his arms, and only sobbed. But at this moment, it's okay. After all, everyone has times when they are afraid. Right? A soft female voice that Chris found familiar came from beside him. When Chris raised his tear-stained face, the girl opposite him was the little girl from the countryside who had met him twice before. In the Cecil's castle. You? Chris looked at the little girl's face blankly. And for a moment, he was speechless, not knowing what to say. I used to be the same as you. But until I met her and then met him. So now I can bravely take this step. Just when Chris's mind was blank, he subconsciously wanted to ask the girl opposite what these words meant, and what she meant by taking this step. This distance should be enough. Vivian looked away from Chris, then looked out of the city, and muttered to herself. Then, a series of complex and obscure spells were skillfully recited from the little girl's mouth. Under Chris's dull and shocked eyes, Vivian's original rustic and silly country girl temperament was completely swept away. At this moment, Vivian's eyes glowed like sapphires. Under the urging of the spell in her mouth, the strong magic power in the girl's body surged outward crazily, forming a strong airflow, blowing the girl's clothes and long hair. At the same time, the excess magic power turned into blue starlight in the air, like an elf, lingering around the girl. At this moment, there were only 2 words left in Chris's mind, which were also the only adjectives he could think of as a gangster who wandered the streets all day and had no cultural connotation. Goddess. The micro-teleportation magic leading to the outside of the Fire Classic City has been prepared. At the last moment of stepping into the ground teleportation array, the girl seemed to have thought of something again. She paused and said to Chris, who had already short-circuited, Well, thank you for the tip you gave me in the castle. Although I still don't quite understand what it means. Oh, I almost forgot. And the travel expenses you gave me in Huidian City. So in return, I will help you bring back your friends, as well as the other people outside the city. Chapter 107. No one is allowed to say bad things about Vivian. After leaving these words, before Chris could react, he felt a strong white light flashing in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, there was no girl in the alley. Could it be that? Chris's mind was reverberating wildly. And Vivian's words to him, before she disappeared. That silly girl. That silly girl wouldn't want Chris to stumble out of the dark alley in a hurry. The first thing he did after coming out was to look directly at the magic projection outside the city in the Vulcan Square, which he had been avoiding and dared not to see. Then look. Someone is floating in the sky. It's a mage. I heard that only high-level mages can float in the air. It must be the Lord of the God of Fire who did it. God of Fire. We're saved. Finally saved. But I see that the girl is not wearing the clothes of the God of Fire. Are you stupid? Apart from the Lord of the God of Fire, which other outsider mage dares to go out at this time? Vivian used teleportation to appear in the sky outside the city. Under the magic projection, all the residents of the Fire Classic City can see the slightly thin figure of the little girl as long as they look up. Count Cecil's mansion. Study. This Miss Vivian said she was leaving for a while. But it turned out to be... Hey. Steward Robert looked at the determined and stubborn application of the little girl outside the city in the magic projection, shook his head and sighed, as if he was regretting a good seedling. The guest mage lake next to him stared at the little girl floating in the air. His hands clenched tightly, and he shouted madly in his heart that it was impossible, because floating in the air is an ability that only third-level mages have. But apart from the big figures of the Vulcan Church at the level of bishops, the only third-level mage of the younger generation in the Fire Classic City should be Demir, who is praised as a genius that is rare in a century. How could it be? How could it be? How could she, a little village girl from the countryside, be able to do it? Jealousy burned wildly in the heart of the Mage Lake. Lake actually misunderstood Vivian. Liao Zixuan had not yet upgraded the girl with his rich experience. So Vivian was still at level 10. Not even at level 2. But the reason why she was able to show the strength of level 3 was all because of Liao Zixuan's partial points. So that at least in terms of the elemental affinity attribute of image magic, even Vivian, who was at level 10, was not inferior to a level 2 mage, and was close to level 3. However, Lake certainly didn't know these. Now his unwillingness and jealousy towards Vivian made his rationality somewhat collapse. Huh? What does she want to do when she goes out alone now? Does she think that she can drive back so many monsters under the city by herself? Stupid. Didn't she notice that none of the Vulcan bishops took action? At this time, they should stay in the city. Rely on the protective magic of the Fire City to hold back these monsters. And then go to the statue to pray to the Lord of Fire for his arrival. In this situation, only the Lord of Fire can. The more the Mage Lake spoke, the more he felt that he was right. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by an angry cry. Shut up. Get out. The Earl's daughter. Liz couldn't bear it anymore. The young lady stood up directly from the chair. She was already nervous about Vivian's situation. And she became even more upset after hearing Lake's words. Miss Liz, my analysis is all facts. If you don't believe me, you can ask Bo. Liz's scolding finally made Lake sober up a little. Although he was quite flustered, he still insisted on his own ideas. This finally made Liz explode completely. Get lost. Do I need to say it again? No matter how good Vivian is, she is better than you who can only talk bad about others behind their backs, and has no real ability. She is exactly the same as those Vulcans who only know how to be turtles. It is because there are too many cowardly mages, like you, that the Vulcans have become what they are today. They can watch tens of thousands of refugees being slaughtered by monsters, and remain indifferent. I feel so sick when I see someone like you. Get out of here. Also, from today on, our Cecil family will not hire a wizard like you anymore. Liz pointed at Lake's nose word by word, mercilessly, and scolded him. You? No matter how noble Liz's status was, Lake was a little angry to be scolded like this. But he still endured it, and cast his hopeful eyes on Count Cecil, the real head of the family. But he only got the same answer in response. What? My daughter's words are not enough. Do I need to say it in person? Aye. Count Cecil had spoken in person, and the situation was irreversible. Lake never expected that just because of a few words he said to Vivian, he would lose the big tree of Cecil nobles. He looked humiliated and wanted to say something harsh, but he didn't dare. In the end, he could only leave the study in disgrace. Robert, if Miss Vivian can come back after this incident, I hope she can become a trusted guest mage of our Cecil family. A very wise decision. Sir. Butler Robert had no objection. Father, Vivian will be fine. Right? With a completely different attitude of worry from Lake before. Liz stared closely at the little girl outside the city in the projection. And the Earl's daughter clasped her fingers together, as if praying for the little girl. Of course. Count Cecil touched Liz's head soothingly. However, he didn't finish his words. Without anyone noticing, Count Cecil also looked at Vivian with a hint of contempt and ridicule. Of course he couldn't come back. The only outcome of fighting against God and his compatriots is death. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vulcan Tower. Top floor. Good job. Vivian. I knew that even without me, you would definitely stand up. You can help everyone. When Demir also used his magic vision to see Vivian floating in the air outside the city, the young genius wizard was extremely excited. But soon, this excitement disappeared and continued to turn into heaviness. He looked at the prison of fire that trapped him. 4th level extraordinary magic. Only one person in the entire Fire Code City can do this. His mentor, Archbishop Maggie of the Fire God Cult. Teacher Maggie. It's me. I'm Demir, your only disciple. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Wake up! But no matter how Demir shouted, Archbishop Maggie seemed to be unable to hear. Just like a puppet being manipulated. He silently chanted spells and continuously transmitted his magic power to the magic circle that maintained the portal. Chapter 108 Meteor Shower. Help! Don't come over. Don't eat me. Woo, Mom. Mom, I'm so scared. Monsters. I'll fight you. Shouts. screams, cries for help. The chaotic sounds came from all directions like a wave. Surrounding Xiaoqi, people fleeing, terrified faces, blood, body parts, and mixed in, the rotten monsters he had never seen before. Xiaoqi seemed to be half frightened and stagnant among the fleeing refugees. He still hasn't reacted yet. He had just sold a batch of daily necessities to a father and son at a low price. But the ugly and brutal rotten monsters rushed out of the portal right in front of Xiaoqi, knocked the father and son down, bit them, and finally did not let go of the corpses. They were infected and mutated into the same humanoid rotten monsters in front of Xiaoqi. No. 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 I can't die here. Nana is still waiting for me to go back to the city. She's already pregnant. She's still waiting for me to go back and marry her. Xiaoqi made a desperate trembling sound in his mouth. But his legs just couldn't move. This is a physiological reaction that many people will have. Under great stimulation, the muscles of the whole body are out of control. Roar! Xiaoqi watched the infected and mutated father and son rushing towards him. The huge force pressed him to the ground. At this time, Xiaoqi seemed to be able to move finally. He struggled hard and used his palm to support the other party's open bloody mouth. But soon he ran out of strength. The other party's hideous bloody mouth was getting closer and closer to his neck. Xiaoqi could even smell the rotten and smelly smell. Fortunately, at this moment, an angry voice came. And then Xiaoqi suddenly felt his body lighten, and saw that the mutant father who had pounced on him before was kicked away. Get up. A thick palm pulled Xiaoqi up from the ground. It turned out that this was a small group of city guards dispersed by the monster. But they were different from the others, who were scared and dropped their weapons to run away. Although they were also retreating and running away, they still divided their forces to rescue people on the way. There were more than one like Xiaoqi. Many refugees successfully survived the monster's claws under the cover of this group of city guards and followed the team. But Captain, no more rescue. One of the soldiers shouted to the captain, who was rushing in the front. If we continue like this, our speed is too slow, and the more people there are, the more monsters we attract. We have already lost several brothers. Captain, what the soldier said was true, and it was too late. The team could no longer retreat to Wadian City, because they were always saving people, so no one else could run as fast as them. When they came to their senses, they were surrounded by corrupted monsters. Captain, what should we do? The soldiers retreated step by step. In the desperate situation surrounded by monsters, even they began to tremble with their hands holding the sword. The refugees who were protected in the center were all pale, and some even knelt down and cried bitterly. Xiaoqi was completely desperate. At the moment, they were like a small boat in the sea, helpless, and could only wait to be swallowed and overturned by the next huge wave. In fact, there are many teams like them. Because of saving people, they put themselves in a desperate situation. After all, there is an old saying that when you encounter a tiger, you don't need to run faster than the tiger. You just need to run faster than others. It seems that fate has been determined. The faces of the soldiers, and even the captains, are determined to die. They do not regret it, because they remember that Commander Harvey has taught them that the army fights to protect the people. Ironically, the soldiers who do not protect refugees and throw away their armor and helmets run the fastest. Although they are just lingering, they are at least alive. However, they who protect the people are deeply surrounded and have no way to retreat. Kill! Kill! The resolute shouts rang out, and the besieged city guards wanted to use their own flesh and blood and lives to fight their way out of the monsters that were flooding from all directions. But at this moment, boom! A louder explosion sounded, drowning out the shouts of the soldiers and the roars of the monsters in the abyss. It was seen that, like a meteor shower falling from the sky, without a trace of impurities, the crystal clear, star-like deep blue magic energy ball fell rapidly from the sky above the Fire Classic City to the battlefield outside the city. Before everyone, including the monsters in the abyss, could react, it fell around the city guards, who were surrounded by monsters. The magic energy ball exploded instantly after it touched the ground, and the magic contained in it flew out in all directions, turning into a powerful impact force. In the blink of an eye, countless monsters in the abyss were blown away, and those who were unlucky enough to be in the center were directly turned into blood under the magic explosion. What? Not only the city guards and captains who were determined to break through were stunned. The refugees behind the soldiers also showed shocked expressions one by one. And Xiaoqi rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. They were saved? Because under this round of bombing. Yes, it can be described as a bombing. The monster tide that had surrounded them was forcibly opened up a vacuum area after another. Quick! Now! The captain was still quick to react. He shouted, awakening the people who were still immersed in the magical bombardment just now, and hurriedly ran towards the fire code city before the monster tide filled the gap. After that, the dazzling magic meteor shower did not end there, but escorted the city guards and refugees who were surrounded by the monsters of the abyss all the way. Whenever a large number of monsters were about to form a siege on them, a deep blue light ball would always fall at the right time and critical moment to blast a hole for them to break out. In this way, one after another, the lagging troops successfully escaped from the monster circle and returned to the main force. Although they were still far from being out of danger, at least they were not surrounded by monsters. Huh? Xiaoqi finally returned to the back and sat on the ground, gasping for breath after escaping death. And until this time, he, as well as all the refugees and soldiers who escaped back, had the energy to find out who saved them and who cast the magic meteor shower that seemed like a miracle. Everyone thought that the magicians of the Vulcan cult had joined forces. But after a quick look around, Xiaoqi was confused because he did not see the noble, awe-inspiring and familiar Vulcan cult uniforms at all. People outside the city don't have magic projection, so they can only rely on their own eyes. It wasn't until someone finally cheered to look at the sky that Xiaoqi quickly raised his head. He finally understood the source of those cheers that seemed to be saved, because it was seen that such a huge battle just now, with terrifying destructive magic, was not cast by a group of mages, but only by one person floating in the air. Xiaoqi heard that many refugees and soldiers mistook the female spellcaster in the air for Archbishop Maggie. Indeed, it seems that only Archbishop Maggie can do this on her own. But Xiaoqi rubbed his eyes. His eyesight was the best among Chris's group. But in his eyes, the mage floating in the air didn't seem to be wearing the robes of the god of fire. In fact, I don't know if it was Xiaoqi's illusion, because he always felt that the female mage seemed to be wearing the same clothes as them. The civilians. Isn't it the adults of the god of fire? But in the Fire Classic City, besides the god of fire, who else can there be? Chapter 109. Don't underestimate Vivian. Bang! The sound of slamming the table rang out in the Vulcan cult. The third-level elemental master, one of the Vulcan cult bishops, Greco, looked at the scene in the magic projection with an extremely ugly face. Greco was the conservative, who was punished by Archbishop Maggie to go into seclusion because he was unwilling to send the Vulcan cult's mages to support and had a dispute with Harvey. Of course, because the current situation was urgent. Archbishop Maggie on the top floor of the Vulcan Tower could not be contacted. And the other two archbishops. One was not in the Fire Code City, and the other Archbishop Eugenia was directly missing. Without a leader, Greco naturally stopped confinement and came back to take charge of the overall situation. At the moment, none of the Vulcan cult mages went out to rescue and fight against the monsters outside the city. And it was under his order. Greco's idea was actually the same as what Lake said in Count Cecil's study before. There was such a terrifying wave of monsters outside. Even if all the mages of the Vulcan cult were dispatched, they might not be able to resist it. So it would be better to just pretend to be dead. Anyway, the Fire Code City has such a tall wall, plus the protection of the god of fire. Although these monsters are numerous, the strength of each individual seems to be not strong. So it is impossible to break the city. At that time, as long as they hold on until they pray to the statue of the god of fire for the god of fire to come, and the god of fire will help them solve the problem. It has always been like this. The only losses from doing this may be the tens of thousands of refugees from Qian town, outside the city, and some of the city guards, who were sent out. In Greco's view, these are small losses, and not worth mentioning. But, who would have thought? Who can tell me what the magic just now was? Greco's anger was mixed with a bit of anxiety, echoing in the meeting hall of the god of fire, and the group of god of fire deacons sitting below, all acted like ostriches under Greco's angry tone, lowered their heads, and no one spoke. On the one hand, they didn't dare to get into trouble at this time, and on the other hand, even if they were really forced to say it, they really couldn't say it. After all, Any magician who has entered the spellcasting profession should be able to recognize what those magic light balls that fall from the sky and explode are. The most basic entry-level skills. It can be said to be the enlightenment spell of every spellcasting profession. Magic missiles. But what is the magic missile in their impression? It is half the size of a fist. If the magic power is deeper, it can be a magic ball the size of a whole fist. Moreover, the number will not exceed 2 digits. But what did they see from the magic projection? It is bigger than a millstone. Although there is no count, it is definitely more than 3 digits. It is a dazzling meteor shower. You tell them that this is a magic missile? This is clearly a magic meteor shower. Humph. Even if she has mastered some rare secret method. So what? Is her magic power endless? What's more, with this alone, it's still a long way to go to destroy the entire monster wave. Greco didn't realize that he seemed to be standing on the side of the monsters. This is no wonder. It's like everyone pretended to be dead and nothing would happen. But a fool had to stand up, which caused their fire god cult to fall into a stalemate. Therefore, Greco hoped that the group of people outside the city would die quickly. Otherwise, the longer the people outside the city persisted, the greater the pressure on their fire god cult. After all, there is a limit to pretending to be dead. If the time is short, you can make an excuse to the outside world that you didn't react. But once it drags on for a long time, plus you were greedy for the price offered by the Cecil family, you shot yourself in the foot. You made a magic projection, and the whole city is watching. You can't say you haven't reacted yet. Right? I want to see what she is going to do next. Do you really think you can be a hero just because you have some skills? Greco sneered and continued to stare at the situation in the magic projection, which began to decline again. Just as he said, Vivian's magic meteor shower can be used as a targeted bombing to rescue trapped troops and break through the encirclement. But if you look at the bigger picture from the local battlefield, this magic bombardment obviously cannot shake the foundation of the monster tide of the fallen abyss. And the more fatal point is, the current situation is that the refugees and the remaining city guards are backed by the Fire Code City. And opposite them are the endless fallen abyss monsters. And the two sides have begun to face each other. Once the face-to-face contact and the start of the battle, Vivian can no longer cast magic missiles as recklessly as before. Otherwise she will definitely accidentally hurt the city guards, who already have a huge gap. It seems that the situation that just seemed to improve is just an illusion. And the actual situation is still desperate. The gates of the Fire Code City are tightly closed. Even before, they were afraid that the refugees would enter the city. Now, with all the monsters outside the city, it is even more impossible to open the gates. This is equivalent to the people outside the city fighting for their lives. But on one side is a vast sea of monsters, and on the other side are mostly unarmed refugees, with only a pitiful number of city guards, who have just exceeded 1,000. Mr. Hay, I don't think I need to play anymore. In Town. On the other side of the portal, Shirley turned the vision of the monsters of the fallen abyss into a projection, and watched it with a little wolf cub in her arms. Around them, many huge monsters of the fallen abyss that exuded a terrifying aura were gathering together. The original bodies of these monsters of the fallen abyss were all second-level monsters. And the monsters of the fallen abyss that Shirley released through the portal under the Fire Classic City were just ordinary beasts infected by the fallen abyss. At best, they were mixed with low-level monsters of only the first level. Otherwise, if they really released all the second-level abyss monsters, they would not be able to hold out until Vivian appeared. The people outside the city could not even resist, and were directly flattened. But even so, Shirley looked at the battlefield situation under the projection, and still asked the little wolf cub in her arms softly, Mr. Hay, I think Miss Vivian has done well enough, and has left a good impression on the people of Woodyan City. Now, can you come forward? If you don't come forward, Mr. Hay, I'm afraid that Miss Vivian will. Here, Shirley was sincerely suggesting to Liao Zixuan. In Shirley's understanding, these refugee humans must not die, because they are used as tools for the reputation of Lord Hay and Lady Vivian. And in the current situation, Shirley couldn't think of it no matter how hard she tried. With Vivian's power, no matter how many monsters Vivian killed, she would definitely not be able to protect so many people from the monster tide. However, TSK, Shirley, you seem to underestimate Vivian a little bit. The little wolf cub looked expectantly at the little girl in the picture, who was placed with hope by all the people in Huidian City. Because he and Vivian were one. Liao Zixuan already had a sense of what the little girl would do next. The little wolf cub smiled as he looked at the halo magic that was starting to light up in Vivian's skill bar, which had already appeared densely packed with a large area. But Shirley was still confused. She didn't understand at all. Mr. Hay, what do you mean? Indeed, Vivian's destructive power alone is not enough to repel the monsters of the abyss and protect the refugees. Moreover, once the monsters of the abyss and the city guards come into close combat, Vivian's range attack magic is restricted from causing accidental injuries, and the casualties will soar. But, the little wolf cub paused, seeming to be a little emotional, because at some point, the stupid country girl had grown up to the point where even he had to look at her with new eyes. Surely, this is where your logic is lacking. Why do you always want to fight alone? Or rather, always want to attack magic? Since our goal is to ensure their lives, why not try to give those refugees and city guards enough power? Can they protect themselves? Chapter 110 The Power of the Halo. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door. When Demir opened the door, the visitor standing outside was completely beyond his expectations. It could be said to be a great surprise. Did I disturb you? Vivian outside the door looked embarrassed. No. 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 I'm just bored. I didn't mean to disturb you at all. Ha ha ha. Damir laughed and quietly hid the magic book he was reading behind his back. What's the matter? Come in and talk first. The young genius wizard wanted to invite the girl outside into the house attentively. But Vivian shook her head. It's like this, Demir. When you were teaching magic knowledge to those foreigners today, I also listened in on some of it. But there were still many things I didn't understand. Especially about auxiliary magic. I wonder if I can take up some of your time. Yes. Of course. Before Vivian finished speaking, Demir immediately understood and nodded without hesitation. So she wanted to ask me for advice on magic. Although there was still some gap from Demir's expectations. Demir was already ecstatic just that the little girl came to him. In this way, the two came to an open countryside outside Qian town. Assisted magic, as the name suggests, means giving up the aggressiveness and converting the magic power to enhance the ability of oneself or others in certain aspects. The most common and commonly used is the enhancement of basic attributes, such as strength enhancement, and more advanced and detailed ones are such as eagle eyes to enhance vision, keen insight to enhance perception, armor enhancement to enhance defense, etc. Damir patiently explained the principles, structures, and functions of each magic to Vivian in detail, and was very considerate, demonstrating it to the little girl several times each time. The only one who can do this is probably Demir, who is known as the mobile library of Fire Code City, in terms of theoretical knowledge of various magics. If this genius wizard says that he is second, then no one in the entire flame domain dares to say that he is first. This is why he can become the strongest wizard in the entire flame domain, the son of the Virgin, and the savior against the fallen abyss in the future. Under Demir's generous teaching, Vivian was like a shrunken sponge, absorbing and expanding rapidly. Liao Zixuan could use the system to give the little girl unparalleled magic talent. That is, the peak attribute points, but the theoretical knowledge, corresponding to the game, was just empty skill column with empty attributes. The little wolf cub was helpless, and could only temporarily become Vivian's shortcoming. By the way, Demir, you just said that auxiliary magic can not only strengthen yourself, but also enhance others? Vivian's forehead was covered with faint beads of sweat. Even if her magic talent was high, absorbing so much skill knowledge at once made the little girl feel very tired. But she still insisted on learning. Even though she was exhausted, she still gritted her teeth and wanted to seize the time to learn more. Yes, but that is a higher level application. She hesitated for a moment. Perhaps because she felt that this knowledge was too advanced for Vivian. But since the girl asked, Demir didn't mind showing Vivian this kind of magic that not many people in the entire flame domain could release. We are more accustomed to calling this ability Aura. Above the Fire Code City, the memories of the Red Flame Town and the magical power that Demir had demonstrated to her flashed through her mind. Vivian closed her eyes. The girl in the air took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, the magic power in her body was mobilized again. The strong airflow blew the girl's long hair away, floating in the air, revealing the girl's resolute face. But this time, Vivian raised her right hand, but did not aim at the monster of the abyss. Instead, the girl faced the refugees and city guards, who were being pressed step by the monster tide and had no way to retreat, and could only fight to the death. What is she going to do? This sentence appeared in the study of Count Cecil, in the meeting hall of the God of Fire, and also in the heart of Shirley, who was holding the little wolf cub. Using her own people as the target of magic? She is crazy? This is the first reaction in everyone's mind. Only Demir, who was imprisoned by Archbishop Maggie controlled by the fallen abyss on the top floor of the Vulcan Tower, saw Vivian's magic start. His eyes lit up instantly. His breathing became excited, and he became extremely nervous. And even more unbelievable. This is Vivian at that time. She wants to. How? How is it possible? I only taught her a prototype. No. If it's her. If it's Vivian. With her talent and potential that even I am afraid of. Maybe it's really possible. Demir kept talking to himself as if he had lost his mind. He held the railing of the fire prison tightly with both hands, not realizing that his palms were blistered by the burn. He just wanted to stick his head out a little more, just to witness a miracle. Or in other words, another new genius was born in the field of magic in Fire City. No, the entire flame region. Magic projection. The chanting of the spell came out from the girl's mouth. The crystal silk threads formed by the condensation of magic began to interweave and gather under Vivian's palm, forming a complex and mysterious pattern that looked like a magic circle, but was different from a magic circle. Why do you say that? Because the magic circle also has a pattern carved in the center. But the pattern constructed by Vivian at this moment is hollow in the center. That's it. That's it. In the meeting hall of the fire god, after seeing the magic pattern with a hollow center, Bishop Greco stood up in surprise. The other deacons below all looked confused, not knowing why their bishop was so out of control. Halo. Who is she? How can she even master this kind of heroic skill? Demir only told Vivian that the magic that assists others on a large scale is called Halo. But he didn't tell Vivian that Halo is also called heroic skill. What is a hero skill? As the name suggests, only a very few people can release it. Although there are many types and functions, each hero's skill has one thing in common. That is, once it is used, it must have the ability to turn the tide of the battle. This is already a very secret thing. Even the deacons of the fire god cult are not qualified to know. So they are still confused by the shocking words of Bishop Greco. Oh, no. That can't be said. At least they soon understood what Greco meant by halo. I saw that under Vivian's palm, the magic pattern with a hollow center was finally constructed. And in the next second, it was magically integrated into the girl's body. And then, it appeared at the girl's feet in a posture that was enlarged countless times. The hollowed-out part in the middle of the magic pattern was where Vivian stood. They swirled around the girl, like a halo born from her. May all the winds in the world blow towards you. Halo. Agile and nimble. Buzz. The halo hovering under Vivian's feet suddenly burst into a strong light. Then, an invisible wave, centered on the girl, instantly spread to all the refugees and soldiers under the city. Demir of the Vulcan Tower could no longer hold back his tense heart at this scene, and roared. She did it. She really did it. Vivian. Oh my god. Vivian. But soon, Demir's voice stopped abruptly, because in the magic projection, the girl's mouth did not stop. May the fire in your body never go out. Aura. The source of power. May your heart be as calm as still water. Aura. Calm your mind. May your armor be as solid as a rock. Aura. Hardened defense. May the beauty of the world meet you. Aura. Lucky blessing. Chapter 111. Vivian. It's already late. It's time to rest. It's okay. The other me. I'll finish this last practice. Humph. I really don't know why you practice these. Isn't it enough to have your little black? Okay. Even if that little wolf cub is unreliable, don't you still have me? Humph. The second personality's angry voice came. Ever since Vivian went to Demir, the second personality was very unhappy. First, she didn't want any men to get close to Vivian. And second, she felt that it was unnecessary for Vivian to learn magic. Just as she said, isn't it enough to have myself? In response, the little girl laughed secretly and said with a tired voice that could not be hidden. Okay. I know. You are all very powerful. As long as you are here, no one can hurt me. But it is precisely because of you that I feel that I have to work harder. Because I don't want to have a day when you need me and I can't do anything. Hey, I can't do anything with you. You little idiot. You just released the halo. Here becomes like this, then like this, and finally. Wow. Another me. You? You are awesome. I just tried this special attribute, but I didn't expect it to be successful. What should I use to activate this halo? Except for the elemental spells in the 9 gods. The activation spells of other special magics, especially the extended and original magic, are determined by the caster himself. Vivian opened the window and looked at the red flame town outside, which was still preparing for battle even in the middle of the night, and her own little wolf cub in the red flame town, who was messing around with the strangers. Finally, under the light of the candle, there was a faint shadow behind her that accompanied her all the time. Just call. May the beauty of the world meet you. The spell that Vivian had said to her at the beginning was once again recited from the little girl's mouth at this moment, echoing in the ears of the second personality. The mood of the second personality at this moment is extremely complicated. There is happiness, pride, a sense of emptiness and loneliness, and a touch of sadness. Every time Vivian recites a halo spell, the fluctuation amplification towards the refugees and soldiers under the city is exactly the same as before, and it will be performed again. What's going on? Just now? What happened just now? Why do I suddenly feel as if I am full of strength all of a sudden? Me too. It must be the Master Wizard. It's the magic of the Master Wizard of our Vulcan cult in the sky. The first to react to Vivian's halo were the city guards. As warriors, they could most clearly perceive the changes in their bodies. The originally violent and swift movements and attacks of the corrupted creatures seemed to slow down in the eyes of the soldiers. They could clearly capture every attack and bite of the monsters, and their bodies seemed to have unloaded several sandbags, as agile and nimble as those thieves. This was just the beginning. Then, with the superposition of one halo after another. Ha! Puff puff puff. The captain of the city guard team, who had saved Shao-Chi before, was originally an elite warrior with great natural strength. And at this moment, he was like a god of war. He threw his spear with all his might, and pierced 4 or 5 fallen monsters alive before stopping. When Shao-Chi saw the scene, he was excited, as if he was eager to join the battlefield. His original fear of the corrupted monsters seemed to have completely disappeared. The city guards, who had fled to the inn before, without any armor, actually gathered their courage one by one, and were no longer dominated by the fear of the monsters. They calmed down and joined the battlefield again. On the other side of the portal, Xue Li's face showed an incredible and incomprehensible expression. She was the person who could feel the changes in the battle situation brought about by Vivian's release of the halo at this moment. The monsters in the fallen abyss have no autonomous consciousness. Or rather, their autonomous consciousness is connected to the fallen abyss network and Xue Li. So even though she wasn't on the battlefield, Shirley could still clearly sense the emotions of the fallen abyss creatures outside the Fire Code City on the other side of the portal. Irritable, because they found that their attack suddenly had difficulty hitting those humans. Confused, because they found that even if they bit and gnawed at humans, the clothes on the other side, even if they were just thin shirts made of cloth, seemed like tough armor. Angry, because the most annoying thing was that they didn't know why they would always be interrupted inexplicably. For example, sometimes they finally caught a chance to bite the opponent to death. But when they were sprinting, there was a pit on the ground, and they fell flat on the ground. Or the opponent's reinforcements always arrived at the right time, as if luck was against them. I'm sorry, Master Hay. I apologize again for what I said to Master Vivian before. Shirley bowed her head to the little girl in the sky in the magic projection. She pursed her lips tightly and clenched her teeth. If Shirley's respect for Vivian before was just under the influence of Liao Zixuan, who forced herself. But at this moment, when Vivian was really willing to stand up and fight against the monster tide of the fallen abyss with her own strength, Shirley actually recognized the title of Master Vivian. And when Vivian really turned the situation around with a path that she had never had and had never imagined, Shirley completely understood Liao Zixuan's words in her heart. You underestimated Vivian. Immediately afterwards, a strong sense of crisis was born in Shirley's heart. She always thought that she was the most helpful and useful person around the little wolf cub. But now, after seeing Vivian's growth rate, Shirley was afraid. She was inserted in the middle, and she couldn't compete with others in terms of feelings. Now, if she can't even compete with others in terms of effects, What can she use to compete with others? Mr. Hay, I think it's time for me to play. Under the stimulation of Vivian, Shirley also wanted to prove herself urgently. And the little wolf cub didn't stop it at this time. Because it was true. Before, it was a one-sided situation of the monsters of the abyss. But now, under the blessing of Vivian's halo, it can't be said that the victory and defeat are reversed. But at least it has become 50-50. However, Liao Zixuan felt that this was not enough. Vivian could leave a deeper impression on the entire Fire Classic City. After all, even the other Vivian in her body had not yet taken action. And the upgrade gift prepared by the little wolf cub for the girl had not yet been used. And all this obviously requires a more powerful enemy. Go. Shirley. Chapter 112 The Messenger of God descends. Shirley appears. What to do? Bishop Greco looked at the picture in the magic projection with a sullen face. His confidence in the previous plan had been shattered by Vivian. At this time, his confidant ran out of the meeting room. And the new news that came to his ears anxiously made Greco even more restless. My Lord Bishop, the city guards have asked us for help for the third time. If we don't respond again, I'm worried that the gang will rush in directly. And the attitude of the nobles has also changed. They all changed their tone and began to put pressure on us, asking us to leave the city immediately for reinforcement. Bastards. A bunch of worms who only know how to follow the wind. There are three major forces in the Fire Code City. The Fire God Cult, the nobles, and the Knights of the City Guard. Originally, the nobles were unwilling to divide the power in the city and take care of things outside the city. But now public opinion and public sentiment are fermenting. Even the nobles have to pretend to show their attitude. The other two major forces have already stood on the opposite side. And Greco had no choice but to compromise. However, compromise is compromise. And some small actions in private still need to be done. Otherwise, even if their Fire God cult goes out of the city to reinforce this time, it will not have much reputation. Joseph. Greco called a deacon, who was sitting below with a crutch and a plaster cast on his lower body. You told me before that you knew the spellcaster in the air outside the city? Yes. That's right. I will never forget her appearance in my life. Joseph stared at the face of the little girl in the projection. His voice was gnashing his teeth. And there was a faint tremor of fear. Her name is Vivian. From a small village near the northern forest. It was she who brought Eugenia's Vulcan order to Widian City for help. Wait. You said she took Eugenia's Vulcan order? Greco keenly grasped what he thought was the key point. Yes. It turns out that she is one of our own. Who said that our Vulcan church would not help people in need? Didn't we send our new bishop to rescue the situation a long time ago? New bishop? Deacon Joseph was stunned on the spot. But Greco didn't have time to pay attention to him. The bishop changed his face as fast as turning a page of a book. Greco laughed and slapped his legs, then stood up from the chair and waved his hand to give orders. Everyone, follow me out of the city to help support Bishop Vivian to repel the monsters. No. Wait a minute. Lord Greco. That Vivian only has Lady Eugenia's Vulcan order. She doesn't have it. Joseph reacted at this moment. He thought Greco had misunderstood his words and wanted to explain anxiously. But I don't care if she had it before. But this girl now is the fourth bishop of our Vulcan church. Do you understand? Greco interrupted directly, glancing coldly at the little deacon whose lower body was almost disabled. He seemed to be talking to Joseph. But in fact he was also talking to the other deacons of the Vulcan church, who also couldn't understand. From here, we can see the difference between Greco and others, and why he could become a bishop. He made a dead-end chess game come alive. As long as Vivian was forcibly linked to their Vulcan church, they would not have to worry about being accused of playing dead and doing nothing at the beginning. And they could also take Vivian's credit for themselves and turn it into the credit and reputation of the entire Vulcan church. As a price, it was just another bishop in name only. Moreover, with the strength that Vivian showed, she was more than qualified to be a bishop of the God of Fire. As for Vivian's disagreement and refusal to cooperate, Greco didn't even think about it. What a joke. A magic genius from the countryside, no matter how talented she was from the countryside. Poor, without status or background. Greco couldn't think of any reason why Vivian would refuse the title of the Bishop of the God of Fire for no reason. After all, this is what many people dream of and covet. This is not Lord Greco. You have no right to do this. This is against the rules. Besides, How can a mudblood like Vivian from the countryside? How can she? Joseph shouted in a mad way. It was no wonder. Not only was his lower body almost broken by Vivian before, but he already had a grudge against the little girl. At this moment, he saw that the other party had risen to the position he had always dreamed of. How could Deacon Joseph not go crazy? Stupidity must pay the price for stupidity. The answer to Deacon Joseph was the flames rising under his feet. Ah! Help! No! No! Ah! 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 Screams rang out in the meeting hall of the fire god cult, and the smell of burning filled the air. After just a few breaths, Joseph's body, which had turned into charcoal, fell at Greco's feet. Does anyone have any objections? No. No! All the deacons below responded in unison. Very good. Greco nodded with satisfaction. At the moment, Archbishop Maggie's situation was unknown, and the other two bishops were not there. So he alone was in charge of the right to speak for the fire god cult. Then set off immediately, and go out of the city to support our Bishop Vivian. Yes! Coming out of the meeting hall one after another, the mages of the fire god cult passed through the spare teleportation array and began to appear outside the city. Bishop Greco was among them. However, when he arrived at the battlefield outside the city, the bishop immediately frowned. I don't know if it was his illusion, but the strange disease that would corrode magic power in his body seemed to have suddenly worsened at this moment. What made Greco feel a little terrified was that he had a feeling that the strange disease in his body and the ugly and rotten monsters on the opposite side seemed to be somewhat similar in origin. If the strange disease was allowed to worsen, he would also become like these monsters. No. It's impossible. Greco quickly suppressed this terrifying thought in his heart, which was why he had been unwilling to contribute before. Magic power was the only way to fight this strange disease, and going out of the city to rescue meant consuming magic power, which would make the disease worse. But since the situation forced him, Bishop Greco could only bear the pain and quietly take out a bottle of potion from his arms. This is a special effect compressed medicine made of purple crystal grass. Although the price is extremely expensive, the key is that there is no market for it. So even a bishop like him feels a little pain. But the effect is also very significant. Feeling that the corrosion of magic power by the strange disease in his body was temporarily suppressed, Greco dared to go into battle himself. As a third-level mage, he could also take off and float directly to Vivian's side. Miss Vivian, on behalf of the Fire Code City and the entire Fire God cult, I pay my most sincere respects to you. Thank you for helping us gain preparation time in times of crisis and saving the lives of tens of thousands of people outside the city. Now, our Vulcan Church has been reorganized, and almost all of them are out. I have already prepared a lounge for you. Vivian, in the Vulcan Church, leave the next situation to me. In addition, you have done well enough. I believe that your teacher Eugenia, who gave you the Vulcan Order, will be proud of your performance. You have proved to us and everyone that you are qualified to become the fourth bishop of the Vulcan Church. Greco's words were flawless. First, he affirmed Vivian's performance, then expressed their Vulcan Church's cooperative attitude, and finally cleverly brought out the words of winning over. He knew that at this moment, Vivian would not have the energy to argue with him about his relationship with Eugenia. He also saw the fatigue on the little girl's face. Maintaining the aura consumed a lot of energy, not to mention maintaining several. Okay. Then, I'll leave everyone outside the city to you. I'll go take a break. Vivian nodded weakly. Greco guessed it right. He even greatly underestimated the purity of the little girl's heart. The several sets of backup rhetoric he had prepared were not used, because the other party did not even think that their behavior was to cut in line halfway and pick up ready-made compulsory shared reputation, or that the other party did not care about such a huge reputation at all. Vivian only showed a relieved expression on her face. She seemed to be sincerely happy that they could come to reinforce, and the refugees under the city were completely saved. At this moment, on the other side, in the study of Count Cecil. Assholes. What a bunch of shameless assholes. The Earl's daughter, Miss Liz, stamped her feet in anger after seeing this scene in the magic projection. Although she didn't know what Bishop Greco and Vivian said. But seeing that the little girl was about to retreat and hand over the situation that was obviously reversed by her own efforts to Greco, Liz was almost mad. So stupid. So stupid. So I hate these civilians. Don't they have brains? This is obviously your credit. Why let those turtles? And then see the situation improve. Come to grab the credit. Liz was furious. This young lady had completely put herself into Vivian. So after seeing the little girl's performance, Greco was so cunning and furious. Father, is there no way? Liz looked at Count Cecil for help. But the Count just shook his head. It can be seen that I don't know if it was because of sympathy for Vivian's experience. Or something else. But in short, the Count was also in a bad mood. And his face was a little ugly. But the Count still cheered up and responded to his daughter's words. Bishop Greco made a good move. I guess he will definitely win Vivian into the Fire God Church and announce it to the outside world. Whether Vivian accepts or agrees. This time's reputation and merit will definitely be recognized by everyone as belonging to the Fire God Church. But think about it. This is not necessarily bad for Vivian. At least, she can get rid of her civilian status and rely on the big tree of the Fire God Church. Liz, I think this should be a win-win situation. But after the Earl's words, although she knew that her father was right, Liz still felt unfair and angry for Vivian. Because Vivian could obviously get more from this. And the butler Robert next to him said to his own Earl's daughter at this time, Miss, many times you can't eat a fat man in one bite. People can't always want everything. You can only gain if you lose. What's more, I don't think Miss Vivian seems to be dissatisfied. Even if the Fire God Church wants to share the credit. It has indeed made a big move to support the refugees outside the city and save the lives of the refugees. I think this result is also what Miss Vivian hopes to see. As soon as Robert finished speaking, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the Earl's mouth. Ha. Well said. Well said. Earl Cecil seemed to have suddenly swept away the previous gloom. And his face suddenly improved. Even to an excessive degree. And began to glow. It's all taught by the Earl. Butler Robert bowed slightly and responded to the Earl's praise. He thought the Earl's happy laughter was because of his analysis. Little did he know. Earl Cecil's real eyes were fixed on the portal. If his perception was correct. The restless fanaticism in his body was correct. That breath. That's that. Count Cecil's breathing suddenly accelerated. Then, under his fanatical sight, although the picture was blurry, he still felt suffocated by a beautiful, snow-white bare foot, followed by a slender leg that seemed to be covered by a layer of strange black gauze, which stepped out of the portal first. That's right. That's right. Although only a small part of the body was exposed. Count Cecil's mouth was dry and his whole body was full of blood. He wished that he could kneel down at that foot at this moment. Because that was their messenger of God, who came in person. When Shirley walked out of the portal completely, a human-shaped female figure with half a wing missing from her back and her hands turned into huge black claws was shown to all the people of Fire Classic City for the first time under the magic projection. Greco, who had just finished talking to Vivian and asked the little girl to leave, naturally noticed the abnormality in the direction of the portal. When the Vulcan Archbishop saw Shirley's figure, he did not frown, but showed excitement in his eyes. He was worried about how to compete with Vivian for fame. After all, the little girl's contribution is obvious to all, and it is really too great. As a dignified Vulcan Archbishop, he can't lose to her. Right? Then he must do something eye-catching. Humph! It seems that the mastermind behind this monster tide finally couldn't help showing up. I want to see what kind of person is so bold as to attack our Fire City. Before Vivian could stop him, Bishop Greco rushed to Shirley. As long as he could defeat the leader of the enemy's disaster alone, he would surpass Vivian's contribution and become a hero of the entire Fire City. Countless reputations and countless merits. It's even possible that when Archbishop Maggie is about to abdicate, he could take this opportunity to take over and become the only archbishop at the top of the pyramid of the true Fire God cult. It seemed that at the moment Shirley appeared, Greco's brain was completely filled with desire. He didn't even realize that the strange disease in his body that was originally suppressed by the purple crystal herb had already broken through the blockade and was corroding and spreading to his whole body, including his brain. How can I show my strength? The simplest way is to defeat the person that everyone thinks is the strongest. This is the script that Liao Zixuan designed for Vivian. And Shirley, although she has only been transformed for a short time, she has learned to imitate cleverly. Looking at Greco, who was easily sent to his death under his bewitching, flying straight towards him. This Vulcan cult bishop, the extremely rare third-level elemental master wizard, can be counted on one hand in the Fire Classic City. Shirley licked her rosy lips with her small tongue. Chapter 113 Monster. That is not a monster that humans can contend with. It's her. She's here. She's here as expected. Among the crowd, a middle-aged city guard with disheveled hair and a face full of decadence and frustration. When he looked up at Shirley's figure in the air above the portal, he seemed to be stimulated and recalled some horrible shadow. He was in a state of dismay, took a few steps back, and fell to the ground with a thud, trembling with his hands covering his head. At this time, a thief happened to pass by and had just come out of the city from a secret passage. What are you doing? Stand up. Chris looked at this recruit who seemed to be scared and knew at a glance what kind of recruit he was. He was anxious and wanted to pull him up. Although they had the support of the Vulcan mages and Vivian's halo magic, the situation was very good. But they were still on the battlefield and could not slack off. But Chris's pull was not a big deal. But it scared him. You are not that person. Chris saw the other person's face clearly after getting closer. He shuddered and almost turned around and ran away. The commander of the Fire Code Knights. The legendary figure of the Flame Domain. The strongest night warrior leader. And the big man in the city guards that they were most afraid of when they were in the underground forces. Harvey. But the other person's negative and sluggish appearance was not similar to the rumors. Ha ha. You are the Lord Harvey. Right. Why don't you go to the front to command? What are you doing here now? Chris said with some anger. Because even he mustered up the courage. Well, although it was with the help of a certain girl. But Chris has overcome his fear and is ready to fight the monster to the death, using his own hands to save his brother. But the commander, who is obviously more important than him, who has so many soldiers under his command and has a great influence on the battle situation, escaped from the battlefield and retreated in the back? Everything useless is just in vain. Then that. Harvey gave up in a bitter tone at first. But in the end, it seemed that all the humiliation and unwillingness in his heart burst out, and he angrily pounded the ground with his hands. That kind of monster is something we humans can't fight against at all. Chris was even more confused when Harvey roared helplessly. What is that kind of monster? Could it be that Harvey was referring to the humanoid female figure that just came out of the portal in the sky? Chris looked at Shirley in the distance. And just at this moment, Greco also rushed to Shirley. Gorgeous robes, exquisite emblems, and the scepter and crown that symbolized the position of bishop. Look! Chris patted Harvey's shoulder excitedly. It's the bishop of the Vulcan cult. He is a third-level great wizard second only to the extraordinary. We are completely saved this time. This is definitely something worth inspiring. Many voices of surprise similar to Chris's were heard from all around. Because the bishop's clothing of the fire god cult was so easy to identify. And everyone recognized Greco. It sounds a bit ridiculous and ironic. But this is the fact. No matter how much Vivian did before, the effect on morale and excitement was still not as good as Greco's appearance. This is the result of accumulated reputation. The Fire God cult has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people of Fire Classic City. It is the sustenance of the vast majority of people's faith in the Fire God. As a bishop, it is also a synonym for power and completeness in the hearts of the people, and even the nobles. Greco enjoyed the cheers of the refugees and city guards below. It seemed that all these gave him strength, and his confidence began to swell, as if he was really the representative of the omnipotent god of fire, and any evil and weirdness were not worth mentioning in front of him. Monster! No matter what your purpose is. But it ends here. Greco even used magic to amplify his loud voice several times, so that everyone on the battlefield could hear his righteous and majestic words. I, Greco, swear to defend the Fire Code City, swear to protect the people of the Flame Domain, and swear to defend the glory of the God of Fire. Today, I will expel you, all of you evil heretics, from the Fire Code City. Leave no one alive. The lines full of justice and glory made Chris feel passionate and excited. Apart from other things, Bishop Greco is definitely a master in controlling people's hearts and shaping his own image. After his words, many people even temporarily ignored that the Vulcan Church and Greco had only arrived at this time after the fight had been going on for so long. Of course, Greco didn't say so much just to show off. To be a bishop, he naturally had some skills and combat experience. He was secretly clever and wanted to attract the monster's attention with words, while quietly releasing magic. In fact, the most fearful thing for a mage is being interrupted while casting a spell. But once the mage has really finished preparing the spell, great god of fire, please gather the sharpness of the world here and melt it with fire, he silently recited the pre-spell in his heart. Greco immediately showed a proud smile on his face. spiral flames rose from his hands and turned into a sharp outline several meters long at a very fast speed. Flame code. Flame spear technique. Greco shouted out the last magic spell loudly. In an instant, the flame spear composed of scorching flames in his hands finally condensed and formed at this moment. With the blessing of the bishop's scepter, the power of the flame spear technique was much greater than that of the ordinary flame spear technique, and the spear body was expanded to a terrifying length of more than 10 meters. Repent in the flames. Monster! Greco moved the scepter forward, and the tip of the huge fire spear flashed, like a roaring fire dragon, and hit Shirley hard. The rolling heat wave rushed towards her in an instant. The fire spear with the power of breaking through the air seemed to attack her in the blink of an eye, leaving Shirley no chance to dodge. Just like that. Boom! Chris, as well as all the refugees outside the city, and the residents in the city who were watching the scene with magic projection. They held their breath before, and were extremely nervous when Greco and Shirley confronted each other. After seeing the flames of the fire spear technique successfully engulf Shirley's figure, they all breathed a sigh of relief, followed by joy. Look! Look! Chris patted Harvey's shoulder excitedly. We succeeded? We succeeded? You are worthy of being the bishop mage. But Harvey still didn't speak, just staring at the direction of Shirley, who was engulfed by the flames. Earl Cecil also made the same move as him. And soon after, Harvey showed a lost expression, while Earl Cecil couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and the obsession in his eyes became more intense. Showing off your skills in front of an expert. When it comes to using fire, you are really not as good as that master. The cold female voice with contempt rang in everyone's heart out of thin air. She even withstood the wolf cub's dark flames, and even some of them stayed in her body. Shirley's resistance to these ordinary flames can almost be said to be immune. From the beginning to the end, Greco's every move was already under Shirley's control, including the other party's quiet preparation of magic. The reason why she didn't stop him, because the hunting process is not just about killing the prey at the end. There is also the struggle of the prey before death. Shirley calmly walked out of the raging flames caused by the explosion of the flame spear. Her whole body was still intact, and there was no sign of injury at all. No. It's impossible. How could it be possible? How could someone be hit by a flaming spear and still be unscathed? Greco was shocked. The fear from instinct finally made him sober up from Shirley's bewitching. Greco began to think about a question that he should have thought about first. What is the strength of the opponent? Is he sure he can win and just rush forward? No. When did he become so reckless and imprudent? And when Greco saw Shirley's fascinating dark green eyes. The fascinating here really means the literal meaning of fascinating. Just by looking at it, Greco felt that the little rationality he had finally found was about to be lost and collapsed. In an instant, Greco felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He shivered all over and understood everything. It was the monster on the other side who was controlling him. Everything about him was being manipulated by the monster. What kind of terrifying ability is this? From the beginning, he was like a small insect that fell into a spider web. He followed the silk thread and crawled to the front of the Spider King step by step without realizing it. Run. Escape. Escape back to Fire Code City. Monster. That is not a monster that humans can contend with. Greco's heart at this moment is exactly the same as Harvey's at the beginning. But the difference is that Harvey has the death-free token given by the wolf cub. But Greco does not. Can a small bug stuck in a spider web still fly out? The answer is, of course, impossible. Greco no longer cared about his image or the guarding oath he had sworn before. He turned around and fled towards the Fire Code City. It can even be said that he was still being clever until this moment. Greco deliberately flew towards Vivian, trying to make Vivian his shield and provide breathing time for his escape. Almost. Seeing that the Fire Code City was right in front of him, and the solemn and great statue of the God of Fire was within reach. As long as he could run back to the city, and to the side of the statue of the God of Fire, no matter how terrifying the monster was. Greco did not believe that the other party could break the protection of the God of Fire. This is indeed true. If Greco really ran back, then Shirley would be helpless against him. After all, the statue of the God of Fire is no joke. It contains the will of the God of Fire that has not been polluted. But, if, unfortunately, there is no if in this world, come back. Shirley was too lazy to even move. She just spit out these two words to Greco gently as if giving an order. Then, Greco's body really stopped abruptly in the air, and under his face a panic and collapse. He turned stiffly like a puppet and returned to Shirley along the same path. Greco found that he could not control his body. He was like a soul trapped in a physical body, unable to do anything but watch the distance between him, the monster, and Shirley getting closer and closer. It was that strange disease. The strange disease that was about to spread throughout the flame domain. Actually, the root of it came from here. Greco really understood. He became the first person to discover this huge and shocking secret. All the people in the flame domain who had that strange disease, that is, the abyss fire poison, could take over and control their bodies at any time as long as the monster opposite wanted. Puppet. The entire flame domain will become their puppet. Greco opened his mouth wide. He tried hard to speak and tell the secret, but he couldn't do anything. Now, I'll give you a chance. If you cast the spell you just cast on me again, I can let you join the abyss. Join us. And even say, give you more powerful power. The supreme power of the abyss. Shirley licked her lips and pointed. Everyone could see that Shirley was pointing at the countless refugees under the city, who had not yet recovered from the sudden turn of events. Shirley's voice had just fallen. And the next second. No. No. This is not true. How could he? Chris' eyes widened. His voice mixed with a betrayed anger and trembling. Because I saw that Greco did not hesitate. The Vulcan bishop, who was temporarily given control of his body by Shirley, the object trusted by the people of the Fire Code City, summoned out a huge flame spear that was exactly the same as before. And this time the sharp tip of the flame spear was no longer pointed at Shirley, but at the refugees and city guards outside the city who had cheered for him before. You don't understand. You don't understand at all. There is no hope. The flame realm is no longer hopeless. It was the fire god who abandoned us. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. Blame the fire god. Greco was ruthless. When he threw this shot, when he saw his flame spear technique wrapped in endless flames, about to devour a large number of refugees, he felt a little relaxed and happy in his heart. It's all your fault. If he hadn't saved you bastards, how could he have fallen to such a state? Die! Die! Greco's eyes flashed with revengeful madness. And Chris and others, who were facing the range of the flame spear below, were extremely desperate and angry. He never expected that he didn't die at the hands of the monster, but died under the magic of his own people. But just at this moment, a delicate shout came and woke everyone up. You, bastard! A thin figure, who was somewhat forgotten because of Greco's appearance, flashed and flew over, blocking the refugees and the flame spear alone, with the girl's delicate body as the center. A huge azure cover suddenly broke out. A magic barrier. Boom! The flame lance, which is considered to be a very offensive second-level spell, collided with the most basic mage defense skill. Chris subconsciously closed his eyes. But the imagined feeling of his body being burned by the flames did not come. When the refugees and city guards below looked up again, they found that there was no trace of the flame lance from before, but the clear and transparent blue barrier, and the figure of the girl who saved them again as in the beginning. Chapter 114. Every part of her body belongs to Mr. Hay. What are you doing? Vivian, why don't you listen to me? Everyone only saw the girl's tough and upright figure, but could not hear the anxious voice from another her in Vivian's mind. Quick! While the monster's attention is still on the fire god cult. Retreat quickly. This is the first time Vivian heard the other her voice so panicked. Of course, this is also the first time the girl chose to remain silent to the other her. Vivian, the second personality, was anxious. That monster is not something you can deal with now. Didn't you see the look on the face of the fire god cult leader? Escape. Retreat. No matter what. Let's go back to the Fire Code City first, and then find a solution. Okay. At the end, the second personality changed from the original anger to a somewhat pleading tone. At this moment, on the other side, the situation was completely the opposite. You? Greco looked at Vivian, who completely blocked the flame spear technique that he had just used with all his strength. The fire god cult leader was angry and scared. He was angry because Vivian destroyed his image in front of Shirley. An image of a powerful wizard among humans, at least in the Fire Code City. Similarly, he was afraid that the monster, Shirley, would fall in love with Vivian and choose to abandon him. After all, in Greco's opinion, since Shirley was willing to let him join the force called Fallen Abyss, she would naturally extend an olive branch to Vivian. When he thought of this, Greco immediately erupted with unprecedented hostility towards the little girl, even far more than he had toward Shirley before. However, just as he was about to attack the little girl, Shirley's voice sounded. Okay. Since you have completed the requirements, then come and accept the power given by the fallen abyss. The voice interrupted Greco like an order. Shirley certainly wouldn't let Greco attack Vivian at this critical moment and consume Vivian's strength. The reason was very simple. Unworthy. At some point, behind Shirley, one after another tall, more ferocious and terrifying fallen abyss monsters appeared. These were the elite fallen abyss monsters that were transformed and infected by the elite monsters that were left in Qian Town before. The aura they exuded. No, let alone the aura. As long as you just take a look, you will know that they are not at the same level as the first batch of monsters that appeared. The comparison between the two is like that between a jackal and a giant elephant. In this scene, all the people in Huidian City realized that the monster tide they had tried their best to resist before was just the vanguard of the other side. In the same scene, an expert sees the doorway. Greco looked at the monsters infected by the abyss behind Shirley. Although their appearance became ugly, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. Compared with the original monsters in his impression, it was completely different. Is this the power of the abyss? Even monsters without wisdom can become so powerful. If he also has such power, wouldn't it be able to touch the fourth level extraordinary that he has always dreamed of? Thank you, sir. Therefore, after Shirley's words, especially when he heard that the other party was willing to give the power of the abyss, Greco was ecstatic and didn't care about Vivian at all. In order to please Shirley, he even brought over the set he had used in the Fire God cult and simply changed the name. Fallen Abyss. Praise the Fallen Abyss. This scene was interesting to Shirley, and made her feel that the human species was really interesting. For a moment, Shirley couldn't help but have a few playful thoughts in her heart, or even a bad taste. This was Shirley's original character, but with the increase in wisdom brought by her growth every time, coupled with the integration of the Fallen Abyss, it became more and more obvious. Therefore, before Greco died, Shirley wanted to see where the other party's offline was. So, Shirley changed the subject. But if you want to accept our power, you have to be like them. Like them? Greco was stunned at first. He didn't understand what Shirley meant. He thought Shirley was referring to the ugly appearance under the influence of the abyss. Regarding this point, Greco could bear it with gritted teeth. Using appearance to exchange for power was definitely a good deal. Moreover, Shirley's appearance gave Greco great confidence. After all, Shirley was also on the side of the abyss. But Greco couldn't see anything related to ugliness in Shirley. It can be seen that as long as he reaches a certain height, his appearance will definitely come back. However, Shirley's action immediately afterwards made Greco, who wanted to get close to receive power, freeze his flattering expression. The other party folded its back wings and fell from the sky. Then, the elite monsters behind it immediately swarmed over, and in a few breaths, they either lay down or knelt, using their bodies to provide a seat for Shirley. They all walk on all fours. Shirley's voice was like a heavy hammer, hitting Greco's heart hard. It turned out that the monster, she wanted him to crawl to her, to crush his last bit of face and dignity. No, don't. This was not Greco's voice, but the voice of Chris below, and the screams of the people of Fire Classic City. Everyone once again felt the evil of that monster. That is, Shirley, because if Greco really did this, it would completely crush and shatter the hearts of all the people in the Fire Code City. But after a plop, Chris knew that they were finished. Lord Greco. Many Vulcan mages who were still fighting against the monsters of the Fallen Abyss on the battlefield were ashen, and no longer wanted to fight. Because Greco really gave up being a human being and became like a monster, crawling towards the position of Shirley, who was sitting high. In fact, his speed was getting faster and faster, and he was getting more and more skilled. In the end, even Shirley didn't ask him, but he was obsessed with wanting to make himself a stepping stone for Shirley. As he got closer to Shirley's crystal clear bare feet, he couldn't help but kiss and kneel down as if it was the most wonderful thing in the world. It's broken. Completely broken. This is the horror of the abyss. Count Cecil is also about to break down. In the study, he is looking at the magic projection, looking at the skin that is about to touch Shirley. This supreme honor should be his. The person at Shirley's feet should be his place. Count Cecil's breathing is heavier, His mouth is dry. His eyes are red. And he is about to lose his mind under the huge anger and jealousy. He rushes to the side of the messenger without caring about anything. But fortunately, disgusting. A cold voice with extreme disgust sounded in Greco's ears. When Greco crawled over to his feet, Shirley's evil interest disappeared, and was replaced by a strong feeling of nausea. So, the next second, the energy of the fallen abyss in Greco's body was detonated by Shirley. In an instant, Greco's whole body swelled like a tumor. And then, the ground shook violently. A giant corrupted rat king as big as a small hill broke out from the ground below, biting Bishop Greco, who had turned into a meatball, in half and swallowed it all. Although Shirley was a monster, she felt that when a monster of another race was willing to kneel and lick a monster of another race, this was a common way to show submission. But for some reason, perhaps because she had turned into a human form, Shirley still felt a strong sense of disgust in her heart. She didn't want anyone to touch her skin, even just for a moment, because every part of my body was to be left to Lord Hay. The whole process happened in a flash. When everyone reacted, the only sound at the scene was the corrupted rat king chewing the blood and flesh residue. No one would have thought that the 3 great archbishops of the Vulcan cult would end up dying in such a way. I said, there is no hope. That kind of monster is a monster. Harvey's last hope was also crushed, and he wanted to turn around and flee back to the Fire Code City. But Chris grabbed the commander. He kept his eyes on that person. When everyone lost their will like Harvey, only that figure remained the same and did not turn around and run away. No, we still have. And Chris wanted to give Vivian the same excitement as Greco did back then, just by announcing his identity. But he was anxious and held back for a long time, and couldn't say anything, because Vivian was really just Vivian, an unknown wizard with no reputation, no honor, and no one knew her. On the other side, Shirley, who had just sorted out her mood, looked at the little girl floating in the air opposite, and Shirley became mixed again. In her heart, she rarely began to beat nervously except when facing Lord Black. Vivian. Lord. This person, like a mountain between her and Lord Black, was her biggest and most threatening competitor. And at this moment, she could finally face Vivian head-on for the first time, even if this time was bound to fail, in various senses. However, Shirley still cherished this opportunity and played up to her full spirits. Chapter 115 Vivian vs. Shirley. Very quickly. Oh! A surprised voice sounded. It felt as if even this monster was surprised. I have to say that this might be Shirley's natural talent in acting. Human. You? Unfortunately. Before Shirley could finish her words, a huge fireball of more than 10 meters in length came out from under Vivian's hand and rushed straight towards her. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Fire has no effect on me. Eh? Shirley wanted to stand still and let the fireball hit her like she did with Greco before. By the way, why was it the first level fireball, not the second level more aggressive flame spear? As a result, when Vivian's fireball really hit her, Shirley regretted her contempt just now, and even paused when she spoke. At first, the flames outside the fireball spell really couldn't hurt Shirley at all. But then, what Shirley didn't expect was that Vivian actually hit another kind of flame inside the fireball spell. It was a black flame. Dark flame. It wasn't until the dark flame burned her body, and the pain, like a needle piercing, swept through her body, that Shirley realized that the reason why Vivian chose the fireball spell instead of the flame spear spell was that she wanted to rely on the model of the fireball spell to wrap the real killer move. Fortunately, Shirley herself still had the dark flame power given to her by the little wolf cub in her body, and the two offset each other. Otherwise she would have been seriously injured by Vivian's attack. Yes, human. You are pretty good. At least, you are much better than that rubbish just now. Shirley did not hesitate to praise him. This is her job. And it is indeed true. She also deliberately did not repair the wounds burned by the dark flames, leaving them for everyone to see. As for the effect, it is also very obvious. Look! Vivian. She hurt the monster. Chris excitedly slapped Harvey's shoulder next to him. Harvey rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The surrounding refugees and city guards were even more so. The monster is injured? Who is this girl? Bishop Greco once said that her name is Vivian, and she is the new bishop of our Fire God Church. At this time, some Fire God mages responded and immediately shouted in the crowd. If the only thing Greco did that could be considered a meritorious thing, It was probably that he forcibly gave Vivian the title of bishop. So, she is the new bishop of the Fire God Church. The news quickly fermented among the crowd. The male mage before must have been an imposter. And she is our real bishop. Even as it spread, it began to make up the story in the direction people hoped. So that's how it is. I said, how could the bishop of our Fire Classic city turn to monsters and do things that insult the Fire God? Bishop Vivian. Someone shouted soon. Because they were eager to have a ray of light in the darkness. It seemed that because of Vivian's attack, the morale of the entire Fire Code city was going to rise again. Shirley seemed to have turned on the chattering mode again, wanting to interact and talk with Vivian. There was no way. Such an opportunity was really rare. Shirley really wanted to talk more with Vivian. And this could not be considered as a private conversation. After all, Lord Hay often said that villains die because they talk too much. She was supposed to play the role of a defeated villain. So it was appropriate for her to say more. Right? They seem to regard you as hope. But you should know how big the gap between us is. What do you think? Vivian? Shirley pretended to know the girl's name from the shouts of the crowd below, and cherished the opportunity to call Vivian by name now. But unfortunately, the little girl didn't want to talk to her. Seeing Vivian was about to start preparing magic again, Shirley sighed in her heart and stopped letting her go. Since they regard you as hope, I want to see if you can protect them. Go. Shirley pointed her finger. And the corrupted Rat King that had swallowed Bishop Greco before. After receiving the order, the huge figure flashed in an instant. This third-order fallen abyss creature, a terrifying monster below the extraordinary, did not attack Vivian, but instead aimed at the refugees. This forced Vivian to change her original attack magic and turn to a defensive magic barrier. If you continue to attack me with the same flame as before, you may still have a chance of winning. But if you choose to do this now, Shirley looked at the huge body of the corrupted Rat King, which was several stories high, below, and madly hit Vivian's magic barrier again and again. The power of the Third Order, coupled with the strengthening of the fallen abyss, and the absorption and devouring of Bishop Greco just now, all made the azure barrier shaky, and the color dimmed a little every time it was hit by the Rat King. Vivian herself has not even reached level 20, but relying on extreme attribute points, her magic attribute alone has reached nearly level 30. But it is only a pseudo-third level. Continue to protect these people who have nothing to do with you. You will have no victory. Shirley's words were interrupted again. But this time, it was Vivian's real voice. They are not irrelevant people. Vivian's body trembled slightly in the air, and it can be seen that it was because of overload operation. But the girl still shouted desperately, as if this was very important to her. But Shirley frowned, just when she thought Vivian would say something else. That we are all people of Yin, or say something as lofty as Greco did before. Shirley found out that she was wrong. They are all me and Xiao He. We work together. And Xiao he is still protecting this result for me. Vivian raised her head, with anger and stubbornness in her eyes. Liao Zixuan used the kindness of the little girl to become the motivation for Vivian to work hard. But although he said that he wanted to train the girl into a witch, when he really took action, he was also carefully protecting Vivian's kindness. From the beginning, she agreed to the girl's split action. One went to report the news, the other went to gather refugees around the village, and then went to Qian Town to use the players to resist the fallen abyss. Finally, she chose to go deep into the fallen abyss nest alone to delay the retreat of the portal. And these, the thoughtful little girl would not be unaware of. So the reason why Vivian chose to protect everyone and fight against Shirley. Even Liao Zixuan guessed wrong. Vivian relied on. It was no longer just the kindness in her heart at the beginning. The little girl still wanted to protect the little wolf cub and her experience, her memories, and the efforts she made together. So, I will not allow you to deny everything we have done. Chapter 116 Embrace Your Strength. In the mental space, the second personality looked at Vivian, who was almost exhausted, but was still fighting hard and shouting bravely for the beauty in her heart. She no longer had the original anger at Vivian's disobedience, the annoyance at Vivian's stubbornness, and the anxiety at Vivian's foolishness. On the contrary, it was really time, and there was no turning back. The expression of the second personality towards Vivian, the other her, was a little infatuated. It was like a sister looking at her younger sister, and like her past self looking at her present self. She recalled every bit of experience she had with Vivian since she was born. It seems that the little girl has never changed. Even though she overheard when she was very young that her father preferred sons to daughters, and thought that having a girl was redundant, she still supported the whole family with her redundant girl after her mother passed away. Even though she knew that her father would definitely favor her younger brother, and that all the future property would be given to her younger brother, she still chose to venture deep into the forest to collect herbs for her younger brother's treatment when he was seriously ill. She even voluntarily agreed to sell herself to the city in exchange for a large sum of money to support her future medical treatment. At all times, the little girl protects everything she cherishes in her own way and to the best of her ability. What a hopeless fool. The second personality muttered to herself. Even half a minute ago, she was impatient to persuade Vivian to run away. But the only words Vivian said to her were still echoing in her ears. Another me. Can I ask you for a favor? If I really can't do it, can I ask you to help me cancel the summoning contract between Xiaohei and me? Please. And, I'm sorry. I asked you to accompany me and be willful together. Bang. The violent shaking in the mental space pulled the second person back to the cruel reality. The enemy would not be moved by this like she was. On the contrary, the reason why the movement affected the spiritual space was because Shirley took action personally after Vivian's words. Shirley admitted that she was a little jealous now. She was jealous of the little human girl opposite. She envied Vivian for having experiences and memories with Lord Hay that she had never had. And she envied Vivian for having the opportunity to protect and defend all of this at this moment. Although she was controlling her degree, Shirley, who had absorbed the core of the fallen abyss and had entered the extraordinary, was far beyond the current Vivian's ability to resist even if she only used half of her power. Swish! The single wing behind Shirley stretched out, and the whole person shot out from the ground. She floated in front of the magic barrier released by Vivian, then raised her right hand high, and the pitch-black giant claw weapon condensed by the fallen abyss automatically appeared. Shirley slapped the blue cover with her claws. Boom! The magic barrier that could withstand the impact of the third-level corrupted Rat King before, however, cracked under Shirley's claw. Crack, crack, crack. Countless tiny cracks started from Shirley's position and began to extend to all parts of the barrier, and they became more and more numerous and larger. Vivian tried her best to mobilize the magic power in her body to repair it, but she was still far behind Shirley's speed of destruction. In the end, every time Shirley hit, part of the force would be fed back to the girl's body. Come back. Come back soon. Vivian. Liz looked at the shaky Vivian in the projection, her voice a little tearful. Teacher, it's already this time. Why can't you wake up? We, Vivian, need you. You are our guardian. Teacher Maggie, please, wake up. Damir shouted heartbreakingly to his teacher, who was like a puppet. Vivian, friend, but, Aunt Alice said. I can't. Mixed in the group of players, who were nervous and worried but could do nothing. The little phoenix clenched her fists. She wanted to show her true self several times, looking at the direction of the motionless Vulcan tower, recalling Maggie's instructions to her and her sensitive identity. The little phoenix finally lowered her head, not daring to look at the girl who was about to die in the air. Because of this, Sinyan's confusion in her heart increased again. As a forbidden monster, what is the meaning of her existence? Finally, with the last sound, it was like a glass being pierced by a heavy hammer. Vivian, who had reached her limit, could no longer hold on. Even the magic power that supported the girl in the air was completely drained. She was like a small stone dropped from a high altitude, falling rapidly. It's over. Vivian felt extremely painful all over her body. This was the result of the magic overload. She felt that she didn't even have the strength to lift one arm, so she let the weightlessness wrap herself up. The whistling wind in her ears reminded her that she was getting closer and closer to the ground. From the beginning to the end, Vivian did not let the second personality take over the body, because in fact, the little girl knew that in the face of the huge gap in strength, even if it was another her, it would be useless. So it would be better for her to bear the pain. After all, it was her own choice. So at this moment, even if she was about to be smashed into a pulp, Vivian did not regret it. Well, to be honest, there is still a little bit, but it is not regret. But regret? I really want to hug Xiaohei again. Vivian recalled her first encounter with the little wolf cub. At that time, she was still stupid and thought Xiaohei was a wild monster. She ran away, causing Xiaohei to chase her for a long distance. She recalled the sticky, itchy and comfortable feeling when Xiaohei licked her for the first time, and recalled the first time she hugged Xiaohei to sleep together. The warm and comfortable feeling. And the first time she communicated with Xiaohei with her heart. The feeling of surprise and joy. The little girl wanted to smile happily. But unfortunately, she didn't even have the strength to smile. Instead, there were a few tears in the corners of her eyes. Why? Why aren't you by my side? At the last moment before she fell from a high altitude, Vivian could no longer disguise herself. All the grievances, reluctance, and pain in her heart burst out and turned into a cry from the heart. And it was at this moment, when the second personality had to abide by the agreement and silently cancelled her summoning contract with the little wolf cub. Time seemed to be frozen. Silly. I've always been here. But you just didn't notice it. Vivian, who was already in a daze, didn't know if it was her own illusion or some last moment of light. But she seemed to hear Xiaohei's voice again. Vivian, have you thought about it? Once you accept this power, your life will never go back to the past. Are you really ready? No. But if this is the price of being with Xiaohei, then she is willing to spend her whole life preparing. Vivian seemed to see Xiaohei stretching out his claws to her. But when she wanted to hold the wolf cub, Vivian found that she didn't have the strength at all. Every cell in her body seemed to be fighting with her and stopping her. But fortunately, Vivian has never been alone. Please. Another me. In an instant, a faint black shadow of a girl, who looked exactly like Vivian, appeared behind the little girl. She placed her hand on the back of Vivian's hand, interlocked her 5 fingers, and the two of them worked together. And finally, the girl's hands overlapped with the wolf cub's claws. On Liao Zixuan's side, after he poured in a large amount of experience points that would allow Vivian to reach level 30. Countless large data streams appeared on Vivian's game panel. But in the end, without any surprises, Vivian successfully withstood the sudden improvement in an instant, which could be said to be an earth-shaking physical change. Then the next step is, go, Vivian, embrace your power. Chapter 117. The feeling of weightlessness from falling rapidly from a high altitude still exists. The whistling sound of the wind piercing the air in my ears did not stop. The only difference was that the dry body seemed to have ushered in a downpour. And the exhausted magic power continued to emerge from all parts of the body, like mushrooms after rain. All the injuries from the previous battle disappeared like phantoms, replaced by strength, uncontrollable strength, and strength that wanted to surge out. So, Vivian's lips began to move. Great God of Fire, please allow me to borrow your authority temporarily. Let the flames attach to me. A familiar magic spell. That was what she had learned from Bishop Eugenia when she was fighting against her. It was the strongest skill of the God of Fire in the mortal stage below the extraordinary. Zizizi. Zizizi. At first, just like the soft voice of the little girl in the first half, a faint black flame that was not easy to detect appeared from Vivian's toes and fingertips. Then, as the girl's voice changed, it became the kind of arrogant and angry voice that seemed to have been patient for a long time. Extremely irritable, and just wanted to crush everything. Colonization suit. The 2 words of the 3rd level top level. Self-enhancing magic colonization suit came out at the end. And the original black flame, at the speed of a blink of an eye, became a prairie fire and began to spread to the girl's whole body. Wow! Wherever the black flame passed, Vivian was dyed black. Black boots, black skirt, black hair, and even more so, the iconic huge black sickle several meters long in the void cast by the flames in the girl's hand. No one could react to the little girl's change. Vivian's falling body was no longer straight upside down, but had a slight arc. And in the blink of an eye, she turned over nimbly. Step! The black boots stepped on the middle of the wall of Huitian City, and used it to gain leverage, not only slowing down the falling trend and straightening the body, but Vivian also used it as a new force point. And her strong and slender calves suddenly exerted strength, only to hear, crack! The piece of the wall, halfway up, that the little girl stepped on immediately broke apart like a spider web. You have to know that the wall of Huitian City is made of top-grade solid stones that are among the best in the entire Yinyu. With such a huge force, Vivian's body flew out like a cannonball. On the other side, squeak! After Shirley broke Vivian's magic barrier, and saw that the blue cover that had been preventing it from devouring the flesh and blood of living creatures finally disappeared. The corrupted Rat King made a bloodthirsty and manic shrill cry. It was excited to use its fat and huge body to pounce on the groups of frightened and panicked refugees below, who were as small as ants in its eyes. The corrupted Rat King suddenly trembled instinctively, just as it wanted to raise its inverted triangle head and shift its attention away from the refugees below as food, and use its narrow eyes to find the source of its sense of crisis. The corrupted Rat King suddenly felt an itch on his neck. Then, the head that was supposed to be raised seemed to lose its connection, and it had no chance to raise it any higher. And then its vision turned upside down. The corrupted Rat King's head fell to the ground, and the last thing its rat eyes saw was the refugee humans looking up dully. It also wanted to see what happened, but unfortunately it didn't have this opportunity. But we have to mention the terrifying tenacity of the monsters in the abyss. Even so, this corrupted Rat King is still using its remaining strength to ask for help from their queen, and send a signal of pleading to Shirley. Indeed, as long as Shirley wants, she can easily use the power of the abyss to connect the Rat King's head back. After all, the creatures in the abyss have long transcended the scope of traditional life. However, Shirley was in no mood to care about such a tool rat. Or rather, this corrupted Rat King had already fulfilled its pitiful fate. Shirley looked squarely at the girl, who was confronting her again. Instant kill. Instant kill without any suspense. The whole process was really in a flash. A corrupted Rat King, who was strengthened by the abyss, and was close to the extraordinary level, did not even have the ability to resist. The girl on the opposite side used the black sickle in her hand to separate the head and body. After coming to her senses, only the remaining flames of the black sickle and black skirt followed the route of Vivian's explosion and turned into a straight line in the air. And the body of the corrupted Rat King turned into a tumor after he fell to the ground. And the girl holding a giant sickle and standing upright in the air can prove that everything that just happened was not an illusion. How did she do it? In Shirley's imagination, the ending she thought of should be when Mr. Black appeared, and then she would have the opportunity to fight with Mr. Black, and finally be defeated by him, putting an end to this performance. But what Shirley never expected was that Vivian, who should have been beaten by her and had no strength to fight back, somehow seemed to be resurrected and reborn suddenly, and her strength soared. The aura emanating from the little girl at this moment even made Shirley feel the same oppression as when she faced Mr. Black. So this is this the real Vivian? Shirley didn't know that Liao Zixuan still felt a little sorry for Vivian now, because he originally wanted to use the item which seed left by the witch Bella before, which was used to change to the witch profession, when the little girl's emotions broke out. But he found that it still didn't work, and it still showed that it didn't meet the conditions. So now Vivian is still at level 30 under the summoner profession, even if it is still an ordinary profession. But when the little girl was in her teens, she was able to show her strength that was almost at the 3rd level. Now that Vivian has leaped to the real 3rd level, and is still extremely powerful, the little girl now has the power. Next, it's your turn now. In her second personality, Vivian used the flames to evaporate the remaining blood of the Rat King on the black sickle in her hand, and then pointed the sickle at Shirley's neck. Heh. A chuckle that seemed to have gotten rid of all her worries. Really? If Shirley was just not letting up before, then Shirley is serious now. She began to feel hot all over, and an unprecedented fighting spirit began to surge in her body. Countless monsters of the abyss on the ground howled to the sky, as if responding to their queen. And then, one after another, like Greco before, Shirley detonated the power of the abyss in their bodies. The little flesh and blood they had left turned into soup and flowed away, and the remaining bones were magically pieced together by a pair of dark hands, and reassembled into a bone dragon at a very fast speed. Roar! The fallen abyss bone dragon, which was the final boss, was pieced together by Shirley and roared to the sky, stepping on the bone dragon. The bone wings behind it blocked the sun and the sky. Shirley stared at Vivian. Then, come on! The refugees outside the city were dumbfounded. The residents in Huidian City were even more dumbfounded. The players who were watching were dumbfounded. And Liao Zixuan on the other side of the portal in Qian Town was even more dumbfounded. The little wolf looked left and right. On one side is the black side girl who has just upgraded to full health and is under the control of the second personality hanging on the wall, full of resentment and anger. On the other side is the queen of the abyss, Shirley, who summoned the bone dragon and looked down from above, with countless monsters of the abyss outside the city and below as her minions and back strength. And looking at Shirley's posture, it seems that she is also full of gunpowder. The little wolf cub scratched his head with his cute claws. These two people are not all angry. Are they really going to fight? Hiss. Thinking of Vivian, who is fully fired, and Shirley, who is also angry. If these two women really fight fiercely. The little wolf cub trembled all over. Have I played too much? No. If this fight is really over, and we become enemies, what should I do when we meet again in the future? And what about the God of Fire? God of Fire, come to save me. Hashtag check the status of the God of Fire. The door of your house is about to be demolished. Why don't you come out? Li Zai gone. The devil. Chapter 118. Kindergarten Principal Liao Zixuan. It seems that the guys in Huidian City are still too unreliable. It has been so long. And they can't even invite their own gods. In Liao Zixuan's plan, everything that Vivian should get, reputation, strength, and even the tempered state of mind have been achieved. And he arranged the rivalry between Shirley and the little girl. And his original intention was just to make Shirley sincerely identify with Vivian. After all, there is no acquaintance without fighting. Don't underestimate this last point. It is a very important cornerstone for building a harmonious family in the future. Since the goal has been achieved, there is no point in wasting time. Now it should be time to say goodbye. And the God of Fire is the key figure in this last link. After all, the monsters of the fallen abyss that are all over the mountains still need to be purified by the super-level magic of the God of Fire. However, it seems that there is a little mistake in this last link. Oh! Sigh. The little wolf cub jumped up, transformed into a human form, and disappeared into the portal, appearing outside the Fire Classic City. This wave is the director himself. Really immersive. After arriving at the battlefield, Liao Zixuan subconsciously shrank his neck, because he could feel the explosion-like breath fluctuations coming from the sky. I saw that it was not Shirley stepping on the bone dragon, raising a gust of wind, and roaring towards Vivian. And then it was the little girl holding a black sickle, one after another, breaking through the air, and sweeping out. Women fighting. It's so scary. Liao Zixuan immediately became more determined to ask the God of Fire to come. No longer paying attention to the fight between the two gods in his head, Liao Zixuan's pupils began to emit a faint white light. After opening the soul vision, he looked at the refugee camp outside the city. Even though there were more than 10,000 people, Liao Zixuan quickly found a special person he wanted through the soul mark he had set up long ago. He took a step forward, and the next moment, Liao Zixuan's figure appeared near Harvey. Then, click! It was like the director pressed the pause button on the curtain. Harvey, Chris beside him, and the players who were covered and followed Harvey were all shocked to find that everything except them. The whole world seemed to have become static. Don't get me wrong. Liao Zixuan certainly didn't have time to pause such a perverted skill. He just pulled all the souls in the area into the area with himself as the center, simulating a separate soul space. This was quite easy for the dark flame wolf, who had the power of soul. Ahem. He coughed symbolically, instantly attracting the attention of all the people who were pulled into the soul space, and were at a loss for what to do with this rare vision. He was wearing a black dress, elegant and leisurely. And what was even more weird was that his whole body was spotless, as if this chaotic battlefield filled with sand and dust had nothing to do with him at all. If I had to describe it, it felt to Harvey and Chris as if the other party was an aristocrat who came here for sightseeing. Sorry, I disturbed you at such a tense moment. Liao Zixuan bowed with a sense of ceremony. But he quickly changed his tone, and then looked straight at the familiar middle-aged vicissitudes of life uncle. Oh no! Now the middle-aged decadent uncle. Li Zygon god and demon? Liao Zixuan wanted to blurt out this sentence, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. He had to be serious at this time. After all, there were war correspondents and players who he deliberately brought in. So, he changed to a more impressive statement. Human, you disappoint me so much. At first, Harvey didn't understand it at all. But after Liao Zixuan's next sentence, I now regret helping you delay the skull dragon in the deep forest before. Delay? Bone dragon? Chris asked with a question mark on his face. After Chris said this, Liao Zixuan suddenly noticed this inconspicuous gangster next to Harvey. Why is this guy here? Good guy. It seems that no matter how the plot changes, you two good friends who love and hate each other will always meet. Right? Liao Zixuan clearly remembered that in the game plot of the previous life, Harvey was the one in the open, and Chris was the hidden plot of the players. The two were hostile to each other, but they cooperated from time to time tacitly, which gave them a feeling of police and gangsters. In the end, they saved the corrupt Fire Classic City from both the light and the dark. As for why Liao Zixuan remembered it so clearly, well, I can only say that there are many whys among the players. Such a gay CP has extended to many fanfictions, and even Pineapple Book has come out. It seems that the topic has gone too far. In short, Chris certainly didn't understand Liao Zixuan's hint, but Harvey reacted immediately and showed an extremely shocked expression. You were at that time? Of course. Harvey will not forget that when the portal was just built, the monsters from the abyss of the Claw Forest rioted together. And there was even a complete bone dragon that was even bigger than the bone dragon ridden by the humanoid monster now. If there hadn't been another powerful mysterious creature in the forest that pulled the skull dragon down from the sky and caused a fight, how could the refugees in Qian town have been successfully transferred to Huidian City? Why are you wrong? Who are you? Harvey stared at Liao Zixuan. It doesn't matter who I am, human. The important thing is that you should wake up. Liao Zixuan shook his head and interrupted Harvey. According to the experience of the previous life plot, there are only two people who can awaken the incarnation of the god of fire in the world. That is, Archbishop Maggie. One is the future savior Demir, and the other is the uncle in front of him, Harvey. At the moment, Demir didn't know what was going on. Most likely, he was dead. Liao Zixuan could only start with Harvey. As for why, he didn't go directly to Maggie. Vulcan was like a time bomb. There were people ready to defuse it. Why did he take the risk? But now, Harvey, the bomb diffuser, was obviously going on strike because he was hit too hard by Shirley. So what Liao Zixuan had to do was to give him some confidence. To put it more simply, he scolded her. I really didn't expect that there was someone among you humans who could fight against her. This really surprised me. But I was also curious. When your compatriots were fighting for you, you just watched from behind? This is not like the brave and outstanding commander I saw next to the portal at that time. If I knew you would become like this, I would not have chosen to help you. Liao Zixuan was very satisfied with his lines. After secretly supporting Vivian and Shirley and encouraging Harvey with a hint of sarcasm, then he secretly looked at the players and found that everyone really lived up to expectations. The reputation of war correspondents was well deserved. Many people looked like wooden men, obviously turning on the recording function. Me. Harvey's nails were digging into the flesh. It can be seen that he still couldn't get out of Shirley's shadow. Facing the kind of monster. I can't do anything. Good. The password is correct. I can't do anything. Too classic. Just when Liao Zixuan was about to continue his verbal attack, he didn't expect that another person would get ahead of him. And the drug he used was even stronger than his. Chapter 119, Flirting with Vivian. Pa! Chris angrily slapped Harvey. Asshole. I used to admire the legendary warrior leader of the Fire Code Knights. But now it seems that he is not even as good as a little village girl from the countryside. Liao Zixuan was watching with great interest. Harry CP was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was about to begin. But after Chris's last sentence, he is not even as good as a little village girl from the countryside. Liao Zixuan was stunned. Wait. Something is wrong. Element detection. Could he be talking about Vivian? Chris's following words immediately confirmed Liao Zixuan's bad premonition. At the beginning, Vivian took the order of the god of fire and ran to the Fire City to report the news. Then, when we were all scared and wanted to escape, she stood up alone and fulfilled her promise to save us all. Harvey, as the commander of the Knights of the Fire Order, are you not as good as a little girl? Why can Vivian do it? But you can't do anything? I tell you, it's because Vivian didn't give up. But you did? You look exactly like me now, who didn't dare to leave the city just now because I was afraid of death and even abandoned my brothers and sisters. So I am very fortunate to meet Vivian at that time. It was she who helped me take this step like a goddess. Harvey, now, take a good look at the figure fighting in the sky. It's time for you to take this step too. Chris was so excited that he used his small thief body to pull Harvey up by the collar. And it was not difficult to hear that Chris kept talking about Vivian. He was a qualified Vivian braggart. He scolded her well. But Chris was trying to cheer Harvey up. But he didn't notice that Liao Zixuan next to him was looking at him with more and more kindness. So how did you get in touch with Vivian? Liao Zixuan was full of questions. The most important thing is that it sounds like you have met many times? And your tone, your demeanor, and even the shameful word goddess can be said in public. Although you are emotional, you are very wrong. Very wrong. Where is the promised Harry CP? You are cheating. It is betrayal. Liao Zixuan has already started to think about what the consequences will be if he gets rid of Chris here. TMD. It's not enough to have Demir in front. And then there is Chris? Vivian. You? Can you stop being so philandering? The little girl has grown up. And you want to start a harem. Right. I haven't even started yet. But you started it first. Are you the protagonist or am I the protagonist? Can you respect your little wolf cub? Liao Zixuan is a little depressed now. But of course, he is also very fortunate. Fortunately, he personally went out for such a trip. Otherwise, he would still be kept in the dark by Vivian. The innocent appearance of the little girl. After all, there are not many famous people in Huidian City. In addition to Harvey, there are only Demir and the underground emperor Chris, who is nicknamed Mr. Ku. This is all thanks to the last remaining blood countess of the Cecil family. A female character who is quite tragic. Otherwise, Liao Zixuan would have extremely suspected that Vivian could have taken her in. Temporarily restrained his shark intention towards Chris. After all, this guy is quite important. And he will be his tool in the future. Liao Zixuan has to hurry up and do the business first. After it is over, he will settle the accounts and count those who dare to plot against Vivian one by one. But what can I do? Harvey was scolded and woke up. But he was still confused and lacked a direction to work hard. Now even Chris couldn't say it for a while, which was obviously beyond his scope. But this kid is worthy of being a gangster. He looked at Liao Zixuan for help very cunningly. This mysterious person who seemed to be on their side. Human. Had you forgotten your faith? You mean Vulcan? But Harvey looked bitter. And he spoke intermittently. In fact, the biggest reason why he was so broken was Vulcan. To be precise, it was the cruel truth that Liao Zixuan told through Shirley. Vulcan turned against them. Something went wrong. Although Harvey had this feeling, he still didn't believe it at that time. But until now, the monsters have come to the doorstep. And Vulcan, even Maggie, has no reaction at all. Which simply confirmed Shirley's words. Vulcan abandoned them. It is even possible that all these disasters were created by Vulcan himself. For Harvey, it was like being abandoned by his parents in the wilderness. He had no motivation to live and was ready to die. The god of fire did not show up because she had some problems. Isn't this the time when she needs you? Don't always think about relying on God. Because even God has times when he needs to rely on mortals. Is the god of fire a good god? Yes. He loves his people like his own children. Even to the point of turning into a human clone to get along with humans. But it is also because of this that the Flame region is the country that relies most on God among the 9 countries. This also led to the fact that when the god of fire wanted to ask her people for help, no one responded at all. It should be said that there was no such awareness. You mean? Vulcan needs us too. Harvey seemed to be awakened by Liao Zixuan's words. And the depression in his heart suddenly became clear. The reason why it can have such a great effect. Well, because this sentence itself was said by Harvey himself. And he finally realized it at the end of the plot of the previous life. Liao Zixuan just copied it. Go. The answer you want is on the top floor of the Vulcan Tower. Liao Zixuan's figure gradually blurred and faded. And the pseudo-time-stop soul space he created also began to slowly disappear. No. Wait a minute. The whole city is closed now. And we will definitely not be allowed to go in at this time. Even if we want to go to the Vulcan Tower. Harvey soon realized the problem. And Liao Zixuan smiled kindly again. Have you forgotten that just now? The human next to you said that he ran out of the city by himself after the monster tide arrived. I think since he can run out, he must be able to go back. Am I right? Liao Zixuan glanced at Chris. This brat, who is currently just a gang leader, was extremely excited to hear it, and had a passion to save the world. But after Liao Zixuan said the last sentence, Chris's expression froze on the spot. In response, Liao Zixuan said that he was very happy. Moreover, it was like my heart was bleeding when a secret passage was exposed. We know a lot about the few secrets left in you. In the end, Liao Zixuan's figure disappeared, and the soul space was broken. For Harvey and others, the flow of the world returned to normal again. But this time, let's go! Go to the Vulcan Tower. Liao Zixuan, who was mixed in the refugee crowd, looked at Harvey heading straight to the Vulcan Tower under the guidance of Chris. And behind them, they were excited and eager to try. They should be a few lucky players who got this super rare plot mission. Liao Zixuan followed them silently. After all, although it is simple to say, okay, we also go to help God, but it is not so easy to do. Oh, forget it. Just treat it as a kindergarten principal experience. By the way, who knows? Maybe the god of fire will owe me a favor for this. If it were the other gods among the 9 gods. Liao Zixuan couldn't say anything. But the god of fire was really a good person. Also known as the Old Saint. I helped her so much. It's not too much to say that I owe her a favor. Thinking of this, Liao Zixuan suddenly became very motivated. He had to keep a close eye on Harvey and his gang to make sure nothing happened. After all, that was the favor of the 9 gods in the legend. Just dreaming. It's not too much to give me a heart of God. Chapter 120. If this is not true love. What is it? Master Harvey. You see, I have made a contribution to the Fire City. After this incident is over, can you just pretend that nothing happened? After Chris led Harvey and a group of players into the Fire City through his hidden passage skillfully, the gang leader rubbed his hands a little awkwardly. This feeling is like a student copying homework in front of the teacher. Although it is a just copying of homework, the homework will probably not be kept after the fact and will be confiscated. As expected. You wish. Do you know that sneaking into the Fire City is a serious crime that will be sentenced? I am lucky that I didn't catch you on the spot. As expected. Harvey glared at Chris, and his nose almost got crooked with anger. He really didn't expect that someone could build such a secret passage connecting the city right under the nose of his city defense army. And looking at the skilled look of Chris, it is estimated that he has used it secretly many times. Humph. Stingy. Pedantic. Stingy. Nosy stinky cop. Seeing Harvey's ruthless look, Chris immediately became listless. He spent a lot of effort to build this secret passage. And of course, it brought him a lot of convenience and considerable income. In the end, it was gone. And of course, he was heartbroken. But Chris couldn't do anything to Harvey, so he could only swear in a low voice to vent his dissatisfaction. She looked like a bullied young wife. In response, Liao Zixuan, who was secretly observing with his soul vision, said that this was Harry CP. And they knocked each other. So, Vivian, why did you want to get involved in other people's affairs? Damn it! Stop talking nonsense. Don't forget our mission. Let's go! Harvey kicked Chris's, but with a resentful expression on his face, and urged him to continue leading the way. The Vulcan Tower is located on the edge of the inner city, and they are now in the outer city. In order to save time, it is faster to go through the alleys than to go on the main road. In this regard, Harvey still has to rely on Chris, who is a local gangster. In this way, the group of people turned around and around, because they were walking on a small path. And the current Fire Classic City was in chaos due to the battle outside the city. No one noticed them at all. Soon, after running out of a certain alley, a straight and tall magician tower appeared in front of everyone. Just as Harvey was still thinking about how to explain to the guards of the Vulcan Tower the purpose of their group climbing the tower, Harvey was surprised to find that at the door in front of the tower, the original elite soldiers were gone. And there were only a few sheep that were bleeding in a very strange way. Puff. Liao Zixuan was stunned when he saw this classic scene. Caster's 3rd level classic spell Sheep Transformation. It seems that no matter how the world line changes, Demir likes to use the sheep transformation on his own people. And this will never change. It's Demir. Harvey quickly reacted. He should have gone to the top of the tower to find Maggie before us. But why? No matter what. Let's go! With a big wave of his hand, Harvey took the lead and ran into the tower first, preparing to climb the tower to the top floor. But before Chris and the players behind him could catch up, they heard a heavy muffled sound. And Harvey, who had just entered the tower, was blasted out backwards. Cough cough cough. The flare sword was across his chest. It can be seen that even with the offset of this magic weapon, Harvey's chest armor was still burned black. Yes, it's a fire element. Harvey coughed and stood up with his sword. As he spoke, everyone looked into the Vulcan Tower and saw a vague flame giant blocking the stairs at the entrance hall. Little guys, it seems that if we want to go up, we must fight this big guy. Wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Harvey quickly said to Chris and the players, don't be afraid. Although elemental creatures are very strong, their weakness is also obvious, which is the core and the heart. As long as the core is broken, they will dissipate by themselves. After that, you help me attract the attention of this fire element, and then I will go around behind it and give it a fatal blow. Harvey looked serious, because summoning fire elements, although Harvey was not a spellcaster, he knew that this was a 4th level extraordinary magic, and only one person in the entire Fire Code City could do it. Maggie was blocking anyone from entering her magician tower, and even used the extremely destructive fire element. Something went wrong. There must be a big problem at the top of the tower. There was no point in being anxious at the moment. After Harvey formulated a strategy, Chris reluctantly fumbled through his arms, and took out several potion bottles and small props. You asked me how I got it out? Do you know the value of a thief? If you don't hide a lot of stuff in your clothes, you still have the nerve to call yourself a thief? When the players and Liao Zixuan looked over, stealth dust, knife oil, spider poison, low-level shock abatement rune, stun spray, corpse powder, explosive trap. There were even extremely precious attribute potions, although it was only intermediate agility enhancer. But looking at Chris's expression like he was cutting flesh, it was even more painful than when the secret passage was discovered. This also shows how powerful Vivian's unconditional and large-scale attribute aura was. On the other side, Harvey saw that Chris took out more and more things, and his expression was stunned at first, and then became very exciting, as if he had re-examined and recognized this ordinary gangster in front of him. Especially after the contraband items that were strictly checked in the Fire Code City appeared. Poison and physical attacks are ineffective against elemental creatures. Give me these too. Harvey drank the agility potion in one gulp, and then sprinkled the stealth dust on himself. His figure instantly blurred, concealing his breath, and temporarily gained the stealth ability of a thief. By the way, after this incident is over, if you still have anything illegal, quickly hand it over to the city guards. Don't force me to catch you. After saying this, Harvey rushed into the tower again without seeing Chris's surprised expression. Asshole. I think you're the robber. You should be a human being. Chris was furious after reacting. That look was exactly the same as when the other party not only didn't pay after being prostituted, but also arrogantly asked for money from him. Cheap. I'm really cheap. Look, I'll help you again in the future. Asshole. Chris just wanted to slap himself a few times now. Then, he happened to catch a glimpse of the players next to him, who were also looking forward to it, waiting for Chris to give them props, just as he was about to give these strangers some life-saving items. After all, they all had to take on the dangerous task of attracting the attention of the fire element, and they could die if they were not careful. But at this time, Harvey, who had left before, came back here again. What are you still dawdling about? Hey. Who? Oh. By the way, what's your name? Humph. Chris shook his head. He would not be stupid enough to tell the other party his name, which would only cause trouble for himself later. Harvey didn't mind. While holding down Chris's hand that was handing the player the item, he quickly continued, Don't give them the item. Even if you die 100 times, these strangers will not really die. So keep these to save your own life. I don't want to invite a corpse to drink at Yame afterwards. Ah? Oh. Okay. Although Chris didn't quite understand, since Harvey said so, he was of course willing to keep the good things, especially these life-saving ones, for himself. Of course, Chris also understood the meaning of Harvey's last sentence. The face of this gangster was rarely red. I don't know if it was because of the reputation of Yame Bar or because of something else. So, the world where only players are injured is achieved. The players next to him? Liao Zixuan, who was secretly eating melon seeds, said, I'm so sweet. This is too sweet. If this is not true love, then what is it? So Vivian, you have done all the bad things. Come on, Harvey. Don't lose to Vivian, this bad woman. Get your Chris back. For the sake of the millions of wives players in the future, Liao Zixuan decided to take back his original intention to create opportunities for Harvey and Chris. Yeah, it's just to create opportunities. Definitely not because he wants to waste Chris's props. Absolutely not. After all, Vivian is also very good, and it is normal for men to be attracted to and admire a little girl. Liao Zixuan will not bear grudges for this, and will take revenge when he gets a chance. Chapter 121 Cute little wolf cub will not become One Punch Man. In the hall, on the first floor of the Vulcan Tower, a fire elemental giant, 4 or 5 meters tall, wandered back and forth unconsciously. The fire on its body crackled, and waves of heat spread out from it, raising the temperature of the entire hall. Stealthed, Harvey stood at the entrance of the Vulcan Tower, swallowed nervously, and tightened his hand holding the flare sword. If possible, even he really didn't want to fight with this third-level elemental creature. But the fire elemental giant stayed at the stairs leading to the upper floor, diligently eliminating all intruders. If you want to climb the tower and find Maggie, this is the only way. Are you all ready? Harvey asked in a deep voice for the last time. Behind him, Chris and the players, who were also extremely nervous, nodded. Then act according to our plan. When Harvey's last 2 words fell, Chris ran out directly, and when he crossed the horizontal line of the entrance of the hall, the fire element giant, who was originally wandering around unconsciously, immediately turned his head 180 degrees. It was far beyond Chris's imagination that the fire element giant showed an extremely fast reaction speed that was completely inconsistent with its bulky body. Chris had just rushed into the tower for a few steps when the other party also took a big step and came to Chris in almost a breath. The palm of the fire element's blazing flames clenched into a terrifying fist like a fireball and went straight to Chris's face. Damn! Chris seemed to have been covered by the fire element's fist and had nowhere to hide. Harvey's eyelids jumped immediately when he saw the scene. He subconsciously forgot his plan and wanted to remove his invisibility to save Chris. However, Liao Zixuan in the dark was not panicked at all, and even smacked his lips, because in the next moment, a strange scene happened. Just when the Chris in front of him was about to be flattened by the fire giant's fist, another Chris suddenly appeared from the shadow, and the position was exactly behind the fire element. Second level thief profession. Hidden rare skill. Fake body. Chris's fake body dissipated in the flames under the fist of the fire element, while Chris's real body took advantage of the fire element's attack on his fake body to stab the opponent's defenseless hardcore behind him with a dagger in his hand. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the legendary thief of the future and the boss of the underground forces in Huidian City. Even though Chris is only a second-level thief and has not yet obtained the precious inheritance within the treasure-stealing group, he almost killed the fire element, which is very difficult even in the third level, with his second-level strength. Yes, I almost killed him alone. Under Chris's excited expression, he heard a crisp ding sound from his dagger, and then a strong recoil came, which instantly numbed his entire right arm and made him unconscious. The fire elemental giant roared in pain. A dagger scratch appeared on the core of its back. Chris did everything well, but only in this last core step. He overestimated his power as a thief and the sharpness of his dagger. Although the core of the fire elemental giant was damaged, it was not completely broken by Chris. For elemental creatures, as long as the core is not broken, it can be quickly repaired even if it is injured. The elemental power in the air filled a crack in the core that was just cut by Chris's dagger in the blink of an eye. So the situation on the scene was instantly reversed. Now it was Chris' turn to be in a stiff state after the attack. Not to mention that his entire arm was temporarily paralyzed by the recoil force and could not move. On the other hand, the fire element giant did not need to turn around at all. It just turned its arm and head 180 degrees again. In less than half a second, it aimed at Chris, who was originally behind it. The enraged flaming giant fist, mixed with extremely violent force, smashed fiercely towards Chris in midair. It's bad. This time it's really over. One of the taboos of thieves is not to sneak attack and kill the enemy with the next blow. Once the enemy catches his breath, he will be unlucky. Chris looked panicked, because he had no room to dodge. And this time, it was his real body. He barely used his remaining left arm to block. But everyone knew that this was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With his fragile body, if he really took the angry punch of the fire elemental giant, even if he didn't die, his life would definitely be ruined. But even so, Chris still had a little pride in his heart. Although he failed to kill alone, as a plan, he still succeeded. He successfully angered the fire elemental giant and made the opponent focus all his attention on himself. At this time, the opponent's back was exposed to Harvey. Bastard. You must break the core for me. This is an opportunity one got by lying in bed paralyzed for the rest of my life. Unexpected. Chris always thought he was a coward. But when the fire giant's fist was about to hit his face, the image of a girl emerged in his mind. Vivian. Did you see that? I am just as brave as you. I dared to take this step like you. It's a pity that I will never be able to get close to you again in the future. Chris never thought that this was the last thought that popped into his mind. Of course, Chris would never have thought that the image of the giant flaming fist smashing him to pieces did not appear, because a middle-aged man stood in front of him with a sword. Boom! A loud noise like thunder. Harvey and Chris flew backwards and hit the wall of the Vulcan tower. The violent force directly cracked the wall. Fortunately, a blue light flashed on Chris's body, and then a rune broke, offsetting the force of the shock. Otherwise, even the aftershock alone would be enough to make him fractured and paralyzed. Cough. Cough. You. Why? He coughed up a few blood clots and climbed up from the rubble of the wall. Chris looked at Harvey, who was thrown away with him, helped him bear most of the impact, and slowly climbed up. His face was angry and somewhat touched. Damn it. I said cough cough cough. I said it before. I don't want to invite, cough cough, a corpse to drink. Harvey, who was covered in dust, directly retorted. Are you stupid? Is it more important for me, or saving the Fire Code City? I missed such a good opportunity just now. Let me ask you. What should I do now? Chris pointed at the fire element giant, who was ready for the next punch and took a big step towards the two. I don't care. It's all important to me. As for the solution, I'll think about it later. Get out of here. The fire element was angry, and the violent flaming fist attacked again. Harvey hurriedly pulled Chris and tried to dodge to the side. But at this moment, a sigh seemed to sound from the void. Then, Chris and Harvey, who were in a state of embarrassment, only felt a flash before their eyes. Then, a familiar man in a suit appeared in front of them, facing the angry fist of the fire element giant. I said, "Hey, a fire element giant has forced you to be like this." Liao Zixuan shook his head and looked at the two good friends, who were still hugging each other and dodging with helpless eyes. And Chris and Harvey, as well as the players who agreed to attract attention together but were actually just paddling, all looked at Liao Zixuan with shocked and dull eyes. To be precise, it was Liao Zixuan's palm that blocked the violent fist of the fire element giant. Just when Liao Zixuan wanted to tease these two good friends, the fire element giant was not happy. It roared angrily again. It really couldn't understand why the person in front of it could prevent its fist from moving forward even a little bit, even though they were all tiny humans. The fire element giant, with low intelligence, chose to use its other arm and swung it towards Liao Zixuan. And this behavior ultimately accelerated its demise. Hey, you two. Didn't you see I was talking? Facing the fire element giant's several meter-long thick flaming arm that swung towards him with a gust of wind, Liao Zixuan only made two moves. Turning around, he swung his other fist. Boom! The two soon collided, and the result was obvious. The crackling sound spread from the arm to the whole body, and the terrifying cracks could not be stopped, and finally reached the core of the heart of the fire element giant. Crack! Chris and Harvey swore that this was definitely the most beautiful and pleasant sound they had ever heard in their lives. Chapter 122. Future legendary NPCs won't want to become apprentices. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and the body of the fire element giant, along with its core, exploded into slag fragments, splashing all over the hall in the tower. It seemed that because the whole process was too fast, the core fragments still had the scorching high-temperature energy of the fire element. Many of the exploded slag sizzled instantly after touching the ground and walls in the tower, and gray smoke rose straight out, burning out one scorch mark after another. This made the originally beautifully built and gorgeous hall of the Vulcan Tower a little difficult to look at, and it was full of devastation. It seems that I did use too much force, because the last target that Liao Zixuan personally attacked was the fallen Abyss Bone Dragon. He subconsciously used the same strength, and unexpectedly, he directly blew up the fire elemental giant. Well, blown up in all senses. It's like there is a small bug on your clothes. You can choose to wave it away, or you can choose to get excited and slap it flat. However, if you do the latter, you will have to pay the price of your clothes being stained with the green bug juice. Thank you. The picture comes to mind. I feel sick, and I can't keep the clothes. Huh? What? This is not my clothes. Oh, it's okay. Ahem. I'm really sorry. I saw you guys were beaten so badly by it before. I thought it had some strength. But now it seems that I overestimated it and didn't control its strength well. As a human. No. As a wolf. You still have to be a little graceful. But facing Liao Zixuan's sincere apology, Chris and Harvey, who just realized what happened, both twitched their mouths and looked very subtle and hesitant. Okay. We are so sorry for being so weak. Ignoring Chris and Harvey, who were hit hard, Liao Zixuan felt the elemental fluctuations in the Vulcan tower. He shook his head and said, "It seems that the situation of the Vulcan is much worse than I thought. I can tell there are more than one violent elemental creature guard like this in the tower. The higher you go, the more there are." After Liao Zixuan finished speaking, Harvey and Chris' faces suddenly turned pale, because they were struggling to deal with a giant fire element right now, and they almost couldn't defeat it, if there were more. Seeing the desperate expressions of these two legendary NPCs in the future, Liao Zixuan sighed in his heart, thinking that he was too anxious. In fact, this scene seemed familiar. In the plot of the previous game, there was also climbing the Vulcan tower, and even the main NPCs were exactly the same. Because it was too classic, the game automatically generated a copy for future players to challenge repeatedly. The only difference between now and the previous life is that it was already the end of the version of the Flame Realm, which was considered the final decisive battle. Harvey had already mastered the power of the Flare Sword and was promoted to the 4th level Glory Knight. And Chris had already become an extraordinary thief under the inheritance of the treasure-stealing group. And finally there was an extraordinary wizard Demir. It was with such a luxurious lineup that they led the players, who had generally reached the level cap, and were stuck at level 30 to climb the tower together and attack the final super boss, Archbishop Maggie, who was corrupted by the fallen abyss. Thinking about it, the experience at that time was indeed quite exciting and nostalgic. At present, Demir's situation is unclear, and the official plugins of Harvey and Chris have not arrived. As for the players, well, do you expect the war correspondents to go up and fight? It seems that I have to pretend. Sigh, ecstatic human. For the sake of my friendship with the god of fire for many years, I will help you one last time. Once Liao Zixuan starts pretending, he can't stop. He never needs to do anything to talk nonsense. Anyway, I'll get close to him quietly. Could it be that the god of fire can hear it? Follow me closely. On the other side. And, for the sake of the friendship with the god of fire for many years, the players are fine, but they are more curious. After all, the god of fire is just a more powerful NPC to them. But Harvey and Chris, as natives, are completely different. After Liao Zixuan's words, which contained a lot of information, the two of them were almost petrified on the spot, and their jaws dropped in shock. The most important thing is that they really believed it. After all, in their eyes, just the casual punch to blow up the fire element giant was enough to subvert their understanding of power. And then, when they quickly recovered from the shock and chased Liao Zixuan upstairs, the scene and picture that appeared next made Harvey and Chris believe it even more. Bang! 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 Does it sound good? Good sound means good fire element. Liao Zixuan was right in telling them that there were indeed many wandering fire element guards in the tower. But he was wrong, because now these fire element guards have all turned into slag fragments on the ground. One punch. Really just one punch. All of them. The 3rd level elemental creatures, with the violent fire element as the core. Any one of them can fight against a whole group of well-trained elite knights. And there are more than enough elemental giants under the mysterious man in a dress in front. None of them can last a second time. Gudong stepped over the ground carefully. The fire elemental giant had become fragments of slag. Chris swallowed hard. He used his elbow to poke at Harvey, the strongest 3rd level warrior captain in the Fire Classic City, who also had a stiff expression next to him. Harvey. You know that thing? I have it read for many years. That guy said he has a friendship with the Lord of Fire. How many years does he have to live? How many years? You should say centuries. And I remind you, you should be more respectful to this ancient, mysterious and powerful being. Don't call him that guy. That guy. Harvey lowered his voice and glared at Chris in a warning. Oh. Okay. I know. But a gangster is a gangster. Chris looked around and saw that Liao Zixuan really relied on strength. There was no use for any fancy tricks. He punched all the fire element guards who blocked the way, making them approach the top of the tower at the speed of light like taking a through train. He was so thirsty that he swallowed several times. Don't get me wrong. Chris imagined Liao Zixuan as himself. If he could have such power. No. Even if it was only half or a quarter. Would he be qualified to have some stories, with the white moonlight goddess in his heart? Accompany Vivian? Even say Chase. Chris blushed to his ears. Because he was too shy. So he didn't dare to say the last word. Although Chris is a gangster leader. In terms of love. He is an old DT like Demir. Seeing that he was about to reach the top of the tower. Chris finally couldn't help it. His restless heart, because of the little girl, made him more eager for power. So, women are always the best catalyst for men to move forward. Now, with such a great opportunity in front of him, how could Chris not be tempted? So, he quietly tugged at the corner of Harvey's clothes, then rubbed his hands and asked nervously, Harvey, tell me, what if I go to that master to become his apprentice? Will he accept me? Chapter 123. I'm a damn genius. Phew? That was a close call. He brushed off the dust that accidentally got on his clothes. At the top floor of the Vulcan Tower, at the door of Archbishop Maggie's room, Liao Zixuan was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. He really wasn't exaggerating here. Because who would have thought that the one guarding this last floor was actually a giant elemental giant formed by the fusion of at least 4 or 5 fire elements. Its power was so fierce, and its momentum was so strong that Liao Zixuan had to throw a second punch. Fortunately, it seems that I am still a little bit stronger than them. If you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. Liao Zixuan made the same classic a little bit gesture as the little girl did. Okay. I can only send you here. From now on, you have to rely on yourselves, Liao Zixuan said, and gave way to the door leading to Archbishop Maggie's room. There must be a limit to pretending. Further in is the real god of fire. Although he is just an incarnation of the human world, with his current strength, he can fool Harvey, Chris, and a group of players who have never seen the world. But if he gets in front of the god of fire, his true colors will be exposed. It's like in the cognition of Harvey and others. A test paper has a full score of 100 points, and Liao Zixuan is the one who got a full score. But in fact, in the future, the world is big. There are exams with tens of thousands of points. And the god of fire is the type that can always get full marks no matter how many points the exam has. The 9 sealing gods and fallen god are so terrifying. Oh! You ask how many points the fallen abyss can get? Does he need to take a test? He just tears up the papers. And tears up as many as he can. We will never forget your help in the Fire Code City. Lord Fire God will also be honored to have a close friend like you who can help in times of crisis. The commander of the Fire Code Knights half knelt on one knee in front of Liao Zixuan. This is the highest level of knightly ceremony, second only to the loyalty ceremony. From his words and actions, it can be seen that Harvey has really regarded Liao Zixuan as the same level as the god of fire. He even secretly and boldly guessed whether Liao Zixuan might be one of the other 8 gods. After all, there are probably only gods from other 8 countries in this world who can have a friendship with the god of fire and speak so easily. This is also the reason why Harvey can say those words above. Ahem. Let's stop this topic here. There is also something about the matter between me and the god of fire. Liao Zixuan looked vicissitudes. His eyes seemed to be looking at a very far place, and his eyes showed a long memory. Then, he pretended to sigh. The story between me and the god of fire is too complicated, and it is difficult to explain the origin of it to you. In short, she may have forgotten me, so I hope you don't mention it again. This is not only good for me, but also for the god of fire, Liao Zixuan said to Harvey very seriously. Nonsense. He really didn't expect Harvey to be so boastful. Good guy. Even the god of fire felt honored to have a friend like me. If this was really heard by the god of fire, even if he was a gentle and kind god, Liao Zixuan would feel a chill on his back. Ah? Oh. Fine. As you wish. A strange look flashed across Harvey's face, but it was quickly suppressed out of respect. However, when Liao Zixuan saw the players behind Harvey, their eyes glowing green, like gossip paparazzi who had caught some big news, Liao Zixuan instantly understood an old saying. If you want to make up a lie, you have to make up 10 new lies. And what does it mean to be struck by lightning for pretending to be cool? It's okay. Vulcan doesn't have a player system, and she can't go to the player forum to read spam posts. It's okay. It's okay. Liao Zixuan comforted himself in this way. Cough cough. He quickly used the coughing method to get the painting back on track. Finally, I'll give you a suggestion. Liao Zixuan recalled how Harvey and Demir woke up the out-of-control Maggie in the previous life. If I remember correctly, in addition to the sword in your hand, the Archbishop of Fire should have given you other special props. Right? Other special props? Do you mean this? Harvey was stunned at first, a little confused, but then he suddenly realized, lowered his head, and took off a crystal-clear teardrop-shaped necklace from his neck. Necklace for concentration. This is not produced in the flame domain in the God of Fire's territory, but was taken by the God of Fire from the neighboring God of Water Kingdom, which is also the home of the 2.0 version of Falling God. Thousand Islands. If the plot of the previous life is developed according to the previous life, this necklace is extremely important, and is one of the key props connecting the two versions. But now, remember one sentence. Light comes from darkness, and darkness gives rise to light. Liao Zixuan's figure gradually disappeared, and he told Harvey the most classic line that Demir said in the previous life. Just when Harvey was thinking about his words, grasping something and not grasping anything, Chris, who was beside him, saw that Liao Zixuan was about to disappear again, and he hurriedly plucked up his courage and shouted out the words that he had been holding back in his heart for a long time. My lord, can I see you again? I want to worship you as my master, and I also want to get the same powerful power as you. Ignoring Harvey's anxious dissuasion, Chris looked at Liao Zixuan with piety and desire. This may be the reason why Chris can become a big shot in the future. He has courage, action, and ideas. Even if the hope is slim, he is willing to give it a try. After all, what if? Chris thought so in his heart. What he didn't expect was that the other party seemed to be interested and asked him back. Oh! Liao Zixuan raised his eyebrows. He was indeed amused by Chris, wanting to tease the future underground emperor, known as Mr. Ke. Liao Zixuan asked curiously, tell me, why do you want power? But after asking this question, Liao Zixuan regretted it. Because, I have someone I admire in my heart. She is the one who is fighting monsters in the air outside the city. So, I also want to gain strength, so that I can stand beside her and fight side by side with her. With her. Chris blushed. He didn't dare to lie to Liao Zixuan, and there was nothing to lie about. This was his truest thought. In the past, perhaps his life goal was to join the legendary treasure-stealing group. But now Chris found that the back of the little girl who resolutely went out of the city alone to fight in the alley at that time has been indelible in his heart. On the other side, Hatue. Bah! You are dreaming. I am so angry. Liao Zixuan didn't want to care about it anymore and wanted to leave quickly, because he was afraid that if he stayed any longer, the future of this world would be missing a legendary thief. However, he suddenly had an idea. Okay. Hee. You like to pursue Vivian, right? Your talent means that you can't follow my path, but I can give you some guidance within a limited scope. When Chris heard that he couldn't follow this path, his expression instantly fell. But when he heard Liao Zixuan say that he could give guidance, his face immediately changed and he became ecstatic. Even Harvey, who was about to apologize for Chris's rudeness, widened his eyes after Liao Zixuan's words. After all, in his mind, Liao Zixuan was at the same level as the God of Fire, and he could receive the teachings of the God of Fire. Damn! Harvey began to wonder if it was too late for him to become a disciple now. But Liao Zixuan would never let Chris off easily, and the real pit he dug for this bastard was behind. But I have a prerequisite. The God of Fire often mentioned to me her most proud human, who seemed to be named Demir. If you can defeat him, then I will recognize your determination to become stronger and point out the way forward for you. Aren't you two bastards plotting against my little girl? Okay. Then you guys should fight first. I suggest you fight to the death. I'm a real genius. After saying this, Liao Zixuan's figure was only a little blurry. At this time, Chris seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, Teacher, I will definitely defeat the guy named Demir. And me? I don't even know your name. Good guy. Even the teacher is called directly. This shameless. You really deserve it. Liao Zixuan finally disappeared on the top floor of the Vulcan Tower, and his last words will also echo in everyone's ears. You can call me. Bye. Chapter 124 Observation of a War Correspondent. A qualified cell crossed out. A qualified writer should use every minute and every second of her life to create, rather than slacking off every day and updating a pitiful amount of work at night to pay public rain. Although Bway Rongrong is not a writer in the production team. As a game strategy column blogger, he also involves writing work. Therefore, even when he is currently carrying out such a critical plot task, he is conscientious and does not forget to open the notebook function in the game at the same time, quickly write down every detail, and attach his own professional speculation. Oh, by the way, Bway Rongrong is the player who wrote the very popular rhythm chart of all forces in the internal beta phase in the game forum before. Because of him, Liao Zixuan almost lost a lot of players. Fortunately, with the addition of the little phoenix Xinyan, he made up for the attractiveness of skills to players, which made the reputation turn around and let Vivian return to the top of the NPC camp. Bai. Is his name Bai? Mixed in the player team following Harvey and Chris. Bway Rongrong hurriedly wrote down Liao Zixuan's last name, while replacing the original with Bai. He muttered in a sarcastic tone, "Are NPC names so casual these days? Could it be that the lazy copywriter is too lazy to name it?" However, Bai Rongrong was still excited. He looked at the new member he had added to the inventory of all important NPCs in the internal beta test in his notebook for the next forum column. NPC name, Bai. Identity, unknown, has an unclear relationship with the god of fire, and is suspected to be one of the 9 gods. Alignment, unknown but for the time being. It seems that he plays a good role in the plot, and is on the same side as the player's relationship network, an old friend of the god of fire. And then Master Chris? Unsure. Combat power, S. Based on the current internal beta test, it should be the ceiling level. Reference values: Vivian A+, Harvey B+, Chris B. Personal evaluation: it should be a hidden boss level character in the main storyline. But because of its strength, I personally speculate that it has few opportunities to appear. It is very rare, and can only be seen in key plots. Bai's main function is currently just to act as a guide. It is unknown whether it is an object that players can contact. If there are players who are willing to try, they may use Chris as a breakthrough point. In addition, it is worth noting that the other party's personality is suspected to have Versailles elements. If you are lucky enough to contact Bai, please pay attention to it. You may be able to gain Bai's favorability. By the way, the name Bai seems a little familiar. I feel like I have heard the same one somewhere. After reading her own records with satisfaction, Bai Rongrong suddenly frowned. As a professional strategy blogger, Bai Rongrong immediately thought of another name. Xiaohei. In Vivian's arms. The little wolf cub, who has always been inseparable from her. Xiaohei. Haishi. There should be no connection between the two, right? This thought flashed through his mind. But Bai Rongrong finally did not write it down. After all, it was just his sudden whim, and had no basis. In the spirit of professionalism, it must not be put in the column. But then again, since Vivian was mentioned again, Bai Rongrong looked at the entrance to Archbishop Maggie's room on the top of the tower, which was being pushed by Harvey and Chris. The tall and ancient flame gate was opening little by little, and his heart was extremely excited, because Bai Rongrong knew that he would soon be able to get to know the biggest secret of the internal test plot, which was also the truth behind everything. At the same time, if his guess was correct, he would be able to slap some people on the forum in the face, completely whitewash his beloved Vivian, and give Vivian justice. Yes, the most beloved Vivian. At first, Bai Rongrong actually had no feelings for Vivian. His impression of the little girl was just that she was a very popular NPC. It can even be said that because Vivian was so popular at the time, the entire forum was flooded with her videos, which made Bai Rongrong feel a little disgusted. This is actually not uncommon. When a group of people are brainlessly blowing something, some passers-by who know nothing about it will naturally have an instinctive aversion. However, all this changed when Bway Rongrong was attracted to Qian Town because of the little phoenix's tough recovery skill. After seeing Vivian's actions up close, she immediately changed her mind. In the end, outside the Fire Classic City, the little girl stood alone to face thousands of monsters and turned the tide of the battle with her own strength. And she was completely defeated. Angel. If this is not an angel, then what is? But even so, there are still many Shika clowns on the game forum who have been stubborn and slandering Vivian as a villain witch. And their core evidence comes from the screenshots of the hidden task block, the portal that Vivian sent to a very small number of players in Qian Town. What impressed Bai Rongrong the most was a troll player with the ID, the most handsome little wolf. The other party seemed to like to specifically discredit Vivian online, and kept spreading the words of the villain which made By Wiring Wrong gnashed his teeth. There were several times when he wanted to refute and clear Vivian's name, but the other party just took a screenshot of this task, and then arrogantly even borrowed his little angel's famous saying, "Change the skin," and said in a yin and yang tone, "If this is not considered a villain, then what is?" By Wiring Wrong was speechless immediately. Even he couldn't figure out why Vivian did this at the time. But By Wiring Wrong still firmly believed that Vivian must have her purpose in doing this. Perhaps it was something unspeakable, but they just didn't know. After that, the portal changed dramatically, and could not be closed. After countless monsters from the abyss attacked Whidian's city through the portal, Biwei Rongrong finally figured out everything. He immediately wrote a counterattack online, saying that Vivian's task of blocking the portal was probably because she noticed this, and wanted to prevent the disaster from coming. But who would have thought that the most handsome little wolf, Vivian's brainless hater, would bite back and say that maybe the problem with the portal was caused by Vivian. As for what made Biwei Rongrong most angry, until now, Vivian has stood up alone to protect Whidian's city. And this player called Most Handsome Little Wolf is still stubborn, saying whether it is possible that all this is Vivian's design and the witch's trap, saying that this is all a play directed by the little girl, deliberately to improve her reputation. The most direct way to deal with this kind of brainless black is to show evidence and slap him in the face. As long as it is proved that the problem of the portal has nothing to do with Vivian, or even more so, directly reveal the mastermind behind this disaster, then everything will be revealed. And all that By Wiring Wrong wants is here. With a muffled sound, the heavy old door of Maggie's room was finally pushed open, followed by a surprised voice. "Ha, Uncle Harvey." But after the surprise, there was an exclamation. "Not good. Harvey. Be careful. Teacher. She. Chapter 125 The correct way for players to use it. Boom. The fireball with a terrifying high temperature passed by where Harvey had been standing before, and after hitting the wall on the top of the opposite tower, a melted dent was visible to the naked eye on the wall. Back to you. Relying on the thief's danger warning, Chris successfully threw Harvey down and dodged the door opening kill. After pulling Harvey up from the ground, Chris glanced at the wall behind him that was hit by the fireball with some fear. "Are you sure that the one inside is Archbishop Maggie? The close friend you boasted to me all the way? Who has a deep friendship with you? She was indeed so enthusiastic about me before." Harvey stood up, still in shock, and added a sentence to make it easier for Chris to understand. "It's just that I was hanging out at the Night Phantom bar for a night." It's amazing that Harvey can still talk nonsense at this time. It can be seen that he was indeed suppressed by Shirley's despair for too long. After breaking through this shackle, the coquettish and humorous middle-aged uncle came back again. At this time, Demir's anxious shouting came again in Maggie's room. "Uncle Harvey, are you okay? Are you still alive?" This immediately made Harvey roll his eyes in annoyance. "I can't die even if you die, you little bastard." Finally, Harvey stopped talking nonsense and got straight to the point. His voice became more serious. After the door opening attack, he did not rush into Maggie's room, but shouted at the inside, "Demir, tell me what's going on." Chris, who was also getting nervous, was stunned when he heard Harvey's name. "Demir? Isn't this the one that Lord By mentioned to him before? The one he wanted to defeat? He's actually in here?" On the other side, Demir, who was trapped in Maggie's fire cage, didn't know what Chris was thinking, and didn't know that he was being tricked by someone. In the future, he would have another difficult opponent like a dogskin plaster. The talented young wizard of Fire Code City was now shouting everything he had found out to Harvey outside with an anxious look on his face. "Uncle Harvey, what has controlled Teacher Maggie? I can feel the same evil aura on her body as when I was in the Forest of Terror Claws. I was imprisoned by her magic, and the reason why the portal outside could not be closed was because she was still chanting the spell to maintain it. We must stop her now." Although he had already prepared himself in his heart, Harvey still shuddered after Demir's words. The same thing. The idea is beautiful, but the question is, how to realize it. Demir, so what you mean is that we have to rely on a few half-baked people like us, and at best, some foreigners who are even more worthless, to stop a 4th-level extraordinary wizard? Player, are you polite? Oh, it seems that we have not been of any use since we climbed the tower. That's fine. Forbearance. After all, It is only the internal test stage now, which is not the main field of their players. Well, they are responsible for watching the cut scenes and plots. But it was unexpected. Demir, who was inside, suddenly brightened up and showed joy when he heard that there was a group of immortal strangers following Harvey. Great. Uncle Harvey. I have an idea now. Listen carefully. Although Maggie is indeed very strong, she is obviously not sane now. She is just a puppet controlled by evil forces. In addition, she not only has to maintain the portal, but also the fire prison that trapped me. She has no energy to cast any advanced spells. As long as you find a way to distract the teacher a few more times. For example, release the previous fireball a few more times. I can seize the gap when the teacher switches spells and escape from the fire prison. If you want to wake up Maggie, Harvey and Chris alone will definitely not be able to do it. Liberating a third-level genius wizard like Demir is definitely the first step. Although pretending to leave, Liao Zixuan, who was still observing secretly, nodded to their action steps. But the question is still the same. How are you going to achieve it? Brat. If you want me to die, just say it directly. You don't really think that I can dodge Maggie's fireball every time, right? How many times? I will die if it happens again. Harvey was shouting anxiously outside, and Demir inside seemed to have expected it. He immediately shouted back in a hurry, Uncle Harvey, you are stupid. Aren't you still bringing a group of strangers with you? The teacher can't hear our conversation at all now, and will only attack all intruders who enter this room like a machine. Why don't you let those strangers come in to attract the teacher's attention? Hiss. That's right. Harvey seemed to be awakened by Demir's words and slapped his thigh. Strangers are immortal anyway. What are they afraid of? Then he immediately cast his enthusiastic eyes behind him, who were originally immersed in the plot CG. Warriors. You heard it too. I need your help now. Who called us rotten fish and shrimp just now? Now that we are useful, we become warriors. Bah! We players are not tools. We can be ordered around if you want. Everyone, stay still with me and make the NPCs embarrassed for a while. Liao Zixuan watched the fun in secret and stood up for the players from the perspective of the players. Result ding. Harvey, the commander of the Fire Code Knights, has launched an S-level mission glorious sacrifice to you. Do you accept it? Brother Ming? Follow me. Under the generous rewards of the S-level mission, the players rushed towards Maggie's room one by one. However, of course, there are still some players who are careful and don't get too excited when they see an S-level mission. They still quietly choose to slack off in the back to save their lives. Biwei Rongrong is one of them. Although the resurrection point should still be in the Vulcan Tower. If they just happen to be resurrected and miss the plot, Biwei Rongrong would regret it to death. He wants to record all of this. After all, these are all to expose the plot mastermind and important evidence to whitewash Vivian. Boom. 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 After the player team launched a suicide charge. It was exactly as Demir said. Maggie, who was controlled by the Abyss, didn't care who it was. As long as they dared to break into this room, they would be bombarded with fireballs. But multitasking is already the limit. If she tries multitasking, even Maggie can no longer take care of the fire prison that imprisoned Demir. Now! Secret spell counter. A pink question mark suddenly appeared above Demir's head. Okay. Just kidding. It was as if a transparent film was put on him. When Maggie, who had dealt with the players, wanted to go back and imprison Demir. The big threat. She found that when the fire prison was released at Demir again, it was directly bounced off by the film on the opponent's body. Without stopping, Demir's second spell was also ready at this time. He aimed at the position outside the door and flashed before Maggie's next spell came. Chapter 126. Say more. We love to hear it. Wow. It was like being photographed by something called a camera that came from the 1,000 islands in the Kingdom of Water. Chris only felt a whiteness in front of his eyes. Then the next second, a male wizard who was thin like him, but far surpassed him in temperament and appearance, appeared beside him. That was a close call. Demir, who flashed outside the door, did not control his strength well and staggered. Fortunately, Harvey, who was next to him, quickly helped him up and finally stabilized his body. After Demir escaped and left the room, even if he was at the door, as long as he did not enter this room, Maggie under the control of the Abyss would not attack, let alone chase him out. It can be said that they have a chance to take a breather. Thank you, Uncle Harvey. It's great to see you again. Demir was so excited that he wanted to give Harvey a hug, but he was pushed away. Get lost, you little brat. I'm not interested in men. I'm serious. Uncle Harvey, I really didn't expect you to be here. Tell me, how did you get to the top of the tower? If I remember correctly, the entire Vulcan tower should be full of fire element guards summoned by the teacher. Right? Damir asked in confusion. He had been trapped in the room just now and didn't ask. After being freed, he immediately looked at Harvey with curiosity. What? What do you mean? Brat? Do you look down on us? Harvey raised his eyebrows. Yeah, it's true. Demir nodded seriously. After all, when I wanted to climb the tower, I spent a lot of effort to use magic to deceive the fire element guards. I don't think you have this ability. Uncle Harvey. Hiss. Harvey glared and wanted to refute. But then he found that what Demir said was indeed right. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the mysterious person named Bai, they might not even be able to get through the lobby on the first floor. Damir, I know you are knowledgeable. Let me ask you, do you have any impression of the name Bai? When mentioning this adult, Harvey's expression became much more serious. He looked at Demir with expectation, hoping to get more information about this wight from Demir. But the result disappointed Harvey and Chris, who was eavesdropping nearby. What? Demir frowned, thought hard, and shook his head. I don't know. I've never heard of it. Why do you suddenly mention this name? Sure enough, it seems that the level of that Lord White is beyond Demir's reach and cannot be peeped into. It is unknown whether it is good or bad for such a person to secretly pay attention to their Fire Code City. Harvey sighed secretly. As the commander of the Fire Code Knights, this is the first time he has felt such great pressure. Harvey did not directly answer Demir's question, but asked it back. Let me ask you, Demir, if a person, or some creature, can blow up a fire elemental guard with one punch, what level of existence is he? What the hell? Demir's brows twisted into a knot. Blow up a fire elemental guard with one punch. Uncle Harvey, you haven't read too many heroic novels. Have you? Do you know what elemental creatures are? They are not flesh and blood at all, but bodies composed of pure high-density elements. The only way to destroy them is to destroy their core. Otherwise, they can continuously absorb elements from the air and quickly repair their injuries. The young genius wizard showed a contemptuous expression, just like a top student from a 985 university being asked a stupid question by a country bumpkin, such as why do people fall down after jumping up? Just when Demir's theoretical disease was about to come back, and he wanted to give Harvey a long lecture on the summoning and composition principles of elemental creatures to highlight how ignorant he was about this question before. If you don't believe me, I suggest you look around your feet first. Harvey interrupted him directly and shrugged. What do you mean? Demir frowned, and then he suddenly thought of something. That's right. He remembered that there should be a fire element guard at the door of the teacher's room, and it should be a super large fusion. But where is it now? This question did not bother Demir for long, because he got the answer in the next second. Wait a minute. This is... After being reminded by Harvey, Demir noticed the slag fragments all over the ground. Isn't this the embodiment of the fire element? Until here, the young genius wizard understood the strange question Harvey asked before. You mean? Yes, we can climb the tower. And even the idea of climbing the tower to find Maggie is guided by a mysterious person named Bai. Harvey quickly summarized their brief experience with Bai to Demir. How to say it? Did you seem to have forgotten that Archbishop Maggie is still waiting for you to rescue her in the house? But you were chatting across the door? No wonder the flame domain will be destroyed in the end. Are you too careless? Liao Zixuan, who was observing in secret, was speechless and held his forehead, complaining in his heart. So what you said is great. Say more. We love to hear it. Especially when Liao Zixuan saw Demir, the son of the previous life, the future savior, a character with all kinds of halos and full of glamour. Under Harvey's words, the dialogue, that is, his new vest, was dumbfounded and shocked. It was so cool. Maggie, where are the teammates? Teammates? Save them. Maybe he finally realized that now is not the time to be shocked. Or maybe Harvey just repeated the advice Liao Zixuan left for him before leaving, about how to wake up Maggie. Harvey handed the concentration necklace that he had been holding in his palm to Demir. This is something Maggie gave me before. I originally thought it was just an ordinary magic necklace. But from the tone of that Mr. Bai, it seems that this necklace will be the key? Harvey is a warrior, so of course he doesn't know. But when Demir touched the necklace, he immediately sensed the pure and peaceful water element fluctuations inside. The young wizard instantly showed joy on his face. Ordinary necklace? This is a concentration necklace produced by Thousand Islands. Its greatest function is to allow people to offset mental magic and play a role in calming and concentrating the mind. As long as Maggie wears this necklace, she will definitely wake up and break free from the control of evil forces. Demir shouted excitedly because hope was just around the corner. But soon his expression froze again, because now a new problem also emerged: how to put this necklace on the neck of the teacher who lost control. And at this time, Chris, who was about to become invisible, and had been somewhat out of favor, and ignored subconsciously since Demir came, finally found a chance to interrupt. He stepped forward and looked at Demir with a challenger's eyes that refused to admit defeat and wanted to prove himself. "Let me do it!" Demir, the genius wizard, ignored Chris, but turned his head and looked at Harvey with a puzzled look. It was as if he was saying, "Who is this person?" Chapter 127, Meeting the Love Rival. "You?" Chris was almost pissed off by Demir's performance. Don't think that Demir seemed to be very easy to talk to and very normal before. But you have to look at who the target is. Harvey, needless to say, has a deep uncle-like relationship with Demir. And the next one is Vivian. Little girls understand everything. But in fact, apart from these two, the only people who can make Demir communicate calmly and normally are his mentor Maggie. What does this mean? Demir has lived for 20 years. And he is as handsome as Zhang and Liao Zixuan. However, in the entire huge Fire Classic City, there are only 3 people who can be considered friends and can chat with him. 3. Among them, Vivian was added recently. And it is not certain whether she can be considered a friend to chat with. If you exclude the little girl, there are only 2 of them. This is no wonder. This famous genius mage in Fire Code City is also known as the Lonely Mage. Both in and outside the game, players, especially female players, affectionately call him a dog straight man and a stinky otaku. So it is normal for him to react to Chris, a stranger, in this way. Or, this is Demir's attitude towards people in daily life. He is a gangster who is about to be wanted. Harvey scratched his head, as if he was thinking about how to describe Chris, and blurted out this sentence. Chris? Demir? Well, he's actually a pretty good thief. And he helped me a lot along the way. From here, we can see that Harvey still values Chris. And his emotional intelligence is surprisingly high, because he knows Demir's bad character. He deliberately starts with a joke to make Demir have some emotional fluctuations, so that Chris can barely leave a little impression in Demir's heart, so that he won't forget it as soon as he turns around. I can only say that he is worthy of being a vicissitudes of life middle-aged uncle with many stories. And yes, it is so difficult to make friends with Demir. What about Vivian? People can't be generalized. Some people are blatantly cheating. But I won't say who it is. By the way, Harvey was scratching his head and hesitating just now. He was actually considering whether to introduce Chris to Demir with "This is your love rival." But after thinking about it, it was probably too strong. So he gave up. However, despite this, Demir immediately became alert after hearing that Chris was a thief, and was still rated as a good thief by Harvey. This is instinct. All mages have a natural resistance to thieves. Are you sure? Are you sure? There is only one chance. And I have to remind you that it is very dangerous. Although it was Harvey's introduction, Demir still had a very uneasy attitude towards Chris, who looked like a pure street gangster in terms of his dress and appearance. Humph. Chris snorted coldly, as if he was too lazy to talk to Demir. Now it was the genius wizard's turn to be pissed off. Good. As expected of our future president Ke. He is so tough. Liao Zixuan, who was secretly observing, was so happy that he almost didn't open the champagne when he saw the 2 people who were already full of gunpowder before anything happened. Okay. That's it. Our best friends, the strangers, have also been resurrected. It's time to act. Fortunately, Harvey interrupted in time to ease the situation. Liao Zixuan wanted to apologize to Harvey here. It turned out that he was not chatting at the door without any heart, but waiting for the players who had just died to save Demir to come back to life. As soon as the players were in place, Harvey was eager to rescue Maggie. The plan was exactly the same as before. After they were responsible for attracting Maggie's attention, Chris quietly sneaked behind Maggie and aimed at Maggie with a piercing blow. Cough. Sorry. Just to let Maggie wear the concentration necklace. And this time, they also had the super help of Demir, a third-level mage. The players who had just come back from the zombie run immediately looked bitter when they heard that they were coming again. However, after the mission initiated by Demir not only rewarded a large amount of experience, but also came with precious random skill books, they immediately became full of motivation again and resolutely played the role of cannon fodder again. Agility enhancement, dynamic vision, fire element resistance improvement, intermediate magic power enhancement. A qualified mage would be embarrassed to go out if he didn't have 4 or 5 buffs on his body before a fight. An expert can tell whether there is any with just one move. Although Chris had no good impression of Demir before, when Demir really got serious, just by stacking buffs on the players and himself, and feeling the greatly enhanced power in his body, Chris finally understood Demir's arrogant personality and what that is, Liao Zixuan, had said to him at the beginning. A human who even the god of fire pays attention to. So strong indeed? Of course, there are stronger ones to come. Before Demir, when players rushed forward, they were beaten by Maggie's fireball spell, and they had to spend their lives to buy time. But this time, Arcane Barrier, Flame Lance, a blue barrier easily blocked Maggie's originally terrifying fireball spell. And then, Chris saw it with his own eyes on the battlefield outside the city. It was Greco, who was at the level of a bishop at the time, who also released the same spell. A spear wrapped in flame shot straight at Maggie. Deep magic fluctuations emanated from Demir's body wave after wave, and spells were released quickly one after another, as if they were free. Chris had experienced this similar feeling last time. From Vivian. Is this the opponent that Lord Bai asked me to defeat in the future? How is it possible? Isn't this too abnormal? Can I really do it? After Demir really started fighting, Chris immediately fell into the same state of mind as the other mages in Huidian City. He began to be hit hard and began to doubt himself. However, the only difference between Chris and them is that he actually has a cheat. But it has not yet arrived. Ahem. Seriously? The biggest difference between Chris is that he has faith in his heart. That's right. For Vivian. In order to stand with the goddess in his mind one day, he must fight and force himself to break through. If you want to get to the level of the little girl, you must get the guidance of Lord Bai. And the first step forward is to defeat Demir. Even if there is no secret pit set by Liao Zixuan. Chris is now thinking about it by himself. What if Demir also takes a fancy to Vivian and pursues Vivian? After all, even Chris has to admit that with Demir's strength and appearance, he is probably the best man in Huidian City. Fortunately, the opponent has a bad temper, aloof personality, and is rumored to be not interested in women. Thinking about it this way, it seems that Demir's personality is not so annoying in Chris's heart. In short, he may not be qualified now. But at least, Chris tightened the necklace in his hand, started stealth, and sank into the shadows. At least, he must first let Demir remember him as an opponent. At least, he must have some reputation. At least he must become a hero first. His palms were sweating, and he stopped thinking about random things. With full concentration, the world in Chris's eyes was only Maggie, who was constantly distracted. One step, another step. The distance between the two was rapidly shortened. Harvey and Demir, who was casting a spell to restrain them, held their breath when they saw Chris's shadow appear behind Maggie. Did it work? No. Just when Chris came out of stealth and was about to tie the concentration necklace around Maggie's neck, Maggie gave up everything in an instant and turned around immediately. When their eyes met, Chris's first reaction was that it was over. At such a close distance, he could not avoid Maggie's spell at all. But despite this, his hand to tie the necklace did not stop. However, unexpectedly, although it was only a short second, it was more than enough for Maggie to resist in this second. But she just turned around, and there was no follow-up, as if she was waiting for Chris. So, the next second later, only to hear a Chris ding sound. Chris was ecstatic because he successfully tied the concentration necklace around Maggie's neck. In an instant, an extremely rich sea blue light burst out from the necklace, illuminating the entire room. Chapter 128 Teacher Maggie. I understand. Ah. Maggie held her head and roared like a beast from her throat. At the same time, a group of strange black mists were expelled from her body under the sea blue halo of the concentration necklace. It worked. Everyone was very happy to see this. But before they could get excited for a while, the sudden abnormality happened again. Perhaps realizing that they could no longer control Maggie, the black hand that was originally parasitic on Maggie's back and shaped like seaweed immediately chose to escape. It jumped from Maggie's back to the ground like a living thing. Then, in an instant, everyone in the room felt a chill all over their body, as if they were swept by some evil sight. The seaweed-like dark hands gathered and struggled in the last moment. They wanted to find a new host among the people present. So, without a doubt, it was exactly the same as the script in the previous life. There was no time for Demir to react. The young genius wizard felt a black screen in front of his eyes. And then he immediately fell into the deep sea. His consciousness and body were quickly separated, and he was completely surrounded by the pitch-black darkness. Demir. Hey! Brat. What's wrong with you? Harvey, who was closest to him, reacted first. He looked at the young wizard beside him, and suddenly he squatted down with his head in his hands, sobbing, and instinctively wanted to reach out to help. However, Harvey's hand was only halfway out when he shuddered and immediately retracted it, because after getting closer, he could see Demir's current appearance clearly. The seaweed-like black hand was crawling along Demir's feet and began to crawl all over his body. I can't control it. Demir was groaning. At this time, the young wizard only felt that there were indescribable chaotic whispers in his ears, which were constantly lingering and echoing. At the same time, scenes from his deepest desires turned into illusions and appeared in front of him. He glimpsed the true meaning of magic, comprehended the infinite mysteries, surpassed his mentor Maggie, and became the most outstanding legendary wizard in the flame domain, and even in the world. The tempting whisper in his mind kept telling him that all this was within his reach, as long as he was willing to accept this external power. Leave me soon, old teacher. It was hard to imagine how strong Demir's will was. Even under such erosion, he still had some rationality left. He did not succumb to the abyss, and even had the energy to remind Harvey what to do. What to do? Seeing the black mist that was finally forced out of Maggie's body, it began to penetrate Demir's body again. At this time, Maggie was still in the process of purification and could not take off the concentration necklace. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would be wasted, and it would be equivalent to putting Demir at risk. It was in this critical moment that Harvey suddenly remembered that the white had left him a meaningless sentence in addition to reminding him of the function of the concentration necklace. Demir. Light comes from darkness, and darkness gives rise to light. Harvey shouted this sentence to the young wizard eagerly, without thinking twice. What? It seemed to have some effect, and Demir's mind was restored a little. It was really used here. Seeing this, Harvey was overjoyed, and at the same time, his awe of the mysterious big man named White deepened a little. Could it be that all this had actually been anticipated by the other party? This thought flashed through his mind, and Harvey no longer thought about it, and quickly shouted to Demir, "Read it quickly. Repeat the spell I just said. Light comes from darkness. Darkness. Light emerges. Light." In fact, without Harvey's urging, Demir had already realized the magic of the spell and repeated it instinctively. He immediately felt that a ray of light was born from the deepest part of the chaotic darkness. But then, when Demir wanted to go further and catch this light, he couldn't touch it no matter what, because this ray of light is really just light, lacking entity. Or in other words, it is constantly changing. Sometimes it is a long-standing ancient spell secret book. Sometimes it is a vicissitudes of life middle-aged uncle. Sometimes it is an extremely familiar prosperous city. And sometimes it is even the shadow of a little girl. Emerge. Light. Emerge light. Light. Demir shouted several times. But the more he shouted, the smaller his voice became. No light emerged, but the dark hand of the abyss was about to swallow him. Fortunately, at this time, another key figure finally woke up. Demir, if you want light to emerge from darkness, you must first know what your light is. The gentle and intellectual voice swept away all the chaotic whispers in Demir's ears when he was about to lose consciousness. Then, the familiar archbishop's robe appeared in front of the young wizard. Wake up! Maggie waved her hand gently, and in an instant, The divine flames burned on Demir's body. The seaweed-like dark hand attached to his body had no ability to struggle at all, and was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The evil aura receded like a tide, and Demir's eyes regained clarity. His vision was restored, and he finally saw clearly that the person standing in front of him had returned to the dignified and elegant Archbishop of the God of Fire, Minter Maggie in his memory. However, Demir was not in a hurry to stage the drama of the master-disciple reunion. Instead, he kept repeating what Maggie had just said. Light. What is my light? Is it a middle-aged uncle? Demir kicked the phantom away. Is it the Fire Code City that gave birth to him? Demir shook his head. Or is it a symbol of the desire for magic? A spell book with endless knowledge? Demir was a little shaken. But just when he thought this was the light he was looking for, Demir found that next to the shadow of the magic book, there was another shadow of a girl, and he himself appeared next to it, constantly explaining the knowledge in the book and communicating with the girl. This was the scene in Qian Town. And then the picture flashed. The shadow of the girl not only absorbed all the knowledge in the book he taught, but also created new spells, and finally protected the shadow of a certain vicissitudes of life uncle, the shadow of the previous Fire Classic City. Teacher Mamaji, I understand. Demir shouted excitedly. The young genius wizard felt that he had found his light. If there is anything more tempting than a magic book, it must be a magic book that can speak in human skin. Maggie? Really? It seems that you still have a long way to go. Although Maggie was smiling, the corner of her mouth twitched without leaving a trace. Ah! No! It's bad. Teacher, now that you are awake, the battle outside the city needs you. After Demir recovered, he immediately sorted out the priorities at the moment. However, Maggie shook her head and said something that puzzled everyone present. Don't worry. This Archbishop is actually the human incarnation of the God of Fire. Maggie stood on the top of the tower, looking down at Vivian, who was still fighting with Shirley outside. At the same time, Maggie's eyes seemed to penetrate the void and looked at the place where someone had been not long ago. Sighed, as if helpless, but also some more complicated emotions. Leave them more time, Maggie said to herself. Chapter 129. Vivian, Little Black, so big. Huh? Not easy. Not easy. After going through so much, I can finally put an end to this incident. The moment Liao Zixuan saw Chris put the concentration necklace on Maggie's neck, he was completely relieved. He stopped paying attention and ran away directly. The reason why he left in such a hurry was that he had to show up quickly to end the fight between Vivian and Shirley, and hide Shirley by the way. Otherwise, when the God of Fire wakes up, he will settle accounts. If Shirley is really included, it will be troublesome. But anyway, Vivian, I'm here. Although he had only been separated from the little girl for less than a day, Liao Zixuan still missed her very much, especially when Vivian was receiving the upgraded power, which almost made him feel heartbroken and moved to death. If nothing unexpected happens after this incident, he will definitely be able to return to a long period of peaceful life. Right? In addition, the game beta test has almost ended, and the leaks and players have temporarily left the game. Liao Zixuan decided to seize this leisure time and spend time with the little girl to make up for it. While thinking about it, he quickly returned to the battlefield outside the city. As for the way and appearance of his appearance, Liao Zixuan was very simple and rough. A long wolf howl sounded very abruptly. This made Shirley and Vivian, who were still fighting in the air, pause subconsciously and stop their attacks at the same time. Lord Black? Shirley was originally a little bit excited about fighting with Vivian, but immediately sobered up, as if a bucket of cold water was poured on her. She bit her lip hard to punish herself, and with the astringent smell of blood and the stinging feeling, a feeling of self-blame and remorse arose from Shirley's heart. What on earth was she doing? Because of the pitiful jealousy in her heart, she really fought with Lord Vivian, almost delaying the task assigned to her by Lord Black, and forgot her own identity. On the other side, Shirley's mood was completely opposite. Xiao Hei. Before the second personality controlling the body could react, the main personality in the mental space, the little girl, was already full of surprise. Not only because of the wolf's howl, but also because her telepathy, which had been silent for a long time, finally responded again. It was Xiao Hei who was asking her to summon another me. Vivian shouted to the second personality controlling the body eagerly. But in fact, the little girl didn't need to urge her at all. Next to Vivian in reality, The shadow of the summoning array was being constructed by the second personality at a very fast speed. However, when the summoning array was completed, the figure that appeared was not the familiar little wolf cub that Vivian had been thinking about day and night. Well, that can't be said, because Xiao Hei is still Xiao Hei. Vivian has no doubt about that. But Xiao Hei's appearance has changed drastically. The change is so great that you can see it from Vivian's cute O-shaped mouth. By the way, whether it is in the spiritual space or in reality, the little girl is doing the same thing. Vivian, Xiao Hei. So big. Second personality, huh? Just this? Although the second personality is still stubborn, she keeps floating around Liao Zixuan's body, and can't help but take a look here and there, which still betrays her. At the moment, although Liao Zixuan did not show his true form when he fought with the fallen abyss bone dragon in the nest deep in the claw forest, it was really too big. If he really let it out, it would probably scare people to death. But at this moment, his height alone is already on par with the normal old trees in the forest, and is about the same size as the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the Jurassic period. By the way, for comparison, his real body can be compared to the main character monster in the monster movie with the name starting with brother. This wave has degenerated from a science fiction movie to a documentary. But even though the size has shrunk, the innate smooth and graceful lines, the well-defined strong muscles, and the pleasing black fur that can be seen at a glance from the noble bloodline, all make it difficult to look away. It is obviously not enough to be handsome, because the heroic spirit exuded between the eyebrows and the majesty revealed in the whole body posture, as if he is a natural wolf king. This is the legendary forbidden monster. Let's not talk about its strength. Just look at its appearance. It may not be obvious in its infancy, but when it grows up, it will be enough to leave other monsters behind. I'm so handsome! Liao Zixuan could feel that his appearance attracted the attention of the whole audience and became the focus. All kinds of eyes were on him. Originally, Liao Zixuan was looking forward to the little girl's reaction when she saw his new look. But he was almost scared when he saw it, because I don't know when Vivian flashed to his side, and then a pair of small hands stroked his soft and smooth fur, rubbing it back and forth, as if he couldn't let it go, like a favorite toy. At least that's how it looks in the eyes of the second personality, who is full of queenly style. Bastard, take your dirty hands away. Also, wipe the drool from the corners of your mouth. Don't show your foolishness to a wolf casually. Liao Zixuan was immediately shocked, and quickly distanced himself from Vivian, who was under the control of the second personality, and rejected the idea of riding on her without hesitation. Humph. The rejected second personality snorted with extreme dissatisfaction, which was rare to see, and there was a bit of loss. After all, if this was the little girl of the main personality, then Xiao Hei would definitely not refuse. Right? Why can't he do it with her? They are obviously the same person. Humph. I'm so angry. Wait. Sooner or later, she will ride on you openly. Ride until you are exhausted. Turn all the resentment into anger. And then the black sickle in the second personality's hand is horizontal, as the target of anger, directly pointing at Shirley, who is riding on the bone dragon in the sky. From the beginning, I was very unhappy with you. You don't think? You are the only one with a summoned beast. Vivian rushed forward, and the black sickle turned into countless sickle shadows, covering Shirley on the back of the bone dragon. Every time this happened, the bone dragon would use its wings to protect Shirley and block the attack of the second personality, which made her very irritated. But this time was different, because she was not alone. Xiao Hei, the second personality shouted. He had long been in sync with Vivian. The figure of the black wolf jumped around the little girl, and then faced the defense of the bone dragon, took the lead and rushed forward without hesitation. Bang! Under the brutal force, the bone dragon's skeleton plating was instantly broken, and large pieces of broken bones fell from the sky. The dragon's roar and wailing echoed in the air. Originally, after upgrading to the summoner profession, that is, the full level of ordinary professions, the third level Vivian could fight Shirley alone. Now with Liao Zixuan joining, the situation is directly one-sided. However, when the girl's eyes were filled with tyranny, and the terrifying black flame sickle shadow was about to cut Shirley, who lost the protection of the bone dragon, a scene that the second personality never expected happened. Puff! After smashing the bone dragon to pieces, her little black didn't stop at all. but ran straight to Shirley, and ate Shirley before Vivian's fatal sickle. Chapter 130. So sweet. High-end ingredients often only need the simplest cooking methods, or even melt in your mouth without cooking. The ingredient Shirley we introduced today is just like this. The perfect combination of dark flame and fallen abyss not only gives her a ravine-like, depraved figure that makes people salivate, but also gives her a tender and juicy body that can flow out molten flames when squeezed. Oh! Look! Master Liao, who has been busy all day, is eating this unique delicacy in the world. Wait a minute. Master Liao, what are you doing? No. No. No! Ah! Liao Zixuan will not really eat Shirley. Take back what you said. Anyway, even if you want to eat it in the future, it will not be eaten in this way. Anyway, this was the way Shirley had proposed to leave. Liao Zixuan pondered it, and although it seemed a bit strange, he thought about it, and there seemed to be nothing better. So he agreed. Therefore, he would not really eat Shirley now, but hide Shirley in his mouth like holding a candy, and then find a chance to spit it out. This is quite easy for the giant wolf with a body length of more than 10 meters. Not to mention that Shirley can also transform into a smaller posture. As for the only thing that makes Liao Zixuan feel a little distressed now, it seems that Shirley in his mouth is not very honest. Although he doesn't know what she is doing, it always makes him feel itchy and can't help but want to lick it with his tongue. However, at the same time, on the other side, Vivian, who was still in the dark, didn't know about Liao Zixuan and Shirley's little move. Xiaohei, you? The second personality suddenly widened his eyes. The girl hurriedly wanted to run over and quickly open Liao Zixuan's mouth to make him spit out Shirley. She looked like the worried and nervous look when she found out that her silly child had eaten the candy given by a stranger. After all, in the girl's impression of Shirley, it was an evil monster formed by filthy power. Try not to touch such a thing, let alone eat it. But how could Liao Zixuan give the girl this opportunity? He pretended to chew a few times, and before the girl arrived, he raised his head and pretended to swallow. When Vivian came to her in a hurry, the girl was left with only the innocent and cute expression of the black wolf. You really ate her? The second personality asked in disbelief. Yes. Liao Zixuan nodded in a dumbfounded manner. The second personality took a few deep breaths, as if to suppress the urge to beat someone up. She wanted to say something several times, but she seemed to feel that her relationship with Xiaohei was not that close. In the end, there was no other way. The girl rolled her eyes and chose to let it go. Vivian, come by yourself. After saying this, the second personality returned directly to the spiritual space and returned the body to the main personality. Then, Liao Zixuan saw that the girl opposite him, who had just been a little queen, had lost her aura in an instant, and was replaced by the familiar, gentle and lovely girl. Xiaohei. Liao Zixuan had never heard such a high decibel voice from a little girl. How can you eat anything you want? Is that edible? Vivian, who used to speak softly and without much body language, like a little kitten, disappeared. Instead, the little girl in front of him put her hands on her waist, and her originally delicate eyebrows began to twist into a ball of hemp. Vivian's thin lips were tightly pursed and closed, and her cheeks on both sides continued to swell and became slightly bulging. How come you have developed such a bad habit after just a short separation? Although the girl opposite was angry with him, Liao Zixuan couldn't help but continue to play a little. No other reason. In short, it's very cute. Liao Zixuan felt that he suddenly unlocked Vivian's new expression pack. Although she was born to be delicate, she still tried hard to pretend to be very imposing and scary to show that she was angry. Vivian was so cute. It's rare to see an angry girl. You must appreciate her more. So, Liao Zixuan deliberately tilted his head to show that he didn't understand. Then, the most annoying thing was that he licked his mouth with his tongue in front of Vivian, as if he was still savoring it. Then, the effect was outstanding. Liao Zixuan may not have learned other skills in his previous life, but he must have maxed out the skill points of making girls angry. Xiaohei. You? Seeing that Xiaohei still didn't repent, the girl was so angry that she raised her hand and was about to hit him. Several times, Vivian wanted to wave her hand down, but in the end, the girl's hand still didn't fall on Liao Zixuan, and she didn't know when. Perhaps during the pulling and tugging. A large piece of hazy mist began to condense in front of the girl's eyes. Click! Liao Zixuan's heart twitched when he saw this. Bad? Bad? I didn't play too much. Oops. He quickly took his wolf body and rubbed the little girl affectionately. Then sincerely admitted his mistake to Vivian. And even put his big wolf head next to the girl's white and tender little hand. As if he was repentant and ready to be beaten. Unfortunately, Liao Zixuan obviously did not have the skills of coaxing girls in his previous life. And it is even seriously suspected that he did not even learn it at all. When Xiao Hei approached her and her palm really touched Xiao Hei's warm and huge body, Vivian seemed to be unable to hold it anymore. The girl was already covered by water mist. And the world in her vision became hazy. And now, it was completely submerged by the heavy rain. It was like a dam with the gates opened. No. It was more than opened. It was simply washed away by the flood. Wow! Woo 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 wow! Woo woo, the little girl cried loudly, as if she wanted to cry out all the tears in her life. It was not just because Liao Zixuan ate indiscriminately. This could only be said to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Since the two separated, Vivian had silently borne so much pressure alone. She was hesitant, nervous, and afraid, but she still stood up bravely. And all these accumulated grievances burst out all at once after Liao Zixuan returned to her side, allowing the little girl to finally no longer have to pretend to be brave. And she could completely remove all her disguises and become the village girl she was supposed to belong to. Cry. Cry loudly. Cry with great relief. If I have to describe it, it's like the story of the little match girl, in which the little girl saw the phantom of her grandmother with the last match. And Vivian was found by her relatives when she was about to collapse with the last match. Yes, the reason why the little girl couldn't hold back her tears after touching Liao Zixuan's body was because only the real touch from her fingertips made Vivian sure that the little black man who seemed to fall from the sky was not an illusion she had created, but really came back. However, how could Liao Zixuan, who had been a bachelor all his life and had never even held a woman's hand, understand these delicate and sensitive thoughts of the girl? So from Liao Zixuan's perspective, he saw that he had clearly made a mistake. But Vivian cried even harder for some reason. This made him so anxious. What made things worse was that Vivian used to think of Xiao Hei as a young wolf cub and wanted to hug him and cry. But now that his size had changed, the little girl hugged him several times and found that with her small body, she couldn't even hug Xiao Hei's head even if she stood on tiptoe. Such a huge gap made Vivian cry even harder. Woo woo woo. Woo woo. Wow. Woo. Woo. Although it's not appropriate to say it in such a touching scene, it still has to be mentioned that Vivian's reaction speed was quite fast. Knowing that Xiao Hei had grown up and she couldn't hug him anymore, the little girl cried and quickly gave up the hugging posture, and instead threw herself on Liao Zixuan, burying herself deep in the soft fur of the pitch-black giant wolf. After crying for a long time, she finally vented all her grievances. Vivian raised her tearful little face from the black wolf's fur. She sobbed and asked Liao Zixuan one question after another. Little Black, promise me that you will not eat anything randomly in the future. Okay. In the future, we will not eat anything except the food made by Vivian. Liao Zixuan responded quickly. He was really scared by the little girl's crying. And, Little Black, I tell you that I have become very powerful now. Can you? Woo-woo. Can you? Don't separate from me. Wow, woo-woo. Not as scared as you. I'm so scared. Xiao Hei. Woo-woo-woo. No separation. No separation. Even if you kill me, I'll stick to you every day from now on. Even if you get tired of me and want to kick me away, it's useless. Although Liao Zixuan had never comforted a girl, he had seen pigs run even though he had never eaten pigs. Even a fool would know that at this time. You just need to say yes to whatever the girl says. Really? Vivian asked sobbingly. Really? Liao Zixuan showed a humane and confident expression, and even raised his wolf claws, wanting to make a pinky promise with the little girl. As a result, it didn't matter if he raised it. But something went wrong again. Originally, Vivian chuckled and burst into laughter at Liao Zixuan's little action. But when the girl wanted to seriously make a pinky promise to never separate, she raised her little finger to Xiao Hei. As a result, looking at Xiao Hei's claws that were bigger than her head, and then looking at her own petite little finger, it seemed that Vivian suddenly reminded another fact that she had ignored. Her Little Black has grown up. Wow wow wow. Little Black, you have become so big. I can't hold you anymore. Wow, wow, wow. The little girl kept wiping her tears with her hands. She was both relieved and happy about this, but also extremely sad. She was happy because Little Black had grown up and became stronger. And she was sad because it was obvious that such a huge Little Black could not always be with her like before. When she thought about not being able to hold Little Black in the future, and when she thought about the fact that she had started to eat well, replenish nutrition, and work hard to develop her body, just to give Little Black a comfortable hug, but all these were in vain and no longer existed. Vivian couldn't help but burst into tears again. Ah! Teacher, I can do this question. Liao Zixuan did not hesitate. He began to shrink his body size. At the same time, he took the opportunity to flash a white light and spit out Shirley, who had also changed from the human form of the Queen of the Fallen Abyss to the form of a little wolf cub. After the light faded, Shirley quietly retreated to a distance, and what Vivian saw was only Liao Zixuan, who had changed from a pitch-black giant wolf back to the little wolf cub form she loved and was familiar with. Wah-wah-wah. Xiaohei. The little girl burst into tears again. Still coming? But this time Liao Zixuan guessed wrong. The little girl picked up the little wolf cub from the ground in ecstasy. After rubbing it hard in her arms, she closed her eyes, as if she was talking to Liao Zixuan, but more like mumbling to herself. You're so nice, Xiaohei. You're so nice, Xiaohei. On the other side, in a small corner of the battlefield that no one was paying attention to, Shirley, who was black and white and turned into a little wolf cub in order not to attract attention, looked at the figures of Lord Hay and Lady Vivian hugging each other not far away. Then, she quietly stretched out her little tongue and gently licked the wound on her body caused by Lady Vivian's black sickle in the previous battle. It hurts, but although she knows that this may be a bit perverted, if Lord Hay knew, he would definitely hate her. But Shirley still enjoys it. Now she feels wet all over, especially after the tongue licks the wet places on the body. It's so sweet. Chapter 131. The God of Fire arrives. Purgatory Scroll. After a fierce kiss, Vivian finally returned to normal, realizing that they were still on the battlefield, and temporarily suppressed her desire to go further. Xiaohei. Is it over? The little girl looked into the distance. After Shirley was eaten by Xiaohei, the leader was lost, and the tide of monsters in the abyss outside the city immediately became chaotic. Even more, Vivian was surprised to find that the portal in the distance, which was the culprit of this incident, also began to show signs of closing. Well, it's over. The little wolf cub held in Vivian's arms poked out ahead. But after thinking about it, Liao Zixuan added, immediately, the portal was closed. Most people, like Vivian, thought it was closed because of Shirley's death. But in fact, the real reason was that in the Vulcan Tower, Demir and other main NPCs successfully awakened Maggie, which made the portal that continuously spit out the monsters of the abyss completely closed. However, he didn't notice it just now. But now that he came to his senses, Liao Zixuan was a little surprised. Since Maggie has woken up, why hasn't she come yet? He was worried that Maggie would come too quickly, so he was anxious to hide Shirley quickly. If Shirley ran into Maggie, it would be really troublesome. But now it seems that he overestimated Maggie's ability to act. He had already been with the little girl, but the representative of the God of Fire in the human world had not yet arrived. Coincidentally, before Liao Zixuan finished his complaints, a dazzling red light immediately emerged from the top of the God of Fire tower. Archbishop Maggie turned into a red meteor, holding the God of Fire scepter and wearing the highest authority of the God of Fire's crown, floating in the sky outside the city. Even though they were several kilometers apart, Liao Zixuan felt that Maggie in the sky seemed to deliberately cast her first glance after her arrival on him. And the most terrifying thing is that Liao Zixuan didn't know whether it was his illusion or something else, because he felt a consciousness hidden in the distant side of Maggie, and it seemed to be saying to him, "Late? Are you sure you didn't come at the right time?" Oh my god! The little wolf cub suddenly shuddered all over, and his hair stood on end. What the hell? Illusion? I must have thought too much. Otherwise, what is this called? My heart was eavesdropped on by the God of Fire. And what do you mean by come at the right time? Ah! Could it be that you didn't show up before just to give me time to hide Shirley, and then comfort Vivian? Good fellow. You are controlled by the abyss on the surface. But in fact, you know everything about the situation outside. Right? Hiss. The more I try to comfort myself, the more I feel something is wrong. Liao Zixuan quickly suppressed this scary thought. This old woman should not be so powerful. Otherwise, how could she be played around by the abyss? Huh? After convincing herself to feel more at ease, Archbishop Maggie also made new moves. She looked down. Even after the portal was closed, there were still a lot of dark and large monsters of the abyss left outside the city. And, even in the direction of Qian Town, the evil atmosphere permeated the forest of terror claws. So, a long sigh sounded. It rang in Liao Zixuan, in Vivian, in the battlefield outside the city, in the city of fire, and in the ears of every Yinyu person. In an instant, everyone felt that their time had stopped. The wind stopped. The trees stopped. The people were quiet. All the sounds disappeared. And all the actions were paused. In the entire city of fire, it seemed that everyone's world only had the Archbishop of the Fire God Church, Maggie, who was hanging in the air. Then, Maggie moved her lips slightly and uttered 2 words. God is coming. Buzz. The huge vibration sound did not come from Maggie. Instead, it came from the Fire God statue, one of the 9 heavenly statues in the center of the city, which had stood for hundreds of years. Originally, the city residents had always regarded this statue as a landmark building and usually used it for worship. Under Maggie's urging, a long and majestic aura instantly turned into ripples, rippling into everyone's heart, making people kneel down to worship. Maggie's human body turned into orange-red sparks in the blink of an eye. And then these scattered sparks began to increase exponentially, and finally reunited in just a few breaths. In the end, they formed a statue that was exactly the same as the fire god statue in the city, wearing a long robe, revealing holy and white jade arms, with a slender and beautiful figure, and his appearance was covered by the brim of his hat, and only the flaming red lips could be seen. Fire god. A beautiful and noble woman like a flame, with an incomparable maternal glow emanating from her body, as if she is the fire of life, the fire of origin, the first bonfire that humans drew warmth from in the long cold night, and the first torch that humans could use to deter and protect ferocious beasts. Fire god. One of the only 9 gods in the world of fallen god. The god of fire. Alice, the ruler and guardian of the entire flame domain. The shadow of the fire god Alice reached out to the source of the fall of the abyss, the direction of the forest of terror claws. Judgment. With just 2 words, the world changed color in an instant. The originally azure sky was dyed into a beautiful red like the sunset, like a painting. But in this intoxicating beauty, there was a hint of destruction. People soon found out the source of this destructive aura. Boom! At first, it was just a large meteorite that fell from the sky at high speed, as if it had fallen from the red sky out of thin air, rolling into a huge fiery fireball and smashing directly into the ground. But then, one after another, a devastating meteorite rain hit the ground. And one after another, the creatures of the fallen abyss had no room to resist or struggle, and were annihilated in the huge impact. Even if there were those who were lucky enough not to be hit by the meteorite, they were also swept up by the meteorite and turned into ashes in the raging flames after falling to the ground. 7th level super level magic fiery meteor. Just one strike. The monsters of the fallen abyss that had almost forced the Fire Classic City into a desperate situation made it difficult for Vivian to deal with it. And even Shirley could not control them all. All turned into nothingness under the super level magic. Just one finger. The major crisis of Fire City, which was regarded as a disaster by Harvey, Chris, and Demir, and was helpless, was easily resolved. However, it was the same old saying. What is the price? Although his body was in the domain of the god of fire, and could not move. After witnessing all this, Liao Zixuan still shook his head in his heart. Sure enough, there was something wrong with the god of fire. Why? Indeed, he saw the annihilation of the creatures in the abyss, and the complete elimination of the evil aura. But at the same time, he also saw that under the super-level magic of the god of fire, under the fiery meteors, and under the huge meteorites, the charred earth was smashed into pits. I saw the innocent lives that were burned to ashes by the fierce fire of the meteorite. I also saw that the claw forest, which had been corrupted and decayed by the fallen abyss, was left with nothing under the meteorite rain. The forest that was originally lush and full of vitality has completely become history, and has become a dense meteorite crater, let alone the Fire Classic City, which was protected by the god of fire, and was spared from the meteorite rain. The tragic scene outside the Fire Classic City, combined with the red sky, the beautiful sunset that people thought of from the beginning, has become a picture of the end of hell. Hurt the enemy by 1,000, and lose 800 of your own. It can be described like this. And this is definitely not something that the god of fire, one of the 9 gods, can do. And it is also something that the god of fire, who loves the people like his own children and has a gentle motherly nature, can do. Or in other words, with the current control of the god of fire over her consciousness, this is the limit of what she can do. Alas, it is not that simple. It seems that if you really want to save the flame realm and change the ending of the previous life, there is still a long way to go. Just as Liao Zixuan was thinking silently in his heart, just as he was originally fanatically worshipping the god of fire and expecting the god of fire to save their people, he found that his home was also destroyed because of this. He immediately felt like being poured with a bucket of cold water, and all of them were lost. Just as the entire Fire Classic City was immersed in a huge tragic and majestic atmosphere. Suddenly, in the red dead world that was originally stilled by the god of fire, under the meteorite rain, like purgatory, there was another sound. A phoenix cry. A clear and high phoenix cry with a resolute meaning resounded in everyone's ears. Chapter 132. The firewood burns forever. Squeak. Chirp. 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 In a very hidden tree hole, there are 2 fiery red birds, one big and one small. The fiery red of the former is just the natural color of its wings and fur, but the fiery red of the latter seems to move, like a real group of swaying flames. However, this does not prevent the 2 young birds from communicating and playing. Now, they each hold a small branch in their beaks, and you can see that there are more broken branches on the ground around them. The crisp chirping sound keeps coming from the tree hole, as if they are arguing about something. And then, in such a sound, the broken branches on the ground are pieced together bit by bit into the prototype of a bird's nest. However, the good times didn't last long. The bird's nest had just been built, but there were obviously not many branches left in the tree hole. Chirp. Squeak. Squeak. Chirp. Chirp. The slightly larger red bird waved its wings at the tree hole, as if saying goodbye. At this time, the other red bird, although slightly smaller, was obviously extraordinary. It wanted to step out of the tree hole several times and follow the other to the outside world. But she hesitated for several times, and finally did not dare to take the step. She could only stay at the edge of the hole, waving her wings with a slightly lonely and expectant expression. They looked like 2 children who were dragged back home by their parents after playing until the evening, and then agreed to play with each other again tomorrow. In this way, day after day, the larger red bird never missed the appointment, and each time it would pick up some branches from outside, and then come to this secret tree hole it accidentally discovered. Although the branches it could pick up each time were limited, resulting in a slow efficiency. But over time, the bird's nest was gradually almost completed. However, this may be a malicious joke played by life, or it may be just such a coincidence of drama. On the last day of completion, the bright red magical bird almost did not sleep all night, and waited at the entrance of the tree hole early in the morning, waiting for the other party. But when the agreed time came, the other red bird did not appear. Chirp! Chirp! As time went by, the red bird became more and more impatient, constantly hovering at the edge of the tree hole. What she didn't notice was that the temperature in the secret tree hole seemed to rise with her emotions. Since she was born, there was a voice telling her that she couldn't leave here. But the red on her body became more and more agitated, and in the end, it seemed to come alive and turned into real flames. She gritted her teeth and broke through the warning in her mind. For the first time, she stepped out of the tree hole and came to the outside world. She spread her young wings and started her first clumsy flight. She flew crookedly in the forest, trying to find the familiar red figure. But what she didn't realize was that as she gradually began to move, the bright red on her body completely turned into flames. And as she flew over a place, she, who had not yet been able to control her power, would either scratch or touch the flames on her body to various places in the forest. Finally, she caught the familiar figure, and she flew towards him happily. But, the other party looked at her with eyes that looked at a stranger, and then showed fear, panic, and even terror. He flew away from her like he was running away, leaving behind only broken branches on the ground and the corpse of a small monster that he had hunted with great difficulty. When she didn't understand, felt angry, and felt wrong, she turned around dejectedly, and saw the forest behind her turned into a sea of fire. She was stunned. The towering trees fell down under the flames. The ground was ignited, and countless creatures in the forest fled in panic in the flames. Chiji, Chiji, Chiji. The more she shook her head and retreated in fear, the more unstable her emotions became, and the more power overflowed from her body. The raging flame seemed to devour more forests. At this time, fortunately, a sigh sounded. In front of her appeared a human woman wearing a hood, and whose appearance could not be seen clearly, even though it was the first time they met. The other party's holy temperament and the maternal radiance she exuded made her not have any hostility. And even the originally fluctuating uneasy emotions were stabilized because of this. Have a good sleep. When you wake up, you will understand your power. The human female waved at her, and then she felt her eyelids start to fight up and down, and she felt sleepy. Finally, her vision went black, and she fell into the other's arms. I don't know how long she slept. When she woke up again, she found herself back in the original tree hole. But the difference was that this time her body had become much bigger, and the small tree hole seemed to have insufficient space. Memories came to her. Although she was afraid to walk out of the tree hole and see that the outside was burned by her, and it might have become a scorched forest, but her body size had increased, so she had to leave here. However, when she really walked out, she was shocked that the lifeless wasteland she imagined did not appear. In fact, it was completely the opposite. After an unknown period of change, the forest burned by her fire exuded stronger vitality. Under her flames, the giant tree did fall down, but because it blocked the sunlight, a large area of vegetation below that was about to die came to life. The ground was indeed on fire, but the ashes of large pieces of fallen leaves and piles after burning turned into nutrients, making the land more nutritious. The reorganization of the ecology also attracted the migration of more diverse monsters and beasts. She was extremely happy and excited at this scene. But soon the joy slowly faded away because she found that no one could share this happiness with her. Because the only thing that has not changed from before is the fear, panic and horror of other monsters running away after seeing her. She finally realized that she was different. One day, I believe, you will also have a companion. But not now. A familiar gentle voice sounded. The holy and noble human woman appeared behind her lonely figure. Because before that, you must first learn to control your own power and find the meaning of your existence as a taboo. Well, you have to learn to speak. The mysterious woman under the hood paused and added. How about it? Are you willing to practice with me? I will teach you how to control power, how to speak, and some basic common sense. No matter who you are, the only thing that cannot be taught by others is the meaning of existence. You can only find it by yourself. The bright red bird wrapped in flames took a last lingering look at the forest, and resolutely chose to fly to the shoulder of the mysterious human woman. Okay. From now on, you will be called Sinyan. Chapter 133. Recalling my first encounter with Aunt Alice, the god of fire, and recalling every bit of her childhood. If anyone can still move under the god of fire's time-stopping domain, then Sinyan, a forbidden monster, is one of them. Although she and Liao Zixuan are both in the growth stage, it is obvious that she is older and stronger. She is already in the second half of the growth period and is close to adulthood. Just as the god of fire Alice said when she took her away, she taught her how to speak, how to control power, and even how to transform. But it is precisely because of this that Sinyan understands her own strength more and more, and understands why people call her a taboo. After all, she can make the dying people rejuvenate, and make all things revive and grow in a single thought. She is the synonym of life, and her authority makes countless people flock to her and desire her. Sinyan became more and more confused, because, just as the god of fire said at the beginning, the other party could not teach her what the meaning of her existence was. However, all this changed after the summoning induction from Qian Town. For the first time, Sinyan felt a sense of familiarity from a human woman other than the god of fire's clone, Archbishop Maggie. Well, although this sense of familiarity was a little distorted, it was also the first time that she saw a unique little monster that was not afraid, panicked, or ran away when facing her. For the first time. Oh no! This is not the first time, but the second time. She felt it again. Just like when she was a child in the tree hole. The feeling of anticipation for tomorrow. But it seemed that every time at this time, life would always play a joke on her again. The evil power came. The human woman she wanted to get close to went to the battlefield and faced the dangerous monster alone. The little monster she cared about before beside the human woman also disappeared. And she was still wandering at the door of the tree hole, not daring to go out. Because her childhood experience was a lifelong shadow for her. Even if the final result was still good, she was still afraid to release her power. After all, as the two words that describe her, taboo, this is a power that should not exist. But soon, when Vivian and Shirley were in a stalemate, and a huge black wolf suddenly came out, cooperated with Vivian tacitly, as if they were one body, and finally worked together to defeat the powerful enemy monster, Sinyan felt relieved and happy. And at the same time, she was faintly touched, as if she had grasped something because of this scene. All of these finally erupted under the meteor shower of Vulcan Alice and the devastated world. Sinyan could hear the weeping of the earth, the wailing of the dead, countless sad emotions, and the strong breath of death that permeated the outside world. She hated these. What she liked was the hope, excitement, and ecstasy that the black wolf brought to people after eating Shirley, and the safety, warmth, and happiness that it brought to Vivian. Then she, since learning to speak, Sinyan has not made it chirp for a long time. And the group of players who were originally following Sinyan, the big sister NPC they just recognized, were all stunned by the scene that followed. In the plot CG. Yes, from the player's perspective, the time-stopping domain of the god of fire is equivalent to the animation CG. And the female NPC named Sinyan beside them actually flew into the air. And then her body shape changed and began to grow bigger and bigger. Previously, the players thought that the skull dragon summoned by Shirley was already big enough. But when Sinyan revealed her phoenix true body, the players found that they were wrong. And the two were not comparable at all. If the outside world under the meteorite reign of the god of fire was a purgatory scroll, then at this moment, in the sky painted by this scroll, a divine fire phoenix that could occupy 1/3 of the sky appeared on it. After Sinyan's wings were fully spread, the huge Huidian city seemed to have become a toy in front of her, completely covered by the shadow of the phoenix's feathers. It was truly a shadow that blocked out the sun and the sky. Then, Sinyan moved, soaring in the air, crossing the sky. And as she moved, large pieces of flames fell from her phoenix body onto the devastated and decaying earth. It was completely different from Liao Zixuan's dark flames that carried a breath of destruction and presented a pitch-black color. The flames that enveloped Sinyan's body were extremely crystal clear, like the purest fireworks in the world. She flew over the outside of Huidian City, after the phoenix flame landed on the ground. Although it could not restore the ground that had been smashed into a pit, it made the vegetation that had died under the meteorite fire miraculously rejuvenate and begin to grow wildly. She flew over a large area of dead bodies and dying monsters. She allowed those innocent lives affected by the meteorite to reshape their bodies. Even the original monsters of the fallen abyss, whose flesh and blood were drained by the fallen abyss, recovered and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The violent and chaotic aura also disappeared without a trace under the flames, returning to their normal state. She flew over the Claw Forest, the birthplace of the fallen abyss, and the place most severely affected by the meteorite rain. The Claw Forest, which had long been smashed into a depression, actually had springs gushing out from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it filled the meteorite crater and turned into a vast lake. New trees grew wildly on both sides of the lake, forming a new young forest. If the super-level magic of the god of fire brought destruction, then Sinyan's phoenix spread its wings and soared, bringing life. The countless villagers whose homes were destroyed, especially those who had to rely on the Claw Forest for their livelihood, now had their eyes brightened again. The residents of Huidian City were also delighted to see that the land outside the city could be green again, and the scenery was even more pleasing to the eye and full of vitality than before. Of course, it was still the same sentence. What is the price? As Sinyan sprinkled the phoenix flame on her body over the destroyed land, it was like an equivalent exchange, and the land regained its vitality. But the original magnificent vitality in Sinyan was rapidly fading. The most obvious change was that every time Sinyan flew a mile, her body shrank proportionally. The huge phoenix that could cover the entire Huidian City and had a sky-covering posture became smaller and smaller in Liao Zixuan's vision. Finally, she disappeared between the horizons and fell into the forest of terror claws. Oh no! It should be called the Lake of Terror Claws now. It's over. This is completely over. Along with Xinyan, the shadow of the god of fire above Huidian City, and Maggie, the avatar that carried the god of fire, also disappeared. People found that they could finally move. The survivors hugged and cried, and many refugees outside the city knelt down to express their gratitude. It took the sacrifice of an archbishop and a forbidden monster to save the original Fire Code City and the surrounding ecology from the hands of the Fallen Abyss. This is the horror of the Fallen Abyss. However, Liao Zixuan knew that this was just the beginning of everything. Just a test of the tip of the iceberg of the Fallen Abyss. Hey! He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Now it should be time to go back and enjoy this hard-earned peaceful life. But at this moment... Huh? The little wolf cub, along with Vivian holding him, and Shirley, who was hiding in the corner licking her wounds, suddenly found that their world was suspended again. Then, flames rose from under their feet. And before they could react, their eyes blurred. When Liao Zixuan's vision was restored, what he saw was no longer the outside of Huidian City where they were just now, but a vast and clear lake, and the Vulcan clone standing opposite them, Archbishop Maggie, who should have collapsed and decomposed, and in the palm of this old woman's hand, a little head poked out weakly, full of curiosity, as if it was a bright red baby bird seeing the outside world for the first time. Chirp? Chapter 134, Heart of God. Xinyan, don't worry. Maggie used the tip of her finger to gently press the chick in her palm, pressing its body back as it tried to flutter out. On the other side, Xinyan? This name was not in Vivian's mind. As soon as a red-haired girl appeared in her mind, Maggie's voice sounded again. I brought you here without your consent because I have something to say to you alone. I hope you don't mind. Of course, I will teleport everyone back to the Fire Classic City later. After a brief explanation, Maggie first looked at the girl in front of her, who was very reserved and had a cute little face tightly tightened after obviously recognizing her identity. Hello, Vivian. The Archbishop smiled and greeted the little girl warmly. Ah! The other side exclaimed as if startled. This was because Vivian really didn't expect that in front of her. The legendary Archbishop of the Fire God cult. A super big man at the top of the pyramid in terms of reputation and strength in the Fire Classic City, and even the entire Flame region, could actually remember and call out her name. However, the little girl soon realized her gaffe, and her little face suddenly became even redder. She hurriedly tried to make amends, but after holding it in for a long time, she could only stutter out 3 words. Hello to you too. God damn. You too? From the helpless complaints of the little wolf cub, who was about to be strangled to death in the arms of the little girl. On the other hand, seeing Vivian so uneasy in front of her, Maggie's face was inevitably a little helpless. Oh! Am I so scary? Even the great hero Vivian, who could stop the demon tide alone and protect the Fire Code City from the abyss, is afraid of me? Maggie's words were originally a joke, but she almost sent the little girl away. Liao Zixuan was sure that if this was an anime, then at this moment, a boiling kettle would definitely be drawn on Vivian's body, bubbling and emitting hot steam. Okay, Vivian, I'll get straight to the point. Maggie originally wanted to chat more to improve their relationship, which was something she learned from human social interaction. But when she saw Vivian like this, she was afraid that she would faint if she said a few more words. Maggie looked directly into the little girl's eyes and asked word by word, Do you want to be a fire god? After Maggie's terrifying words, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Not to mention Vivian. Even the little wolf cub in her arms. Liao Zixuan looked petrified. Put down the monster in your arms first. It's just right. I see that Xinyan is also suffocating. So let the 2 little guys stay together. Maggie released her hand. The little red chick, which had been pushed back and was listless because it could not understand what these people were saying, suddenly became energetic. After being released, Xinyan fluttered up and down in the air for a few times, without Maggie saying anything, as if there was a pull from somewhere. The little chick landed directly in front of the little wolf cub, who was also put on the ground by Vivian. Xinyan tilted her little head and looked at Liao Zixuan curiously. The monster that exuded the same aura as her. It was not so easy for the forbidden monster to die. Not to mention the phoenix, which was famous for its vitality. He lowered his head and glanced at the silly little bird below. It seemed that it had exhausted its strength and was rebuilt. To put it more beautifully, it was reborn from the ashes. Its memory and strength were sealed, and it needed to start all over again and recover them step by step. If it was the previous Sinyan with the wings of the divine phoenix, Liao Zixuan might still pay attention to it. But now, he quickly looked away and focused his mind. Compared with the silly fledgling, he must be more concerned about what the old woman Maggie wanted to do to Vivian, and what medicine she was selling in the gourd. But, chirp! Seeing that the little wolf cub on the opposite side ignored her, Sinyan's head tilted even more. She called twice again, trying to attract Liao Zixuan's attention. Ignore it. Gee. Ah! Seeing that Sinyan was about to call for the third time, the little wolf cub finally couldn't help it. He directly growled at the little bird with his teeth bared. The effect was remarkable. It can be seen that Sinyan was frightened this time. The little bird instinctively flew directly into the air. It didn't dare to stop until it flew more than 10 meters away from the little wolf cub. Seeing that the other party didn't chase it, it dared to land and humanely patted its chest with its little wings, showing a scared little expression. On the other side, while Liao Zixuan and the little bird were struggling, Maggie continued to speak. Come here, kid. Stay closer to me. The human incarnation of the god of fire. The archbishop opened his arms in an embracing posture. Although Vivian didn't quite understand, she still obediently moved closer. At the same time, a little bird also made the same move as the little girl. But Sinyan approached Liao Zixuan and was more cautious, tentatively using her little feet to move slowly. After all, Sinyan, who had been formatted, didn't understand anything now, and was completely a child. The only one who could interest her was the little wolf cub, who had also transformed into a childish state. Liao Zixuan certainly noticed that Sinyan was not honest again. But at this moment, as long as the other party didn't yell, he didn't bother to care. As a result, when he left it alone, the chick became more and more courageous. Sinyan learned to be smart. She closed her mouth tightly and made no sound. But her body was not idle. Like a curious baby, she touched the wolf cub on the left and poked the wolf cub on the right. Finally, she really took advantage of the situation and flew to the top of the wolf cub's head. After finding the softest and most comfortable piece of fur, she folded her wings, raised her little butt, and lay down beautifully. Then, she stuck her head out and imitated Liao Zixuan. Although she didn't understand anything, she also set her eyes on Maggie and Vivian not far away, pretending to pay the same attention. Finally, when Vivian walked behind Maggie, Liao Zixuan finally understood why Maggie wanted the little girl to put him down. Because come on, put your hand here, Maggie said calmly, and put her eyes on her chest. Vivian, do as I say first, and I'll explain it to you later. Facing Vivian's confused eyes, Maggie shook her head and continued to open her arms. Hiss. Vivian couldn't understand. But Liao Zixuan, an old hand, saw this familiar posture, and combined with Maggie's previous sentence, he took a breath. No way. This old woman is serious. Yame. Stop it. This is what you want to leave for Demir. I was just talking before. I didn't ask you to really give it. Liao Zixuan was screaming in his heart. And at this moment, Sinyan was playing an imitation game above his head. Although the little bird could not understand his mood, it immediately imitated the little wolf below and pretended to show a shocked expression. It even took a breath in the direction of Maggie and Vivian. It looked, well, very funny. Do you want to continue? Vivian saw that her hand was about to touch Maggie, but the other party had no intention of stopping. Maggie did not speak, but just nodded. Buzz. The imagined touch did not occur. When Vivian's hand continued to move forward until it touched Maggie's chest, a ripple of fluctuation spread from the place where the two sides touched. Vivian's hand went through Maggie's body without any hindrance. Entered the body of the Archbishop. Chapter 135. Smash it for me. Don't touch me. Maggie's originally steady breathing suddenly became disordered after Vivian's hand reached in, and her speech was also panting and a little intermittent. The Archbishop, who was originally full of intellectual elegance, had a few blushes on her holy and beautiful face as Vivian's hand moved inside her body. It was as if the original green lotus had turned into a half-ripe apple, with a different charm. Is the focus a little off? Ahem. Sorry. Vivian quickly apologized with a blushing face. But the little girl's panic caused her hand to lose its balance. This was reflected on Archbishop Maggie on the opposite side. who immediately let out a very rare whimper. The sound was numb and soft, and Maggie's face changed from half-ripe apple to fully ripe. A little further in. Yes. It's here. You should have felt it. Take it out. Maggie gritted her teeth to prevent herself from making any more strange sounds. And at the same time, she guided the nervous little girl. Finally, what is this? When Vivian pulled her hand out of Maggie's body, along with the thing in her hand, the little girl was stunned when she saw what she had taken out. It was a red crystal that radiated a holy light, shining brightly and charmingly, as if you would be deeply attracted by it at a glance. No, that's not right. It just looked more like a crystal on the surface. As a person who had direct contact with it, Vivian felt it the most deeply. It seemed to still have the residual heat of Maggie's body, but it was more likely that this was its original temperature, because Vivian felt that this crystal was vibrating, not beating. It was beating like a living thing, although the amplitude was very small. But the little girl could still catch it. The crystal was contracting and expanding, just like a heart. This is the heart of God given to me by the God of Fire, given to all the archbishops. Maggie's words confirmed Vivian's guess. Whoever obtains it will automatically be promoted to archbishop, obtain part of the authority and power of the God of Fire, and become the spokesperson of the God of Fire. And when necessary. Maggie paused, as if she was taking a rest. After the heart of God was taken away, it can be seen that her momentum has weakened a lot. She is panting all the time, and even her body is a little shaky, as if she can't stand still. After recovering a little, Maggie said to the little girl in front of her, word by word, solemnly, when necessary, you can even use it to become the God of Fire. You have seen it, just like me before. Maggie's words, accompanied by the bright light of the red crystal, made it difficult for Vivian to look away from the crystal in her hand. Heart of God. Become the God of Fire. The little girl murmured to herself, as she was exposed to the red crystal for a longer time. Vivian's original feeling of being flattered by the heart of God gradually faded, and instead, she seemed to be more and more attracted to the sacred temperament on it, and became more and more fascinated. Yes, the heart of God. As long as you put it in your body, you can get the power of God and master the supreme authority. No one in the world will not be moved by this. It seemed that there was a whisper echoing in Vivian's mind. It was like money dropped on the roadside. The money stayed here quietly, but the value of the money itself naturally brought it infinite attraction, making people unconsciously want to reach out and pick it up and put it in their pockets. This is the case with Vivian at this moment. Or rather, with all those who face the heart of God. The second personality in the spiritual space saw Vivian sinking deeper and deeper, and she shouted anxiously, trying to wake the little girl. But Vivian remained indifferent, her eyes fixed on the red crystal in her hand, unable to move away, seeing that the little girl was about to involuntarily, or subconsciously, bring the heart of God closer to her body. But I have to remind you of one thing. Maggie spoke again at this time. Once you accept the heart of God and become the God of Fire, not to mention the responsibilities you need to shoulder, your original profession will be erased at the same time. This means that you will no longer be a summoner. Bang! It was as if a heavy hammer hit Vivian's heart. The little girl's eyes, which had been eager for the heart of God, temporarily regained some clarity. And that was enough. Because Vivian, that stone is not right. Vivian, can you hear me? Vivian? Hey! Wake up! Didn't you hear what she said? After becoming the God of Fire, you are no longer a summoner. Do you want to abandon and separate from your little black? Vivian. The second personality was raging in his mind, and the voice that was about to make his voice hoarse finally took this opportunity to pass it to Vivian. No. I don't want to. We agreed to stay together forever. Just like a ship that was about to get lost in the middle of the night. Suddenly seeing a lighthouse shining from afar, Vivian tried her best and shouted in her heart, hearing the little girl's voice. The second personality was immediately happy, but she did not relax, but continued to shout desperately. Since we want to be with Xiaohei forever, then don't listen to that stinky woman. So, now, immediately, right now, give me the broken stone in your hand. Throw it away. Vivian. Okay. Vivian, who had woken up briefly and completely, emptied her mind and thought of nothing, because she was afraid that as long as she thought, she would be addicted and tempted by the heart of God again. In this world, the two people Vivian trusts most, besides Xiaohei, are the other self in her body. So she completely followed what the second personality said and wanted to throw away the red crystal in her hand. But the other me, the real me, I can't do it. It seems to be stuck to my hand. Of course, the heart of God will not be sticky. This is just Vivian's subjective consciousness, competing with the subconscious affected by the changes of the heart of God, causing Vivian to be unable to completely control her body and abandon the heart of God even if she wakes up. But hey, you, I can't do anything about you. We'll do it together. The second personality in the mental space said this while angrily lifting up his sleeves. Well, another me. Let's do it together. The little girl nodded fiercely. Today, I'm going to smash your broken thing. Smash it. Smash it. I wanted to imitate the words of the second personality to encourage myself. But because this line was still too domineering for the little girl, Vivian only learned the last two words of the whole sentence. But it's not a big deal. Another her who looks exactly like the little girl, but is wilder and more sturdy, with a black skirt, black socks and black boots, appeared behind Vivian. The shadow behind her was close to the palm of the little girl in reality. The two of them simultaneously made the motion of swinging their arms downward. Smash it. Swish. The heart of God fell off from the palm of the hand. And then, under the force of the little girl's arm, it not only fell off, but also smashed hard to the ground. Immediately afterwards, only a muffled dong sound was heard. It can be said that the heart of God, which is regarded as a treasure and dreamed of by countless people, came into close contact with the ground. However, this is not over yet, because the sound is still going on. Almost in the next second, after the dong sound ended, there was a crisp and pleasant click. Chapter 136, Who Can Resist a Cute Little Girl? A few tiny cracks that are difficult to detect with the naked eye climbed up the surface of the red crystal that fell to the ground. However, no matter how tiny it is still a crack. Liao Zixuan, who witnessed the whole process, opened his mouth wide. He rubbed his eyes with his paws in disbelief. Then, the firewood flame that landed on his head, and the little bird immediately followed suit and opened its beak wide, trying to rub its eyes with its little wings. Unfortunately, when the firewood flame was halfway done, a huge gust of wind almost blew her away. This made the little bird quickly put down its wings, and its claws tightly grasped the fluff on Liao Zixuan's head, just like a trench, burying its body in it, and then dared to show its two panicked little eyes, looking at the red crystal that had begun to riot faintly on the ground in front of it. The heart of God contains an incomparable and huge power of the God of fire. Even if it leaks a little, it will cause an unimaginable huge impact. In an instant, with the red crystal on the ground as the center, the power flowing out from the cracks turned into a strong airflow, covering the entire range of the Claw Lake. The sky and the earth changed color, and the wind and clouds surged. The surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly, and a large area of lake water turned into steam, causing the water level of the entire Claw Lake to drop layer by layer. The new forest around the lake was also in a bad situation. There were more and more sporadic flames, as if they would be connected into a raging fire in the next second. Fortunately, when seeing that the god's power was constantly leaking and was about to cause a substantial disaster, Archbishop Maggie took action in time. She grabbed the void with her palm, and then the heart of God that fell at Vivian's feet immediately turned into red light under the effect of traction and flew back into Maggie's body. The violent airflow stopped abruptly with the disappearance of the heart of God. But she couldn't relax at this point. After all, the source was stopped, but there was still the power of God that had already overflowed. After taking back the heart of God, Maggie's previous lethargy was swept away, and she returned to the holy and dazzling state when she first met everyone. She raised her left hand and gently tapped the forest by the lake. Those flames that seemed to be spreading were magically integrated into the vegetation and became part of them. The green branches and leaves became darker and darker in a few blinks, and finally turned into a fiery red. If you look closely, you can still see the veins on its leaves that look like burning flames. Originally the most ordinary forest, under the transformation of the power of the god of fire, it turned into a large area of maple forest in autumn. Magnificent and spectacular scenery. But this is not over yet. Maggie waved her right hand again, this time towards the lake of Terra Claw. The water vapor that had evaporated from the lake surface returned to the lake surface as if it was turned upside down, making the water level return to normal. And it seemed to be covered with a layer of silhouette on the lake surface. making the originally plain lake surface sparkling and colorful. Like a beautiful painting with great charm. So beautiful. Girls are born to love beauty. And Vivian is no exception. The little girl was stunned by this refreshing and earth-shaking scene for a while. This is still daytime. If it were at night, it would be even more beautiful. Indeed, one of the biggest differences between the red maple forests that have absorbed divine power and the ordinary maple forests is that they can continue to glow at night. And the Lake of Terror Claw is even more so. It is not difficult to imagine how a dreamlike scene it would be with the forest swaying with sparks and the lake surrounded by the center and rippling with rosy clouds against the backdrop of the dark night sky. Liao Zixuan is sure that this place will definitely become a confession holy place for future players. No, even for the natives of the Flame Domain. After all, look at this atmosphere and this environment. No girl can resist the offensive of boys in such a beautiful picture. No. Good. Liao Zixuan decided that he would marry a wife here in the future. He would get a small boat on the lake. And then the two of them would snuggle in the wooden boat in the dead of night. Holding hands. Looking up to see the moonlit night stars. Looking down to see the lake in the glow of the sunset. And looking far away to see the forest of sparks. The atmosphere was just right. And the woman blushed. And then he took the opportunity to touch her. And finally pounced into the boat. And there was a creaking sound. Ah! The little wolf cub showed an intoxicated look. And there was a faint drool of expectation at the corner of his mouth. And the little bird on his head. Sun Yang could not learn to be intoxicated, which was too difficult for her. But she could still drool with an expectant expression. But in this regard, Liao Zixuan, who came back to his senses from his dream, looked at the little bird drooling at him with contempt. Don't think about it. I won't look for you if I'm looking for a wife. I'm not interested in little birds. If it was the Phoenix Queen in the previous life, who was extremely hot in both personality and figure, Liao Zixuan could still consider it, and have a wolf-riding phoenix or something. But now the little wolf cub pulled the little bird like Sun Yan aside with one claw. Although the phoenix that was reborn from Nirvana only lost its power temporarily, it was rebuilt and could grow several times faster than before until it returned to its original state. But, even if the speed is fast, if it doesn't use the players as leaks like Liao Zixuan, it will take 10 years to barely touch the threshold of transformation. By that time, the flower was already cold. Do you understand the value of the protagonist? That is a terrifying physique that attracts bees and butterflies at will if you are not careful. If you don't keep up with a few plots, you will be forgotten and replaced by other coquettish bitches. It is not easy to be the second or even the third female lead these days. What? Why can't you be the heroine? Hasn't the heroine been decided long ago? As for who it is, I can't say. Leaving aside the heroine, just look at now. It has only been a short time. And there are already enough people who are attracted to me. There are Shirleys. One by one. Fuck. Why are there fewer than Vivian? Bastard. You can't lose your momentum. Otherwise, you will really lose your position as a family brother in the future. And you will not be able to hold your head up. People who don't know will think that she, a yellow-haired girl, is the protagonist. Okay, Sun Yan, I will reluctantly count you as a filler, so that we will be 2 against 2. Even. The little wolf cub, who was full of inner drama, picked up the little bird he had just pushed away with great disdain. In response, Sun Yan just used her small eyes to show great doubt. Life is not easy. Lang Lang sighed. You can't even say this. You don't understand. You are a little stupid bird that is not even the size of a palm. I can't help you up. You are hopeless. Just when Liao Zixuan was still worried that Sun Yan, who was obviously very charming in her previous life and had a hot and fierce style as a big sister, was about to leave the stage like this. Sun Yan, come here. Maggie suddenly spoke up and called back the little bird. At this moment, after the Archbishop integrated the overflowing power of the God of Fire into nature and turned it into a wonder, he could clearly see sweat on his white forehead. It was not known whether it was because of the excessive manipulation power or the damage to the heart of God. However, Maggie did not stop, because the place with the most remaining Vulcan power was not the forest, not the lake, but here, where the incident happened, around Vivian. This may be fate. Maggie shook her head. There were originally 2 results in Maggie's mind. She thought the most likely one, which was also her selfish desire, was that Vivian accepted the heart of God and became the new Archbishop. Then she would bring the dark flame wolf cub beside him back with the fire flame, and teach and train these two forbidden monsters in the little time she had left. If Vivian was unwilling to accept the heart of God, Maggie would entrust the fire flame to Vivian and help her conclude a life contract with the fire flame. But what Maggie never expected was that Vivian not only rejected the heart of God, but also smashed it. This caused her body, which was already facing collapse, to have even less time left. Well, in fact, she couldn't even last until tomorrow. But at the same time, if you think about it in a positive way, after the little bird reluctantly left Liao Zixuan, she flew in front of Maggie and called out with her head tilted. And Maggie was also ruthless and didn't talk much. The Archbishop directly turned the more concentrated divine power left around Vivian, especially on the ground where the heart of God had fallen before, into a raging fire, and infused it all into the little bird. At first, it was a startled scream, but then, she found that the fire did not burn her body, but made her feel warm. So the little bird immediately changed to a comfortable sound. As her strength soared, some of her dusty abilities and memories were also unlocked. After finally exhausting all the divine power that overflowed this time, the little bird still looked like a little bird. But you can't just look at the appearance. Because next, Vivian, since you refuse to become the god of fire and want to continue to be a summoner, can I entrust Xinyan to you? In theory, a summoner can only have one natal summon beast. But you are special. With my help, I can let Xinyan be another natal summon beast of yours. Are you willing? Maggie casually told Vivian's biggest secret, and then asked the girl. The girl's first reaction was not panic about the exposure of the second personality. Nor did she answer Maggie, but instinctively looked at Xiao He, her little wolf cub. It was as if she was saying, Xiao He, you decide. I will listen to you. But at this moment, before Liao Zixuan could do anything, the little birdie was the first to get restless. After absorbing the remaining divine power, one of the biggest changes in Xinyan was that she could understand what people were saying. The second biggest change was that she could recall many past events, although they were only vague memories. But there was always an impression. For example, her impression of Vivian in her mind is whips, wax, boots, cough, and food that makes her feel extremely delicious. If a woman wants to tie a man, the first step is to tie his smell first. This sentence also applies to women tying women, and even other species. At least the vague impression in her mind has tied Xinyan. Although she doesn't quite understand what the natal summon beast is, the general meaning should be that she can follow Vivian in the future. And she wants to follow Vivian. So, the third biggest change of Xinyan came. Xinyan, who knows the principle of striking first, immediately used another skill in his memory. Her little bird's posture changed immediately. A few seconds later, Sister, a lively and pleasant childish voice sounded like a little angel. One, with smooth and fair skin, although short, only halfway up at most, but with extremely delicate features, especially a pair of watery, blinking red eyes, a very cute little loli like a porcelain doll, appeared in front of them. After calling Vivian's sister sweetly, the little loli turned around quickly, obviously with a clear goal, knowing that someone or a wolf was the key decision maker. She was transformed, like cheese color, with milky white and slightly yellow hair, which was braided into small braids and scattered on both sides, shaking with the movement of the body. At the same time, her thick and plump legs under her red skirt also swayed. The little loli crossed her fingers under the hem of her skirt. She was lively and cute, full of energy and sweet when dealing with Vivian. But when dealing with Liao Zixuan, she obviously changed her strategy and showed a pitiful and sympathetic expression. She called out in a soft voice that would make any man's blood boil, saying, Brother, hee, do you think you can make me excited like this? I have no interest in loli. Liao Zixuan was firm in his belief. Then, he quickly nodded to Vivian, indicating that he didn't mind having another lowly sister at all. Ahem. It's another powerful comrade in the future. By the way, I seem to have included Xinyan as a candidate for wife just now. Now it seems that it's two Xing. Sister plus lowly. Well, I would like to call you a taboo thing. Oh, it is a taboo monster. Then it is okay. After obtaining the permission of the little wolf cub, the little girl asked the other her in the spiritual world. Then the answer she got was also very classic. I don't want a natal monster. But if she insists on staying by my side, it's not impossible. Everyone seemed to have no objection. As for Vivian herself, she naturally had no opinion. She liked Sinyan very much. In the Battle of Huidian City, she had a lot of respect for Sinyan's final action of spreading his wings, like a phoenix, and burning himself to revive all things. Now there is an opportunity to help the other party. Of course she will not refuse. Oh, of course. There was also an apology to Maggie. Although it was the heart of God who started it first. She still broke such a precious thing after all. So the little girl naturally agreed to everything Maggie asked for. Okay. In that case. Maggie stretched out her hand and drew in the void. And the ancient mysterious contract pattern was quickly formed. And then she split it into two. And pushed the pattern towards Vivian and the little lowly with her fingers. The pattern passed through Vivian's body until it reached her spiritual space. The body of the second personality. And the other side also entered Sinyan's body. Accompanied by a ding sound. The long-lost game prompt sounded in Liao Zixuan's mind. You have successfully contracted the second summoned beast Phoenix of Fire. Fire Flame. Level, 15 Juvenile. Attributes, Strength 11. Agility 15. Endurance 7. Constitution 9. Elemental Affinity 50 currently biased towards Element, Fire Race, Phoenix of Fire. Skills, Indestructible Passive automatically triggered when health is below 20%. Clear all abnormal states. And immediately restore 50% of health. Phoenix Flame Passive all your attacks are considered Fire Element magic damage. And can switch between treatment and damage. Fire Feather can be divided into 3 feathers. The holder of each feather will receive one of the 3 effects of increased Fire Element damage. Increased Fire Element resistance. And faster Vitality recovery. Phoenix Ray. Phoenix Form. Talents and specialties. Superb Bloodline. Intermediate Life Toughness. Superb Fire Affinity. Life and Death. The unit you treat has a plus 1000% treatment effect. The unit you damage has a lower fire resistance for a certain period of time and cannot receive any treatment. Fuck. Is this hanging on the wall? Love it. Before Liao Zixuan finished appreciating the panels of the 2 forbidden bosses in the flame domain in his past life and now. Maggie's voice sounded again. And this time, the Archbishop's voice was obviously faster. He must have consumed too much energy, and his body was about to collapse. So he had to finish what he had to say. But when he opened his mouth, he said something shocking again. Vivian. I'll make it short. Next. After a brief rest. You may have to leave the flame domain and go to the sea kingdom next to us. Which is protected by the water god. That is. 1,000 Islands. Chapter 137 Trigger. World-class mission. In the guest room of the mansion of Count Cecil in Huidian City. The sky outside the window has gradually darkened. Vivian stood by the window, looking at the prosperous and powerful Huidian City, which was still brightly lit and bustling with people on the streets after the disaster outside the city. She returned to the bedside, and the faint moonlight fell into the room, shining on a teardrop-shaped necklace lying quietly in the palm of the little girl's hand. The necklace was more crystal clear under the moonlight, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Vivian clenched it a little tighter, as if to cheer herself up, and as if to strengthen her determination. 1,000 Islands? Vivian's muttering echoed in the room under the night. So, we still don't know what Archbishop Maggie said to the little girl at the Lake of Terror Claws. And why they had to go to the 1,000 Islands. Maggie, no. You know? Okay. You have big breasts. I'll listen to you. Lake of Terror Claws. Now it should be renamed again. And finally became the legendary Lake of God Split, which has been passed down by generations of people in the Fire Classic City for countless years. At this moment, as the first stroke of writing the legendary chapter, the amount of information in Maggie's words just now was a bit too much. And Vivian couldn't digest it all at once. 1,000 Islands? The little girl repeated it stutteringly. This name that was extremely unfamiliar to her. In the world of fallen God. Except for a few of the 9 great countries that are in isolation. There are definitely exchanges between the other countries. But for various reasons, they are not very frequent. Therefore, even in Huidian City, the largest city in the Flame region, the residents do not know much about the outside world. Not to mention a poor village girl who has not read many books. I know this is very sudden. But if you want to go further on the road of summoners, especially now that you have contracted 2 forbidden monsters of the fire system as your natal summon beasts. Then the 1,000 Islands of the Water Kingdom is a place you must visit. Because only there can you see the water god and get her blessing. So as to suppress the increasingly powerful forbidden power in your two little fire guys. Suppress? Vivian was getting more and more confused. Maggie asked her to go to the 1,000 Islands. Not to improve Xiaohei's ability. But to suppress? Yes. That's right. Suppress. The Archbishop of the Fire God nodded. Do you know why the number of forbidden monsters is extremely rare? Not just in the flame domain. No matter where. And each race always has only one and only one. As their name. Taboo. Their existence is not allowed. If they have not grown up and are weak. It's okay. But once they enter adulthood, or even reach maturity, the forbidden power in them will bring them great danger. As far as I know. Since the end of the chaotic era, the world was divided by the 9 gods and returned to order. No forbidden monster has been able to reach the complete stage. I don't know the details. But the only thing I can be sure of is, if one day, a forbidden monster can really enter the complete stage, then the statues in this world will no longer be called 9-day statues, but 10-day statues. After Maggie's words, Liao Zixuan, who was listening next to him, opened his mouth again. This is a secret that he didn't know in his previous life. By the way, the version in his previous life was only updated to the 3rd country. So, can I be so powerful? And my goodness, I have to pass the tribulation later. Right? Yame. Stop it. This is a fantasy world. Not a fairy tale fantasy world. Wait. It seems that there are immortals in the background of the rock country Guili under the rock god. The worldview will change with the cultural customs of each country. Oh. That's fine. On the other side, looking at the little girl, Vivian was also frightened and opened her mouth wide. Oh no. The girl covered her mouth directly. The little girl knew that her little wolf cub must be very powerful. But she didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. So, Xiaohei is wrong. Not only Xiaohei, but now Xi and Yin is also added. The 2 monsters that I contracted with. Their future pinnacle is actually God? Can they be on par with the legendary 9 gods? When the little girl thought of this, her head was a little dizzy. And she always felt that her shoulders were suddenly much heavier, almost crushing her small body. Okay. Don't think too much. Maggie saw Vivian's look and realized that she might have said too much. So she began to comfort her. Although the forbidden monsters are strong, the price is an extremely slow growth rate. If I hadn't poured the divine power into Sunyan's body, and Sunyan was originally a nirvana rebirth, it would take decades for it to grow from infancy to growth. And it would double more slowly in the future. So as long as you suppress it properly, there won't be too many problems. Maggie thought she had comforted the little girl. But after she said this, Vivian's face immediately turned a little paler. The girl quietly tightened her fist hidden in her sleeves. Another me. How many weeks have we been since we met Xiaohei? Vivian called the second personality in the mental space. Huh? A few weeks? Vivian. You are confused. A few days is almost enough. A few days. Vivian actually wanted to ask Maggie why the decades you said seemed to take less than a few days for Xiaohei to go from childhood to growth. But the little girl was not stupid. On the one hand, she was surprised by Xiaohei's uniqueness. And on the other hand, she knew that this might be Xiaohei's secret. And she couldn't just reveal it to others. So when Maggie noticed Vivian's abnormality and asked what happened, the girl quickly shook her head and indicated that it was okay. But in fact, the little girl was more and more eager to go to the 1,000 Islands to find the water god. After all, God knows whether Xiaohei will jump to an unknown place again at the speed of his growth. Although Xiaohei has the decision-making power to choose whether to use the blessing of the water god to suppress the forbidden power in his body, it is better to be prepared. As a summoner and a family member, she must be responsible for Xiaohei's safety. Then Maggie, if I want to go to the 1,000 Islands, how should I go? After arriving at the 1,000 Islands, how should I find the water god? After making up her mind, Vivian immediately asked 2 core questions. As a village girl, her activities were basically limited to their village. Even Huiyin City was Vivian's first time. Not to mention the international. Across. Smiled slightly. Maggie, who could be said to be the incarnation of the fire god Alice, of course knew this. And she was actually waiting for the little girl to ask this question. Don't worry. I have already thought of a way for you. In a month, the messenger I sent to the 1,000 Islands, who is also the third bishop of our Fire God Church, Matthew, will return from the Akabane port on the southwest border of the Flame Domain. At that time, you only need to leave for the Akabane port in advance and take the ship that Matthew is going to return to, and you can reach the 1,000 Islands. There are no sects in the 1,000 Islands. They prefer to call them island owners. The owner of the first border island you arrived at will definitely treat you warmly after learning of your arrival, because as far as I know, her relationship with Bishop Eugenia is very special. Maggie emphasized the word special when she said it. Okay. It seems that the self-righteous little cleverness of the thousand-faced witch Bella is actually all under the eyes of the god of fire. Bishop Eugenia is Bella's vest in Yinyu, and the island owner mentioned by Maggie, if Liao Zixuan guessed correctly, should be Bella's vest in 1,000 Islands. Take this, Maggie said, taking off the concentration necklace that Chris had put on her with great difficulty, and handing it to Vivian. This necklace is a token left by the water god to our Yinyu. As long as you take it, no one will stop you in Xiandao. You can directly meet the water god, and let her meet your requirements. After saying so much, it almost helped Vivian plan all the itineraries. Maggie certainly has her own purpose. This is not at the same time. I also left the Fire Classic City, and the process of the evil power coming in the form of a letter in this necklace. As long as the water god reads it, she will release the true power of this necklace. At that time, I hope you can take this unsealed necklace with you when you return to Yinyu. It will become a key prop for our Yinyu to prevent the evil power from appearing again in the future. Okay, I'll write it down. When the girl heard that it was about the future of Yinyu, she immediately tensed up and nodded hard, engraving everything Maggie said in her mind. Well, it's a bit reluctant. Indeed, the hidden dangers of the forbidden power in Shuhei and the others were enough to give Vivian a headache. And now there is also a water god necklace to fight against evil forces. Seeing the girl's reluctance, Maggie could only sigh in her heart. Originally, she wanted to give this task to Demir. But now that Vivian refused the heart of God, Demir could not leave, because he was the only candidate left to inherit the heart of God. I have recorded what I said today on this necklace. If you lose your way in the future, you only need to pour magic power into the necklace to view our conversation today. When Maggie's last words fell in Liao Zixuan's mind, Vivian's game system immediately sounded a prompt. Ding! You have accepted the world-class task Chain of the Water God. Chain of the Water God. Task Introduction. After the fall of the abyss that just ended and the attack of the demon tide, your outstanding performance on the battlefield has obviously made you a hero in the Fire Classic City from an unknown village girl. Even the Archbishop of the Fire God, Maggie, recognizes you very much and will entrust you with a task that can determine the future of the Flame Domain. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Please note that every decision and action you make next may affect the outcome of the entire Flame Domain. Please be sure, and be careful again. Task tips. This is a very long-term task. The task reward depends on the percentage of the fire god being eroded by the abyss. When it is greater than 70%, it will be considered a failure if the task props have not been submitted. When it is less than 40%, an additional hidden reward will be triggered. Task tips. The most intuitive factor affecting the fire god's abyss is the human abyss vassal in the flame domain. If the powerful human abyss vassal is eliminated, the percentage can be reduced simultaneously. Note, the current percentage of the fire god's abyss, 51%. Current task goal updated in real time. Arrive at Akabane port within 1 month. General tasks are usually judged by letter ratings, such as ABC, S, SS, etc. However, there are very few super hidden special tasks that will deviate from the so-called letter rating range mentioned above and use Epic, Legend, World, and Legend as the division. The Water God's Chain is a world-class task second only to the Legend. In the previous life, this should be the end of version 1.0. When the Flame Realm was destroyed, Demir, who inherited the Heart of God, led the players to carry out this task as a key task to connect to version 2.0 Black Tide. I never expected that it would be triggered so much earlier due to a series of mistakes. And the person who accepted the task changed from Demir to Vivian. So, bastard, what I want is to have a little love with the little girl. Not to save the world. Can you give me back the easy love life you promised me? Damn it! In the spiritual world, Liao Zixuan hammered the table hard with his little wolf claws. But it's come to this. What else can we do? Then we can only save the world while playing the sweet daily life of cultivation. World, are you polite? Can you be more serious? Okay. You must be tired after talking so much. There is still a month before Bishop Matthew comes back. It's a good time to take a good rest in Huidian City. Although I'm not bragging. Huidian City has many interesting things. Everyone in the city is very warm and friendly. I believe that before you leave for Thousand Islands, you will definitely enjoy this leisure time. It can be heard that Archbishop Maggie's words are from the heart. But the little wolf cub next to him, Liao Zixuan, still frowned. If he hadn't experienced the plot of the Fire City in his previous life, he almost believed Maggie's lies. I'll teleport you back to the city first. Do you have a place to stay? Of course. If you haven't found a suitable place to rest, I can send you to the Fire God Church in the city first. No. No. A place to stay. Maggie, please help me teleport back to the gate of Count Cecil's manor. Oh! Count Cecil? Okay. Maggie was obviously surprised. She didn't expect Vivian to have a relationship with this famous earl in the city. At the same time, if Maggie was surprised, then Liao Zixuan was so angry when he heard the words Count Cecil suddenly pop out of Vivian's mouth that the little wolf cub was almost jumping up. What the hell? He had just finished complaining about how unsafe the City of Fire Code was. But the next second, the city's biggest evil hidden danger, Vivian, came to him. WTF. This feeling was exactly the same as when Chris suddenly said Vivian's name. You stinky girl. What on earth did you do while I was away? Liao Zixuan complained crazily in his heart. He really wanted to be with the little girl now, and let Vivian explain everything after he returned quickly. But unfortunately, Liao Zixuan knew very well that at least now, Maggie would definitely not let him go. It could also be said that Maggie was deliberately sending the little girl away from him. Then, as expected, oh, by the way, Vivian, Sinyan can go back with you first. But you're Xiaohe. I may need to stay for a while. I want to teach him something before I disappear again. Okay. Thank you, Maggie. Xiaohe has troubled you. After listening, Vivian looked very surprised. And then she walked to the little wolf cub as if saying goodbye, bending down and stroking it. Xiaohe, you have to be obedient in the future. You are not allowed to be rude to Maggie. The little girl seemed to be giving instructions. But in fact, only Liao Zixuan could hear it. Vivian took the opportunity to get close to him and used the psychological induction that belonged to the two of them to convey the message. Xiaohe, if anything happens, remember to give me a hint like before, and I will summon you back immediately. After experiencing the heart of God, Vivian obviously became more careful and used every possible way to protect her little wolf cub. Liao Zixuan waved his paw, indicating that he understood. He felt warm and emotional in his heart. TSK. My little girl has really grown up. Finally, with the appearance of the flames under their feet, Vivian and Sinyan disappeared by the Lake of God's crack. By the way, when Sinyan also left, Liao Zixuan specially asked for a feather from the little lowly. Maggie noticed this detail. After all, Liao Zixuan didn't want to hide it. The Archbishop, who was actually the incarnation of the fire god Alice, looked at the little wolf cub with a more playful and interesting look. Finally, the little girl was gone. Maggie breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had finally unloaded some burden and no longer had to pretend. Her original sacred and pure temperament faded away in the blink of an eye. Instead, there was a kind of temperament that could not be said to be evil. But at least, it was absolutely different from the previous elegant and intellectual woman. And even completely opposite. Ah! I'm so tired. Maggie rubbed her shoulders and supported her waist without any image, while making a reverie-inducing tired groan. The originally dignified and decent archbishop's robe became extremely loose after she stretched her shins. In fact, in several places, the originally covered white skin was exposed, especially the delicate clavicle. If you look down, you can even see two looming majestic peaks. If you use a word to describe Maggie, who has such a big contrast and is full of a kind of excitement that breaks taboos, it may be enchanting. Next, it's our time. The chair transformed by divine power appeared in front of Maggie. After she sat on it, she held her cheek with one hand, licked her rosy lips, and gently uttered a few words. What do you think? My lord, Bai? Chapter 138. Is this fire god you are talking about serious? Maggie? Sorry. I should call her Alice now. She looked at the little wolf cub opposite with interest. This person played those lovely believers of her in the Fire Code City in the palm of his hand. And even the little girl, who was the summoner of the other party, was kept in the dark and still knows nothing. Similarly, as the culprit of this Abyss Advent event, he cannot be said to be the culprit. But he is definitely the biggest person behind the scenes. Or is he the wolf? When Alice thought of this, her interest was even higher. Since before, the hot and restless feeling that had been rising in her lower abdomen could no longer be stopped after Alice withdrew Maggie's consciousness, which represented her normal side of the fire god, and became stronger and began to spread throughout her body. God is lonely. The fire god, whose consciousness was half occupied by the fallen abyss, magnified this feeling, so she instinctively wanted to pursue excitement. In Alice's view, Liao Zixuan, this mysterious little wolf cub, was the strongest stimulation point that could poke her nerves at the moment. By the way, the second most exciting thing was to destroy the image of her own holy and elegant clone, Archbishop Maggie of the Fire God. In people's hearts, this wave is me cheating on myself. I saw that Maggie's original robe slipped slightly from both sides of her shoulders, revealing her white and tender shoulders, and the original Archbishop's short boots were hooked up by Alice's toes. And I don't know what method was used, becoming loose and sagging, as if they would fall off her feet in the next second. She crossed her legs, with her delicate white ankles exposed, and with Alice's hooks and drops, the slender and delicate jade feet wrapped in the bishop's short boots would even appear and disappear from time to time. Just one look would make people want to hold it in their palms and play with it. To me, this abnormal fire god is really too hard to bear. She looked like this when she first appeared. If she had a few more scenes, I'm afraid the whole book would be gone. This woman must leave quickly. Otherwise we are afraid that Vivian will misunderstand. Ah? So, the little wolf cub imitated the little stupid bird Sinyan at the beginning, tilted his head, and called out to Alice's words, pretending that he didn't understand them very well, trying to get away with it. And the effect? The effect is of course useless. Oh, if you want to waste time like this, I don't mind. Anyway, in my domain, time here is still. Or, you just want to talk to me in this way? Although it's a bit perverted, I can accept it. Alice licked her lips again. The other side, Liao Zixuan complained crazily in his heart. I'm a pervert. You big-headed ghost. Why is it perverted? I think you are wearing yellow glasses. Brainwashed by yellow. Oh, okay. It's indeed brainwashed by the fallen abyss. So it's okay. If it continues like this, Alice on the other side may do something more outrageous. It's not certain whether I can withstand it at that time. After all, the fire god, who has the upper hand in the fallen abyss trend, is really too good. In order to defend his single-minded love for Vivian, Liao Zixuan sighed. He couldn't hide, so he didn't pretend. Moreover, for the time being, although the fire god was not normal, he should have no ill will towards him. He silently recited the girl's name several times in his heart, and then read it skillfully. It was saved at the beginning, specially prepared for this time. And the feeling when he first saw the girl's flat chest, the whole process was like flowing water. After reading, Liao Zixuan felt like he was a saint incarnate. The flames that rose up when Alice deliberately teased him were instantly extinguished by a bucket of ice water. It seems that Vivian has grown a little recently. Forget it. Don't use ice water. Change to cold water. Downgrade one level. Show some respect. Anyway, the wolf cub's body shook for a moment, and after a flash of light, a handsome young man wearing the same black dress appeared in front of Alice. Hello, Aunt Alice? Liao Zixuan greeted politely first. For forbidden monsters, like him, and Sinyan who were born and raised in the Yinyu, the god of fire is equivalent to their elders. He remembered that in the plot of the previous life, Sinyan called the god of fire like this. However, the god of fire opposite him obviously didn't think so, and her beautiful eyebrows were raised. Aunt? Alice's charming temperament disappeared in the blink of an eye, replaced by a shark-like look in her smile. Why, Lord Bai? Now it's not what you and Harvey said when you climbed the Vulcan Tower, that you have had an extremely deep friendship with me, a little Vulcan, for many years. And what else came? Alice pointed a finger at her round chin, as if recalling. Oh, yes, and said that the story between us is very complicated, with too many origins that are difficult to explain, and that I may have forgotten you. and hoped that Harvey and others would not mention you in front of Maggie. Completely. After repeating every word of Liao Zixuan's boasting at the Vulcan Tower, Alice deliberately showed a lonely and resentful expression. Master Bai. Now it seems that it is not me who forgot you, but you who forgot me. We have been through so much. And I have become the aunt you mentioned? Ahem. Ahem. Even with Liao Zixuan's shameless skills, it is rare for his old face to blush. It's like when I was a child. I boasted about my beautiful young class teacher in the corridor with my silly classmates in the next class. But when I turned around, I found that the class teacher was standing behind me. Thank you. I'm dead. Good. You old woman. You don't follow martial ethics. Come to cheat. Come to sneak attack my little wolf cub. Obviously, you were controlled by the abyss at that time. How can you still know everything clearly? Humph. The one who was controlled was Archbishop Maggie. What does it have to do with me? The god of fire, Alice? Looking at Liao Zixuan's embarrassed and puzzled expression, even a fool could guess what he was thinking. Alice snorted coldly. No. You didn't guess it completely. He was still scolding you as an old woman in his heart. However, maybe it was also because of Liao Zixuan's words anti-Alice that she didn't know whether it made her lose interest or let her regain some of her elder's appearance. Okay. Let's talk about business. Alice put down her legs and changed to a conservative and dignified sitting posture. You heard what I said to Vivian before. Why did I give such an important task to her? First, because there is really no better candidate. And second, because I believe you. When Alice said these 4 words, her expression was unusually serious. Of course, this seriousness soon disappeared. So, don't let me down. Lord Bai, you turned a small village girl who was easily bullied into a great hero in Huitian City in just a few days. What's more, you were able to unexpectedly get into the inner workings of the fallen abyss, which I still don't understand, and control it a little bit. Am I right, Lord Bai? Alice smiled, especially after saying the last sentence about the fallen abyss. She was looking forward to seeing Liao Zixuan's secret exposed and his expression changing again. But unfortunately, Alice soon curled her lips in boredom, because Liao Zixuan's expression did not change much. After all, he had expected this a long time ago, when he sensed that Archbishop Maggie brought Shirley with her and teleported here together. Liao Zixuan had a vague premonition of being exposed. He was just a little depressed now. This feeling is like reading those stupid villains who were beaten by the protagonist in novels. But after actually crossing over, you find that it is not the case at all. There is no stupid villain at all. It's just because the protagonist's cheat is too powerful. So the villain seems stupid. Underestimating yourself is underestimating the god of fire too much. Damn it! It's all because of the plot of the game. The god of fire was portrayed as a fool, and was easily controlled by the abyss, which made Liao Zixuan subconsciously regard the god of fire as a fool, but in fact, as one of the only 9 gods in the world. The peak of power. How could it be so simple? Even if the other party is in an abnormal state, any movement in the flame domain, as long as Alice wants, obviously can't escape her eyes. No matter. Playing dead? Just pretend. Liao Zixuan directly ignored the topic of the abyss that Alice deliberately brought up. As a member of the flame domain, we must protect the future of the flame domain. Of course, we have an obligation to complete the task assigned by Alice. Sister, he replied in a hypocritical way. Then, Liao Zixuan also took this rare opportunity to ask the god of fire a question that he was very concerned about during the previous conversation. However, Sister Alice, what you told Vivian before about the forbidden power in me and Sinyan, is it true or false? Will we forbidden monsters really have a heavenly calamity after growing to a certain stage? Or did you just make up a reason to give Vivian the motivation to go to the 1,000 Islands? Just like those unscrupulous screenwriters who don't know how to promote the plot, so they shamelessly start setting up violent skyfalls? Liao Zixuan subconsciously recalled a game he had played, in order to give players a reason to run around and cause trouble to the world. The Fallen God was edited. Every time the map was changed and the major version was updated, it would be set off by the main story. But that game, my goodness, the editor was too lazy to edit. The reason for going somewhere was solved in 1 sentence. What are you doing? Looking for your sister? Hee hee. It seems that you know a lot. Even the heavenly tribulation can be said. However, you are not in Gili territory. The immortal beast under the seat of the old immortal Yin Shin does not have the heavenly tribulation in our Yin territory. Well, it can't be said that way. In fact, they are all the same, just with a different name. But no matter how you call it, the fact is the same. As long as the growth of your forbidden monsters crosses a certain tolerable line, you will be targeted. I can't tell you more. As for whether you believe it or not, whether it is made up by me, you can try it yourself. When the time comes, don't worry. I will help you collect the body for the deep friendship between Lord Bai and me for many years. Alice said the most vicious words in the most gentle tone. And can you stop talking about Lord Bai and friendship all the time? How can you do that? Hey, sighed. Although there was another hidden danger unknowingly. Liao Zixuan didn't care much. At most, he would upgrade slowly before figuring out the matter. And to be honest, he has just entered the growth stage from childhood, and is still far from adulthood, let alone maturity, given the huge amount of experience points he needs now. I am afraid that even if he can cut the leaks of players and upgrade slowly, he will have to upgrade for a version. Secondly, Liao Zixuan actually has no reason to rush to upgrade. To put it a little arrogantly, as a taboo monster, he can already look down on the version in the growth stage. And when he reaches adulthood, he will even press the version under his crotch. He has no need to pursue power excessively. After all, this is not a revenge story about upgrading and fighting monsters. What Liao Zixuan wants is to travel around the world with a little girl, saving the world, showing up in the main storyline, and brushing a sense of existence are all incidental. However, it seems that there is a mysterious force working against him. Okay, that's all I want to tell you. There are 2 little guys waiting for me. Oh, by the way, just treat it as a bonus. And remind you again. Liao Zixuan was very happy to finally get away from this frivolous old woman. But what Alice said later made him frown. Because it's about Vivian. Although I am not like my sister. Oh, my sister has the ice sculpture face of the water god and can't predict fate. But I can be sure that because she accidentally summoned you, the original trajectory of the little girl has deviated. After Alice said this, Liao Zixuan nodded silently. He had actually thought about this a long time ago. Because even without him, the little girl was indeed not related to ordinary people. Just the existence of that abnormally strong, like a cheating second personality, destined Vivian to be extraordinary. However, the fact is that until the 3.0 version of the previous life, when he returned to the distant rock country, Liao Zixuan had never heard of an NPC named Vivian. Regarding the possible reasons for this result, Liao Zixuan currently thought of 2. First, Vivian, like most other people in the flame domain, did not escape, and all turned into a fallen monster with the destruction of the flame domain. But after the second personality appeared, Liao Zixuan felt that the probability was very small. Then the rest is, she is a foreshadowing. A hidden character that is not enough for the little girl to appear even in version 3.0. And it is well known that such characters usually have extremely complex background stories, and unparalleled powerful boss-level strength. My sister once said a famous saying about fate. I think it may be helpful to you. Fate cannot be changed. What can be changed is the different paths to reach fate. By the way, if you accidentally pick up the witch seed, the way to activate it is to absorb negative emotions. Alice smiled at Liao Zixuan. Okay. Do you want to turn out the underwear and show it to you? My queen? Do you need me to teleport you back to Vivian? Or Alice glanced at the feather that Liao Zixuan had pulled off Xinyan before. I have to teleport. I don't want to stay in the field while you find the next one. Otherwise it won't be a surprise. Just help me send it to a hidden place outside. Liao Zixuan has already started thinking about how to say the next lines to make it more sensational. TSK. I didn't expect you to be so interesting at such a young age. Alice smacked her lips at this, and continued the conversation between the 2 Riddlers, Liao Zixuan and her. That is, do you understand the value of 200 love comics? Love comics? Our all-knowing fire god Alice finally showed a puzzled expression on her pretty face. Humph! Are you stupid? A country bumpkin from another world. You are still far from seeing through my underwear. Okay. Okay. Hurry up. After appreciating Alice's expression for a moment, Liao Zixuan quickly waved his hand, urging her. After all, don't let Shirley wait anxiously. Chapter 139 Shirley. My Shirley? A pitch-black box? Or a prison cell? Since the flame suddenly rose from the ground beneath her feet, Shirley now felt that she was in such a narrow and dark place. She was able to be forcibly teleported here without any warning or resistance after absorbing the core of the fallen abyss. In the Fire Code City, Shirley was probably the only one who could do this. In her mind, she subconsciously recalled the terrifying phantom made of flames, which was tens of meters high and even more huge and majestic than the city wall, after Archbishop Maggie performed the god's descent just a few minutes ago. Moreover, after the other party stretched out his hand and pointed, the sky was dyed red, and countless hot meteorites fell from the sky. Those minions of the abyss that Shirley originally thought were extremely powerful were all annihilated in the super-level magic in less than a blink of an eye. This is the real power. In comparison, the gap between her and the other party is like the stars and ants. Even if she has imagined it countless times, the shock she felt after seeing it with her own eyes is still incomparable. So, it still couldn't be hidden? Yes. In the face of such a person. No. It should be a god. Any secret will be exposed. And she was discovered as the culprit of this abyss disaster, which seems to be the normal ending. When Shirley thought of this, she sighed deeply. So, what will happen to her next? Will she be sent to the Vulcan Church for torture? Or will she be tied to the cross of the Fire Code Knights and burned as a heretic to give an explanation to the suffering people in the city? Or will she be imprisoned forever in this dark and empty space? It would be a lie to say that she is not afraid. But Shirley is sure that she does not regret it. After all, although she cannot be said to be outstanding in the things that Lord Black has entrusted to her, she has done them all well. She saved Harvey, who wanted to sacrifice meaninglessly, from the fallen abyss tide. This human being seemed to be favored by Lord Black. Although the method was very villainous, she was originally playing the role of a villain, and successfully let Lord Black hint at the abnormality of the god of fire through her mouth, paving the way for Maggie to be awakened later. She also tried her best to control the fallen abyss, leaving the elite and powerful fallen abyss creatures in Qian Town, and trying to let the lowest level creatures attack Huidian City, so as to minimize the cost of awakening Maggie, and also give Lady Vivian enough room to play. She also deliberately, although it was her own decision, lured and killed the only remaining bishop in Huidian City, so that Lady Vivian could better take the position afterwards without any competitors. As a villain, she undoubtedly had blood on her hands, and was extremely evil. But it was also because of this that Lady Vivian, who defeated her, could gain more honor and reputation, becoming a hero in less than half a day. And the road ahead was extremely bright. So, what does she have to regret? After all, isn't this enough? This is also the final result that Lord Black originally wanted to see. And it is the role she played in Lord Black's heart. Right? If there is only one thing that Shirley still regrets now, it is that she should not be so greedy. She also thought that after the matter was accomplished, she could escape from under the eyes of Maggie, who was possessed by the god of fire, and let Lord Black eat her into his mouth to escape the reckoning of the god of fire. As for the result, it is just like now. It failed without a doubt. If she had known this earlier, she should not have let Lord Black take this risk and get involved with her, and let her die directly at the hands of the god of fire. In this way, the whole plan would be really flawless and without any stain. I hope that her relationship with Mr. Hay has not been exposed. She doesn't want to be a stain on Mr. Hay. Shirley, who still maintains the black and white female wolf cub form that came out of Liao Zixuan's mouth, prayed silently in her heart. And it seems as if her prayer was heard. There was suddenly light in this dark space. What is that? When Shirley approached, she was surprised to find that this light was like a small piece of magic projection, which allowed her to see the scene outside. Although she couldn't hear the sound, she could see the picture. So Shirley watched the conversation between Maggie and Vivian as a third party, and saw that Maggie wanted to entrust the heart of God to the girl, and contract the forbidden monster, the divine fire phoenix, to Vivian. In the end, it seemed that she gave the girl an extremely precious necklace as a reward, and then teleported the girl away. Shirley was silent. Everything was just as she imagined, and her role was fulfilled. But soon, Shirley's emotions began to fluctuate, and the little wolf cub subconsciously moved closer and closer to the magic projection in the dark, because she saw that after Vivian left, Maggie, or the god of fire Alice, found the second person, Black. Her breathing became much faster, and Shirley was worried that because of her, Black would be treated badly by the god of fire. But fortunately, Although the conversation between Black and the God of Fire was not very long, and the God of Fire did not give Black any reward like he did to Vivian. It seemed that at least he did not embarrass Black, which finally put Shirley's last worry aside. That's great. It worked. They deceived the God of Fire together. Even the God of Fire was kept in the dark. This might be the most amazing thing in the world. It was not someone else. Not even Lady Vivian. But her. It was she who accomplished it together with Lord Black. This secret is also exclusive to her and Lord Black. No third person in the world will know it. Shirley likes the feeling that Lord Black belongs to her alone. Even though it's just an experience. That's great. Unconsciously, the two little paws of the little wolf cub were already tightly attached to the magic projection. Shirley's sight was fixed on the handsome black-haired young man who could talk and laugh with the God of Fire, and even handle it with ease. She watched his every move, every expression, and even every mouth shape when he spoke. After all, this is likely to be the last time she can see Lord Hay. Good times are always short. Finally, like Vivian at the beginning, Lord Hay was also safely teleported back to Woodyan City with flames rising from his feet at the wave of the fire god. It's great. This is the third time Shirley said this in her heart. But why? She should be happy. But why? Shirley felt her eyes were a little wet when Liao Zixuan's figure finally disappeared from her sight. Her heart seemed to be taken out of a piece, becoming empty, and the sadness, like a wave, seemed to drown her. Goodbye, Mr. Black. It was obvious that the atmosphere should continue to be strong. But a voice that seemed to be completely indifferent to romance suddenly sounded in the dark space where Shirley was. Hey, hurry up. Hurry up. Why are you so anxious? What do you mean? Don't let her wait anxiously. She is not your wife. Can't you let her wait a little longer and talk to me for a while? Really? I am a great fire god. Am I not as attractive as a little girl like her? The cursing voice appeared in Shirley's ears out of thin air. Next, the fire god Alice, wearing the robe of Archbishop Maggie and borrowing Maggie's slender and tall body, walked out of a cool flame and appeared in the dark space where Shirley was imprisoned. The Vulcan chair came, and Alice sat on it angrily, lifting Maggie's round thighs. Why does it feel a bit weird? Anyway, it seems that she has finally finished complaining to someone. Alice finally focused her eyes on the person opposite her, who had tears rolling down her cheeks just now, as if she was parting with life and death, and was so sad that she was dying. As a result, when she appeared on the stage, she immediately restrained her emotions and instantly became like her sister, Shirley, who had a dead ice sculpture face. Humph! Alice snorted in her heart. She is still trying to be clever with her, thinking that she can fool herself. Shirley did this just because she didn't want her to know the relationship between the two little wolf cubs. Do you want to do it yourself? Or should I help you? Alice, who was sitting on the Vulcan chair, asked lazily. Shirley was silent. Alice didn't waste words when she saw this. She stretched out her hand toward Shirley, and then Shirley's body began to transform uncontrollably, and finally became the villain that Liao Zixuan had designed for her, the queen of the fallen abyss, who made Woodyan City shrouded in fear. Do you have anything else to say about your crimes? Last words? Confession? Quibbling? Anything is fine. Anyway, you never know. I will let you go if I am happy. I am serious. I am not kidding. After all, for me, what you have caused is just a small fight. I don't care at all. Alice tried to seduce Shirley, but she still only got silence. This was what Shirley had thought of long ago. No matter what the other party asked her or said to her, she would never say a word. Okay. Since you don't want to say anything, then go to hell. Seeing Shirley like this, Alice seemed to have lost interest. After she waved her hand, Shirley had no room to resist at all. She was directly tied up by the hot iron chain. She was like a big character, imprisoned above the space by the Vulcan chain. I'll give you one last chance. Do you have anything else to say? Alice held her beautiful chin, tapped the seat with her other hand, and scanned Shirley's white and tender body. I shouldn't have asked. After muttering softly, Alice imitated the classic move that Liao Zixuan designed for Shirley. She stretched out her left hand and snapped her fingers at Shirley, who was tied up in the air. Snap! Wow! The flame of the God of Fire, the most terrifying flame in the world, spread rapidly along the chain, and then continued along the chain in the blink of an eye, climbing up Shirley's body. A painful groan suddenly sounded in the space. Even Shirley, when her whole body, every part of her body, and even her soul, felt a burning sensation. Even if she gritted her teeth, she still couldn't bear the pain. At this time, as if sensing the host's crisis, the core of the fallen abyss that Shirley had merged into activated the remaining power of the fallen abyss that Shirley didn't even know about. In an instant, waves of evil auras burst out of Shirley's body without any control. They came violently and forcibly occupied Shirley's consciousness and took over her body, trying to compete with the flame of the god of fire. But how could the light of a firefly be comparable to the bright moon? Soon, the last remaining power in the core of the fallen abyss was consumed by the flame of the god of fire. If the original core was an engine with other people's inferior oil still remaining, then the oil in this engine was completely squeezed dry. Shirley's consciousness was restored, and she returned to her body. Before she could react to what had just happened, another force in her body began to protect her master. That was the dark flame of Lord Hay. No! It must not be exposed. The power of the fallen abyss that remained deep in the depths occupied Shirley's consciousness. She could not control it. But the dark flame was different. Shirley could forcefully suppress it with her will. Even if she was burned to death, she was unwilling to use a single bit of dark flame to fight it. The biggest reason was that if she did so, it would be equivalent to exposing her relationship with Lord Hay. The second deeper reason was that this was the last bond between her and Lord Hay that Lord Hay left for her. Even if she died, she wanted to die with him. And she must not waste even a bit. Hey, come on. Come on. Why are you so loyal in front of me? That guy can't see it. So forget it. Alice stood up as if she was asking for trouble, walked in front of Shirley, and then began to slide her slender fingers toward Shirley's delicate belly. Then, a strange pattern appeared on Shirley's belly, and then Shirley felt an uncontrollable heat coming from her belly. Those who have misunderstood the above can be crossed out. The dark flame in Shirley's abdomen was drawn by Alice's magic circle and poured into the core of the fallen abyss, replacing the original source of the skull dragon, because it is too complicated to explain. But in short, it can be summarized in one sentence that the previous fallen abyss core was borrowed by Shirley from the bone dragon. And now it has become the fallen flame core with dark flame as the source, which truly belongs to Shirley herself. At the same time, all the Vulcan chains that had imprisoned Shirley disappeared, and Shirley regained her freedom. On the other hand, our Vulcan. I'm so tired. After doing all this, Alice's white forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and even a few strands of hair were stuck on it. Her eyes were as blurred as after solving the last math problem, and her lips opened and closed, like a lotus flower emerging from the water, adding a bit of temptation. Her already full breasts rose and fell, and the archbishop's robe was obviously unable to bear the weight, and it was faintly stretched. The sides of her shoulders slid down, and her long legs were even more imageless on both sides of the Vulcan chair. In short, she exposed everything that could be exposed. Just like cooling after an overload. Tell a joke. Vulcan cools down. After lying on the chair and panting for a while, Alice finally sat up straight again and regained some of her Vulcan image. Then the first sentence she said made Shirley, who was already in a state of confusion, jump in her heart. How about it? Can we talk now? Shirley? Chapter 140 Sugar. It's sugar. It's like an empty-nest old man who finally got a chance to talk to his children, but ended up talking too much. Alice held her forehead and sighed sadly. I know. You must be very impatient to be forced to come here by a lonely old thing like me, and then listen to my nagging all the time. But I'm obviously trying hard to popularize the world view to you. She grumbled in a small voice that only she could hear. Soon, the tone changed. But I still have to say, Shirley, among them, you have the biggest problem. Alice's face was rarely seen very serious. Logically, you should have died a long time ago. Just like your Silver Wolf tribe, turning into a fallen monster, and then dying under my magic. But someone used the forbidden power to forcibly save you. And then in a sense, how should I put it? The ending of you being turned into a monster has not changed either. It's just a new kind of monster that even I can't figure out. Ailey mercilessly labeled Shirley a monster. To be honest, I am very optimistic about Vivian and her little wolf, even to the point of handing over the tasks that can affect the future of the flame domain to them. I know you are very smart and sensible, so I believe that you can understand what I mean. Facing Alice's gaze, Shirley lowered her head, her long bangs covering her face. Silence. This time it was not because she was afraid of the secret being leaked like before. Because it was obvious that the god of fire knew everything. Even what she didn't know. And Shirley was just avoiding it. But Alice didn't give her this chance. Monsters are called monsters because they are dangerous and uncontrollable. If I hadn't consumed most of my divine power today to help you wipe out the power remaining deep in the core of the fallen abyss, one day in the future, you would most likely be controlled by it and lose yourself. But the power of the fallen abyss is too mysterious. Even I can't figure it out. Although it seems foolproof now. Who knows when the hidden danger that even I can't find will jump out of you again. Although Alice didn't move. Her words had already forced Shirley into a dead end step by step. Are you so confident that you can control a power that even God can't control? The nails penetrated into the flesh without knowing when. And after the other party's last words, Shirley's lips were bitten. That's enough. Alice waved her hand. And the space began to collapse. The figure of the god of fire gradually dissipated. And the surroundings became the beautiful scenery of the lake of God split. Alice's cruel voice still echoed in Shirley's ears. If I were you, I would take this opportunity today to leave them. As a monster, you must be aware of being a monster. And don't ask for too much. Things that don't belong to you. A light drizzle covered the lake of God split without knowing when. It was already close to sunset in the afternoon. And the sky was gradually getting darker. And now it became a little grayer. It was just like Shirley's current mood. Dead and lifeless. The smooth and soft snow-white hair that belonged to Shirley, which she particularly liked. Especially the slightly curled hair that could be called the soul. At this moment, under the rain, it became like a wilted flower. Completely soaked. Pressed and unable to stand up. And twisted and distorted. Of course, compared with her hair, Shirley's mood at the moment was really messy. In the rain, she looked towards the direction of Whityan City. But when she wanted to raise her feet and go back several times, she took them back and just stood there. The rain began to flow down along Shirley's completely wet hair, sliding across Shirley's neck, continuing to penetrate along her lapels, and finally spreading the cold feeling to all parts of Shirley's body. Finally, it was as if she had made up her mind. Or it was originally planned to do so. Shirley's sight finally moved away from the direction of Fire City. And then she turned in the opposite direction. Let's go! She was talking to herself in her heart. It was like being soaked like a drowned chicken. A loser going to wander. Mr. Hay must be sitting in a warm house with Vivian. Sitting by the hot fire. Surrounded by people celebrating and praising them. Right? Shirley could picture such a scene in her mind. After all, she clearly remembered that when the god of fire Alice mentioned it at the beginning, Mr. Hay said something like don't let her wait anxiously to urge Alice to end the conversation quickly. Except for Vivian. Shirley couldn't think of anyone else who could make Mr. Hay so concerned. Even talking to the god of fire. Such an opportunity that ordinary people dream of all their lives. But he didn't cherish it. Really. Really stupid Lord Hay. Such a stupid Lord Hay. Lord Hay. If I don't have someone to watch over me in the future, what should I do? Woo. My nose is sore. This is the first time that Shirley has this feeling. Then, the rain flowed down Shirley's eye sockets. Yes, it was definitely rain. Anyway, she is such a character. Unlike Vivian, she established a close bond with Lord Hay right from the start, which was almost like cheating. Nor is she like Sinyan, who has a noble and orthodox birth. A good match. And with the help of the god of fire, even if she joined in the middle, it is equivalent to being tied to Lord Hay. And what about her? She doesn't have Vivian's integrity, kindness, purity, and flawlessness. Her hands are stained with blood, and there is evil power hidden in her body. She has a lot of little thoughts in her heart. She was blamed by Lord Hay for speculating and questioning Vivian before. Maybe from then on. She was hated by Lord Hay? She doesn't have any powerful bloodline. She was born as an ordinary little earth silver wolf. She can get to where she is now, all thanks to the charity of Lord Hay. Maybe it is because of this that she got too many things that did not belong to her. So she did not have a contract from heaven, and could not be recognized by the god of fire. In fact, in contrast to the little princess Sinyan, the god of fire wanted to drive away this foreign Cinderella. Anyway, no one would like her like this, and no one would care. Right? This sentence is not aimless. Just as the god of fire said, Shirley is very smart. She is sure that with Lord Hay's ability, he can definitely guess the attitude of the god of fire towards her. But Lord Hay did not. Lord Hay did not even let the god of fire say a word to them. Even a goodbye. Shirley would be fine. So, let's go. Just like Alice said. Maybe she really wanted too much. Shirley felt that the rain in the sky must be getting heavier, because the rain that passed through her cheeks was getting more and more. If this wasn't raining harder and harder, what else could it be? However, just when Shirley was about to take the first step away from Whittian City, full of confusion about the future, towards a distant place that she didn't know where it was. Sneeze. As if she really couldn't hold it back. A very unpleasant sneeze suddenly sounded from behind a stone not far in front of Shirley. Damn it. Why is it raining? Damn it. There was nothing she could do. Since it's all exposed, then there's no choice but to do it. Shirley was shocked, dazed, unbelievable, and thought she was hallucinating. In short, all the words that can describe a blank mind. The same person waited for Shirley in the rain for a long time. But the other party didn't know what he was doing. It seemed that he was standing still and thinking about things. He didn't come to the stone for a long time. So he was also soaked like a drowned chicken. He even sneezed like he had a cold. A certain handsome black-haired guy was forced to come out from behind the stone where he was hiding. It took him a long time to finally meet Shirley's eyes that were flustered and running around. Hi.